Chapter 47. What's in a Gift? Chapter text. Brant had been planning on taking the children shopping, but a raven swooped down on him with a small scroll tied to its leg as they were leaving. Turning to the children, he said, Arcturus is going to be meeting us in an hour at the place where we are staying. We can make one stop to shop on the way, so if there is somewhere you want to go, just point it out as we walk. They continued heading down Tangent Alley, away from Gringotts. There were mostly restaurants, with a few isolated shops selling things that they didn't recognize or that looked very expensive. As they appeared to be entering a more residential district with large homes, Lyra pointed to a photography shop. Harry agreed that it would be a fun place to check out. The inside of the shop was surrounded by pictures in frames of people, happy and smiling, waving to the other patrons of the shop or participating in Quidditch and dueling matches. On the tops of the counters, there were cameras of many different sizes along with accessories. Are we shopping for the two of you or a friend? Brant asked the two of them. Maybe for Colin, Harry said. He wanted to get a magical camera. That's a bit expensive for a holiday present, Brant told him. Maybe a nice picture frame. The salesman approached them at that moment. Is there anything I can help you with? Brant answered for Harry. Do you have a selection of muggle-worthy picture frames? Right over here. The man directed them to a wall that featured many frames, with both moving and still pictures in them. All these frames have a switch on the back which will freeze a wizard photo in place for when muggles are around. It can also be deactivated to have them move again. Harry smiled and pulled Lyra over to explain it to her. He turned to the man. Do you have any made with cherrywood? Harry asked, remembering Colin's statement about his wand and the frames in his house the day they met. Yes, we do. The salesman smiled as he pulled out his wand and cast a quick spell, which caused a few of the frames to glow for a moment. Harry and Lyra examined a few of the frames before deciding on one that would change to fit different-sized photos. They paid 8 nuts extra to get it wrapped in magic wrapping paper, which would vanish after being ripped off. Brant also purchased a dozen rolls of film for himself before they headed out. Near the end of the street, they arrived at a slender 3-story building made of light-colored wood. As they approached it, it appeared to be sandwiched between 2 other houses. However, when they stood in front of it, it seemed to push the other houses to the side, giving it a small garden on either side. Brant approached the door, grasped the handle, and performed a complex knocking pattern on the door frame. When he completed the knock, a silver key fell out of the mail slot onto the mat. He performed the knock again to receive a second key. He passed one key to Harry and then another to Lyra. These keys will last 1 month before they vanish. This is Elmswood Lodge, which is also the name for the Flu Connection. Repeat the name back to me. The children repeated it twice. Lyra, go ahead and open the house. With slight apprehension, Lyra unlocked the door with her key and led them into the house. Near the entrance, there was a small sitting room with a large fireplace. Over the mantel, there was a sign with Elmswood Lodge written on it. Brant led them down the hall to a larger sitting room. Arcturus and Augustus were already there, sitting in high-backed chairs facing the hallway. Arcturus did not look well. He normally sat up straight and carried his cane more as a status symbol than a crutch. Today he was slumped over and leaning on it with a large amount of his weight. His hair normally had a few stripes of grey, but was now almost entirely white, and there were deep circles under his eyes. Some of his skin seemed to be cracked and almost falling off. His appearance showed in the shocked eyes of Harry and Lyra. Do not concern yourself with how I appear, he told them in a hoarse voice. I will be back to my normal self in a few days. His voice was dry and cracked, like his skin, like whispers when he woke up in the morning and hadn't had something to drink. The children just stayed silent in their worry. I just wanted to speak with you briefly before the party, and you depart again for your home. He paused for a moment to take a deep breath. He reached into his coat and pulled out his silver flask, draining the last few drops from it, then took another deep breath which seemed to give him a bit more strength, and he sat up taller. How did the registry go, Brant? He asked. We ran into a bit of a problem with Amos Diggory. Arcturus choked a bit and coughed. Diggory? You met with Diggory? Yes, I persuaded the secretary to have us meet with the department head to process our papers, and we were led to the only honest member of the British ministry. Arcturus coughed more as he chuckled. How did that go? Well, The attempt to file the papers without a certified bond and backdating almost ended in a call to law enforcement. Though after a plea from Mr. Potter for a favor, Diggory agreed based on how much debt Harry has gathered from the defeat of the Dark Lord. That would do it, Arcturus nodded, then turned to Harry. Do not attempt to cash in on that debt from anyone else for a long time. It will appear petty, and you probably had nothing to do with what actually happened that night. Yes, sir, Harry nodded. A few more things. When you return to your home, I've asked Brant to accompany you to gauge how your situation is there. I want to make sure that you are both well taken care of. I have also been informed of the dangers of the island. Please make sure to take care of Brant. He has been told to follow your precautions. If he has any questions about the island, please answer them. Lyra looked to Brant, who nodded back to them. Whispers took that moment to climb down from Brant's shoulders and lie down on one of the couches. Lyra, for the party on Monday night, I have asked your cousin, Nymphadora Tonks, to help you prepare for the evening and to accompany you. You can trust her to watch out for you. If you have any problems with her, you can either inform me or Alistair Moody, depending on who you feel would be appropriate in the situation. That made Harry feel a bit better about Lyra's cousin. Alistair would certainly help them if they had a problem, and it wouldn't be pleasant for her. Harry, while you are at the party, do not give your advice or weigh in on political issues. If someone asks you about expanding the merfolk reservations, simply tell them that you don't know enough to form an opinion on the matter. This applies to any question, not that specifically. If anyone pushes you, just tell them that you are a first-year Hogwarts student and need a greater education first. If you do not heed this advice, the newspaper will be printing about your endorsement of various political factions the following morning. Harry didn't fully comprehend what that meant, but he understood enough to know he didn't want to be in the newspapers. Stay close to your friends from Slytherin. They will help you conduct yourselves with the proper decorum. Seeing that they both understood, he called out, Opal. A house elf with stringy brown hair popped into the room, dressed the same way Darby had been back at Black Manor. This is Opal. She takes care of Elmswood Lodge. If you need anything, please call for her. Turning to Opal, please prepare a late supper for our guests. The children will need tea in the study now. The elf nodded and popped away. I will take my leave now. Brant will take care of you. I will not see you again until the new year. He reached out an arm to Augustus, who helped him to his feet and walked him slowly out of the house. When he had gone, Lyra turned to Brant. What was wrong with him? Is that why he was dying in the hospital? Brant shook his head. No, but it is why he's dying now. I will not answer any further questions on the matter. Please join me in the study now. He led them both down the hall to a room with 2 desks set up next to each other. Both desks had a stack of paper on them and a cup of hot tea. For the rest of the evening, please write down a list of all of your friends and what you think they would like for presents. It will help to organize our shopping for tomorrow. Many of your classmates should also receive a gift, but it can be something simple like candy. Think of the people you spend the most time with or the people you would like to get to know better. You can compare notes if you would like. I will send Opal to call you for dinner in a few hours. Harry and Lyra ended up sitting at the same desk as they went through their list of friends. It was a long process, but they had good ideas for most of the people they knew. After that, Harry put a new piece of parchment between them and wrote down all the names of the hidden that had them, as well as a list of all those who didn't. These were a lot easier to shop for, as they knew every detail of their lives and what they would like the best. After the sun had gone down for a few hours, Opal came for them and summoned them to dinner. They were served a hearty soup and chicken salad for dinner. Brant was quiet the whole time as he was looking through notes in a journal for the entire meal. After dinner, Opal led the children to their bedroom and they retired for the night. During breakfast in the morning, Brant looked through their lists and scribbled down all the places they would need to visit for the day. I'm hoping we will be able to accomplish everything in less than 10 stops, Brant sighed deeply. As Lyra will need more preparation tomorrow, we will focus on the stores she needs to visit first, with the possibility of continuing with you tomorrow, Harry. The first stop of the day is Gringotts to retrieve funds for your shopping. When they had finished with some delightful omelets that Opal made for them, they hurried to the bank. Brant pushed them to take the lead in speaking to the chief teller. Standing in front of the imposing desk with the small goblin at the top, Harry asked, "Excuse me, we need a trip to the vaults of Harry Potter and Lyra Black. And do you children have your keys?" The goblin asked, as he barely looked up from his desk, glaring at them over his spectacles. Harry dug his out of his pouch and took Lyra's from her as she took hers out as well. "You may wait at the bench behind me for a cart, goblin," the teller instructed them. There were a lot of goblins running all over. It seemed to be a very busy day, so with Whispers sitting on Brant's shoulders, the four of them sat down on the bench and waited. They had been waiting for nearly 10 minutes when a familiar goblin ran by them, and Harry called out to him, "Mr. Spineltap." The goblin skidded to a halt. "Yes, wizard?" he asked curiously. "I'm sorry if you don't remember us. You helped us to our vault over the summer. Are you free to help now?" Spineltap gave Harry a large grin but did not show his teeth. He held up one finger and walked over to a nearby desk, placing all the papers he had been carrying with him on it, and speaking to the goblin seated there in a crackling voice before laughing and returning to Harry. The goblin at the desk looked furious. "Follow me," Spineltap instructed. He led them into a room with an empty cart track before the large wooden door leading to the vaults and pulled a large lever on the wall. "Thank you for getting me out of that assignment, Mr. Potter. I had been busy all morning dealing with a problem that arose when one of the henges we use for rituals was crushed by a dwarf. The Potter and Black accounts are top priorities, so I was able to dump my assignment on another goblin." Everything that the goblin had just said sounded like gibberish, except their accounts being a priority. Harry looked to Brant for clarification, but the man just shook his head. At that moment, the wooden door opened, and an empty minecart rolled in. They all climbed in, and Lyra held onto Whispers tight as the cart rolled forward and down into the vaults. For some reason, both trips to the vaults were much smoother than their first time. There were no bumps, sharp turns, or corkscrews. On the way out, Harry thanked Spineltap for the smooth ride. "I'm sure that I don't know what you're talking about," Spineltap replied without looking at him. "I'll be sure to ask for you next time," Harry told him. Spineltap just gave him a nod and a grunt. Their first stop after the bank was the bookstore. There were several books they wanted to get for themselves. Harry picked up indexes of potion ingredients from Southeast Asia. Now that he knew where they were, they wouldn't have to experiment with everything to find out their properties. He also picked up a book on elemental magic and defensive spells. Lyra picked up books on concealment and fire spells, as well as magic to help braid her hair when she was alone. While looking for new children's books for Whispers, Harry came across his own books. There was a series of 7, just as he was told, starting with Harry Potter and the Immortal Warlocks. He called over Brant. "Where did these books come from?" "I've been wondering that since shortly after I heard about where you came from. I always assumed they were authorized by your guardians, but I highly doubt that your aunt and uncle or the giver had anything to do with them." "The giver is just our tutor. He's not really family," Lyra said as she stepped out from a bookcase. "All the same," Brant said, "I'll have our solicitor look into it." "We should get a set for Aura Jameson," Lyra said. "You can sign it, Harry, as you did for Tracy's mom." "For Tristan, too," Harry added. "He said he read them to his little sister." They added 2 complete collections to their books. At the checkout, the clerk sprained something on her neck, doing a double take at Harry Potter, buying the Harry Potter adventure books. The next stop was the sweet store, where they bought an exceedingly large amount of candy for everyone who wasn't getting a personalized gift. When they were done there, Brant called for Opal to take the books and candy back to the lodge. Brant steered them to a store that sold women's clothing and followed Lyra as she walked around looking for more presents. Whispers was also admiring all the clothes around the store, leaving Harry to sit on a couch near the entrance and wait. After 10 minutes, he found Brant and asked if he could go exploring. Brant reached into his pocket and pulled out a small vial. He quickly scribbled some runes on the glass and then duplicated it. "Take this," he instructed Harry. "If you get into any trouble, break it and I'll come quickly. Stay within 5 minutes of this shop." Harry nodded and put the vial into his pocket. After leaving the shop, he walked to the next store, which sold musical instruments. He wandered around for a bit and plucked some of the strings and tapped on the drums. After he had been there for a few minutes, the clerk came over to ask him to leave, though when he saw who it was who had been playing with the instruments, he just stared in shock at Harry until he got uncomfortable and left on his own. The next store he arrived at had the smell of burning incense wafting out the front door, and he wandered inside. There were small wooden boxes filled with tiny cones of incense that could be purchased. Harry gathered together 5 that he liked and purchased 10 of each, along with a carved wooden box with a sliding lid to store them in. The walls and ceiling of the store were covered with colorful tapestries with a multitude of patterns and pictures. Harry was admiring them when he realized that they would be a perfect gift for the Slytherin girls. He asked the clerk to take down tapestries depicting a stained glass window, a map of the night sky, a snowy mountain range with colored lights in the sky, and what he was told was a Celtic knot in the center with other designs around it. After paying for them, he called for Opal to take his purchases back. As he exited the store, he arrived at another street branching off from Diagon Alley. It looked a bit dark, and after the first couple of shops, it curved off in a direction that couldn't be seen from the main strip. He looked at the shops he could see, and one seemed to be a bit of an odds and ends shop, so he ventured over to that one. The sign over the door read, "The King's Armory." The inside seemed to have a multitude of everything. He saw jewelry, weapons, boxes lined with gemstones, musical instruments, clothing, and much, much more. There should definitely be something interesting here. He browsed through the store, occasionally inspecting various trinkets, until he heard a sweet-sounding voice behind him. "May I help you, dear?" Harry turned around to find him face to face with a woman dressed in all black, who was also wearing a blindfold over her eyes. Her hair was a deep green, almost black, and shimmered in the low light of the shop. Harry stared at her for a moment before deciding this wasn't even close to the strangest thing he'd seen, even in the past week. "I'm searching for a few presents, difficult people to shop for," Harry told the blind woman. "Tell me about your friends. I'm sure we can find something to suit them," she said, her voice echoing like the sound of a bell. Harry couldn't fully decide on what he wanted to get for Blaise, Hannah, and Greg, so he started with the Slytherins. The first one I was introduced to as the most cunning and annoying Slytherin ever. He seems to always be hiding something, but his intentions seem to be positive, or at least positive towards me. The woman waved her fingers in the air like she was pulling on the small strings of a puppet. Her fingernails were painted black, but when she moved them, they sparkled in the light. Slowly, she stopped moving them as the pinky on her left hand pointed towards a shelf behind Harry. She slipped past Harry, without touching him, and pointed right at a small black box off a shelf. Harry took the box and opened it to find a pair of silver cufflinks that had a small cylinder on the outside. On both ends of the cylinder, there was a small, green stone. It looked very dignified. The woman made a twisting motion with her fingers, and Harry twisted one of the cufflinks to find that it had a seamless lid that would be impossible to detect if you didn't know it was there. Now, that was neat. Harry picked up the other and inspected it, opening the cap on that one as well. Inside, there was a small space about the size of the tip of his pinky finger. "This is perfect. How much is it?" he asked. "Tell me about your other friends, and I'll give you a price for everything." That sounded a bit strange, but he thought nothing bad could happen, and he could always say no later. "My second friend. She was my second magical friend. I didn't know she was at the time, but she taught me about unicorns, so I thought to get her some kind of hairpin with a unicorn on it." The woman again started to wave her fingers around the shop, eventually pointing her right middle finger towards another corner of the shop. She then seemed to move like she was being pushed by an unseen force to the place she had pointed, with Harry following after. Harry removed a white case from the shelf and turned back to her. There wasn't a hairpin inside, but a clasp for a cloak made of some kind of tarnished gold metal with 2 unicorns facing each other and connected by a short chain. He stared at it. It looked old, but it had an interesting quality to it. He could always polish it a bit. "And your last friend?" she asked with a look that Harry felt would have been deep into her eyes if she had them. "His family is sworn to protect my sister. I want to make him feel like he is more than just a shield, that he can be smart and strong." The strange woman was silent for a while. She did not even wave her fingers in the air. Then she turned her head away from Harry, looking towards the ceiling, and said, "What you speak of is a lot for a child to be concerned with. It is obvious that these things are a part of who you are, and also who you wish him to be as well. While you have a sister, maybe what both you and your friend need is a brother. Find something that the 2 of you can do together to increase your bond. That is the best gift you can give him." Harry didn't know what to say. At first, he only wanted to break Greg away from Draco's hold, but the boy had a lot of potential as well. He didn't think that Greg would be a brother to him the way Lyra was his sister, or even like Whispers, though they could spend more time together now that they weren't going to be sharing any classes. The woman was now facing him and would be looking right at him if she didn't have the blindfold on. Suddenly, the woman's elbow jerked upwards, like it was being pulled by a string, and her fingers began to twitch on that arm until her index finger pointed straight for a large chest. Moving like the wind, she floated over towards it and pointed. The box was on a higher shelf, but she made no attempt to retrieve it. Seeing a small ladder, Harry used it to climb up and open the box. Inside, there were two sets of oversized gloves, one in red, the other in blue. He pulled them out and took them down. Harry asked, "What are they?" "These are Muggle boxing gloves, used for fighting sports. They have been enchanted to fit whoever wears them and help people training to fight by softening the blows slightly. If your friend learns to fight, he won't need to be a shield. I believe young boys also enjoy friendly duels between friends." This sounded like a bad idea to fight with your friends, though he was learning how to duel with magic, and maybe if he knew how to punch, he wouldn't need to stab people. Muggle dueling couldn't be as bad as magic dueling, right? He held the gloves and examined them, then looked up, and the woman had vanished. He frantically looked around and squinted in the low light to see if he could detect anyone disillusioned, but there was no one. Cautiously, he picked up the other two gifts that had been picked out and walked to the front of the store. No one was at the desk, so he rang the bell that was there. After 2 minutes, a woman came out of the door behind the counter in a brown apron and yellow dress. However, she also seemed to have the same green-black hair that the woman with the blindfold had. Harry just stared at the woman, trying to figure out if this was the same one. There was no other similarity, and this one could see with her bright brown eyes. The woman picked up on his uneasiness immediately and asked, "My sister helped you with your gifts, didn't she?" Harry was unsure, but nodded. "She occasionally does that, even if she never speaks to me. It drives me nuts. Well, let's see what she picked out for you." The woman examined the items and looked back to Harry. "These aren't for you. They're presents." Harry nodded again. "I'm so sorry about my sister. She always had a keen eye for just the right thing to get for people or as gifts. We thought she was a seer, though if she was, she should have seen what was coming for herself. Well, your total is 17 galleons." Harry snapped back to the moment, hearing the price. It sounded more than a bit high, but these were some of the more important presents he needed to buy. He was still a bit unnerved about the whole situation. "I'm sorry again for my sister," the woman apologized. "Let me knock the price down to 15. That sounded a little better, but still high. Harry really felt like he wanted to get back to the others, so he pulled out one of his silver containers and tapped out 15 galleons onto the counter. "Thank you," he managed to say, "and thank your sister too." He gathered everything together and rushed out of the shop. Once he was outside, Harry oriented himself to avoid going down the creepy alley and returned to the shop where Lyra was. As he entered, he saw Lyra in the back of the shop trying on a long blue coat with a hood and fluffy white fur trimming the edges. Brant was sitting on a couch nearby, holding a glass of champagne. Harry watched as he covertly pulled a small vial of a calming potion from his pocket and added a few drops to his drink before taking a sip. Harry looked around and saw Whispers being helped by another sales girl with some hats that looked like the kind Dougal would wear. He couldn't tell if the girl was amused or annoyed with helping an animal try on hats. Brant noticed Harry just as he was about to sit down on the couch and asked, "So, how'd you do in the last hour?" It had been an hour. Well, he did get a lot of his shopping done. I managed to pick out presents for Daphne, Tracy, Hannah, Blaze, and Greg. I also got some incense for myself. It smelled nice. Has Lyra found her presents? That actually didn't take too long. Brant nodded and tapped a stack of boxes down by his feet. She picked out some very nice gloves for all the girls she knows, different patterns for each one. Then for the last 40 minutes, she's been shopping for herself. She got a few pairs of warm boots for the snow, and now she's trying to pick out a coat to match a dress for the party. Do you know what she's wearing? Harry shook his head. I went to see Professor Snape while she was picking out her outfit. Lavender and Parvati had pulled out almost the whole wardrobe before I left, so I have no idea what they chose, other than they convinced her not to wear something orange. Well, that's good, at least. Whispers started looking at hats like Dougal wears, but hasn't found anything he likes. The assistant was having fun giving him their weirdest hats at first, but now she looks a bit annoyed. This is it, Lyra called out. She spun around to show them the blue and white coat she was wearing. She hugged it close to her body, snuggling her face into the hood. The sharp manager smiled. Your ward has excellent taste. The base layer is wool from a blue Aurora sheep, while the white trim is from a juvenile Yeti. Harry remembered Yeti from one of Lockhart's books. They reminded him of the hidden but stronger and more fluffy. Then he thought of how they must have obtained the fur. I don't think we can get it, Harry told the manager, and her smile vanished. Lyra was a bit confused at her brother's harsh reaction. Brant picked up on the mood immediately and asked, how was the fur obtained? Lyra realized what Harry had been thinking too, and started to take off the coat as the assistant who had been helping Whispers came over quickly and said, the fur comes from students at Cumbo. They set up abrasive gateways in the mountain passes, and the fur comes off as the Yeti walk through, and then it gets collected later. Lyra and Harry didn't understand, so Brant explained. Cumbo is another magical school, high in the mountains where the Yeti live. Turned back to the assistant. How do you know it was from a juvenile, though? The texture, she responded immediately, then pulled a larger coat off a rack and passed it to Lyra. This is made from an adult. You can feel that the white fur is more coarse than the trim on your coat. Lyra compared the two different coats and nodded. It's nearly impossible to capture a Yeti, so the only way to collect their fur is through this method. Now and then, someone tries to capture or kill a Yeti, but they never succeed. It's preferable when the students at Cumbo catch them, because the Yeti don't return the poachers to the auras. They shouldn't, Harry nearly growled. I wouldn't. Lyra picked up the coat again and examined it. So, can we get it? Brant nodded and stood up to take the coat from Lyra. He brought their other purchases up to the counter, and the manager handed a small note to Brant with the price. His eyes bulged at the price, and he began to cough violently. It is Yeti fur, the manager explained. Not nearly as expensive as Demiguise hair, but close. Brant caught his breath and took another look. Then he turned to Harry with a calculating stare, then returned to the shop manager. Are you qualified to work with Demiguise hair? I am, but the supply and price are not worth it to keep any kind of supply on hand. No one purchases it outside of law enforcement and criminals. She turned to give a calculated look at Whispers. Do you have any hair you would be willing to part with? One moment, Brant replied, and motioned for Harry, Lyra, and Whispers to join him on the couch. The two children and the hidden gathered around Brant as he cast a few privacy charms. The manager and her assistant began whispering to each other. Harry, Lyra, do either of you have any Demiguise hair with you? Lyra nodded and pulled a woven piece from her pouch about 2 feet long. Harry saw the manager's eyes lock onto it and light up. Lyra, I know you don't fully understand the cost of things yet, but that coat costs approximately 100 custom-made wands or 600 pairs of the gloves you are getting for your friends. Both Harry and Lyra gasped at the cost and stared at the blue and white coat on the table. You're already supplying some of the Demiguise hair to the Filipino ministry. You could make a similar deal in this country. Lyra wasn't sure, so she had a quick conversation with Harry in their sign language. Brant was picking up bits and pieces of it and got something about potions, something to do with help and hair. When they were done, Lyra asked, how much do they want? Stay here, Brant told them and walked outside of the privacy bubble. He cast a spell towards them that allowed them to hear what he was saying and passed them the 2-foot piece of braided Demiguise hair. What kind of valuation would you put on this? Bear in mind that this could be a long-standing relationship. The manager passed the hair to the assistant, who began examining it with a magnifying glass. The manager pulled out a ledger of some kind and started looking through it. Different pages of the ledger had various types of hair in clear containers attached to the parchment. The two spoke in whispers that Harry and Lyra couldn't hear for a few minutes before turning back to Brant. We would be willing to trade 15 feet of the hair, braided at this density, to offset the price of the coat and gloves you are purchasing today, the manager stated. If you have access to more, we would need to conduct future negotiations, as well as know the region the hair is from as well as the ages of the creatures it comes from. Brant's face tightened in thought, then responded, we will need to retrieve the additional hair for the purchase. I will leave a time-locked chest with the payment for the clothes and return tomorrow at 10 a.m. with our solicitor to close the deal. Agreed. The manager picked up the braided hair and ran her fingers over it before passing it back to Brant. Agreed. The assistant boxed up the coat while Brant conjured a large chest and began to fill it with cylinders of galleons from his pouch. Harry and Lyra gawked at the number he was putting in. They didn't know how many were there in the end, but it was a lot. When he was done, he closed the lid and cast a spell on it, which made the wood of the chest darken in color. When he was done with that spell, he looked at his pocket watch, made some calculations in his head, and cast another spell that put a purple shield around the box. He picked up the purchases and led Harry, Lyra, and Whispers out of the store. Once they were out, he called for Opal to take their purchases. Harry also passed the ones he had made to the happy elf to take back to the lodge. Brant took them a few shops down to the ice cream parlor, Florian Fortescue's. They had been there a few times over the summer for snacks. They also had small sandwiches for lunch, which is what they ordered now. Once they had their food, Brant put up privacy and aversion charms so they could speak and not have people looking at Harry so much. Once they were eating, Brant asked them, "I know you both understood about the Yeti fur, but did you understand what I was trying to do with the braided hair of the demiguise?" Lyra nodded. "It's how we got Nestor's people to help the island. We gave them some rope we used to make hammocks, and they protect the island." "Wait," Brant said with a look of shock. "You used demiguise hair to make hammocks?" "And the fishing line," Harry added. "Nestor said that it's very expensive, so we give it to his people, and they can protect the island from poachers." "How much do you give them?" he asked. "Before we left the island, we gave them a length of 20 feet and another length of 50 feet, Lyra responded. They had asked for another length of 50 feet in the spring. 50 feet at the density they had shown him could make at least 4 adult-sized invisibility cloaks. The children were sitting on a gold mine and didn't even know it. "Do you have the 15 feet the shop asked for?" "Back in my trunk." Harry didn't even stop to think before he confirmed it. Brant figured they had a lot more than just 15 feet. "Are you willing to part with it for Lyra's coat? Are you willing to provide more to sell to this shop?" Lyra really wanted the coat, so there was no question they would part with that much. "Yes to the first," Harry said, sharing a smile with Lyra. "For the second, I don't think we need another coat for Lyra, but people keep telling me I need to make money, so this seems like a good place to do it. Nestor said that 20 feet could feed a family for many years. Right now, your schooling is already paid for, but afterward, you'll need money for other things in your life. You never know when you'll need to have some, so it's always good to have as much as you can." "Like collecting food for the heavy rains?" Lyra asked. Harry nodded his head as Brant said, "It sounds like that would be a fair comparison." Both Harry and Lyra knew the importance of saving for a rainy day, so if money was like food, then they should do this. They exchanged a quick nod. "Can I go with you to the meeting while Lyra meets with Tonks?" Harry asked. Brant agreed, and they finished their lunches. He looked over at Whispers, who was picking apart a sandwich, and smiled to himself. This would be good for him. Most of the afternoon went by quickly. They visited a salon, where the hairdresser reacted to Lyra's hair the way the manager of the clothing store reacted to the demiguise hair. Then the man had the exact opposite reaction when looking at the mess that sat on top of Harry's head. The man was a bit disappointed when they said they were just shopping for hair supplies. Harry purchased small hair curlers for Cynthia, the hidden, and hair clips and ties for Weaver. Next was a stop at a luggage shop. Ever since they got their trunks, Harry and Lyra knew they needed to get one for the giver. The one he had now was old and beat up, and wasn't magical at all. Brant guided them to a boutique shop that had more than the regular models of luggage. Just as they entered, Whispers vanished on Brant's shoulders. A large man with a bald head and a Fu Manchu mustache greeted them. "Good to see you, Brant. And you brought along Mr. Potter and Miss Black today." Brant told Harry and Lyra, "I come here regularly for specialty trunks to hold various animals and ingredients. May I introduce you to Eula and Dubhatch?" To the large man, "Ulan, this is Harry James Potter and Lyra Cassiopeia Black." The large man's hands felt like thick leather as he clasped each of the children's hands. "Call me Ulan or Mr. Dubs, everyone does. Now, how may I help you today?" Harry told him, "We're looking for a trunk with a lot of space. It's for an old man who collects a lot of stuff and needs a place to put it all." You'd be surprised how often I get that request. May I ask this man's identity? It's for our tutor, Lyra supplied. Yulan glanced at Brant, who shook his head and said, Not me, for Harry and Lyra's tutor before Hogwarts. Harry and Lyra shared a quick look of startled expressions which they both knew meant, We forgot a present for Brant. Yulan's bushy eyebrows rose quite a bit. Then it must be a grand gesture. Let me dig out some special items and see what you like. He left them by the counter and went into a back room. Harry pulled Lyra over into a corner and pulled out a silencing feather, then summoned his staff from his pouch to activate it. What are we going to get Brant? They both said at the same time. I don't know, Harry said. What does he like? I don't know either, runes, though he said that he just does the basics. Something for his mustache. He's always changing it. He really liked looking at the demiguise hair, Lyra commented. Whispers can weave him a bracelet. Harry nodded. That sounded like a good idea, and it could be done without him noticing. You can get Whispers to do it tomorrow while we're at the meeting. Lyra nodded back, and Harry deactivated the feather magic. Brant had been watching them the whole time and simply raised an eyebrow when they broke the bubble. Right after, Yulan came back out of the back room, balancing 3 trunks in his arms. He came out from around the counter and put them near a stand. I've got 3 models that I think would work well for what you're thinking about. He placed a trunk with red leather and brass corners on the show stand. He opened it and displayed the features as he spoke. This one is pretty standard. It has 4 compartments, though each one is about twice as large as the trunk. The contents won't shift around if you drop it off a cliff, nor will it incur any damage. He moved that one to the side and placed the next one on the stand. This one was green with silver corners. The lid was split into 4 places. On this model, it has 4 sections that can be opened at the same time. When he opened all of them, there were small dividers between each one with the lid open. Reaching down into the first section, he pulled up a wardrobe that went over his head. The next section had a bookcase, the third section held a dresser, and the fourth section had a ladder that went down inside. The last section has a small room at the bottom, big enough for a small bed. He closed up all the lids and brought out the last trunk, which was black with gold corners. This one has stackable sections that can be pulled outwards. He reached into the main section and pulled out a shelf on a hinge that rested on one side of the box. The further he pulled it away, the more shelves followed it with more sections. Then he did the same thing with a set of shelves on the other side of the box. After he folded everything back into the box and shut the lid, he said, It also has a pull-out drawer on the side. Sure enough, on the side, there was a drawer that could be pulled out. So what do you think? Harry and Lyra chatted among themselves for a few minutes before turning back, and Lyra told him, We liked bits of each. Can we combine them? Yulan nodded. We liked the black one the most for color, the green one for the compartments, and the safety of dropping off a cliff from the red. Also, if we could switch the shelves of the black one into the compartment for the wardrobe in the green. Harry had another idea. Can you also remove the locks? Our tutor would prefer latches. Yulan seemed to think about all of it with his hands before saying, Removing the locks would be fine, but I won't be able to have it ready until the 23rd of the month. Harry and Lyra's faces fell since they would be leaving on the 21st. Brant didn't even notice and simply said, I will have a post-portkey provided to you for transport. It will arrive before you finish. What is the total? Both children gasped as the total came out to be more than everything they had spent today, except for Lyra's coat, though this was for their tutor, and he had taught them about magic. Harry and Lyra split the cost between them from the gold they had taken from their vaults. Just out of curiosity, their next stop was a junk shop. A lot of stuff there was junk, but there were various knickknacks they found. A glass mug that was always cold, a brimmed cap that said One Dad on it for Chief, a staff that glowed when you squeezed it, a few slightly expanded backpacks, and some random sets of cups and bowls that the giver could use for potions. There was also a small section where the owner was making miniature figurines and painting them with a tiny brush. There were some already completed, sitting on a shelf that occasionally waved or changed poses. Lyra bought one that was already made of a dragon that would look around and roar and occasionally spit sparks. Harry asked the lady who was making it if she could do a mouse wearing a green tunic, holding a sword, and a shield with the letter M on it. She commented on the specificity, but told him it could be done by the following afternoon. Brant mentioned that he would send Opal to pick it up. Next to the junk shop was a camping supply store. They made this stop as quickly as possible and picked up a set of shovels, a pair of oversized sunglasses that were unbreakable and repelled minor hexes, and a small cloth bag containing chalk for climbing that never ran out. The last stop of the day was a toy store, and the moment they were inside the shop, Harry, Lyra, and Whispers started to play with everything. Neither of them had a childhood of their own, but got to see another child in their family enjoying themselves and having fun without them. So with the opportunity before them, they both started to play with everything they could find. At first, Brant was a bit shocked that both children were playing with toys meant for babies and toddlers, but it didn't take him long to realize that they were experiencing all of this for the first time. The shop didn't have any other customers, so he handed a stack of silver coins to the clerk and said, "I need you to close early. I promise a large sale from us, but I am also counting on your discretion." "Understood." The clerk looked at the money and realized that Harry Potter was in his shop playing with a stuffed frog, among other things. While this might fetch a good price as a scoop for a story, it wasn't worth the ire of Lord Black, who was known to be supporting the boy who lived at the moment. So he just quietly drew the blinds on the front of the store and flipped the sign on the front door as he locked it. Brant pulled out a flask and 2 cups, and they shared a drink in silence as the 2 children and a demiguise played with anything they could find for the rest of the evening, completely forgetting anything else around them. Chapter 48, Smoke and Mirrors. Chapter text. By the time they got done playing with nearly everything in the shop, 2 hours had passed. Brant had enjoyed a few more drinks with the clerk of the shop before Harry and Lyra approached the counter pushing 2 carts filled with toys, and Whispers nearly passed out on the top of their haul. "Sorry, we took so long," apologized Lyra. "Do I look bothered?" Brant asked. "Don't worry about it. What did you get?" Harry picked up a wooden easel and a box of paint with brushes. "This is for teacher. She liked to draw for us." Lyra opened a book filled with stickers. "This is for Charlie. The rest of it is for everyone else. A lot of stuff that makes noises, has strange textures, or can be used to build things. The kids will love everything." Lyra picked out some stuffed squirrels, frogs, and snakes to teach them about animals. Lyra let off a big yawn, so Harry paid for everything and Opal took it back to their place while they walked. When they arrived at the lodge, a light dinner was served. Then Harry, Lyra, and Whispers all fell asleep on the same bed, cuddled up together. As they had all fallen asleep immediately after dinner, they also woke up early in the morning. Lyra stretched and walked to the window as Whispers and Harry were groggily fighting over the blanket. Out the window, she could see some of the larger buildings in Muggle London with tiny lights on each floor, out in the distance. The sky was beginning to turn purple, signifying the coming sunrise. After using the bathroom, she returned to the bedroom to see Whispers completely rolled up in the blanket with Harry laying without a cover. She cast a small warming charm on him before putting on a cloak and walking out to the front room. As she got closer, she heard voices, and when she got there, Brant was sitting at the table talking to another man. The man wore a suit that seemed to make him look like he was a skeleton underneath. His long fingers seemed to make the idea that he was nothing but skin and bones even more prevalent in her mind. On the back of his chair was a hooded cloak and a cane that had a single batwing sticking off the side that appeared to have the underside sharpened into a blade. The man's face had a pointed chin and well-groomed hair. Brant's beard, when he was feeling serious, seemed to mimic this man's natural look. He wore small spectacles on his long, thin nose and his eyes were a deep blue. He looked scary, and as she thought about the way he looked, she realized that this was the kind of image that Severus was always trying to achieve. Her giggle drew the attention of the 2 men. "Good morning, Lyra," Brant greeted her. "Come over here. I need to introduce you to someone." Comparing the man to Severus seemed to make any residual fear of the man's appearance melt away, so she approached without hesitation. "Good morning," she said to both men. "Lyra, this is Amicus Slant. He is the solicitor for House Black. You will one day work with him on quite a bit for your family." Amicus Slant shook Lyra's hand, and with a dark undertone in his voice, "What were you laughing about earlier?" Lyra's face reddened a bit. "Well," she trailed off. "Do not worry yourself, child. Even if you insult me, I will not hold it against you." "You looked scary." she started but hesitated to continue. After biting her lip a bit, but it seemed like more than was necessary. Your eyes by themselves made me shiver a bit, so the suit, the cloak, the staff, it seemed like theatrics, like what Severus does, and when I realized that it was like Professor Snape, I giggled. She rushed through all of that as quickly as she could, then her face reddened again. Both adults stared at Lyra for nearly 10 seconds before Mr. Slant burst into laughter. It wasn't high-pitched or sounding like nails on a chalkboard like she would have expected it to be from his appearance. It was just normal, a normal laugh. Brant just stared in shock. What the heck? I don't think I've seen you smile, let alone laugh, in the 6 years I've known you. The man shrugged and said, maybe you're just not funny. Brant just rolled his eyes. Lyra, we need to finish up some paperwork. Get yourself a snack, but wait for breakfast. Your cousin will be coming in a few hours to eat with all of us. Lyra was a bit nervous about being alone with her cousin, and when she got to the kitchen, Opal was there making toast, which she ate while she thought about what would happen today. As she was nibbling on her toast, she saw Harry and Whispers sneaking into the kitchen while invisible. She ignored them as they snuck up behind her and just calmly ate her toast as they both made screeching noises as they popped into visibility right next to her. It did, however, scare Opal, who let out a burst of magic, knocking the two of them back into the wall. "What's going on in there?" Brant yelled from the front room. "We're fine," Harry yelled as he got up off the floor. Opal was fussing over Whispers and Harry while apologizing to them. Lyra called out, "Harry and Whispers tried to sneak up on me, but they only scared Opal, who knocked them around. They're okay." "Harry," Whispers, "come into the front room. I need to introduce you to someone." All three of them went into the front room. All the papers had been put away. Mr. Slant was standing there with his cloak on and holding his staff. The edge of the blade on the top seemed to shine in the light. Harry and Whispers just walked straight up to the man. "Harry James Potter, pleased to meet you." "This is my brother," Whispers. Both he and the Hidden extended their hands. He reached down to Harry and shook his hand. "Mr. Potter, I am Amicus Slant, solicitor of record for your sister's house." Then, with a bit of hesitation, he reached to shake Whispers's. Whispers put his other hand on his chest and said, "Whispers, Amcus Slant." The man didn't seem to be startled at all, only smiled and said, "You are certainly better behaved than a Jave." Then he turned back to Harry. "Do I not frighten you?" "No, I mean, you look dangerous but not frightening." The man stood up straight and gripped his staff. "What about now?" The surrounding light seemed to get absorbed into his cloak as the man's eyes glowed a deep blue, while wisps of blue smoke appeared to waft out of the corners of his eyes. Finally, Harry felt a bit of pressure, similar to what Arcturus, Dumbledore, and the Flamels could do. It felt a bit like when he first met the Flamels, but lighter. "It looks neat," Harry smiled. "I'm still trying to figure out how to do the pressure thing. Severus told me I need to be angry to do it like I was when I first met Arcturus." Like a switch, the light returned to the room, the glowing of Amicus Slant's eyes returned to normal, and the pressure melted away. "You are 12 years old. I don't think you'll be able to control that just yet." "He is Harry Potter," Brant told the solicitor. "He did it instinctively when I first met him, though he was quite furious at the time." "That is most impressive, Mr. Potter. I will take my leave now, but I will see you later today." The man threw a pinch of flue powder into the fireplace, igniting it wandlessly. He whispered a location and vanished into the flames. After he had gone, Brant turned to the children. "We have almost 2 hours before your cousin is arriving, so we're going to work up an appetite and wrap all of the presents you purchased yesterday." He called for Opal to bring everything out, and they realized just how much had been purchased. Opal also brought out some magic wrapping paper like they had gotten already for Colin's gift. "The two of you already have been taught a basic sticking charm for holding onto your wands," Brant told them. "So when we wrap the presents, put more power into it to keep the paper stuck to itself." Brant demonstrated wrapping one of the boxes of gloves that Lyra had purchased. Then let them start working on everything. None of their work was perfect, but Brant told them that it was better to have it known that they did the wrapping themselves than to have it look like it was professionally done. When Harry started on Hannah's gift, he showed it to Brant. "Can you teach me how to polish this?" He seemed to think for a moment before responding. "I haven't used that spell in a while. Most magical accessories never need to be polished. This one must be quite old. You know the scouring charm, right?" Harry nodded. This has the same wand movement, but the incantation is shelactify, shilactify. Then use the scouring charm to clean it and repeat until you are satisfied with the result. Brant directed him to attempt it in the kitchen sink, and after a couple of minutes of practice, the spell seemed to brighten up the metal but left a sticky substance on the surface. The scouring charm cleaned that up. Harry repeated it a few times until he could see a distorted reflection of his face in it, then brought it back to its box to be wrapped. The last thing they got to, after the dozens of toys for the hidden, were the books for Jameson and Tristan. Right as they were about to start, there was a knock on the front door. "Opal, please answer that. If it is Miss Tonks, please bring her in," Brant spoke to the house. There was the sound of the door opening, and Opal's tiny voice could be heard. "Welcome, Missy Tonks. Everyone bees in the sitting room." There was the sound of shoes on the wood floor as Opal guided their guest in. Brant's eyebrows rose dramatically as she came into the room. She was wearing very form-fitting jeans and a t-shirt that revealed her belly button under a black leather jacket with purple under the collar and on the shoulders. There was the word blur written on the shirt for some reason. She had 2 wristbands that had small metal spikes sticking out from them, and her nails were painted orange. She wore black platform heels that added at least 3 inches to her height, making her just a bit under 6 feet tall. Her hair was just as wild as Harry's, but shaved down almost to the skin on one side of her head. It had bits of purple in it to match her jacket, and her skin was the deeper complexion it was when she showed her normal form the day they met her with Alastair. She stood poised in the doorway. "Watch her, everyone, so when's breakfast?" When Brant got over his shock, he approached the strangely dressed girl. "Miss Tonks, I'm the steward of House Black. You may call me Brant." She shook his hand. "I gathered as much, so breakfast." Harry and Lyra waved and stood up to greet her. As they said hello, Whispers jumped up on Harry's shoulders to look this woman in the eyes. As he did, her eyes grew dramatically and turned blue, looking like a mirror of the demiguise. Even her eyebrows started growing a bit and twisting while they turned silver. Whispers chirped and jumped away from her back onto the couch behind Harry. Then he slowly climbed back up onto Harry's shoulders and stared at her with his glowing blue eyes. When they faded, he extended his arm and said his name. Tonks shook her head and her facial features returned to normal. Then she reached out to shake Whispers' hand and said, "Watch her, Whispers, I'm Tonks." Whispers tilted his head a bit and said, "Tonks," then repeated it a few more times. "Tonks, Tonks, Tonks." Harry and Lyra giggled. "Whispers likes your name," she said. "I like it too, thanks, little guy." Then she sniffed the air and followed her nose into the dining room where there were plates with Opal's special omelets on each one of them. Perfect." She sat down in the chair and picked up her fork to start eating. Brant gave a slightly disapproving look before guiding the children and Whispers to join her. Whispers ate from a plate of fruit and picked out pieces of smoked salmon as well. "So what's on the schedule for today?" Tonks asked the room. "Well, Harry and I are going to a meeting at 10. I was hoping you could stay and help Lyra prepare for the party. She'll need her hair washed and braided in the morning. It's too long to wait until the evening to start. We should be back by the early afternoon, but if you would like to eat before then, just ask Opal." "The eggs were made by her too," Brant nodded. "Opal," she asked out loud, and the elf popped in next to her. "This is delicious. Do you think you could make pancakes as well?" Opal smiled happily. "Eyes cans be doing pancakes. Would yous be liking cream and fruit?" "Surprise me." Tonks smiled mischievously as the giddy elf popped off. "Sorry about that. I tend to eat a lot with all the changes to my body, and it's not often I get such good house elf service." Harry was trying to figure out if it would be all right to leave Lyra with this woman. She didn't seem like she would be a problem, and Alistair would definitely sort the situation out if she did do anything, though he didn't even want to get to that point. After she polished off her pancakes, she started tossing around grapes with Whispers, each of them trying to catch the other's tosses in their mouth. Lyra laughed a bit and joined in on the fun. Brant seemed to be struggling with reprimanding Lyra and staying silent. He ended up choosing silence. After breakfast, Harry and Lyra went to get dressed while Tonks and Brant waited in the sitting room. "It's good to have some time off from getting hexed by Moody." Tonks stretched out like a cat in the overstuffed chair she was sitting in. "So, what does Brant, steward of House Black, do with his time off?" "I don't get time off," he replied. "Being a steward never stops. But you're going to the party. to speak with business contacts, watch after the children, and make sure they are not getting into trouble or associating with the wrong people. She made air quotes. The wrong people, sure. Sitting up in the chair, she crossed her legs and asked, "So what's the meeting you and Harry are going to?" "I'm assisting Mr. Potter on his first business venture." Lyra managed to fall in love with a coat made from Aurora sheep wool and trimmed in Yeti fur. Tonks let out a low whistle. "So I proposed a venture on his behalf to import Demiguise's hair into the British market to help pay for the coat and beyond. That is quite a lucrative first business venture," Tonks commented. "It probably comes with the territory of being Harry Potter." Brant shrugged. "He actually has a few more things going for him that will also turn into good businesses, though he's a bit hesitant to start. We're giving him small nudges, but waiting for him to make the requests." "Any hints?" Tonks wiggled her eyebrows. Brant reached into his bag and pulled out a pouch of Harry's jerky he had been given a while back, but kept preserved. "Which would you like best, mango, lime, or grapefruit?" Tonks picked the lime, and a piece was tossed to her. She sniffed it and took a bite. It had a bit of a tang to it and a bit of an energy boost. She chewed it slowly and asked, "What is it?" Brant waited for her to swallow before he told her. "It's flabberworm jerky from Demiguise's fertilizer and marinated in lime juice." She didn't have the usual reaction others had when told it was from flabberworms. She just looked thoughtful and said, "It's pretty good, though why do you think it would be so lucrative?" "Did you feel the energy kick?" She nodded. "It seems to help with magical exhaustion, and it could be used for professional dueling between rounds when they can't take potions." "I bet it would be good for me too, when recovering from all the shifting I do at work," Tonks said, with a thoughtful look on her face. "Ask Harry for some samples later. He loves giving them out to people." Just then, Harry and Lyra came back into the room, dressed in their regular clothes. Brant took a quick look at Harry and told him, "Harry, please go change into something closer to what you wore to Dumbledore's party. This is an important meeting. I'm sorry for not making that clear." "I'm going to go change myself. Lyra, you can stay here with Miss Tonks and get to know each other while I change." Both Lyra and Tonks were silent as the boys left the room. Neither knew what to say. Finally, Tonks broke the silence. "I really like your hair, Lyra." She smiled. "It just keeps getting longer, too. I don't want to ever cut it." "How long does it get when it's unbraided?" Maybe 3 feet past my feet. I keep needing to find different braids to keep it from going below my knees." "Impressive," Tonks whistled. "I've never tried to make my hair that long. Let's see if it's possible." She stood up and walked over to Lyra, turning sideways when she got there. Suddenly, her hair seemed to explode outwards, and purple hair cascaded down her shoulders, stretching slowly as it reached her waist, slowly coming to a stop right above her knees. "Whoa, that's the most I've ever done." She swung her head back and forth, letting the hair swing around behind her. Lyra's eyes were as big as saucers. "That's incredible. I don't think I'd ever want shorter hair, but I'd love to make it longer." "What would you even do with longer hair?" "I think I'd put more feathers in it. The red hoo feathers let me light my hair on fire, and now I can do it without them. So maybe I can learn to do other things with different birds." Tonks looked curious. "Can you show me?" Lyra looked around. "Not here. There are too many things that could burn." "Good point. It seems like you're going to be more of a responsible adult than I am." They were quiet for a minute. Tonks's hair started creeping up her back until it was back to her previous hairstyle. Lyra looked at Tonks and asked, "On your shirt, what's Blur?" "Oh, it's a Brit pop band. What music do you listen to?" Tonks answered. "I haven't listened to a lot, just records that belong to Harry's parents. I like Led Zeppelin, Guns N' Roses, and the Beatles." "Well, that's a great start," Tonks commented. "After Harry and Brant leave, we can put on some of my music while we get you ready. Does that sound good?" Lyra nodded enthusiastically at the suggestion. Brant came out a moment later in a tailored robe with loose sleeves made of some kind of black leather. He had a grey shirt underneath and sturdy black boots that made him look like he was going into battle. Tonks smiled and gave him a small nod, and then they all just hung around in silence and waited for Harry. He came out 2 minutes later, and if Tonks thought that Brant looked like he was going into battle, Harry looked like he was going on a crusade. He was wearing an outer robe that had 2 collars on the top. One was high that went all the way around his neck, and the other was flat that pointed to his shoulders. It was a midnight blue with silver trim on all the edges. There were no buttons on the front of the robe, which showed the same silver vest with the smoke patterns on it that he wore to Dumbledore's party underneath. He also wore the same belt to keep the robe shut, and black pants with shoes were visible where the robe opened on the bottom half. He wore his pouch on the belt on his right hip. Lyra was smiling at Harry, while Tonks just gave a long whistle. "Bloody hell, Harry. You're looking good," she commented. Brant nodded. "Harry, what you're wearing right now are called warmage robes. They were very popular before the statute of secrecy for wizards who served the various Muggle kings. Now they are made for ceremonial occasions and positions. They're really warm," Harry mentioned. "I figured it might be cold today." He looked around and asked, "Where's Whispers?" "He's been stalking Tonks," Lyra replied. "What?" she yelped, spinning around and seeing nothing. "He's on the bookcase above you." Lyra pointed to the top of the shelves. Tonks looked but couldn't see the invisible creature. "He'll come out when he feels more comfortable around you." "Now we really need to go," Brant said and hurried Harry out the door. They walked quickly back to the shop where they were yesterday. On their way, Brant told him, "There are going to be some very serious discussions right now. If you have anything important to say, please ask me before saying it out loud. Do you understand?" Harry nodded. They arrived at the shop, which Harry did not see the name of before. There was a swinging sign out front with the name Knitter Critter on it. He thought it was a neat name. Amika Slant was standing near the entrance dressed as he had been before. He nodded briefly at Harry's appearance, and the three of them went inside. The manager greeted them along with a man who was as wide as Mr. Slant was slim. He raised an eyebrow towards Harry, then nodded at Mr. Slant. "Amicus, good to see you." "Same to you, Sasha," he nodded back. "Brant, Mr. Potter, allow me to introduce to you Sasha Marona, a colleague of mine." The man did not step forward to shake their hands, so Harry followed Brant's lead with a simple nod of his head. What followed was Mr. Slant and Mr. Marona both taking out a lot of paper and talking very, very fast with each other at the table, occasionally writing something on the papers they brought with them, while Brant was watching the process from a third chair. Harry stood to the side and looked at the manager who was sitting at the counter and going through some books. With a little hesitation, he said, "Sorry, I didn't get your name yesterday." "It's okay, Mr. Potter, it's Madison Hodgson. Does Miss Black like the coat?" "She does. I had a few questions, though, about the coat." Getting a nod back, he asked, "What is an Aurora sheep? I'm guessing it's not covered in a first-year Hogwarts curriculum." "There are few wizard settlements that keep sheep near the North and South Pole." She saw Harry's confusion and pulled up a globe from behind the desk and pointed out where the Arctic and Antarctic circles were. "So, most of the sheep are completely normal, but every now and then, one of them is born with hair the colors of the Aurora Borealis, the northern lights." Seeing Harry's confusion again, she explained about that phenomenon. "I bought a tapestry with a sky like that for my friends. I think I know what you're talking about. So, when the sheep are sheared, they give beautiful wool that we like to use in many sets of winter clothing." "Does it have any magic?" Harry asked. "It feels softer than any non-magical fabric, though nothing else that we have observed." "What about the Yeti fur?" "That does have a bit of magic to it," Madison smiled. "It will make you feel comfortable at any temperature below freezing, and you never seem to get too warm either." "So Lyra could wear her coat in the snow?" "Not exactly. You see, it only keeps you comfortable in the areas it covers. Lyra will definitely be able to wear it in the cold, but it won't be perfect because it doesn't cover her face or below her knees. Some Yeti coats are made specifically for cold weather adventurers that are one piece, head to toe, and close completely around the face with goggles built in to see out of. They basically attempt to turn a wizard into a Yeti for extremely cold climates." Harry soaked all of this knowledge in and asked, "What other animals do you work with?" For the next 20 minutes, Harry was shown around the shop and looked at many different kinds of fabrics from many kinds of animals. When Madison realized he was going to ask questions about everything in her stock, she brought him back to the counter and pulled out a book that contained hundreds of sample pieces and descriptions of what they are and any magical effects they provided. When they were only a few pages into the book, Brant called both of them over to the table where the lawyers were sitting. They went over quite a bit of numbers that Harry didn't fully understand, but it seemed to boil down to how they would split the profits of each order they received in the shop for any garment made from the demiguise hair. There was also a large deposit that the knitter critter needed to keep in a locked vault as insurance for receiving any of the hair in advance. In the end, Mr. Morona added, "Additionally, Mr. Potter and Miss Black will receive a 20% discount on any items they wish to purchase in the store, with the money saved not exceeding 300 galleons on any one item. Is there anything else you might like to sweeten the pot?" Harry tugged on Brant's sleeve, and when he looked down, Harry held up an orange and black feather. Brant understood, and they walked to the corner of the room where Harry pulled out his staff and activated the silencing field of the feather. "Is there something you wanted to add, Harry?" "I want two things," Harry said. "I want Madison's sample book, and I want a set of 4 gloves made from Yeti fur for Whispers." Brant nodded. The gloves are a good idea, so he could walk around on the cold ground more easily. "Why the book?" "I want to experiment with the samples. She says some of them don't have magical properties, but I'm pretty sure they do. I'm pretty sure the owl this feather is from isn't magical, but I can still do magic with it. So, I want her sample book." Brant's eyes seemed to be analyzing what Harry said for a few seconds before his eyes widened dramatically. Brant nodded, and Harry tapped his staff to cancel the bubble. They walked back to the table, and Brant said, "Mr. Potter wants 2 things, both of which are non-negotiable for us to finish the contract, though I think you will agree with them once I have finished. The first is that he requires a set of custom-made Yeti fur gloves for Miss Black's bonded familiar, a demiguise named Whispers. He is still growing, and they will need to be enchanted to grow with him, and replaced every time he outgrows the enchantments." Madison was about to object. The cost of having to do such a thing would be too much to do repeatedly. However, before she could say anything, Mr. Morona held up a hand to her and said, "What is the second thing that Mr. Potter demands?" Brant continued, "He also requires your sample book, or another one containing all of the materials you work with." Harry pulled on Brant's sleeve and whispered in his ear quickly. Brant continued, "Alternatively, the samples don't need to be in the book, but just any scraps you have left over from other projects. However, he will need to have a book with any information about each material you keep in stock." "You have yet to get to the why we would do this," Mr. Morona stated. Brant whispered to Harry for a moment and received the small orange and black feather from him. Brant placed the feather on the table. "You may have noticed, Mr. Potter mimicked a privacy charm using this feather earlier. It comes from an owl that lives where he was raised. You can run diagnostic spells on it if you would like. You'll find it is no more magical than a post owl. Mr. Potter and Miss Black have shown an unusual ability, most likely tied to the magic in their staves, that allows them to draw out magic from feathers. Mr. Potter believes that he may be able to determine magical properties from some of the materials you work with that do not currently show any, besides their innate magical resistances or textures. He would be willing to sell you that information at a discount when he or Miss Black discover those properties. So we would still need to pay for his discoveries?" Madison asked with a touch of sarcasm. "Yes, you would," Mr. Slant responded, catching on. "However, it would be preferable to us going to another shop and work out the same deal with them. Additionally, we will sign a clause here and now that any completed sale of knowledge we make with you will be an exclusive deal, not to be made with any other shop." Mr. Morona picked up the black and orange feather on the table and examined it. Harry raised his staff and his eyebrows, and after getting a nod, tapped his staff on the ground, creating the silencing effect. Solicitor stared at the black glow around the feather and ran a few diagnostic spells on it before motioning to Madison to accompany him to the side of the room. As they spoke in the corner, Mr. Slant asked Harry, "You created the effect. Are you able to hear them right now?" Harry shook his head. "That's a shame. Oh well." They returned to the table and placed the still glowing feather on the table. Harry picked it up and ended the effect. "My client agrees to provide Mr. Potter with his requests. However, we will put in the contract that when a discovery is made, we will be informed of the magical effect and negotiate the price of the information. If no progress has been made by the end of his current school year, Mr. Potter will be responsible for the full price of the gloves and any further alterations he needs in the future." Brant looked to Harry to ask if he was all right with this. Harry just asked, "Do you have any more of the Aurora wool right now?" Madison got up and retrieved a sweater from a rack, handing it to Harry. He played with the fabric for a few moments, rubbed his cheek on it, and felt the softness. Everyone was watching closely. After poking it a few times with his staff, he placed the antler inside the sleeve and activated his light effect. While Lyra's coat was a deep blue, this sweater was a mix of purples and reds. When Harry activated his light, the colors of the sweater grew brighter and projected themselves around the room, shifting and snaking across the walls. He deactivated the glow and removed his staff from inside the sweater. While the light on the walls had vanished, the swirling colors continued to shift around the fabric of the sweater as everyone stared at the beauty of it for the next 3 minutes until it slowly changed back to how it was before. Even the hardened solicitors seemed to admire the grace and elegance of what they had just witnessed. Once they seemed to regain their composure, Harry said, "It might take me a while to figure out exactly how someone else could make that happen. I figured the sheep was the safest test case. More dangerous animals might have more violent reactions." Madison snapped out of her haze the quickest and asked, "When do you want to bring the demiguise by to measure for the gloves?" "We can come by Saturday, the 9th of January, Brant informed her. "But we are going to see the unicorns that night," Harry protested. "We can come by in the morning of the 9th, Brant amended. "We need to be back at Hogwarts before dinner." "We can do that," Madison smiled. From there was just the signing of all the documents and quite a few handshakes. Everyone commented on Harry's interesting signature. When it was all done, more handshakes went around and Harry was given the sample book, along with a box of random scraps. As Harry and Brant walked to the ice cream shop to get lunch, Brant patted Harry on the back. "You are going to achieve great things in your life, Harry." Earlier, the moment Harry and Brant were out the door, Tonks spun around to face Lyra. "Okay, where does Brant keep the record player?" she asked. "Harry has one in his trunk. We are bringing it home to play music for our family," Lyra responded. Tonks was a bit curious about what she meant by home and family, but let it slide for now. Lyra ran off and brought back Harry's gramophone, and the two of them set it up. Tonks opened the bag she brought with her and pulled out a tiny box. She placed it on the table and tapped it with her wand, and a full box of records grew in front of them. "Now, you seem to have listened to a lot of good rock music, but you need to get up to date on the music of the last 10 to 15 years. Tonks pulled out about a dozen albums and laid them on the table. "We're going to start with one of the older ones, which is probably closest to what you are used to, and go from there." She picked up one with three men standing on it in black and white. "This is The Clash. They have plenty more albums if you like them." Tonks placed the record on the player and dropped the needle. A quick beat started and was soon backed by guitar, but it was different from the guitar in most of the music she had listened to so far. Nevertheless, Lyra found herself nodding along to the quick beat and trying to pay attention to the lyrics as they started up. Tonks was moving a bit more dramatically than just nodding and was moving the rest of her body a bit. Towards the end of the first song, Lyra was swinging back and forth a bit more as Tonks was almost jumping around with her dancing. When the first song ended, Tonks took the needle off to stop the music. "So, what did you think?" Lyra smiled. "I liked it. Can we listen to more?" "Of course. I brought this whole box. I'll bring the player to the bathroom and you can wash your hair while the music is playing." Opal popped into the room at that moment and said, "Eyes prepared the master bath for Missy Lyra. Please follow me." Tonks collected the music and the player and carried them after Lyra and Opal down a long hallway to the master bedroom. It was quite large, with a four-poster bed made of rich mahogany. The closet was a walk-in and Tonks peeked inside to find it empty. "Opal, is Brant not staying in the master suite?" Tonks asked. "No, Missy Tonks. The steward does not sleeps in the master's suite," the little elf replied as she waved open the door to the bathroom. Any follow-up she wanted to make stopped the moment she saw this bathroom. The entire bathroom was made of what appeared to be a single piece of polished marble. The veins in the marble branched perfectly through all the corners of the room, even across the ceiling. Even the tub seemed to be part of the marble, as if someone took a large chunk of the stone and carved out the inside to make a room with the bathtub being part of it. The vessel was enormous, big enough to fit more than 10 people comfortably, and it was filled with steaming water. Lilies were floating randomly on the surface, and the water smelled of lavender. Lyra was in shock too at this marvelous bathroom. She put a finger experimentally into the water and squealed, "It's just like back home." She hurried to the sink and started taking all the feathers out of her hair, putting the red and yellow ones in different piles. Out of nowhere, Whispers ran into the room, holding a rubber duck, and jumped from the toilet to do a cannonball into the tub, splashing water on the floor. He rose back to the surface and floated on his back as he growled out, "Wham!" The duck bobbed to the surface next to him and floated on its merry way. Tonks went ahead and set up the record player in the far corner, just in case there was more splashing, and put the needle down on the second song of the album they had been listening to before. As the song started to play, Lyra asked, "Can you help me with undoing my hair? Whispers is going to be useless for the next hour or so." Tonks helped Lyra undo all the braids in her hair, marveling at how long it was as each braid came undone. When she was done, Lyra started to get undressed to get in the tub. Tonks had always been very comfortable with her body, as she was able to make it anything she wanted it to be. However, she had never seen a child Lyra's age not care so little about getting undressed in front of someone she had just met. As she stood there in mild shock, Lyra realized what she had just done. She grabbed a towel quickly and said, "I'm sorry, I wasn't supposed to have done that, right?" "I don't mind, I was just surprised. Not many children are comfortable with nudity like that." "I know, right," Lyra said with a bit of exasperation. "At school, Melly and Deria freaked out during the first week if I went straight from the shower to my wardrobe without a towel. Luna didn't seem to notice or didn't care." With that, she dropped the towel and climbed into the tub and swam across to the other side, letting all of her hair trail into the water behind her. Whispers floated alongside her as she scratched his head. "I'll wait in your bedroom," Tonks told Lyra. "Have Opal fetch me when you're done. Enjoy the bath, but don't take too long." Tonks exited the room and had Opal guide her to Lyra's bedroom. She unpacked a few shrunken packages from her bag with her cloak, dress, and shoes for the party. She smiled at the silk gloves that Charlie had given her. She had bought some fur cuffs to go with them, and now they were now part of a full outfit. She could get used to things like this. The dress was top quality and probably would have cost her a year's salary as an aura. Looking in the direction of the master bath where Lyra was, she made a vow to herself that when she got her own place, even if she lived in the basement of a pub in Nocturne Alley, it would at least have a bathroom like that. She flopped down on the bed and just lay there analyzing her previous thoughts. The Blacks were monsters. Her aunts were terrible people with even worse husbands. Draco sounded like a real twat, and her favorite uncle turned out to have been the Everlist of them all. She didn't know all that much about Arcturus, except that he was the one who decided to disown and eject her mother from the family, which made her current situation that much stranger. Brant seemed like he was nice enough. She didn't know what branch of the family he came from, but it must be distant. She had noted his reaction to her appearance when she first arrived, too. He had been shocked for sure, but he wasn't appalled or scandalized by it, which suggested he had been exposed to something similar in the past. Her mother was right. Arcturus was plotting something. The man was dying, and if Brant and Lyra were the next generation of the Blacks, then things were definitely going to change, especially with their close involvement with Harry Potter and the people his parents had been friends with. She would need to figure out what was happening, and fast. But for now, Opal, she called out. The happy little elf popped into the room. "Those pancakes you made this morning were absolutely scrumptious. Any chance you could whip me up another stack?" Opal jittered at the praise. "Eyes can do that. Would Missy Tonks like cream or fruit again?" Tonks flopped back down on the bed and smiled towards the ceiling as she said, "Surprise me." Lyra was enjoying the magnificent tub. It was big enough for her to be at one end and stretch her hair across the entire surface of the water without any going over the side. Every time she started to feel the water cooling down a bit, she sunk to the bottom and let her hair heat up until she felt the water was back at the right temperature and she'd surface again. When it had been close to an hour, the last song ended and the needle started to skip. She looked to Whispers, who had his feet out of the tub, but his upper body was floating on the water as he slowly moved his arms back and forth. She was going to ask him to reset the needle, but he looked too relaxed to be disturbed. So instead, she retrieved the shampoo and finally soaped up her hair. When she was done, she called over Whispers, and to have his hair shampooed as well. They used mango-scented shampoo, of course. When they were done, Lyra dried herself off and then heated her hair, causing it to dry quickly. Before she could even call for Opal, there was a knock on the door. "Lyra, Opal said you were finished. May I come in?" Tonks called from outside. Lyra quickly wrapped herself in a towel and said, "Yes, come in." Whispers had been still in the tub watching the rest of the water drain out, so he jumped out when Tonks entered. She just burst into laughter at the soaking wet monkey, then levitated a towel to him, casting a warming charm as it floated to him. When it dropped on his head, he made a pleasant-sounding growl and rolled up inside it. Tonks also levitated Lyra's hanging hair to keep it from dragging on the floor as they walked to the bedroom. Tonks had prepared a chair for Lyra at the foot of the bed, so she could leave her hair all spread out on the bed. "Now, how did you want to do your hair for the evening?" she asked Lyra. "Lavender lent me an old teen witch weekly. It's in my trunk over there next to the jar of lamprey teeth." She gestured towards the trunk. "There's an article in it with the style I like." Tonks opened her truck and saw a large jar of tiny teeth. Next to it was the magazine. As she brought it back, "Why exactly do you have a jar of lamprey teeth?" "Got them from Severus. I wanted to bring them to my old tutor and see if he could help me complete a recipe for a sticking solution I've been trying to create." "You're in your first year, and you're already inventing potions," she exclaimed before realizing something even more shocking. "Wait, Severus. Severus Snape. How'd you get that old bat's help with anything? I barely got through my NEWT potions class without him scaring me to death on a daily basis or failing me out of spite." Lyra just smiled as she started flipping through the magazine. "He's not that bad. He's kind of nice most of the time. He seems to like scaring people, but it just looks funny when he does it to me." "What do you mean?" Lyra was talking lightly about the most terrifying teacher at Hogwarts. Everyone hated Snape. What was going on? "Well, he does all these things to look scary, like he does something to hide his face in shadows, and makes his robes and cape move like the wind, but there isn't any in the dungeons. And one time I saw him vanish in a puff of smoke, but he had just disillusioned himself and hid in the corner." Tonks stared at this little girl, who seemed to have completely taken apart the scare tactics of one of the most terrifying people she'd ever met in her life. She had seen him appear out of thin air to surprise students working on volatile cauldrons and stop a dangerous reaction, speak with an echo to his voice, threaten to feed poisons and untested potions to the pets of his students, and much, much more. However, through all of that, he had never actually cursed a student, not even the Gryffindors. He had never poisoned someone's pet. He had fed potions to them, sure, but looking back on those incidents, all of the potions worked as they were supposed to and hadn't harmed the animals. He had to have known in advance if the potion would work properly. He was a potions master, after all. He did so much to keep students afraid of him all the time. He was still a horrible teacher that required most of his students to do a large amount of self-study. But he wasn't the evil, demonic vampire he made himself out to be. As she came to all these conclusions, the only thing she could think of to say in response was, "Ah, okay. I found it." Lyra held up a page of the magazine, breaking Tonks out of her thoughts. There was a model on the page with silver-white hair, probably a Veela, or made to look like one. She was facing sideways and had an inverted braid that ran from the center of her forehead down one side of her head and in front of her shoulder on that side. It started tight but turned looser above her ear and went down until right before it reached her shoulder. Tonks examined it and asked, "That's good for one side, but how about the other? We could do the same thing on the other side, or we can do something down the back as well." Lyra looked at the picture again. She must have forgotten about the rest of her hair, though how was anyone's guess? "Let me show you something I like, and you can tell me if you like it too." "Okay," Tonks asked. Lyra nodded, and Tonks's hair flowed outwards again, stopping about halfway down her back. She seemed to stretch her neck, and it changed from purple to the same platinum blonde with bits of silver in it that Lyra had. Then she wiggled her shoulders, and her complexion lightened until it matched the young girl's as well. From there, she pulled out her wand and moved it in an intricate pattern that wove her hair together on one side to create a pattern that looked like a quilt running along one side of her neck to the top of her back. With the remaining hair below that, she performed a twisting motion with her wand, which braided the remaining hair below the quilting pattern into a 5-strand braid. "What do you think of this?" she asked Lyra, and swung her hair back and forth. We can do that. And what's in the magazine? Lyra asked with wide eyes. You certainly have enough hair. Tonks winked at the little girl, so she started to work on Lyra's hair. It was a lot different doing this kind of magic on someone else instead of herself, so it took a bit longer than normal, nearly 15 minutes. When they were done, Lyra examined herself in the mirror. Her hair was now down to just below her waist. She turned back and forth to see the different patterns on either side. I love it. Can you teach me those charms? Sorry, not as a first-year student, Tonks apologized. Maybe in your third year when you're able to levitate multiple objects and have mastered the tickling charm. If you try it now, you might hurt yourself. Lyra nodded and added those missions to her mental to-do list. At least she didn't need to worry about setting her hair on fire when she was casting charms on it. Now, you need to avoid messing up your hair for the rest of the day. Luckily, my friend Ricky taught me a neat trick. Tonks reached into her bag and pulled out a pouch like the one Lyra and Harry had. We're just going to put your hair in this until you need to take it out before the party. Walking around behind Lyra, she put the bottom of her hair in the bag and slowly let it swallow all of it up until it looked like she just had a covered bun on the back of her head. The little bit of braiding on the front and side of her head was the only evidence anything had been done to her hair at all. Tonks pulled the drawstrings on the top of the bag and tied them to hold it all in place. Lyra shook her head and wiggled her shoulders. This is so weird. It's like I have no hair at all. Now that we've got the hard part out of the way, we can just hang out and listen to some music. You might as well change into your pajamas so we can relax. A little into the afternoon, Harry and Brant returned to find Lyra and Whispers dancing in the sitting room while Tonks was seated in an overstuffed chair and cheering them on as a very loud song played that Harry had never heard before. Tonks looked up from her chair to see the boys come in and flicked her wand at the record player to stop it. Welcome home, boys, she greeted them. Harry looked at Lyra in shock. What happened to your hair? Lyra turned around to show her brother. It's just in a pouch, so I don't mess up the braiding that Tonks did. Did you put a moleskin pouch on Lyra's head? Brant asked. Would it be a problem if I did? No, it's just a basic extension charm, fully detectable. I don't have the kind of cash to afford genuine moleskin. Tonks asked, so how did your business go? All of it was successful, not to mention Mr. Potter gained another business venture along the way. Bring your coat out and I'll show you, Harry told Lyra. She quickly scampered off to get her new coat. When she came back, Harry wrapped up his staff in the coat, so the wool was on top, as Brant dimmed the light in the room. Harry activated the magical wool, and ribbons of blue light snaked their way around the room as everyone stared at the display coming from the coat. When Harry stopped the effect, lots of blue light continued to ripple through the fabric of the coat for another few minutes. Seeing the astonished faces of Tonks and Lyra, it's just like the feathers. I'm going to find out the properties of the other fabrics in the store we were at. We're also going to get Yeti gloves for Whispers, to keep his feet warm. Madison at the store is going to keep making them every time he outgrows them. Brant then explained the deal in a little more detail. Tonks was even more astonished at the kind of wealth Harry was going to pull in from literally selling the hair off of Whispers' back. Did the manager there understand how big Whispers will get? Lyra asked. How big will he get? Brant asked. Well, his father is about as tall as Tonks when he stands up straight. His mother is around my height, and his cousin is much taller than Brant, so pretty big. Nah, Tonks said with disbelief. Demiguises don't get that big. Brant seemed to be agreeing with her on this. Really, it's true, Lyra insisted. She turned to Whispers and asked while signing, how tall, teacher? How tall, chief? Whispers tilted his head, and just as Lyra said, he pointed to her first, then to Tonks. Okay, I'll guess I will see it for myself soon, Brant said. We've got 3 hours before we port over. How much time do you need to get Lyra's makeup done and dressed? Yeah, about that, Tonks said uneasily. I don't do makeup. I've never done any makeup in my life. With that said, she changed her entire face so it looked like a shattered stained glass window, then it changed back to normal. If you want, I can call a friend of mine over who would do an amazing job. What are your friend's qualifications? Brant asked suspiciously. Well, other than doing their own makeup every day since they turned 13, Tonks saw that this didn't sell him yet, so she added, they do all the makeup for the girls at Club Deviant. She smiled a bit sheepishly. It was my understanding that those weren't girls, Brant said with one raised eyebrow, raising it nearly to his hairline. Harry and Lyra just watched the exchange with confusion. When they're at the club, they are. Brant looked very conflicted, but he stated firmly, I do not want Lyra looking like that. Well, not like that. She's 11 years old, Tonks said dismissively. So you're good with me calling him over? Brant stared. His face was hard but flushed at something Tonks had just said, and Harry and Lyra looked up at their guardian in confusion. However, he just took a large breath and said, Fine. Great. Tonks exclaimed and marched over to the fireplace, taking a pinch of flue as she lit the fire with her wand. Shato de Ricky, she called, then got down on her knees and stuck her head into the fire. Brant looked like he was about to stop her, but instead pressed on a brick in the corner of the fireplace, letting them all hear the conversation. Here for a job in an hour, tops, Tonks was saying. Last minute like this, someone, assumedly Ricky, exclaimed. How many do I need to do? Just one, it'll be worth it, I swear, Tonks assured them. A real posh job, you'll be talking about this for years. Brant leaned down to the fire. No, he won't. He will need to show discretion. Tonks's hand reached up and pushed Brant back. Sorry, that was my boss for the evening. I'm on a bit of an escort and bodyguard job. Fine, I'm curious. The voice Ricky said. You've been more than just curious for years, Tonks interrupted. Let me just get dressed up for this posh job of yours, and I'll be over in less than an hour. Tonks popped her head out of the fireplace and extinguished the fire as she stood up to find Brant looking at her very seriously. Lyra's makeup will be appropriate for an 11-year-old girl, Brant said with a perfectly even tone. Don't worry, it'll be fine, Tonks said without a care in her voice. Also, this is a posh house, Brant said sarcastically. He reached over the fireplace and slid a panel off a section of the stone above the mantel. There was a small log inside. We have a special fireplace for flue calling. You don't have to bend over to make a call. Just stand here and put your head in. A little over 30 minutes later, there was a ding from their fireplace, and it roared to life. After a moment, a man stepped out of the fireplace. He was wearing a set of long black robes that were stiff on the sides, but around his neck there was a strange ringed collar that went all the way around the front, stretching almost halfway down and across his chest in the front, with enough space on the inner side to put in a wreath of red roses. His dirty blonde hair looked almost identical to the cut that Tonks sported when she arrived, and around his eyes he had rubbed dark coal across his brows. He was also carrying a large leather case with many latches and smaller handles, as if someone had stuck several cases of various sizes together to make a single unit. Ricky took a look around the room, stared right at Harry, and then said, Nimmy, if you tell me I'm here to do makeup for the boy who lived, you can kill me now. I would die happy. No, idiot, she gestured towards the platinum blonde child next to her. You're here for this girl, Lyra. Ricky sauntered towards Lyra, then looked straight at Tonks and said with faux outrage, Did you steal my hairstyle? Of course I did, it rocks, Tonks smiled back. Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, right? Damn straight, I'll keep serving up the styles. You can keep sending me the clients. He looked down at Lyra, and you've got her wearing one of my hair covers. You need to start selling those, Tonks told him. Let me introduce you around. The tall, brooding gentleman who you heard earlier is Brant, steward of House Black. Next is the boy who requires discretion, Harry Potter. And last is your canvas for this evening, Lyra Black. Ricky shook everyone's hands in reverse order from the introduction, then asked Brant, Just Brant, is that like Cher? No, it is most certainly not like Cher, he replied seriously. It is like Bono. He let out a lyrical laugh. Well met, Brant, like Bono. Let me go see what the young lady is wearing for the evening, and I'll get to work. Tonks raised an eyebrow at Brant, who rolled his eyes and nodded back. Tonks walked off with Ricky and Lyra following. When Harry was alone with Brant again, he asked, What's Bono? Brant smiled. He's in a band and makes decent music. When we come back here on the 9th of January, we'll try to slip into Muggle London to get you more records, okay? Harry nodded enthusiastically. He had already listened to everything they had retrieved from his vault many times. Even though he enjoyed most of it, more music was a great thing. As Ricky got into the bedroom, Tonks shut the door behind them, and he held out the briefcase flat and tapped on the sides. From the corners, 4 legs shot out and created a small table, a little over waist-high. He opened the lid to reveal a mirror inside the lid, then flipped 2 other latches on the bottom of the case, and pulled a long shelf out of each side, which wrapped around where he was standing. On both sides, like a large letter C. One side was a color palette of everything in the rainbow. The other was primarily skin tones and sparkles. The setup looked like he was a pianist about to put on a concert of color. From inside the open case, he pulled out a small wooden cube and placed it on the floor in the center of his setup. Then he drew his wand, which was as much a work of art as the rest of him. It was a yellow birch wand with a purple crystal at the base. Below the crystal was carved the face of a woman with braided hair down towards the tip. He tapped the cube, and it unfolded and grew into a chair on a tall pole. Throughout the whole process, Tonks had been lounging on a chair in the corner, growing out her nails and changing their colors. Lyra, on the other hand, was watching the entire setup process with wide eyes, trying to figure out what everything was and looking for the magic that was being performed. When everything had been completed, she asked, "How'd you turn the block into a chair? It didn't look like a transfiguration." Ricky grinned. It was actually an untransfiguration. "Have you learned how to transfigure objects into matchboxes yet? We worked on the theory of turning small objects into matchboxes. That's the first step," Ricky told her. "Matchboxes are used as a starting point because you've already worked with matches to needles, so the concept is fresh in your head, and it is more complex than a regular box because it needs to include the striking surface on the side. It makes it easier to transfigure more complicated objects in the future. What I did was take the chair and transfigure it into a wooden cube. Then when I need it, I can just remove the magic on it. But what about the shrinking? I'm sure you've seen shrinking charms before, right?" Lyra nodded her head. "Well, once you learn shrinking and enlarging charms, you'll be able to combine them with other magic, like transfiguration." That made sense to her. Right now, they were just transfiguring objects to be the same size as the original, but maybe next year they would learn things like this. Shrinking and enlarging charms weren't on this year's charms curriculum. "Okay, now let's see what you've got to wear tonight," Ricky instructed her. Lyra went to her closet and pulled out her dress, tights, shoes, and coat, then laid them all on the bed and stepped back. Ricky approached the clothes and put a thumb on his chin while looking at the ensemble. He reached down and moved the shoes to the side, then reached for the coat. "Sweet Merlin's tits," he exclaimed. "Is this Yeti fur?" Lyra just nodded. "A young one, too. It's perfectly soft." He stood back up and examined the dress. "We've got a few colors to work with: greens, blues, white, and black. Do you have a favorite color, sweetie?" "Orange," Lyra said with certainty. Ricky's face puckered a bit. "No, that won't work with these colors at all, sorry." "Well, go ahead and hop into the chair, and let's get you started." Lyra climbed into the chair, and Ricky spun her around so she was facing the mirror. At that point, he tapped the top of the mirror, and it expanded, wrapping all the way around the edges of the shelves, leaving just the space behind her open. Looking in the mirror, she could only see herself reflected with a sunset beach stretching off into the distance. Her face in the mirror didn't turn when she looked at it, showing the front, sides, or other angles of her face, depending on what side of the mirror she looked at. The mirror only reflected her, and she did not see the reflection of the reflection on the opposite side, nor was Ricky reflected. It was just her in the chair. The sight of the sunset beach reminded her of home. Ricky waved his wand, and swirls of skin tones rose from the palettes from Lyra's right side. Like an orchestra conductor, he wove his wand through the air, and the various skin tones painted her face into stripes. Lyra giggled as she saw her face in the mirror with so many shades of skin. With his hand that didn't contain his wand, Ricky summoned an orb of light, which he seemed to use to figure out the best shade of the colors on Lyra's face, then closed his hand and vanished all but one of the shades on her face. With another flourish of his wand, more of the skin tone already on her face lifted from its spot and decorated her face, then smoothed its way out. A few specks of a darker foundation were applied to her face and mixed into what was already there. Tonks peeked over the top of the mirror and advised, "Try to go for a little less. Brant wants her to still look like an 11-year-old. So keep her under 13, okay?" "You're the boss, boss," Ricky saluted with his wand, then waved it, causing a little of the foundation to vanish, and then evened it out. From there, he seemed to play around a bit with the foundation, adding some blush and natural colors to accentuate her cheekbones until finally giving a nod and a hum. Next came the eyes, where he worked with them and vanished that layer 5 times before finalizing the color and starting to put on mascara. Tonks had to stop him again and tell him to lighten up there. Then came the final touches and a bit of sparkle in various places. "Well, boss," Ricky addressed Tonks, "what do you think?" Tonks gave a big smile and a nod. "And you, Miss Black?" Despite seeing the process from start to finish, she didn't recognize herself, but in a good way. She didn't think she looked older, just brighter and more colorful than before. She looked to the sides of her face, and there was even a little trail of tiny snowflakes from the corner of her eyes towards her ears. Lyra nodded enthusiastically. "It looks amazing. Thank you." Ricky reached into the case and pulled out a card that had his name and flu address written on it. Turning it over, he scribbled a few weird notes with strange symbols on the back and handed them to Lyra. "The notes are just my shorthand for your base colors and what we did today. That way, if I ever want to recreate it, it will take only a minute or two." Tonks looked over the top of the mirror again. "I think the snowflakes are towing the line a bit, but everything else looks spectacular." She then adjusted her face so it looked like an exact mirror of Lyra's, with her hair changing from purple to blonde again to complete the effect. Ricky reached back into the case and pulled out a strange-looking camera. "Let's take a picture so I can keep it in my client records." "What kind of camera is that?" Lyra asked. "It's a Polaroid." Ricky saw the confusion on Lyra's face. "It makes instant photos." Lyra's eyes widened. "Is it magic?" Tonks and Ricky both started to laugh. "No, dear," Ricky chided playfully. "It's just one thing that muggles do better than wizards." He held up the camera to Lyra and snapped the photo, the print coming out with a zzzzz sound. He passed it to her. "Shake it, it will appear faster." Lyra shook the photo back and forth, marveling at the muggle magic that made it show up right away. Ricky frowned for a moment. "I take a magical photo, but getting them printed is too expensive. There aren't enough phoenixes that aren't owned by the newspapers to make the ash cheap enough for amateurs." That was sad that he couldn't take the photos, so she offered, "Would you like some hoo-hoo feathers? If you light them, they'll make you feel happy, and then the ash can be used for photos." "You would give me firebird feathers?" Ricky asked, astonished. "Sure, I have them in my pouch if Tonks can get it." Tonks summoned the pouch and tossed it over the top of the mirror. Lyra reached in and pulled out 2 red feathers. Ricky handled them carefully, while Lyra pulled her staff out of her pouch as well and tapped it on the ground. The light from the 2 feathers covered the room as Tonks and Ricky stared at the light. After nearly a minute, Lyra tapped her staff again, and the light went out. "Whoa, that was incredible." Tonks stared at the feathers in Ricky's hands. "You can also light them with a fire spell," instructed Lyra. "When we do it at school, we collect the ashes so my friend Colin can develop lots of photos." Ricky was still staring at the 2 feathers in his hands, but he finally said, "Thank you, sweetie. This is a wonderful gift." Standing up straight, "We've got some more time before you need to be ready. Let's do some fun things with your makeup, and we'll put this back when we're ready. What do you say?" "I guess." Lyra was unsure, but Tonks was smiling and nodding a lot. "Let's do it," Ricky shouted gleefully. With a wave of his wand, all of the work he had done vanished, leaving Lyra with her plain face. Then, even more dramatically than before, Ricky orchestrated colors and foundation from all over his tables to rise up and swirl around Lyra's head before small lines and shapes started being drawn onto her face. With swishes, flicks, and wipes, in 2 minutes, Lyra's face had become a beautiful tiger. She giggled and laughed and roared at the mirrors, while Tonks took a couple more Polaroids. Then Ricky wiped her face and performed another symphony of color to turn her into a clown. She didn't like that one as much, but Tonks still took a picture. The next one was a huge hit, as after Tonks whispered in his ear, Ricky transformed Lyra's face into a demiguise. The eyes were painted larger than her actual eyes and had blue irises on the outside of her eyelids. When she winked, she could see them individually. Tonks took a few more photos of this. Ricky got a mysterious look on his face and asked Lyra to close her eyes. Swept up in the fun of it, she closed them and felt the different colors being applied to her face. At one point she heard Tonks gasp, but she kept her eyes shut. Finally, Ricky said he was done, and she opened her eyes to see Harry looking back at her. A little younger and with brown eyes, but she looked like Harry, scar and all. She stared at the mirror for about 10 seconds before almost collapsing with laughter. Then there was a knock at the door. Earlier, just as Lyra, Tonks, and Ricky entered their room. They're going to be busy for a while, and I'm guessing you don't need much time to get ready, right? Brant asked Harry, who nodded in agreement. Why don't we just go for a walk with Whispers before it gets dark, and see if there is anything else you want to pick up? Harry just nodded along and reached out a hand to Whispers, who had been hiding behind the couch, and the young demiguise just swung up to hang on Harry's back. I can't wait for him to get his gloves, Harry groaned. He's getting heavy. Too much Hogwarts cooking, I suppose, Brant responded. At Durmstrang, we would occasionally get sent out in hunting parties to bring more meat for the kitchen. It made us appreciate the food a bit more. As they exited, Harry told Brant that his diet had consisted primarily of bugs and fruit for over a year. Later on, they added frogs, snakes, and fish to their diet. It all sounded a bit strange to Brant, but Harry and Lyra were both healthy and strong, and more importantly, they were becoming a lot more self-assured. There was just something missing from their stories about their life growing up on the island that he couldn't quite figure out. As he was pondering this, they passed by a shop that had Whispers jump down from Harry's back and press his face against the window. The lettering for the name was in a blocky print on the glass, the Pointless Hattery. The window was filled with hats that were more rigid and solid colors than the kind that Dougal wore. There were also absolutely no wizard hats like they wore at school during the feasts that were tall and pointy. Before they could say anything, Whispers scampered inside the shop, leaving Harry and Brant to run in after. When they got inside, Whispers had vanished, but the man behind the counter greeted them. I'm about 10 minutes from closing. How may I help you? A demiguise just ran in here, sir, Harry explained. I think he liked your hats. The man probably hadn't expected that series of words to ever come out of a customer's mouth, so he just nodded and said, Well, carry on then. Harry and Brant walked through the aisles looking for Whispers. Harry was squinting to check if his hidden brother was invisible somewhere. They ended up finding him near the back of the shop, next to a pile of hats and a mirror where he would try one on, and it would fall over his eyes, and then toss it in the pile and try another. Brant knelt beside the furry creature and picked up one of the hats. He pointed his wand, and the hat shrunk down a few sizes, then handed it back to Whispers. It didn't fall over his eyes this time, though now it was a bit too small. Seeing that it almost fit, Whispers dug through the pile of discarded hats and pulled out a black hat that had the skull of a bird on the side with green and blue feathers sticking out of it. He held it up to Brant to resize. After it was the right size, Whispers danced in front of the mirror with it on, then held it up to Harry to take. Looks like we got one more present, Harry commented, as Brand wove his wand in the air, and the pile of discarded hats seemed to float off in random directions, probably to where they came from. He also tapped the hat in Harry's hands, and it returned to full size. When they got back to the front, the owner looked a bit shocked that there actually was a demiguise loose in the store. Brant asked the man, Would you mind resizing this hat to fit Mr. Whispers here? After quickly rallying himself, Whispers climbed on the counter, and the man pulled out a measuring tape to carefully size his head. As he took the proper measurements, he commented, A John Bull classic, made from wool felt, 2-inch wide ribbon leather interior, adorned with a peacock skull and feathers. Excellent choice. Is the demiguise going to get much larger? We also sell an option to provide resizing for life. Harry giggled for a moment and pointed at Whispers' hands. Brant got it immediately. Yes, he probably will get bigger. We would like to purchase that option as well. With all the measurements completed, the man spoke a long incantation. The hat shrunk slightly, and he handed it back to Whispers, who placed it on his head and looked into the small mirror on the counter before saying to the man, Thank you. Harry apologized as the man nearly jumped back into the shelves behind him. I'm sorry. He's still working on his TH sounds. Yes, that's what startled me. He stared at the furry creature with interest. He then pulled out a photo book and said, Would you mind if I took a photo for my customer album? He opened it to show various wizards and a few witches wearing hats from his shop. Harry looked to Brant, who nodded and told the man, Just for the album, not for publication, advertisement, or distribution purposes. The only name that gets put into the book is Whispers, and nothing else. What other name would I put in? He looked at both of them and must not be local as he did not recognize Harry at all. How about Sir Whispers? That's fine, Harry agreed. If you see his eyes glow before you take the picture, stop and let him relax first. It took them only 2 tries for him to take the photo, and told them to come back sometime to see it in the book. The little hat excursion had ended up taking close to an hour, so they headed back to Large. When they arrived, Opal informed Brant that everyone was still in Lyra's bedroom. As they approached the room, Harry heard Lyra's beautiful laugh and smiled. Brant knocked on the door. Tonks opened the door a crack and peeked out. Then she quickly jumped out and closed the door behind her, seeing Whispers in his top hat. "Oh, ho, ho, look at this. A proper gentleman has graced us with his presence." She mimed, giving the hidden the tip of her invisible hat. Surprisingly, Whispers repeated the mimicry and actually tipped his hat in return. "How's Lyra doing? Don't you need to get ready?" Brant asked, gesturing at her jeans and t-shirt. "She's fine. Ricky is just letting her try different things. He brought along a Polaroid and is taking pictures to show you later." "What's a Polaroid?" Harry asked. Brant also gave her a questioning look. "So Bono is the limit of your muggle knowledge." Tonks smiled. "It's a camera that develops photos instantly. No lab needed." Both boys looked astonished at such a thing. "We need to retrieve Harry's clothes. Can we go into the bedroom?" "I don't think Ricky wants to be interrupted. Give me a moment," Tonks said, before disappearing into the bedroom again. After a minute, she popped back out. "You can come in now." When Harry and Brant came into the room, Harry stared at Ricky's makeup station in the center of the room for a moment, but most of their attention was drawn to the swirling mass of shadows covering an entire corner of the room. Harry knew what it was, but it took Brant a second to remember that Lyra had the darkness spell she did with her staff. From somewhere in the darkness, Ricky said, "This is some freaky stuff going on here. I can't see a thing." Harry walked over to the shadows and pushed the tip of his staff inside and created a bubble of light inside the shadows for them like he did for their confrontation with Draco. "That's better, but it might be weirder," Ricky commented from inside the bubble. Brant and Harry quickly gathered all of his things from the wardrobe and went to another bedroom across the hall, which turned out to be Brant's room. He went to his own trunk and took out the vest that had been made from the usurper shed, backed with the mooncalf leather. It was a 6-button, asymmetrical vest in deep forest green. Harry ran his fingers over the shed that covered the top of it. "It's perfect," he commented. Opal popped in at that moment. "Mr. Potter's bath is ready." Brant showed Harry to the bathroom attached to Brant's bedroom and was left alone while he bathed. When he finished, he came out to find the bedroom empty, so he put on his green-black slacks, the white shirt he had chosen, the vest, and shoes. He attached his pouch to the belt with the buckle that Brant had given him for the last party and put it on. Then, with the final touch, added the leather shoulder harness with the cloak over his left shoulder. Harry stood and looked at himself in the mirror. He liked this look. He pulled out his staff and held it next to him. He looked like a proper wizard, like what he envisioned in his head. Not like Gandalf or everyone at Hogwarts in their school uniforms. He just thought it fit perfectly. Feeling the pocket on his left side under the cloak, he performed a light sticking charm on the thigh of his pants and stuck his wand there before walking out to the sitting room where Brant and Tonks were talking. Brant's stern face smoothed out a bit, and his eyebrows raised to his scalp as he nodded and said, "Not bad, Mr. Potter, not bad." Tonks had been facing away from him, and when she turned around, she let out a long whistle. "Hey, Brant, you mind if I take Harry as my date? You and Miss Black can stick together instead." Brant just rolled his eyes. Harry didn't fully understand the connotations of what she had said, so he just assumed it was a compliment and thanked her. Brant stood up. "Miss Tonks, the two of us should probably get ready now. I assume your mighty morphing power changing will save you some time getting ready, but we really shouldn't wait until the last minute. You may use the room across from mine. It has a full en-suite bathroom." "Like the master?" she asked hopefully. "No, not like that," he responded. With a frown, she walked off, leaving Harry alone, though he could see Whispers, invisible, sleeping on the couch near his hat. He walked over to the sleeping Guise and poked him in the side, getting a growl in return as he returned to being fully visible. Harry dug through the albums that Tonks had brought. He didn't recognize any of them until he found one he recognized, Led Zeppelin Roman 4, and started playing Black Dog. There was nothing to do now except wait for everyone else to be ready. About halfway through the album, Harry heard a door open in the hallway, and he looked around the corner to see a flicker of Tonks, disillusioned, running into Lyra's room. Harry turned around to go back to the sofa, only to hear Ricky call out loudly from inside the room, "Hot damn, girl!" Not knowing what to make of it, he just went back to sit down and listen to the music. Another 2 songs later, Brant came out. He was wearing a black shirt with a matching jabot, under a burgundy swallowtail jacket with black ruffled sleeves. There was a black clasp in the middle of the coat that Harry recognized was made with Celtic knots, and 3 silver buttons on either side below the clasp. On his lower half, he wore rough leather pants and red shoes, slightly darker than the burgundy of his jacket, and made of some kind of reptile skin. "Where is Miss Tonks?" he asked Harry. "She ran into Lyra's room a moment ago," he responded. "I guess she's ready." Brant knocked on their door and Tonks called out, "Go back to the sitting room. We'll be out in a minute." Brant returned to Harry and looked at the clock. Then he went over to a set of drawers and took out an evergreen wreath and placed it on the coffee table, then sat in the big chair. After another 2 minutes, Brant looked up at the clock again, and just as he was about to get up, he heard the door to Lyra's room open, so he sat back down. Ricky came into the room and stared at Brant for a moment before he quickly shook his head, put down his briefcase and said, "Just a quick show and I'll be off." He called back to the room, "Go ahead." After he called out, a plume of black smoke poured out into the hallway to the entrance of the sitting room. Ricky stood to the side with his camera raised. After a couple of seconds, Tonks stepped out of the black cloud and into the room, striking a pose. She was wearing a nearly black satin cloak that pooled at her feet, but seemed to hover half an inch above the floor. It had an oversized hood at the top of the cloak that was folded back, and a silver clasp with 3 thin chains connecting it, wide enough to show her figure underneath. The dress itself was a black and silver sheath dress with no discernible pattern, like it was made of cracked silver gravel. It went down to her knees, with full sleeves, and had a high neck, about 2 inches above her collarbone. She was wearing black gloves with a long, furry cuff that almost reached her elbows, black tights, and dark silver, 3-inch heels. Her hair was down just past her shoulders, unbraided but wavy, set around her front right shoulder. It was almost entirely black, with a few dark blue highlights. Ricky was observing the boys' reactions. Harry liked the cloak and thought she looked pretty with the sparkles on the dress. He stared at the furry cuffs on her arms and thought that would be a perfect place for her to hide a wand. Brant was definitely staring with more of an interest, but then Ricky snapped a picture of Tonks, and the flash combined with the zzzzz noise of the photo printing snapped him out of his thoughts. Ricky walked around the other side and waited for Tonks to pose before taking another shot. After that, Tonks stepped out of the way and announced, "Now, the moment you've been waiting for, Miss Lyra Black." Whispers sat up on the couch, and his eyes glowed blue before he sat up even straighter in anticipation. Lyra stepped out of the smoky hallway, and Harry's face lit up with a smile at his little sister. She also had a big grin on her face at his outfit. Ricky got her attention back and made a motion for her to do a spin. Lyra was wearing her blue and white coat with Yeti fur on the trim and hood. When she was done with her spin, and Ricky had taken a picture, she took off the coat to reveal the different hairstyles that Tonks had done for her in the morning, with the quilting braid on one side, with the 5-strand braid at the bottom, and the loose braid along the other side of her head. Her dress was deep forest green with short sleeves. There were more snowflakes towards the bottom of the dress, and a bit of white fluff on the bottom, which made it look like the snow was settling at the bottom. Around her neck, she wore a silver torque necklace that looked like it was made of leaves. Like Tonks, she wore black tights and shoes to match her dress, but a darker green for her. Her face, though, was why she had been locked up for so long. To Harry, her skin seemed smoother, and there were thin lines around her eyes. Her eyelids had a gradient of color on each one, starting with light green in the center, then changing to blue, and finally, silver in the corners. The silver on the corners appeared to break up into tiny snowflakes until they reached her hairline. Brant seemed accepting of the look, but was closely scrutinizing the makeup. He seemed to be having trouble approving it, and Tonks gave a small nod to Ricky, who waved his wand, and the snowflakes vanished. Brant stood up and said, "There was something I didn't like, but I couldn't figure it out, and that was it. We were pretty sure we were getting close to the line on that," Tonks explained. "Well, what do you think?" "I think it is exactly what we needed. Thank you, mister, and I just realized I don't know your full name. It's just Ricky, like Cher, he replied and shook Brant's hand. Ricky turned to Harry and shook his hand. It was an honor to meet you, Mr. Potter. For some reason, Harry didn't feel as uncomfortable with Ricky as other people made him feel when they treated him like a celebrity. He turned to Tonks and kissed her on the back of her hand and passed on the Polaroids he had just taken, then knelt to Lyra and gave her a big hug, which she returned. Then he stood up, grabbed his case, and walked to the fireplace. Turning back to everyone, ask Lyra to show all the pictures we took later. You'll get a kick out of them. I bet there's going to be plenty of pictures of all of you in the gossip pages on Sunday, but try to get some for yourselves too. He shot a plume of fire onto the logs and tossed in a pinch of flue powder, calling out, "Shaitow to Ricky," and vanished into the green flames. A couple of seconds after Ricky vanished, Brant took a look up at the clock and said, "We have less than 2 minutes before our portkey activates." Turning back to the fireplace, he pressed a red gem on the mantel and a steel door slid into place, blocking the flue. Then he picked up the wreath that was on the table and held it out for everyone to take hold of. Whispers put on his hat and scampered over to Harry and climbed up his side, under the cloak, giving him a death grip around his side. The 4 humans grasped hold of the wreath and Brant started the countdown. When he reached 0, they all felt the hook behind their navel and vanished in a twist and a snap. Chapter 49, The Midwinter Soirée. Chapter text. The group spun around the portkey as they rushed to their destination. It wasn't too long, and in a few seconds, they crashed back into the ground. However, this landing was different. As they hit the ground, they seemed to slow down, and as they got their bearings, realized they were waist-deep in a pit of sand. A voice from behind them spoke up, "Please exit the sandpit as quickly as possible to clear it for other arrivals." There was a man in a fur winter coat and a tall top hat standing to the side of the pit. He reached down to assist the group to climb out. As they got out, the sand that was still on their clothes glowed red and drifted back into the pit. All 4 of them watched the process in amazement, and Brant started to ask, "I've never seen an arrival point like that." The man who greeted him interrupted him by pointing at a sign next to him. That said, "The Abbott family wishes to extend their sincere thanks to Lady Alessandra Zabini for her generous contribution of the sandpit that is being used as the portkey arrival point for this evening. It is truly a unique piece of magic that allows for a less jarring entrance without getting your beautiful outfits dirty or wet." If you have further questions on how this artifact functions, please seek out Miss Zabini during the function this evening. "The Black Widow," said Tonks distrustfully. "Even if it is true," Brant remarked casually, "please do not address her as such tonight. Harry and Lyra are friends with her son." Harry was looking around, trying to remember everything about the house that he could from when he came with his relatives. He could see the big, round manor house in front of them. He recognized where his uncle had parked their car the last time, though now it was filled with older classic cars and a few horse-drawn carriages. A few of the creatures attached to the carriages looked similar to horses, though others were clearly not. One was being pulled by a large orange bear wearing a brown hat and a polka-dot bow tie, and another was driven by a pair of what looked to be some kind of strange yellow ostriches with green stars on their chests. Brant led them towards the entrance where a red carpet lined the pathway towards the door. As he stepped on the beginning of the carpet, he turned to the group. "Harry, Lyra, the 2 of you are the invited guests of the evening," he said, as he passed them both the invitation that had been given to them at Dumbledore's party. "The 2 of you need to enter first. I will walk with Lyra, and Tonks will walk with Harry. Once we are inside, the 2 of us will switch off periodically through the night." Harry pulled Lyra forward to walk with him towards the gate, with Whispers walking between them. When they were almost to the front door, Brant added, "Lyra, please put your hood down." She did, and they continued to approach the front door, which opened on its own to reveal a man in the same fur coat as the one at the arrival point, who greeted them with, "Welcome to Abbott Manor. Your invitations, please." Harry elbowed Lyra and she passed her invitation to the man. He examined it and cast some kind of spell on it so it glowed blue, then handed it back. "What is the name of your escort?" Lyra hesitated, so Brant stepped up and said, "Steward Brant of House Black." The man nodded to Harry, and his eyes widened as he looked at the boy properly, then glanced at his scar. "Why your invitation, Mr. Potter, please," he stammered. Harry passed it up, and the man performed the same spell on this one, then asked, "And the name of your escort?" "Tonks," replied Harry simply, getting an eyebrow from the greeter. Brant stepped up again. "Please introduce her as Nim." "Ora, Tonks," she interrupted. "This is a formal party," Brant said seriously. "You may be introduced as Aura with your full name." Tonks and Brant engaged in a long, staring contest as the man who took their invitation stood there helplessly. After nearly a minute, Tonks backed down to Brant's unrelenting gaze, saying, "You're the boss, but after we're through the door, it's Tonks again." Turning back to the man, "Ora Nymphadora Tonks," and whispers, Lyra added on, gesturing to the demiguise between them in the felt hat. The man looked a bit conflicted on how to handle that, but turned around and marched towards the inner doors. Another man in a fur coat stepped into the entrance hall to wait for the next guests. The inner doors opened to a large room that Harry swore was at least 3 times the size it was when he was last there. Remembering that magic existed, it probably was larger this time around. There was a large dancing floor on the far side of the room, with a small orchestra playing light music next to the doors to the inner courtyard. Around the edges of the dancer floor, there were high tables for people to stand next to, and further away were tables to sit and eat at. They were standing at the top of a small set of stairs leading down to the main floor area. The man in a fur coat approached a small gong, which Harry remembered being in the children's room before, and struck it. Most of the people attending didn't bother to look up as the man bellowed, introducing Lyra Cassiopeia Black, Harry James Potter, and Whispers, escorted by Steward Brant of House Black and Aura Nymphadora Tonks. He struck the gong again, and this time nearly everyone in the room was looking toward them. Harry looked down to see that Whispers had vanished, though his top hat was still visible and floating between him and Lyra. The man in the fur coat guided them down the steps, through the throng of witches and wizards staring at them, towards a large table in the center where Harry could see Hannah, Cynthia, and Gerald Abbott as they rose from their places at the table. Gerald stepped forward to handle the introductions. "Mr. Potter, I'm glad to welcome you back to our home after all these years. Miss Black, Steward Brant, Miss Tonks, and I assume Mr. Whispers under that hat. I am Gerald Abbott. Welcome to my home. I wish to introduce or reintroduce my wife, Cynthia, and our daughter, Hannah." Gerald was wearing a fairly simple but elegant black robe with silver accents along the bottom and a blue tie peeking out the top. Hannah and her mother were in matching, mustard-colored winter dresses, and both were wearing their hair with large ringlets on the front. Harry smiled at them and gestured to their hair. They both grinned back. Brant stepped forward and bowed slightly, then responded, "Thank you, Lord Abbott, for your hospitality. We look forward to the evening." He then pulled a bouquet of multicolored flowers from somewhere inside his jacket, saying, "Madam Abbott, your home looks beautiful. I hope these flowers can be added to it. They have been enchanted, so they may be replanted any time in the next 4 days and will occasionally give off a puff of gold or silver sparkles." She accepted the bouquet and thanked him. Harry wanted to say hello to Hannah, but the man in the fur coat that took them, they began to guide their group to the side. He ended up leading them toward another table that had a stand with the Black family coat of arms in the center. Harry, Lyra, Whispers, and Tonks sat down and started surveying the room. Brant started scribbling some runes on a napkin, then charged them with his wand and tore a corner and ripped it in half. With the remainder, he stuck it under the stand with the coat of arms. He passed one of the pieces to Tonks and said to everyone, "This may be our table, but I imagine we won't be spending a lot of time here tonight. It may not look like it, but everyone is on the hunt for Lyra for her connections to Arcturus and Harry for being the boy who lived. If we stay still, it will give people an easier time getting to both of them, so we will try to always be on the move." "Sounds like something Moody would say," grumbled Tonks. "Additionally, this is the Abbot's party. It would be a serious breach of etiquette if it appeared like we were holding court in their home. Try to keep your interactions in one spot to under 10 minutes, even if there are multiple people you are speaking with. Finally, if anyone is feeling overwhelmed, this table is the home base. If anyone comes to sit here, Miss Tonks or I will know." Lyra looked to Whispers, who had turned visible, but was staring at everyone at the party over the back of his chair. She quickly signed to him, "Here, home danger, come home." The group prepped to leave. Tonks and Lyra put their coats on their chairs with strong sticking charms to keep them there. As they set out, they were immediately stopped by a tall, but otherwise completely unremarkable man. "Mr. Potter, how wonderful it is to meet you," he began. "My name is Henderson Drake, Undersecretary of the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes." Harry shook the man's hand. "It's a pleasure to meet you. So may I introduce you to my sister, Lyra Black, our brother Whispers, Steward Brant of House Black, and Aura Tonks." Introductions and handshakes were made all around. Whispers was feeling a bit anxious, so he didn't shake the man's hand or try to say his name. "I almost feel like I know you already, Mr. Potter. My last position was leading the Accidental Magic Reversal Squad for the Greater London area." Harry didn't understand, but Brant made the connection before the man explained it. "You see, I got to see all the various tricks you pulled growing up, even had to send out squads to fix a few of your bigger bouts of accidental magic. So there were people that knew what had been going on." Harry started to feel a bit angry. How many other people knew about his childhood? Who did they report to? The man continued to talk about when he got the post owl from Mrs. Davis to come and fix her blue hair, but Harry wasn't listening at this point. Tonks shivered for a second, and Brant started to feel the hair on his arms rising. Brant grabbed Harry by the shoulder, snapping him out of his dark concentration, and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Drake, but Harry and I need to meet with someone right now. Maybe we will see you later on." Then she whispered something to Tonks and led Harry off. Tonks rounded on the man angrily. "Mr. Drake, in the future, please do not discuss the records of a minor in such a public setting, or I will report you to the head of the department." Then she took Lyra and Whispers and led them away in another direction. "What just happened?" Lyra asked. "Where did Brant take Harry?" Tonks crouched down a bit to talk to Lyra face to face. "I'm not exactly sure myself, just that the man we were talking to knew something about Harry's childhood, and it made Harry upset. Do you know what was going on?" Lyra's eyes widened and then turned angry. A couple of red and orange sparks flew from her hair before Tonks got her attention back by snapping her fingers. "Yes, I know," Lyra glowered. "What was that man's name again?" "Henderson Drake, and whatever you're thinking, you need to stop it now. You're too young for those kinds of thoughts." "Then people should be nicer to my family," Lyra snapped back, then grabbed Whispers by the hand and started to walk away, leaving Tonks to follow after. Brant brought Harry to a small washroom to calm down. Harry sat down to process everything that man had said. Brant looked down at him and said, "You know, you did it again just now. You flexed your magic so that everyone could feel it." Harry looked up. "I did," he said with surprise. "All I felt was fury. My vision was getting dark." "A lot of magic is tied to your emotions, Harry," Brant explained. "Some of the more destructive magic takes a violent mindset, the same as physical actions." "I assume you weren't thinking about puppies and rainbows when you stabbed Draco." Harry nodded at the logic. "So what do we do now?" "Now, I'm going to switch off with Miss Tonks and introduce Lyra around. You're going to go find some friends and cheer yourself up." "Lyra can't come with me. She needs to know more people in her family and political circles, but we will join you later. Let's go now." Brant helped Harry to stand up and they walked out of the room. They left the room and saw Tonks speaking with a man her age, with Lyra and Whispers standing next to her. Lyra saw Harry coming and ran over to hug him. Brant walked over to Tonks and introduced himself to her friend, then exchanged a quiet word with her and returned to Harry and Lyra with Tonks. Harry gave Lyra a look that told his sister that he was okay and left with Tonks to find someone he knew. He looked back to see Tonks following him at a reasonable distance, but her right hand was extended in a gesture he recognized from Alastair, which meant that she would draw her wand on anyone who approached. He smiled and reminded himself to tell the old Aura that she was learning well. A few people would start to approach Harry, but then back off when they got a look from Tonks. Finally, after searching for about 5 minutes, Harry spotted Blaise talking with an older girl he didn't recognize and made his way over. Blaise had his back to Harry, and the girl he was with motioned with her head to him that he was being approached. Blaise turned around to see him and gave a small smile. "Good evening, Mr. Potter," he said with formality. Turning to his friend, "May I introduce you to my cousin and escort for the evening, Gisela Daza?" "Thank you, Mr. Zabini." Harry said with a nod, then turned to Blaze's cousin. A pleasure to meet you, Miss Darza. Gisela was taller than Blaze by at least a head and had a very lithe body. Her complexion was lighter than her cousin's and had short brown hair that went down just below her ears. She wore a thin-strapped blue dress with matching blue gloves that went up to her elbows. She extended her hand for a more feminine handshake. Harry had been taught by Brant how to kiss a woman's hand, but he never felt comfortable doing that, so instead, he just raised it slightly and smiled. Blaze stepped to the side with Harry and whispered to him, "What's going on? You look like you want to punch someone. Gisela seems to like it, though." Harry was a bit confused by that last part, so he just told a partial truth. "I do. I just met a man who knew something about my private life and decided to talk about it publicly. I'm not sure what I would have done if Brant hadn't stopped me. Well, I'm sure Hannah has better entertainment for the evening than Harry Potter stabbing one of her guests. You've got your wand with you," Harry nodded. "Let's go find somewhere for you to blow off some steam. I'll go grab Hannah. Wait here." He ran off, leaving Harry with Giselle. The two of them just kind of stood there for a moment before Harry felt a slight sting in his side. Looking to the side, he saw Tonks standing there, the tip of her wand slipping back into the furry cuff on her sleeve. She tilted her head towards the girl and nodded. Harry turned to Blaze's cousin and asked, "Do you go to Hogwarts?" "No, I do not. I am in my 5th year at Beauxbatons," she said a bit stiffly. "What's that like? Do you also have a castle?" "In a manner of speaking, it is not like the castle at Hogwarts. Hogwarts was built to be a fortress, while Beauxbatons was built to be a school and as a chance for local architects and artisans to design something beautiful." "Does it have secret passages and hidden rooms?" Harry asked hopefully. "The castle itself does not. A school should not need such things. However, the grounds around the school are massive and filled with many secret gardens, hedge mazes, and hidden grottos. Students often take it upon themselves to add something of their own out in the countryside that surrounds the school before they graduate." Harry smiled. That sounded like a nice thing to do, though just as he was about to comment, Blaze came back with Hannah. "Hannah's got a dueling room we can go to. Let's grab some more people and head over." Giselle and Harry followed after Blaze and Hannah as they gathered a few random young people from around the hall. Some of them he recognized from Hogwarts, others he didn't know. When they were about 10 children, Hannah led them out of the main hall. 3 parents also decided to tag along for supervision, in addition to Tonks. They arrived at a large door that Hannah opened to reveal a long room with various glass cases on the walls that contained weapons and photographs. Tonks stepped up. "If all of you are planning on casting spells, there will be no cutting, burning, or anything that causes bruises, blood, or ruins clothing. I will stop anything that goes too far. Have fun," she said cheerfully and stepped back with the 3 other adults. Blaze took over from there. "Who wants to go first? Harry, do you want a quick duel?" Harry smiled. He needed this and took off his shoulder harness, placing it on a chair near the door. The rest of the children all gathered where the parents were standing. Blaze and Harry stood in designated circles on the far ends of the room while Tonks and one of the other adults set up shields around the spectators. "How do we start?" Harry asked. "Like this," Blaze called out, drawing his wand and casting Flipendo. A pale yellow light shot straight at Harry. It seemed to almost float towards him, so he just stepped to the side as he drew his wand. Blaze fired 2 more of that spell toward him before incanting Stupefy. Harry was able to sidestep the 2 yellow spells again, but the last one was a deeper red and had a larger mass to it, so he summoned his shield to absorb it. The red spell just splashed into nothingness as it hit, though Harry did feel a small vibration. He had only cast spells at Augustus Stevens before, so he was a bit hesitant to do so against his friend. But seeing as though he did want to get rid of some of his anger, he threw 2 pulses of magic at Blaze. His friend squinted at the shimmering balls that Harry had point-casted at him, non-verbally, and dove to the side, though one of them hit him in the legs as he jumped, causing him to spin in the air and drop his wand. Harry ran over to him as the other children also ran out from behind the shield toward Blaze. "Are you okay?" Harry asked as he reached his fallen friend. Blaze had just started to get up while groaning a bit. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hurt you." Blaze sat up. "I'm fine, just didn't expect that." The others started to gather around. "What was that spell?" Augustus Stevens told me it was like a punch of magic, Harry explained. Then he added, I tried to make it lighter than normal. That was lighter, Blaise asked with wide eyes. At the same time, one of the older children, whom Harry didn't recognize from Hogwarts, exclaimed, Augustus Stevens is teaching you to duel. A lot of the children started pestering Harry for details on his tutoring from the dueling champion, but he was feeling a bit overwhelmed and a bit cornered by the barrage of questions. Luckily, Tonks stepped in. I think regular dueling is a bit much. She leaned over to pull Blaise back to his feet. Do any of you know what a bounce duel is? Everyone except Harry shook their heads. He, on the other hand, had a huge smile on his face. Does anyone know the advanced form of the softening charm? Tonks asked, and two of the older children raised their hands. Go ahead and cast it on everything you can in this room, and come back here. They started to cast the charm everywhere as Tonks did the same and walked around to check their work. When they got to enchanting the floor, the aura made sure to double the number of charms cast there. Some of the children had taken to jumping on the bouncy floor before Tonks gathered them back up. Now I'm going to cast a very specific shield charm on each of you, which will absorb impacts from the Flipendo charm and similar knockback spells like what Harry does. She turned to Harry and performed a complicated wand movement before casting a spell that put a violet shield around him. Addressing the others, this shield will still allow you to get knocked back but won't get you hurt. She turned back to Harry. I'm going to knock you across the room. It's not going to hurt, okay? Harry was hesitant but nodded. Tonks stepped back and performed what looked like a cricket pitch with her wand and yelled out, Flipendo. When Blaise cast the spell, it was a light and translucent yellow energy. When Tonks did it, it was solid in color and zipped straight at him before he could even react. As it hit him, he felt his feet leave the ground, and he rocketed backward until he fell to the ground and bounced, head over heels, to land on his back again. Regaining his orientation, he got back up and shook off his dizziness. As he walked back across the bouncy floor, Tonks was already casting the shield among the other children. When they were all purple, Tonks instructed them, only cast at the others who have a deep purple color shield. If you notice your shield is getting lighter in color, come to me to have it recast. Everyone just kind of looked around before one of the older kids blasted another across the room, making him bounce off the wall. They all watched the kid get back up, apparently unhurt. Then wands were drawn, and it was a free-for-all. Tonks walked back slowly to the other adults, casually deflecting a few of the spells that came at her. When she got back, the only woman there remarked, You're very good with the children. Are you a teacher? Hiding her annoyance, Tonks pulled her badge out of her cuff. I'm an aura, actually. Well, I bet you'll be a very good mother someday, she responded. The older of the two men asked her, So who is your partner on the squad? I am still finishing my training, she responded, under Senior Aura Alistair Moody. That got their attention. Eyes bulged for a moment on the other adults, and the older man recovered quickest and said, So, then you're working the cauldron case. How did you know about that? She asked suspiciously. The case originated from my department. My name is Ackley Buttonwood, International Magical Trading Standards Body. They quickly shook hands. I understand this isn't the most desirable of cases, but the number of accidents every year that comes from weak cauldrons is something that plagues the halls of St. Mungo's and the smaller clinics around the country. I can understand that, Tonks replied. But what I don't understand is why shops even sell them when it is simple to determine the thickness when they buy them from suppliers. They both ducked as a child flew over their head and bounced off the wall above them, then got back up to join the fray. Well, the real reason that there is a problem comes from the overseas manufacturers. Different regions have different standard potions, and they might be sufficient for local potion ingredients, but it is different for brewing in the British Isles. So they would work for some potions, but not the more volatile ones, Tonks asked. Hogwarts, we always get our equipment lists with the thickest of each alloy. Because Hogwarts students are students. You're bound to make mistakes and need your tools to last a whole year. Most homebrewers will buy based on their needs and budget without knowing if the thickness will stand up to what they're making and how long it will last from repeated use. So the problem is just that people aren't informed if the cauldrons they get from outside the Isles will stand up to their potions. Is that what you're saying? Yes, he replied slowly. Could the solution be to create a guide from the ministry that tells homebrewers the type of cauldron and the thickness they need for each potion? Then instead of banning foreign imports, you could just tax them instead, and they will be used for specific brewing rather than banning them entirely. Ackley looked thoughtful for a moment before shaking his head. No, that wouldn't work. Tonks was about to respond when Hannah and another boy ran over to get their shields reapplied. When she turned back to Ackley, he explained, "While your idea is sound, the costs of testing so many cauldrons and so many potions would be too expensive. We don't have the supplies or manpower to pull it off." Of course, the issue was money. Tonks frowned. A boring department like his wouldn't be able to entice the minister into increasing their budget. So she just nodded in commiseration to the man and went back to watching the children blast each other around the room. 10 minutes later, she noticed that the charms were wearing off on one patch of the floor, so she fired a cannon blast in the air to get everyone's attention. "The softening charms are wearing off, and we should all get back to the party," she called to the children. Most of them were panting, and the physical exertion, though Harry seemed to just be smiling with even more energy. The three adults and Tonks applied freshening charms on all the kids as they made their way back to the main hall. As they re-entered the room, they all dispersed except for Harry, Blaise, and Giselle. Harry turned to his friend. "Thanks, I really needed that." "No problem. I was expecting you to go a little easier on me in the first duel, though. That's the only dueling spell I know," Harry shrugged. "Other than the fire spell, but I'm not that good with it yet. Lyra could have burned the entire room down, though." Blaise grimaced at the thought. "Well, I'm looking forward to more practice next term when you work with Farley." "Sounds good," Harry said, and the two of them shook hands. Giselle stepped up to him and said, "Well, it was good to meet you, Mr. Potter. You are certainly different than you are in your books." They exchanged a smile as she turned to her cousin. "Let's go see if your mother has found a new suitor yet." The two of them walked off. That left Harry alone with Tonks, who asked him, "What was that spell you used anyways? Was it something that Stevens taught you?" "No, I learned it with my staff before Hogwarts," Harry answered. "Then I started doing it with my wand as well, since they are made of the same animal. Wait a tick." Tonks squinted her face in thought. "This is the same spell from the Kirkland incident." Harry started to say, but remembered that that was a Class 1 fish tail and said, "No, that was a Thistral protecting her foals. It was chaos because most people couldn't even see what was going on." Tonks laughed. "Don't worry, Moody told me that you blasted her out of your room. Good fish tail, though. I'll tell him you kept up on operational security." They started walking, and Harry retold the story of their first morning in the leaky cauldron. As they wandered the room, Harry saw Lyra chatting with Tracy while Daphne was feeding grapes to Whispers at a random table. He ran over to them quickly. "Hey, when did you two get here?" Harry exclaimed as he arrived. "Just about 20 minutes ago," Daphne answered. "Where have you been? We looked for you." Lyra looked at Harry and complained. "Brant was dragging me around to meet so many boring people. He's over there talking to some old guy now." She pointed to where Brant was standing in his burgundy jacket. Tonks recognized the man he was standing with as the one she had just met, Ackley Buttonwood. "Tonks let us do a bounce duel with some of the other kids." Lyra didn't seem to remember what that was, and Daphne and Tracy didn't know either, so Harry launched into an explanation. Lyra looked at her brother with puppy dog eyes. "I want to do that. We need to learn some dueling spells first. I could only do it because I have my magic punch spell. The other kids were using real incantations. No fire allowed." Lyra was still frowning, so Tracy told her, "When we get back to school, Daphne and I can teach you the knockback spell." That seemed to make her feel a little better. "So what were you talking about before I got here?" Harry asked. "Well, I was explaining about how Snape is a monster," Tracy explained, "and your sister was defending him." "There's nothing wrong with him," Lyra exclaimed. "He just likes being scary. But what about all the detentions? He's got to have something better to do than watch students scrub cauldrons with his evenings." "Well, then just don't get detention," Lyra argued back. Tonks had been listening to everything and had an idea. "Harry, Lyra, I'm going to talk to Brant. Stay here for a moment." She walked away as Tracy and Lyra continued to argue about Snape. The two men saw her approach and cut off their conversation quickly. "Mr. Buttonwood," Tonks addressed the man, "I see you've met Steward Brant of the very old and incredible House of Black." "Indeed, I have, Miss Tonks. We were just discussing the import of various foreign goods." She gave an overt look back towards Whispers, and Brant nodded his head. I wanted to return to the conversation we had earlier, Tonks told him. I thought of a possible solution to your budget and manpower issue. Really? Do tell, the man said with interest as Brant observed. Would you have the budget to employ a single potions master who had access to hundreds of potential unpaid workers to complete the project we were speaking of? Tonks asked with an air of mystery. I believe our budget could allow for such an endeavor. I assume you have someone in mind. I just overheard a Hogwarts student complaining about scrubbing cauldrons for detention in Professor Severus Snape's class. She said specifically, he's got to have something better to do than watch students scrub cauldrons with his evenings. When I was a student, nearly as many students served detention with him as with the caretaker, Filch. You could pay him to run your tests on the various potions to determine the proper material and thickness for each recipe. Then he could give his students to brew the potions for detentions. Students will get a better education than scrubbing cauldrons. You save a lot of money, enact proper safety guidelines for the British Isles, and fewer people end up in St. Mungo's. It's a win-win-win. She smiled triumphantly at the end. Ackley's acceptance grew on his face throughout the explanation. Brant also was admiring Tonks's intuition on the matter as she laid out the plan. Ackley was about to respond, but then he frowned again. One other problem, we would still need to purchase the substandard cauldrons being imported now to run the tests. Tonks thought for a moment before responding. Use the illegal imports we've confiscated. You said yourself that there's nothing wrong with them, just that they are of a different standard. Currently, they're just sitting in a locker and will be melted down when the current case is over. We might even acquire more before the case is over. Talk to Madam Bones about acquiring them when the case has been closed. There should be more than enough to start the project, and you may be able to get a budget boost to complete it once they see it is going well. Ackley gave a roguish grin. That is the most perfect solution to the problem. Nothing beats the price of free. Madam Bones is here tonight, so I'll find a moment to mention this to her. I will be sure you receive some kind of commendation for this as well, should it go through. He turned back to Brant, who had been watching in silence. Miss Tonks is part of your entourage with Miss Black and Mr. Potter, correct? He nodded. Consider our negotiations settled. Then he turned and walked off, leaving Brant with wide eyes and Tonks a bit confused. What was that? She asked him. Don't worry about it, he responded quickly. Though I want to thank you for that. Without realizing it, you just smoothed over a very difficult and possibly expensive situation. Is there anything you would like as repayment? She thought hard about something she wanted as repayment for this mysterious favor. I can think of two things I would like. Brant simply raised his eyebrows. The first thing is I would like to be able to use Elmswood Lodge at different times in the future, possibly for a party. Bran nodded without giving anything away. I can see that as a strong possibility. I would need to receive approval from Lord Black in regard to a party. What about the second thing? This was probably going to be the best time for bluntness, so she just came out and asked, I want to know what you and Lord Black are planning regarding my presence here. I was waiting for that, he responded with a neutral face. I had even thought you would have asked sooner. Lord Black and I actually had a wager on when it would be, and we both lost. He chuckled a bit at her stunned expression. Lord Black bet that it would be your mother who would simply barge into the manor and demand what we were plotting, and I thought that you would confront me about it before we left for the party. Recovering quickly. Okay, so if you were expecting this, I assume you have a response. Well, there are two answers. There's what I suspect from Lord Black, and there are my personal reasons for involving you. Now with Lord Black, ever since Lyra returned, he's been focused on two primary things: removing Lucius Malfoy's influence from Black dealings and bringing the remnants of the Black family together. He has already disowned your mother for breaking her betrothal, so he cannot bring her back into the family. I suspect, but I can't be sure, that he is attempting to entice you into taking up the Black name. Tonks just stared at the man in front of her incredulously before laughing loudly and hard. A few people even looked over at them with embarrassed looks on their faces at her outburst. When she was done, she asked Brant, Tell me, was my aunt or uncle disowned for their involvement in the war? I don't think I'd want to be a part of a family that disowned my mother for following her heart, but won't remove the stain of such vile people as those two. She stared hard at Brant before asking, "What was your personal reason for involving me?" "Mine is a lot more straightforward. I am a man. Don't look at me like that. Wait for me to finish," he said, as she looked like she was about to slap him, with her hand even growing a bit for a harder hit. "I am a man, not a father, not a healer. I have no experience dealing with children other than the ones I went to school with, and particularly not with the issues that surround the development of a young lady." He let that sink in. Lyra is nearly 12 years old. She will need someone to explain to her things about her personal development as soon as possible. I am not comfortable or knowledgeable enough to help her with these things. I have another contact I have made with an older, widowed woman who is employed to work with young, orphaned, or motherless witches to help them through their women's issues. So, if you are not interested in helping with Lyra, I will engage her services instead. Lyra is not interested in reconnecting with her mother, so I thought that you would be a welcomed companion, being close in blood and age. Tonks continued to stare darkly at Brant before saying, "I could tell that you were making allowances for my attitude and decisions with Lyra so far. Would you be okay with me continuing to do so in the future?" "To a point, yes. She is still a black, and there are traditions to be upheld," Brant said firmly. "I will need to speak to my mother about this," Tonks said with some consideration. Brant pulled a small key out of his pocket. "This will allow you access to Elmswood Lodge for the next 28 days. Do with it what you would like, but no parties. There are enough pancake ingredients in the storeroom for you to have a tall stack, 3 meals a day until the key vanishes. Your mother and father are even welcome to join you while you are there, but Opal will not follow their orders or pay them attention without instruction." Tonks examined the key, and he continued, "I am accompanying Lyra and Harry over the winter break. When I return, I will send you an owl to meet. I will expect your decision at that time. Please look after the children now. I have some more business to attend to, and Lyra seems intent on acting like a child when I try to introduce her to important people." With that, he turned and walked off into the crowd. Chapter 50. The Whimsical Wands. Chapter text. Tonks watched Brant disappear into the crowd. She thought the offer was placing her between a rock and a hard place. Arcturus and the Blacks were about the darkest families around, but they were giving her an opportunity to change that for the next generation. Brant's intentions seemed sensible enough, but she would also be exposing herself to Arcturus and his schemes. She really needed to speak to her mother. She was raised a Black and would have more insight into the manor. A bell rang in the room, which broke her out of her internal deliberations. The assembled guests looked around, and from the sides of the rooms, dozens of platters of food drifted from open doors around the main hall, starting to settle on the different tables. Tonks gathered up Harry, Lyra, and Whispers to return to their table. As they all sat down at the table, Tonks could feel the scrap of paper Brant had given her earlier getting warm in her cuff. "Where's Brant?" Harry asked. "He said he needed to speak to people regarding various Black family businesses," Tonks answered. "He also said that you, Lyra, were not involving yourself properly in the conversations." "They were boring," Lyra exclaimed. "Half of the people wanted to just ask me questions about Harry, and the other half just ignored me after I was introduced. So I just played with Whispers while Brant talked to them." Whispers moaned out, booing. "Next time if you're bored, excuse yourself to the bathroom." "Your actions insulted Brant a little bit." "Fine," Lyra mumbled. 5 covered platters descended on their table. They switched their order as they settled in front of each person in an empty seat, presumably Brant's. Even Whispers had a plate, though a bit smaller than the others. They each took the lids off the plates to reveal the contents. Each one had a bowl of soup in the center of the plate, surrounded by several small salads. Whispers, on the other hand, had grapes, cut-up salmon, and what looked like about a dozen snails with some kind of sauce on them. He gave them a few cautious sniffs. On the island, when they had started to catch fish from the ocean, they had come across a kind of sea snail. The giver quickly discovered that they were venomous, and everyone stayed away from them in the future. Though if they were being served tonight, they should be edible, right? Tonks observed their reactions to the snails and informed them, "It's called escargot. The French love them." She picked one of them up from Whispers's plate, grew the nail on her index finger into a long spear, and plunged it into the meat. After digging around inside the shell, she pulled it all out and ate it, then licked her finger and shrunk her nail back to normal size. "It's pretty good," she commented. "Plenty of garlic." Harry, Lyra, and Whispers all slowly picked shells off of the plate, sniffed them, and plunged their seafood forks into the meat. Whispers just used his skinny index finger and pulled out the meat. All of their eyes opened wide at the taste of the snails in butter and garlic sauce, and continued eating them until they were all gone. They looked disappointed, so Tonks told them, "Finish the rest of your first course, and I will request more from the kitchen." They continued until the first course was complete, and the plates vanished when they were done. As new platters began to float out to all of the guests, Harry saw Tonks tense for a moment and her eyes twitch behind him. He turned around to see Theo not waiting behind him. "Good evening, Mr. Potter, Miss Black. Do you mind if I joined you for a moment?" he asked cordially. The others hadn't met him, so he introduced them. "Tonks, Lyra," Whispers, "may I introduce Mr. Theodore Nott." We met shortly before Dumbledore's party. Tonks's eyes narrowed at his introduction, but she still shook his hand when it was her turn before the boy sat down next to Harry. "Thank you for allowing me to join you for a moment," he began. "I also wanted to thank you, Harry, for your assistance at the last party. It made dealing with my father a little easier for the next month." Both Tonks and Lyra were a little confused, and Whispers had just ignored it completely and started to eat the fish on his plate. "It's not a problem," Harry responded. "I would do it for anyone who was in that situation." "All the same," Theo said quickly, "I would like to invite the two of you to a party in the Hufflepuff common room the Friday night after school resumes." That sounded like fun, and after sharing a look with Lyra, he agreed, "We'll be there." "Do we need a password or something to get in?" "Nah, it's Hufflepuff. We'll just leave the door open for the night." With that, he stood up and shook hands with Harry and Lyra again before wandering off. Once he was gone, Tonks exclaimed quietly in disbelief, "Lord Nart's son is in Hufflepuff." "He was in the resorting," Harry responded. "I had tried to help him out so his father wouldn't be angry with him for the switch." "That's good of you, but you know who the Narts are, right?" Tonks asked, and Harry shook his head. All of the older Narts worked for you-know-who back in the day, but were cleared of charges, like Lyra's father. That shocked the two children, but Harry reasoned that Theo obviously didn't like his father, so it would be just one more snake he would need to break away from its commander. A friend would also be welcomed, like Greg. "Heads up," Tonks said as she stood up, her wand slipping into her fingers. "Here comes the old man himself." Harry stood up and turned around to see the man that Theo had been arguing with at the party approaching with a determined look on his face. Tonks circled the table to stand next to Harry as the man arrived. "Mr. Potter, I would have you tell me right now what your business was with my son," he demanded. Before Harry could respond, Tonks interrupted, with steel in her voice. "Lord Nart, I believe tradition dictates introductions come before issuing demands from children in a public setting." The man glared at her for a moment before realizing that they had observers from the nearby tables watching. Taking a deep breath and adjusting his robes, he stood up straight and said formally, "My name is Benedict Nart, Lord of the ancient House of Nart, and Lord of the Wisengamot. I am honored to meet you, Mr. Potter. Would you care to introduce me to you companions?" Harry didn't hide his emotions well from Mr. Nart's demands before, and with a small glare responded, "I wish to introduce you to my sister, Lyra Black, her bonded familiar Whispers, and our escort for the evening Aura Tonks." He shook hands with everyone, though he purposely avoided shaking Whispers' hand, which led the demiguise to growl a bit at him. "May I join you at your table?" After receiving a nod, he sat down across from them. With a quick look around, he saw that the nearby tables were paying less attention to them, so asked again, "I wish to know what business you have with my son, and what business Lord Black has with him as well." Tonks gave Harry a look before addressing the man. "Your son was here to invite Harry and Lyra to a gathering once school resumes with other classmates. If you have any questions for Lord Black, I suggest you approach him directly. He has been unavailable for the last 2 weeks, citing whatever illness was supposed to kill him months ago." Brant approached the man from the side. "Then I suggest that you wait until he is feeling better, rather than attempt to interrogate his charges at a social function." Nart turned to stare up at him. "Steward, you should know better than to speak to me like that." He stood up to stare Brant in the eyes. Your lord is not here to back you up should you say something that cannot be taken back. He turned to walk around Brant in a small circle as he continued to speak. Everyone has heard of your challenge to Crab at the train station, and you were lucky to get off with an apology. The man has seen more fights than you have in your pathetic life. His magic and mine remain undiluted and pure. The next time you decide to challenge one of the older families, you will certainly regret it. When it comes to the dealings of my family, I will speak to whomever I want, however I want. At this point, he had completely circled Brant and was standing face to face with him again. Do you have a problem with that? No, Lord Not, I do not, Brant said with annoyance. My apologies for any insult you interpreted. Good, now I expect you to relay my message to Lord Black so that I hear back from him when he has recovered. He did not wait for an answer before turning around and heading back to his table. Brant grumbled a bit and sat down at his place and opened his platter and tasted his soup, then grumbled some more and cast a warming charm on it, then started on his salad. After a few minutes of silence, Lyra stated, I don't like him. Theo seems nice, but his father is horrible like mine. Why didn't you fight him? Harry asked quietly. Brant sighed. For two reasons. The first is that I wouldn't dare issue a challenge in someone else's house. The second is that there is no way I could beat him. He would liquefy my internal organs and leave me to die before ending the duel. I read about that in a case filed for the war when he was under the Imperious Curse, Tonks mentioned while using air quotes. I wasn't sure how accurate it was, but if you're saying it, it's probably worse than what you read, Brant told her. The kids were a bit horrified at the topic. It's old Knot family magic, so if there is a counter curse, they're not sharing it. Harry opened his platter, which had been closed since it arrived to find a large lobster, and he started to disassemble it. Lyra opened hers to do the same. Whispers stared greedily at the giant bug on each of their plates. Brant finished his soup and excused himself to go speak to some other people. Once he got up, Tonks addressed the children. I want to talk to the two of you quickly about Mr. Knot. They both gave her their attention, while Whispers started eating the extracted lobster meat from Lyra's plate. You both need to tread carefully around that man's son. Even if Theodore isn't dangerous, his father is. I also want you to be aware of something potentially life-saving when dealing with people like him. She smiled a bit as she continued. When they think they are in a position of power, they will like to talk a lot. When he was lecturing and threatening Brant, he was oblivious to everything around him. He was monologuing, just talking to make himself feel powerful. He was so distracted by the sound of his own pompous voice that he didn't notice that both Brant and I had drawn our wands in case he made a move. Draco does that, Harry remarked. I've heard from some of the Slytherins that he used to talk a lot just about how important and powerful he was. Exactly like that, Tonks told him. Now some people will do that when they have no power, but you need to be careful of those who do have power. They may think they are invulnerable if they are threatening your life. That is a perfect opportunity to strike first. Just wait for them to focus on themselves before attacking. Both Harry and Lyra nodded, internalizing the lesson. Then the three of them went back to their meals. Tonks watched after Brant a bit. He was standing at one of the high tables near the dance floor, speaking with a man she recognized from the ministry, but forgot what department. After they finished, and the man had walked away, a woman in a low-cut dress approached Brant with 2 glasses of champagne, intent on sharing. Tonks couldn't see the conversation, but Brant did not accept the drink and shook his head, causing the woman to look a bit disappointed and walk off. Lyra and Whispers had finished eating the lobster, and the plate had vanished. Harry was still working on his, trying to get all of the delicious meat out of each leg. As he worked, Gerald Abbott walked out onto the dance floor and tapped a knife to his glass, and an amplified ring echoed through the room. Thank you all for attending our midwinter soirée, he told the assembled families. As dessert gets served, we are going to put up dueling wards on the dance floor for tonight's entertainment, the elemental performance troupe Whimsical Wands. There was muttering and applause from the room. Tonks looked interested but just said, I won't ruin the surprise with an explanation. I'm sure you will both love this. Once Mr. Abbott was done speaking, a group of men and women in solid black robes started setting up a set of very complicated wards surrounding the dance floor. Hannah ran up to their table along with their friends and other students their age. "We're going up to the balcony to get a better view, come on," she said, before running off towards the entrance hall. Harry and Lyra jumped up and followed. Whispers grabbed his hat and joined them. When they got to where all the children were gathered, they all looked up to see Tonks had followed them. "What?" she asked. "I want a better view too." A lot of the other children laughed at this, as Hannah led the group out of the main hallway and opened a narrow door that revealed a tiny spiral staircase behind it. It looked too small for an adult, but all the kids crammed their way in and climbed up. They exited the stairs onto a balcony that overlooked the entire room below. There were several couches with small tables that everyone started to pile on. As Lyra exited, she looked behind her to see Tonks climb out of the stairs. However, she was carrying her shoes in one hand and holding up her dress with the other as she had shrunken herself, smaller than Lyra, in order to fit into the staircase. Once she was out, she started to grow back slowly to her normal size. "Are those house elf stairs or something?" she asked out loud. Hannah turned back to witness the end of Tonks regrowing in size and laughed. "No, we just expanded the main hall so much for the party. Other parts of the house ended up shrinking to accommodate." Tonks nodded in understanding. "Stevie," Hannah called out, and their elf popped in next to her. "Would you please deliver desserts and drinks to everyone up here?" The elf bowed and vanished. Tonks conjured an overstuffed chair above where the children had clustered on the couches. Whispers squeezed himself between Harry and Lyra. Desserts started appearing on the tables along with some fizzy drinks. Lyra turned to Hannah. "Can you ask Stevie to bring more of the snails? Whispers loved those, as did we." Remembering Tonks had promised them more, Harry said, "Yeah, thank you for thinking of him with the escargot. They were delicious." Hannah smiled from the appreciation and asked Stevie to bring up a plate. This time, there were small toothpicks in each one to help extract the meat. Some of the other children looked on with a bit of disgust while they ate their cake and ice cream. The performers finished setting up the wards, and the dance floor was surrounded by a shimmering veil on all sides. As soon as it was done, the men in black robes levitated out 3 barrels and placed them towards the back of the dance floor. From where the children were sitting, when the covers were removed, they could see that they were filled with rocks, water, and dirt. Then the lights dimmed over all the tables and sitting areas, and the orchestra struck up a quiet tune. One at a time, performers appeared on the dance floor, though they didn't just apparate in. First, a large stone golem dropped from the ceiling, shaking the ground as it hit. Then the stone cracked and fell away, leaving someone standing there in green robes. Then came a tornado of fire, appearing out of nowhere, and leaving another standing there in red robes when it cleared. Water spilled out of one of the barrels and flowed over next to the other performers. Once it was still, someone in blue robes rose out of the puddle to stand next to the others. From there, a bolt of lightning crashed into the floor next to the others, leaving someone in light pink robes. Then from each side of the dance floor, there was a bright flare of light and a swirl of shadows, almost with tentacles or fingers of darkness reaching out from the center. From the light and darkness, 2 final performers stepped out, one in pure white, the other in pure black, as the orchestra started playing heavier music. Everyone cheered for the assembled performers as they all drew their wands and unleashed streams of colors that matched their robes. The colors danced and twisted around the area, sometimes mingling with the others, or bouncing off the wards until there was a flash of light, and all of them vanished, and the music stopped. Then they could hear a flute playing gently as water started to seep out of the barrel until it covered the whole floor, less than an inch deep. The water moved and swirled in many places until nearly 100 tiny figures rose and began to form couples to dance with each other in tune with the music that was playing. Then one lone figure approached the assembled dancers, though this one was made of ice and had shadows pouring off it. The figure raised a hand and blasted fire, and lighting at the other dancers of water, causing some to disperse on the floor or turn to steam. The lights dimmed, and all the water fell to the floor. There were sounds of movement in the dark, and when the lights came up again, the rocks and dirt had been spread across the floor to create a mountainous terrain. There was a roar as a dragon, made of stone, flew down from the ceiling and landed in the valley. It roared again, and from the sides of the dance floor there were the thundering sounds of hooves as hundreds of knights on horseback, made of water, charged toward the dragon. There was a roar as it blew an inferno of fire and decimated about half of the riders, turning them into steam. The others circled the dragon and proceeded to attack it with weapons made of ice. The dragon continued to attack the knights, with flames and talons until they had all fallen, and it let out a mighty roar and spewed fire skyward. However, its triumph was quickly halted as a bolt of lightning struck the ground in front of it, and a small figure appeared, made of crystal and glowing with light. This smaller figure appeared to be dressed like a wizard and did draw a tiny stick that was assumed to be a wand. The dragon tried to fight off this wizard, but with every blast of fire, there was a flash of electricity, and the wizard apparated to the side and cast more magic at the creature until it finally let out one final roar and collapsed. There were a few more fight scenes like that, made up of various creatures and elemental structures, until the final scene came. On one side of the floor was a full-size figure made of the purest white glowing crystal, while the figure on the other side was made of dark blue ice and covered in shadows. Both had wands pointed at each other. The orchestra played a piece that seemed to be building with energy, and as it reached its peak, the two figures of wizards unleashed huge currents of lighting at each other, though one was black and the other was blue. They crashed in the middle and splintered with bits of electricity splashing against the wards. The shadow figure pushed more magic into his spell and pushed until his bolt of lightning exploded in front of the crystal wizard, and he fell to the floor. The shadow figure stood above the fallen one and raised its wand, a pale green light glowing at the tip. There was a collective gasp from the entire audience. Suddenly, there was a burst of light from inside the crystal figure, knocking the shadow wizard into the wards on the other side of the floor. The crystal wizard floated into the air and towards the fallen shadows. The shadow wizard tried to raise his wand, but there was a pulse from inside the crystals, and his wand shattered. Then the crystal wizard raised his hand, and a beam of pure light struck the shadows, and they exploded, with nothing remaining after. The light dimmed in the crystal wizard, and then over the entire floor until it was completely dark. Applause erupted through the entire hall, and Harry and Lyra found themselves cheering as loudly as they could as well. When the lights came back up, Gerald Abbott was standing in the center with his wand pointed at his throat. With an amplified voice, he said, "I would like to thank the whimsical wands for their incredible reenactment of the wizarding war against the Dark Lord Penumbra of 693 AD. Cheer for your favorite as I call them back to the floor." Everyone cheered more. The human earthquake, Umber Iamare. There were cheers as the man in green robes strolled out into the light. A barrel of rocks spilled over and encased his arms in giant stone hands, which he used to clap over his head, louder than his own applause. The dragon's inferno, Pyrock. The sorcerer in red robes stepped out on the floor and threw back their hood to reveal a woman with blazing red hair. She threw out her hands and conjured two large balls of fire that she threw toward the dueling wards. They crashed against the sides and slowly formed into two tigers made of fire, which sauntered back to her before vanishing. A tsunami of power, Stephen Ackwarley's. The man strolled out from where the band was playing while a black cloud rained down water on him, though it vanished as it hit the floor. Ride the lighting with Barak Solomon. The cloud above Ackwarley started to shudder and pulse with electricity. He dove out of the way as a bolt of lightning came out of it, and Barak appeared after the light subsided. Finally, the twin masters of light and shadow, Dissaris and Lumino. A large yin-yang appeared on the floor, and from the light in the darkness rose Lumino, and from the darkness in the light came Dissaris. They both waved as they joined their troop members in the center to thunderous applause. As the cheers died down, Gerald added, "And please give a special round of applause for our orchestra this evening, Daughters of Tranquility." There was polite applause as a group of 6 women walked out and waved to the audience. "Once the floor is cleaned up," Gerald began, "there will be music for dancing. If you haven't already, please visit the photographer in the inner courtyard. Family portraits will be sent to your homes by Christmas, should you desire them." Gerald exited the dancer floor, and the lights came up in the rest of the room. The wards on the floor stayed up as all of the elemental materials began moving back to their barrels, and 4 house elves popped in and started polishing the floor. Lyra was nearly bouncing in her seat next to Harry. That was incredible. That statement was repeated by nearly all of the children as they started to head back down the tiny staircase. Once they were all out the other end, and Tonks had regrown to full size again, the dueling wards had come down, and music had started to play. A few brave couples had begun to dance. Tonks led Harry, Lyra, and Whispers on a trek to find Brant. She spotted him first, standing at one of the cocktail tables at the edge of the dance floor. Just as she started to lead them over, a young woman approached him and appeared to ask him to dance. He just shook his head again and let her leave. Once the woman was gone, Tonks led them over to Brant. "Did you enjoy the show?" she asked him. "Or were you engaged in nefarious dealings under the cover of darkness?" He just rolled his eyes, but responded, "Why couldn't it be both?" Lyra giggled at his response. "We should get our photos taken before there is too much of a line. Miss Tonks, would you please collect Lyra's coat along with yours for the photos?" Tonks seemed slightly miffed at being asked to fetch, but went anyway. Once she had started across the dance floor, Brant asked the children, "Did you enjoy the show?" Lyra was all smiles. "I loved it. Can we meet the performers?" Harry nodded at that idea too. Brant started walking them toward the inner courtyard as he replied, "After photos, sure." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a piece of paper with his wand, scribbled a quick note on it, and then tapped it, causing it to fold into a paper crane and fly off. Tonks met them by the door with Lyra's coat, and they stepped outside. Above them, they could see snow falling, though none of it seemed to enter the courtyard. There was a short line for the photographer, and they were at the front of the line quickly. Brant passed the man a few coins and told him they would be taking more than one photo. Brant arranged them into a few shots, with and without cloaks, with and without staves, and a few with just Harry and Lyra. As they started to head back inside, a man in the line reached out and stopped Brant. It was Henderson Drake again. "Steward Brant, could my family take a picture with Mr. Potter?" he asked loudly. Brant just glared at the man, brushed his hand away, and said, "No," then turned and continued walking. As they got back inside, Tonks remarked, "I'm very surprised that there haven't been more people like that this evening with Harry." Harry had noticed it a bit too. There were fewer people than even at Hogwarts tonight that were staring at him. "I imagine that Lord Abbot mentioned something to some of the more insatiable guests, though some, like Mr. Drake, may have ignored him or forgotten," Brant guessed. Once inside, they spotted Gerald Abbott standing with the performers near the orchestra. Some other attendees were speaking with them, and they waited patiently for Gerald to call them over. Gerald had the 6 performers gather around as he introduced them. "The 4 of you already know their names, so I would like the whimsical ones to meet Steward Brant of House Black, Lyra Cassiopeia Black, Aura Nymphadora Tonks, and Harry James Potter." They all shook hands, and Lyra introduced all of them to Whispers. Lyra cautiously approached the woman in red and timidly said, "Miss Pyrock, I really liked your fire. That's sweet of you. Do you know any fire spells?" Her accent sounded American, and Harry coughed a bit at the question. "I know a few," she responded. "Don't sell yourself short." Brant stepped up behind her. "Miss Black has quite a tremendous amount of firepower, though very little control. She is learning, though." "Interesting," the woman said inquisitively. "Do you have a firebird as the core of your wand?" "I have 2, she said happily. "What species?" Lyra drew her wand. "I have the tail feather of a phoenix in my wand." She stuck it back on the side of her arm, then pulled out her staff. "And I have 7 tail feathers from a mating pair of hoo-hoos in my staff. 5 from the male, 2 from the female." "Whoa," was the woman's only reply, and she stared at the staff. "My wand contains 2 feathers from a hoey-iwi. It is a firebird native to the Hawaiian Islands. I'd be very interested in seeing what you could do someday. The amount of power at your fingertips could be incredibly difficult to control." Brant smiled. "Maybe we can arrange a meeting then." He passed the woman a black card with silver writing on it. She took the card and smiled. "When the winter shows die down, I'll be in touch." Brant looked towards the rest of the performers. "I was also hoping to speak with Desaris and Lumino for the same reason." Once he had their attention, Miss Black also seems to have a specialty with the shadow element and Mr. Potter with the light. Lumino, in the white robes, asked suspiciously, "They aren't related, right?" Harry responded defensively, "Lyra is my sister." "I mean no offense, Mr. Potter. Normally light and shadowmancers like myself and Desaris will be twins or opposites from the same birth family in one way or another." Brant passed a card to each of them. "Maybe when we meet with Miss Pyrock, the 2 of you could accompany her." This isn't the best location for light and shadow magic demonstrations. They both nodded. Umber Imare asked, "Got a gig for the rest of us?" Daphne froze someone at school, that's Water, right? Lyra asked. She's around here somewhere. And William shocks people just by touching them, Harry added. And you've got another best friend who causes mountains to crumble. Umber asked hopefully. They all looked at each other but couldn't think of anyone. He frowned at their lack of response. Desaris pulled out a card of his own, passing it to Brant. Have Mr. Potter's friend, William, contact us, and we will see if he wants any extra tutoring with Barak. Maybe you can introduce Stephen to Miss Daphne. And if you find someone who likes to play in the mud, I'm sure Umber would be happy to make their acquaintance too. Everyone chuckled except for Umber. I will do just that, Brant responded neutrally. Mr. Aqualies, if you would like to come with me, I can introduce you to the Greengrass family. Everyone separated, and Tonks brought the children back to the table. Whispers started to yawn and placed his hat on the table, then laid down on 2 chairs and vanished. Will he be okay, sleeping like that? Tonks asked. I can stay with him, Lyra responded and sat in the chair next to him. Harry sat down as well, regretting a bit that he had eaten snails instead of cake, even if they were really good. He asked Tonks, "Can I go look for some cake?" And just as he asked, a plate with cake and vanilla ice cream appeared in front of him. He picked up his fork and started eating. Lyra looked at the cake but said, "I think I'm full," and proceeded to pet Whispers' sleeping form. Tonks kind of wanted to get up and dance, but she needed to keep an eye on the children. She resolved to go out for New Year's Eve into Muggle London to make up for it. Brant came back to one of the cocktail tables near their table and stood there for a moment before another woman approached him to dance. This one was very attractive, but he just sent her off like the others from earlier. Walking the long way around to him to keep an eye on the children, she approached where he was standing and said, "That's the 3rd woman I've seen you turn down tonight. Are you all business tonight, or would you like another introduction to Ricky?" "Only 3, Brant responded. "I've counted 5, he chuckled at her shocked response. "It's actually something else." He waved his left hand over his right, and a gold ring appeared on his index finger. The ring itself wasn't a complete circle and was slightly separated at the top. "You're betrothed," Tonks whispered, "and you're obviously committed to it. Is it anyone I know?" "It certainly is someone you know of, but I doubt it is someone you regularly associate with, and definitely not someone I will tell you about. It will be a secret for another 2 years before it is publicly announced." "Is that why you don't have a last name? You are planning on taking hers?" "Yes and no," Brant told her. "It is what will happen, but it is not why. I'm sure you and your mother had been racking your brains to try and figure out what branch of the family I come from. So I'll just tell you. My great-great-great-great-grandmother was born Despina Bellatrix Black Roman IV, sister to Phineas Black. Despina was born a squib, so she was never even added to the family tapestry, and also why you will not find any more blacks with her name since. Her descendants were tracked by the Black family until I was found to have magic and sent to Durmstrang. My parents both died in an accident shortly after I graduated, and I started working as a steward, though to be part of Lord Black's circles, I gave up my family name." "You gave it up, just like that." "Not just like that. I did it so that I can grow in the magical world. I still honor my parents in other ways." Brant glanced back towards the table. Lyra was yawning. "I think we'll start to wrap up, and I'm going to need to get the kids some coffee. They have something to do back at Hogwarts later tonight." Brant didn't elaborate, so Tonks didn't ask. They walked together back to the table and told Harry and Lyra to start saying goodbye to all their friends. Tonks stayed at the table with Whispers after casting a creature-revealing charm to make sure he was there. Brant wandered off to say goodnight to various people and returned to the table with 2 cups of coffee. When Harry and Lyra returned, he explained to them, "Have you ever had coffee before?" They both shook their heads. "This will help keep you awake tonight when we go back to Hogwarts. Don't drink it too often when you're younger. It will become addictive. A lot of adults can't function properly in the morning without it. 1 cup now will not be a problem." He placed a small pitcher of cream next to them. "If it is too bitter, add a little cream." Harry didn't seem to mind it black, but Lyra splashed quite a bit of cream in before it was good enough for her. Tonks watched with amusement as she saw the caffeine take effect, and their eyes widened a bit. When they had finished their drinks, and with Lyra's help, Brant scooped up the sleeping demiguise and slung him over his shoulder, then put on his hat with a sticking charm. The group tracked down the Abbott family and said their thank yous and good nights, then headed out to the apparition points. Brant asked, "Will you be all right to get home from here, Miss Tonks?" She was getting a bit tired, but responded, "I'll be okay to apparate from here. There was no drinking for me tonight." They stayed with her until the apparition point became clear, and Harry and Lyra said goodbye to her. Lyra gave her a sleepy hug before backing off and yawning a bit. "I think I need a little more coffee," she mumbled. "Good night, Miss Tonks," Brant told her, "and I'm sorry that I didn't tell you before, but your dress looks lovely this evening." She smiled a bit before turning and vanishing with a crack. "We're going to head to Hogwarts now," Brant told the children as he carefully took the invisible, sleeping demiguise off his shoulder and passed him to Harry. "We're going by Portkey, so you'll need to wake up Whispers." He pulled out a length of rope from his pocket as Whispers started growling at being woken up, but then his eyes glowed blue and he wrapped his arms and legs around Harry's in his usual death grip. Brant applied a few sticking charms to make sure he stayed there in his tired state. "Everyone grab hold," he said, and passed the ends of the rope to Harry and Lyra. When they both had a strong grip, he said out loud, "Hogwarts activate," and they were off. Now they crashed into the ground outside the gates of Hogwarts. There was no pit of sand to help their arrival this time, which caused Harry and Lyra to stumble and fall, and Harry nearly landed on Whispers, who had gotten out of the way in the nick of time and was now growling and screeching to no one in particular. Brant had landed without issue. Newt and Tina were standing next to the gate and walked over to greet them. "Well, you all look very well dressed," remarked Tina, "particularly you, Whispers." "I think he picked up a hat fixation from Dougal," commented Brant. "He tried on a lot of the fancier ones with the wide brims that your demiguise wears but didn't like them. Then he saw a store of top hats and ran right in to find the perfect one." "I'm very excited to see the habits of the rest of Whispers' family," Newt told them. "Are you two ready to proceed with your blessing?" Harry looked alarmed. "All the materials are in my trunk." Brant just spoke to the air. "Opal, please bring Harry and Lyra's trunks here." Around 20 seconds passed, and there was a loud pop, and Opal arrived next to them with 2 trunks. Lyra smiled at the little elf. "Thank you, Opal." "You's welcome, Missy Black. Will there be's anything else?" "No, thank you, Opal," Brant answered, and Opal popped away while Newt levitated the 2 trunks on top of a carriage right inside the gates, and they all climbed inside. Harry looked around cautiously and asked, "Where are the Thestrals?" "We didn't use them tonight, because of whatever their aversion to you is," Newt responded. "I still can't figure out why that is." "How will the carriage move then?" Harry asked. "Magic," replied Newt, chuckling at the ridiculous explanation for everything, and leaned out the window and tapped the wheels with his wand, causing it to start moving forward. Whispers had curled up on the seat and started to fall asleep again, and Lyra yawned again, so Tina called ahead to an elf and asked for hot chocolates with coffee for the children. The carriage took them straight into the courtyard and stopped at the castle gates. There were only a few lights in the castle as they arrived, with nearly all the students having gone home for the winter break. When they arrived, Brant unloaded their trunks, and Harry retrieved all the different bags of the materials for their blessing. Standing in the corridor, Harry and Lyra laid out all the materials to double-check them before opening the tapestry and heading into the room, leaving their trunks in the hallway. The maze had been deactivated, and when they got through the short hallway, it opened into their common room, but not the one they remembered. Exactly as Glenn had told them, the room had been expanded by a factor of 3. The 5 balit trees were still in the center of the room, along with the sunken fire pit, but now there was a huge amount of space between the trees and the walls. The walls no longer had the illusion of the mountains or beachfront and were just solid gray stone. The fully grown mango and banana trees were in the same spot by the wall, and the saplings of the lemon, lime, and other new ones were on the side by the tea station. There was one open door on the side of the room that led to where the greenhouse that Neville had set up was. Additionally, the balit trees no longer came close to the ceiling, as the ceiling was now far beyond the canopies of the trees. Brant, Harry, Lyra, and even Whispers stared at the transformation for nearly 2 minutes before Newt asked them, "Do you need any help setting up?" Harry pulled his staff out of his pouch and walked out to the center of the room. Lyra kept everyone back by the entrance. When Harry reached the center, he turned back and realized how big the room was, seeing how far his sister and the others were from him. Harry raised his staff as high as he could above his head and slammed the base into the ground, creating a huge bubble of light around him with nearly a 50-foot diameter. This time, instead of the most concentrated point of light being at the top, it was on the ground, all around the base of the bubble. Gripping the staff tightly, he twisted it where it stood in the ground, cutting an enormous circle into the ground. Harry looked a bit winded at that showing of magic. Back with the others, Lyra explained, "When we did this back on the island, it took Harry a full day to make all the circles. I hope he's able to do it all at once now." "You should have told us that beforehand," Brant told her. "We would have left the party earlier." "I think he'll be okay," Lyra said hopefully. "The big one caused him to pass out the last time. He's still standing now." Harry had taken a few deep breaths and planted his feet again. He slammed his staff into the ground again, and a slightly smaller bubble appeared. It took him less time on this one to twist his staff and engrave the circle into the floor. He waited to catch his breath before repeating the process again and again until there were 8 circles on the floor around him, and one large dot where he had repeatedly slammed his staff into the ground. Then he slowly walked back to the group, where Tina conjured him a beanbag chair to flop into. Brant pulled out the flobberworm jerky that Harry had given him before and passed him a few pieces to chew on, then asked him, "The shield you just made, you were able to do it like that on the island?" "Yes, but it was very difficult. When you were taught to defend from water and earth spells by Augustus, couldn't you have just used that one with the concentration of the shield on the bottom?" Harry and Lyra both stared and Brant before Harry just said, "Huh, yeah, I guess so." Lyra gathered up the materials and passed the 9 yellow hoo-hoo feathers to Newt, the 8 golden snidget feathers to Tina, and the 7 moth-like feathers from the mystery bird to Brant. "They all need to be equally spaced around their circles," Lyra instructed. She then went to the center of the circles to place a very long red hoo-hoo tail feather and start working her way outwards. The 3 adults all went to their circles and cast the same spell, which made a long blue beam pour into the circles, slowly filling up the entire trench with the blue light. When it had finished, small beams of light grew at designated points around each circle. "That makes things easier," Lyra commented, watching their magic. "Last time we did it, we counted the distance with our feet." "You did what?" Brant said in shock. Newt and Tina also looked shocked. Harry had gotten up and approached. "Why is that a bad thing?" "While blessings aren't exactly rituals," Newt began, "they do have some parallels. One of them is making sure every measurement is as precise as possible. Walking off the measurements is a good way to cause everything to go horribly wrong." Harry and Lyra exchanged a look before saying, at the same time, "Oops." Brant covered his eyes with his hand and shook his head. "Well, luckily, you're both still alive and didn't grow or lose any extra appendages, but we'll be doing it properly this time." Newt, Tina, and Brant proceeded to mark all the remaining circles, while Harry and Lyra added all the materials to their proper, measured places. Then Newt raised his wand and called out, "Finite." With that, all the glowing blue lines vanished, leaving only the materials and the circles Harry had drawn. "So what now?" Tina asked. "Now you all need to leave," Harry told them. Harry and Lyra walked them to the entrance hall, taking a sleeping Whispers, who had fallen asleep in the beanbag chair along with them. Once they were back outside the room, Harry and Lyra re-entered the hallway. Before they got out of the dark tunnel leading to the room, they stopped and took off their clothes. The giver had instructed them that before they did the blessing on the island, that they should be completely bare so that nothing interfered with their magic. That made even more sense now that most of their clothing had its magic in them. The only thing they took in with them were their staves. When they got out of the dark tunnel, they both looked at each other. This was probably the first time since the island that they had seen each other in the nude. Back then, such an occurrence would happen any time they went to the hot springs or just when they were changing clothes. Harry looked at her and himself and said, "We're getting out of shape." Lyra appraised themselves as well and responded, "I want to play Quidditch like the Gryffindors." "You know what I think about that," Harry told her sternly. "If you can dent a bludger, I'll melt one," Lyra told her brother fiercely. "Not during a match, you won't. Maybe after the blessing, the trees will be bigger for better climbing. We need to get it done first before we can tell." She walked towards the center and stood next to the large feather, and Harry joined her in that spot. Well, let's get this done. Good luck to us. They nodded to each other as Lyra raised her staff and slammed it into the ground. The red feather in the center glowed a bright red light, filling the room completely. They smiled at each other and took a step back into the circle with the two orange and black owl feathers. They both activated them, causing them to give off a black glow, and a sound bubble grew larger and larger until it filled the whole room. Simultaneously, they walked clockwise until they were standing at each other's feathers from before and activated them again. This time, the black glow grew even greater so it was a foot high off the ground, and there was a small pop as the entire room was silenced. No sound could be made or heard inside the room now. They proceeded to the circle of three and activated the materials. When they had made the full rotation, the cracked egg reformed itself and a small halo of magic, connecting it to the sparking chick down and the burning tail feather of the hawk. The next ring, they activated the post-owl feather and began to sprint to the next position. As they activated the second position, the first feather jumped up and shot off to the second position, where it hovered above that feather. Harry and Lyra were still running, and when they got to the third position, both the first and the second feather shot over to the third. When all four feathers were activated, they proceeded to chase each other continuously around their ring. For the 5 multicolored feathers, they walked together counterclockwise at a leisurely pace, stopping at each one to activate them and cause the feathers to glow brightly in their own colors. On the second lap around, the light grew even greater to the point that the glow was taller than they were. The ring of the 6 green feathers was more difficult. They needed to stand on nearly opposite sides of the circle and walk to the third ring with the materials from the hawk and back out to the next position of the green feathers. They needed to do each walk with perfect precision, which was extremely difficult when walking back to the outer ring because they were facing away from each other and there was no sound in the room. They went very slowly so that they could make sure it went without fault. Lyra went to stand in the center for the next ring and Harry at the first point in the circle of 7. When they were ready, Lyra tapped her staff on the ground, and the top of her staff emitted a small orb of darkness that just hovered there. Harry concentrated and sent a beam of light at the orb of shadow. When it hit, a little bit of the shadows leaked out and wrapped themselves around his beam, tracing their way back to him. When they were right about to reach the tip of his staff, he pulled the beam down and tethered it to the feather on the ground. The beam held steady, and the shadow and light twisted and danced up and down its length. Harry proceeded to repeat the same thing at the next 6 points along the ring, and upon reaching the final one, the orb in the center began to swirl with a mixture of shadow and light. They both felt a pulse of magic in the air and shivered at the feeling. Lyra left the center, leaving the orb to float where she left it, held in place by the magic Harry had connected to it. For the golden snidget, they had to practice this one. They needed to run at the same speed and activate each feather exactly 1 second after the previous one. So even though Harry could run faster, they had to sprint at the exact same speed to accomplish this and not stop to observe the results until the ring was completed. Standing together at the first location, Harry counted to 3 on his fingers before they both tapped their staves and started running. As soon as they got to the next point, they didn't stop and just tapped the staves as they were moving. The first feather didn't wait at the second's location like the 4th ring and just zipped by them. By the time they got to the 4th position, the first feather had flown by them again. All of the feathers were flying at incredibly fast speeds by the time they completed the circle. It had only been 8 seconds, but it felt much longer. Stepping out to the circle of the yellow hoo-hoo feathers, they watched in awe as the golden snidget feathers seemed to be accelerating, leaving trails of golden light behind them, slowly turning into one giant ring of gold with specks from the actual feathers inside. Wanting to be finished, Harry and Lyra got to their position in the last ring, both of them together next to one of the yellow hoo-hoo feathers, and activated it. A yellow light bloomed on the spot they were in, with trails of yellow floating upwards into the red sky made from the feather in the center. Suddenly, they could hear a song, like the call of the hoo-hoo, even though they shouldn't be able to hear anything. Lyra tapped Harry and pointed to her ear, and he nodded back. She mouthed the word, wand, and raised a hand to her ear. Harry assumed that this must be like the music she heard when she first met the hoo-hoo or got her wand. They proceeded to walk around the circle together, activating each yellow feather as they went. With each new feather, the music got louder and louder until they finished the ring. Then they reversed their course, and the music got quieter with each activation, even though the yellow flames from each grew larger. When they got back to the first position, the music stopped. One of Harry's legs began to buckle under him, and he felt weak. He could see Lyra swaying a bit as well, so they moved as quickly as they could back to the entrance tunnel. They were nearly collapsing as they put their clothes back on. Harry didn't bother with his socks and shoes, and Lyra barely got her tights and dress on before they started to stagger towards the exit. They both stumbled out, leaning on their staves and falling into the arms of the adults waiting for them. "We're done," Lyra mumbled as Brant said something to her she didn't understand. "Just need to sleep now," Harry muttered as his vision darkened and he blacked out. Chapter 51, The Lamashoo. Chapter text. Harry felt a wobbling and heard the sound of screeching, like a car braking. He was still slightly asleep, so he stretched a little bit and felt he was in a padded seat with armrests and that he was wearing a seatbelt. It was a bit strange. He only vaguely remembered wearing a seatbelt when in his uncle's car, a lifetime ago, so he wondered where he was as he rubbed his eyes. When he opened them again, Brant was asleep in a leather seat across from him, Lyra at his side. They were in a small, roundish room with windows along the wall. He looked out the one next to him to see that they were moving along a road, and from the position of the sun, it looked to be around midday. Out the window on the other side, and saw several airplanes. Some of them were moving, others were parked, and one of them was just taking off and going in the opposite direction that they were. He came to the sudden realization that they were also in an airplane, but this one was much smaller than the others. Trying to figure out his situation, he looked down at his feet and wondered where the shoes he was wearing came from. He certainly didn't own any that looked like these. Additionally, around each of his ankles was a silver anklet that had glowing blue runes on them. Looking over at Lyra, he could see that she had the same on her ankles, and a third one around her hair at the top of her braids. Squinting again, and rubbing his eyes, he saw the shimmering form of Dougal, invisible and asleep in the chair facing Lyra. As the plane started to turn, he unclipped his seatbelt and started walking towards the front of the plane, where there was a small door. When he got there, he knocked and waited. After a couple of seconds, the door opened and Newt was standing before him. Before the man could say anything, whispers jumped out and scared Harry, causing him to instinctively turn invisible. However, despite his body trying to vanish, all he did was flicker, and he felt warmth down on his ankles. "What's going on?" he asked in a bit of a panic. "Why can't I hide?" "First of all, good morning, Harry," Newt told him. "There's no need to panic. You'll have trouble performing any magic right now. I'll explain everything when Lyra's awake, too." "Where are we?" he asked. "We just landed in Istanbul," came Tina's voice from the cockpit, though that cleared up absolutely nothing for Harry. Seeing his lack of comprehension, Newt told him, "Another thing I'll explain to both of you when Lyra's awake." Harry looked past Newt to see through the front window that they were pulling up inside a large building that could fit the plane that they were in. When they stopped, Harry started to hear Lyra mumbling at the back of the plane, so he went to check on her with whispers. She was rubbing her eyes and fumbling with her seatbelt. Harry guessed that she had never had to use one in her life, so he wanted to make sure she didn't panic at the restraint and blow up the plane. As he could hear the plane powering down, she opened her eyes and started looking around. "Where are we?" she asked groggily. "Tina says we are in Istanbul," he told his sister. At her look of confusion, "Yeah, I have no idea where that is either," and giggled a bit to lighten the mood. She smiled back and he told her Newt said he'd explain everything soon. As the last of the sounds of the engine died down, Tina came out of the cockpit with Newt and joined them. Dougal faded back into visibility, but Brant was still fast asleep. Tina pulled a small vial out of her pocket and uncorked it under Brant's nose. After a second, he bolted upright and started looking around in a panic. "Are we on the ground?" He looked out the window and saw that they were parked. Tina smiled. "The mighty Brant is afraid of flying, so we knocked him out for the flight." "I am not afraid of flying," he said defensively. "I am afraid of being flung through the sky in a pressurized metal tube powered by explosives without any magic involved." Harry and Lyra's eyes widened at the experience described like that. "Don't be a drama queen," Tina told him. People do it all the time. Probably around 1 million muggles every day do it without issue. So did we arrive then? Brant asked hopefully. Not even close, Newt told him, and the fear returned to his eyes. We have to refuel now, and we have another 3 stops before we arrive. It's going to take a full day before we get there. Brant took several deep breaths to steady himself and stared at his fingers. Then his stomach growled. I bet everyone could use a good meal. We only have snacks on the plane. There's a cafe here in the hangar. Tina walked back towards the cockpit and opened a door that folded down towards the outside. Dougal just followed Tina and Newt down the steps, leaving the rest to follow. As they exited, there were 2 men and a woman in muggle suits waiting for them at the bottom. Brant gave a frightened look towards them and back towards Dougal and whispers, but Tina and Newt didn't seem to be disturbed. The man in the middle of the 3 stepped forward. Welcome to Istanbul, Mr. and Mrs. Scamander, and to you too, Dougal, and your guests. Newt approached the man and shook his hand. Thank you, Nazif. How much time will there be today for refueling? The woman next to him stepped forward with a clipboard. Approximately 20 minutes for the truck to arrive, and another 30 for the refueling. As soon as you are full, we will schedule your takeoff. We apologize for not having the fuel truck ready for you on arrival. She gave a small bow before continuing. Would you care for anything to eat while you wait? Thank you. We will head back to the cafe, Newt told her, and the group started moving towards a door in the back of the hangar, passing another parked airplane, slightly more than twice the size of theirs, but it was painted all black with gold accents, as opposed to their all white with blue stripes. Through the door, there was a small cafe with 4 circular tables. One of the tables was already taken up by another family. There was a husband and wife, with 3 boys. 2 looked like twins around 6 years old, and the other was maybe a year older than Harry. All the children also had the same silver cuffs on their ankles that he and Lyra did. As they entered, the 2 smaller children squealed at the sight of the Dougal and whispers, and their parents attempted to get them to not stare, with very little success. The 3 adults, 2 children, and 2 demiguises sat down at their table. As they sat, a plate piled high with tiny cubes covered in white dust appeared in the center of the table along with a house elf. It was wearing a black poncho tied around the waist with a thick red scarf. It looked around the table and asked with very slow speech, "What would you like to eat?" Newt smiled and spoke in a language Harry, Lyra, and Brant didn't understand. Yaprak sarmasi, baklava, urfa kebabi, salata v izgara baligi lutfen. The elf perked up quickly and with some kind of formal bow responded, Eved effendim. Then he popped away. Newt spoke to the rest of them. I just ordered some local food. I think you all will enjoy it. Dougal was sniffing the air and licking his lips. Now for a quick explanation since you both passed out at Hogwarts, Tina began. When you both stumbled out of the room, we panicked a bit and summoned Madame Pomfrey from the infirmary. She told us that you both had a case of minor magical exhaustion, but were otherwise fine. We gathered all of your things and took the night bus to the airport. Seeing the curious looks on their faces, Brant added, It's a magic bus that I enjoy even less than flying in an airplane. Be thankful you both were completely unconscious. It is primarily used by those who cannot apparate or use a portkey, and in my opinion is the worst form of magical transportation available. After their fun with portkeys and flew in the past, Harry and Lyra doubted it, but nodded along. Tina took back over. We arrived at the airport, where we fitted both of you with magical absorption cuffs, those things on your ankles. All wizards under the age of 17 may still experience bouts of accidental magic, which could be a serious problem while thousands of feet above the earth, and are required to wear the cuffs. Many adults who are afraid of flying wear them as well, just in case. She nodded to Brant, who pulled up his pant legs to show that he was wearing them too. As an afterthought, we also put one of the cuffs on Lyra's hair, just to be sure it didn't catch fire. Harry asked, So where are we now? Newt looked around before saying, May I speak to an elf? A different elf than before popped in. How many eyes help yous? He asked. Could you provide us with a globe? The elf seemed to think for a moment before snapping his fingers, and a beach ball with a map of the world appeared on the table. Will that be workings for yous? The elf said hopefully. Newt nodded and smiled. That is just fine, thank you. He gave the elf a small nod and he popped away. Newt held up the beach ball and pointed to a small group of islands. These are the British Isles. His finger seemed to move with uncertainty as he pointed near the top of the larger island. Somewhere around here is Hogwarts. Then he rotated the beach ball so a larger mass of land was facing them. We are currently here in Istanbul, then we will fly to Dubai. He turned the ball to point to a spot on the end of a large peninsula. From there, we will fly to Kathmandu, Hanoi, then Luzon. He turned the globe each time to indicate their stops. From Luzon, we will take a short boat ride to your island. Thank you, Mr. Scamander. I think I need to add geography to the children's tutoring. It's a shame Hogwarts doesn't offer a course, Brant said, then added hesitantly, I will need additional calming drafts for the rest of the flights. Just then, the father at the other table stood up and approached them. He gave a short bow before asking, Did I hear correctly that you are Mr. Newton Scamander? Newton looked up at the man. He appeared to be of Turkish ancestry, or from somewhere in the region. He nodded and said, May I be of assistance with something? My name is Pelin Duman. Newt showed a vague recognition of the name. My family is currently traveling to Geneva and transporting our family's familiar for medical treatment. There was a greater showing of recognition now. Duman, your bloodline is bonded with a Lamashu, correct? Newt was looking very interested. Have you heard of us? Truthfully, I have heard of your Lamashu more than your family, Newt said with slight embarrassment. He has protected your family for generations, correct? Yes, his name is Hamidreza, and has been with our family for almost 500 years. The rest of the group reacted with surprise at the length of time that he had been living. What is wrong with him? Newt asked. We don't know specifically. He lacks energy. He doesn't seem to be as active as he used to be. There aren't enough records on the species to determine if he is getting old, as nearly all die while defending those that they are protecting. His mane and beard have stayed the deep brown it was when I was a child. I would expect it to turn grey like a human if he was approaching old age, but I can't be sure. He looked back at his family who were watching and listening. Would you be willing to take a look and see if you can determine anything about his condition? Newt's face brightened. I would be honored to examine such a magnificent creature. Technicians are modifying our plane to cope with the increased weight. When they are finished, we can take you aboard. Can we join you for your meal while we wait? Newt nodded, and Pelin snapped his fingers. The elf that brought their beach ball globe reappeared. The two of them just exchanged a nod, and the two tables both groups were at moved across the floor with their chairs along with them. Dougal and Whispers vanished as they started to move. It was as if the floor itself was moving, similar to how Dumbledore had done it in the Great Hall. When the tables were touching, they seemed to mold together into one large oval table. This is your hangar? Tina asked. Yes, Pelin responded. There are quite a few wizards these days who own their own planes, so we thought that having a hangar for them in a busy airport like this one would be helpful. Brant gave the man an impressed look. The woman at the table stood up. Thank you for joining us, and for your assistance, Mr. Scamander. My name is Nevra. These are my children. The oldest is Iraden, and the twins are Selim and Adal. Newt introduced the group. This is my wife, Tina. We are accompanied by Miss Lyra Black, Mr. Harry Potter, and Steward Brant of House Black. The older Demiguise is my companion, Dougal. The younger is with Harry and Lyra, and is named Whispers. The older child, Iraden said with a heavy accent, You are the Harry Potter, from the children's books. Harry answered quickly, None of those stories happened. Did you kill that dark wizard, though, the French one? He asked quickly. His mother flicked him in the ear, Shu Kibar de Gildy. Then turned to the others. I am sorry for my son. He often thinks before he speaks. Newt looked at Harry with a question in his eyes. Harry had the same one. It's all right. What French wizard were you talking about? The son jumped back into the conversation. The one when you were a baby, Val de la Morte. It's a French name, correct? Harry didn't know how to respond. Tina responded, though. It has always been assumed he was British. I don't know where his name originated from, but he claimed to be a descendant of a founder of Hogwarts, Salazar Slytherin. But you killed him, the boy asked Harry again, and got another, much harder, flick on his ear from his mother, which caused him to yelp. Tina answered again. It is unknown what truly happened. It is highly unlikely that Harry did anything of his own volition. How many things do you remember from when you were 15 months old? The boy nodded in understanding. I guess it makes for better stories if the French man had a duel with a baby. Lyra started to giggle, imagining Harry in a diaper fighting the violet spectre they had seen the night with the creeping death. At that moment, food arrived at the table. There were two large platters filled with salad, some kind of sticky pastry, meat, grilled fish, and something wrapped in dark leaves. Whispers faded back in and started to reach for the fish. Dougal faded back next and stopped him, taking some of the wrapped food and passing it to the younger one instead. The groups watched as Whispers bit into one of the wraps and chewed it slowly before eating the rest of it and taking another. When he was done with the second, Dougal started passing him other things to try, but avoided the fish for some reason. Everyone else started eating, and the conversation stopped for a while, other than some quiet exchanges between the twins and their father in Turkish. Harry and Lyra enjoyed the meat. Brant informed them it was made from lamb, like what Lyra's coat was made from, but not magical. Just as they were enjoying the sticky, sweet pastry that Tina told the children was called baklava, a man in a worker's jumpsuit came in and gave a brief nod to the Duman family and left. Pelin stood up and informed them, "We can go see Hamidreza now." He led them out of the room and towards the larger black jet that was in the hangar. The group entered the cabin of the jet, where there were 8 very comfortable-looking seats and a small office area with a desk. Further back, there was a wall with a door. Pelin opened the door and walked down a few stairs into a larger room, slightly larger than the section of the cabin they were in before. The floor was covered by a thick layer of straw, and laying down in the center was something resembling a lion. The body of the beast was roughly the same shape as a lion, including the tail, but nearly 3 times the size of a large adult. There were enormous wings that were folded on its back, appearing to be like an eagle, but much thicker and stronger with deep purple feathers that were the length of a human arm. The most distinctive feature was the head, looking almost like a cross between a lion and Hagrid, though it seemed to contain some deep mystical wisdom in the face. On top of the head were 2 large golden horns nearly as thick as one of the creature's legs. It was adorned with gold on its chest and in the center of its forehead. The twins fearlessly ran down the ladder and cuddled up next to its face, speaking quietly to it as it looked at them with affection and care. One of the twins pointed up towards Newt and his group, and the head of the Lamashu raised a bit and growled. The sound from the growl seemed to make Harry's knees feel weak, and he took a few steps back. Pelin held up a hand and said, "Arkadashla." The mighty beast grumbled a bit and laid its head back down. Newt slowly approached the Lamashu, his hands held out to the side, and his head bowed slightly. Pelin gestured for the twins to come back to him. Newt kept his hands to the side, but not above his head, cautiously walking towards the beast, and knelt a few feet in front of him. He sat there for a moment just looking it in the eyes, waiting for something. After nearly 2 minutes, the Lamashu let out a large breath and seemed to deflate slightly before its head rolled back a bit. Newt rose to a crouch and crossed the last few feet between them, reaching out and putting one hand on the side of its face. Newt seemed to whisper a few gentle words to it and stroked its beard before walking further down its length and laying on the creature's side, placing his head against its ribcage. He seemed to listen to the heartbeat and breathing of the creature for a few minutes before inspecting the rest of its body, little by little, until he even counted the hairs on its tail. On the way back, he inspected the pads of its feet, looking between each one. When he returned to the face, Newt carefully caressed its cheeks with both hands before opening his own mouth and saying, "Ah." Then he pushed his fingers under the lips to open its jaws and reveal very human-looking teeth. However, to the sides of 4 front teeth were 2 fangs nearly a foot long on the top and 2 approximately 6 inches on the bottom. Newt whispered a few more things to the creature, and it groaned in response. He turned back towards the group and waved toward Dougal. The old demiguise slowly approached the enormous beast, stopping every few feet where his eyes would glow for a moment before continuing. When Dougal got to the Lamashu, he repeated most of the same actions that Newt had done, then gave his friend an indecipherable look. Newt and Dougal stared at each other for a few seconds before they crossed back to the entrance where everyone was watching. "I think he may just be getting old," Newt said apologetically. "He shows signs of later stage maturity that other magical animals have when they get roughly 70% through their life cycles. When was the last time he shed his horns?" Nevra reached into a box by the door and pulled out a large binder, Flipping through the pages, she stopped and said, "The last shedding was on March 14, 1922. Lyra had been staring at the beast for a while. She tugged on Newt's sleeve and asked, "Can I talk to him?" Newt exchanged a glance with Pelin, who nodded and guided Lyra across the room toward the creature. Whispers tagged along cautiously at her heels. When they got there, Lyra knelt down, smiled, and said, "Hello." The lamashew's head was as large as Lyra from head to toe if you included its beard. It raised its head and seemed to smile back at her, though it did not show any teeth. She reached up to pet its mane and slowly reached deeper to find an ear and start scratching behind it. Whispers went around the other side and found the other ear to scratch as well. After 10 seconds, the giant cat-like creature started giving off an incredible purring noise. Gone was the weakness Harry had felt in his knees, and now he felt more like he could break down a brick wall with his fists. He looked around and saw that the noise had a similar effect on everyone else. They all stood up straighter, and half of them were flexing their fingers. Slowly, Lyra stopped the scratching, and the purr died back down, just laid against the side of its face. Whispers came around to her side and stared the Lamashu in the eyes for a moment before saying to Lyra, "Family, we're family." The Durman family looked shocked at the talking demiguise, as was usual for first-timers with Whispers. Harry turned to Pelin and asked, "Does Hamidreza have parents or children?" "No, we are his only family," he responded. Lyra had come back to everyone with Whispers. "I think he's lonely. Are there any other Lamashus he could be with?" "I don't know of any other families in the world that are bonded with one," Pelin responded. "They are exceedingly rare," Newt added. "I know of a litter of 6 that were found about 40 years ago without parents in the mountains of Syria. They're each about the size of a mastiff right now and are being raised in captivity." "Could Hami raise them?" asked Eraden. "I can put you in touch with the facility they are in," Newt told Pelin. "I would still recommend he get a full examination in Geneva." Pelin passed Newt a card embossed in gold with their contact information and thanked him, Lyra, and Whispers. Harry was still apprehensive about the enormous lion-like creature, but before they left, he summoned his courage and asked Eraden to introduce him to the Lamashu. The other boy quickly walked over to the giant creature and beckoned Harry to follow. Harry was a bit more apprehensive and walked cautiously. Closer to the massive animal, he could see that the horns were not actually gold. It was just a plating that was covering them. When he was about 3 steps away, Eraden leaned down to the great beast and said to him, "Hami, bu Harry Potter, Kurtu buyukularin katali v sakuk mazalaran in Karamani." The enormous Lamashu lifted its head to look at Harry, then rolled over and stood up in a crouch, causing the plane to shake a bit. Harry's head barely came up to the creature's chin as he stared at the awesome beast. It lowered its head and started to sniff at Harry's pouch. "Do you have food in there?" Eraden asked. Reached in and pulled out a handful of flobberworm jerky, telling Eraden what it was. The boy exchanged words with his father in Turkish quickly, and then told Harry it would be all right to give some. The Lamashu leaned down to Harry's outstretched hands, and with a giant tongue and precise teeth, picked up the entire stack and ate it. After he swallowed it, he gave a funny shake and started sniffing at the pouch again, though now the humanesque eyes looked less curious and more focused. "Do you have something else in there he might want?" the Turkish boy asked. "I have a lot in there," Harry responded. Hamidreza leaned down and tapped Harry's head lightly with one of his enormous horns. Guessing what the creature might be sensing in his pouch, Harry pulled out his staff with the lampong antler on the top. The Lamashu stared at it for several moments before sniffing it from the tip to the wood. Right below where the antler intersected with the wood, covered by the usurper's shed, the Lamashu gave the staff a long lick. Harry stared at it for a moment and watched the shed start to bubble a bit. Just as he was about to pull the staff away, the great creature leaned back down and bit into his staff. Harry panicked and pulled back on his staff, nearly being picked up off the ground by the creature. Both groups panicked, with Brant rushing over to Harry to keep him on the ground, and the Durman family trying to calm down the great beast and yelling in Turkish to try to get him to release the staff. After what was probably only a few seconds, the Lamashu twisted his head, and there was something akin to a popping sound as the long upper fang that was embedded in the staff broke out of its mouth, and Harry backed away quickly with his staff. The snake shed had stopped bubbling, and the tooth appeared to be fused straight through the wood. The Lamashu looked Harry in the eyes and then laid back down with a mighty thump that shook the aircraft once more. "He gave you a fang," Nevra said with awe in her voice. "That is astounding," Pelin said, equally awed. "He has never given a fang, horn, or hair to anyone who was not of our bloodline." After a few moments of silence, while Harry and Lyra admired the fang, which was nearly the length of their forearm, "You will need to tell us what kind of magic it grants you." Newt pulled out the card that had been given to him before and tapped it with his wand, causing it to create a copy, and passed it to Brant. "Mr. Potter will update you when he discerns how he can use it." There was additional silence as they all stared at how the staff had been changed. Now, in addition to the black-tipped white antler on the top, there was a deep brown tooth stuck straight through the wood. The tip was not very sharp, and the root was blunt with a bit of jaggedness to it. It made Harry's staff look like some of the pole hammers brandished by some of the suits of armor at Hogwarts. He couldn't yet feel what power had been added to the staff, but knew that he would soon. He reached into his pouch and pulled out one of the boxes of the flobberworm jerky he was bringing back to the island and passed it to Araden. "Please write to me at Hogwarts about how Harmy fares in the future," he told the boy. "I will do that for sure. You can write to me at Ugadu in Africa as well." The two boys shook hands as the group left the Derman's jet. When they got outside, a crew was detaching a large hose connected to a tanker truck from the Scamander's jet. One of them started to bring a clipboard to them, but Pelin pointed to himself and waved the worker off. Newt turned around to say something, but the man stopped him. "Your fuel and lunch are on us. Even if loneliness is not Hamidrez's primary issue, he should be able to be with his own kind more. To see him provide a fang to someone outside our family was extraordinary. Is there nothing I can say or give you? Jet fuel is not inexpensive." Pelin thought for a moment, then snapped his fingers, causing the elf who took their order to pop in. "Mert, please bring a set of Mr. Scamander's books from my library." The elf nodded and popped away. Addressing Newt, "I could always use an autograph from a famous magizoologist." "I don't feel that is nearly enough, but I can wait until we meet again to repay the favor," he replied humbly. A minute later, the house elf Mert reappeared with a box set of books written by Newt. He took his time and wrote a short dedication in every book before signing them. They all exchanged handshakes again before Pelin pulled out a radio and requested a priority takeoff position for the Scamander jet. Newt and Tina thanked him again, and they all entered the craft again. Brant told Harry to store his staff in his pouch and to try avoiding thinking about it so it did not create any magic while they were in flight. Newt and Tina entered the cockpit and started to drive the plane out onto the runway. Everyone got buckled in, including the Demiguises, while Brant downed a vial of a calming draft. Harry, Lyra, and Whispers were glued to their windows as the plane began to accelerate and take off. Dougal just seemed bored. The children watched in awe and interest as the ground began to disappear beneath them. They were still glued to their windows as they began to rise above the clouds, though after about 10 minutes, the sight began to become routine and they turned back to each other. Brant was still gripping his armrests and trying to control his breathing. Tina exited the cockpit and came back into the cabin. "We've got about 6 hours until we reach Dubai. I suggest doing some reading to take your minds off the flight. When we're almost there, I have some sandwiches that the Derman elf put in our plane as well." When they landed in Dubai, Harry and Lyra had about half finished their assigned reading for the winter break. Brant had taken another calming draft, and Whispers was still obsessed with staring out the window. When they were approaching the hangar for refueling, Tina turned back to them from the cockpit. "Kids, this is not an airport with a special place for magical travelers. We will need to stay inside the plane this time. Please also take Whispers away from the window and ask him to turn invisible until we take off again." Harry pulled Whispers away from the window and told him, while signing, "Hide." Whispers scampered under Lyra's seat and turned invisible. Dougal lazily climbed off his seat and vanished as he went under it. They pulled into a hangar where a fuel truck was parked, but there were also 3 men in uniforms waiting as well. Tina groaned and opened a drawer in the table by one of their chairs and started to pull out some colored papers, then stuffed a few of them in some small blue books. When they had come to a full stop, Newt came out of the cockpit and Tina passed him the little blue books. then adjusted her wand holster for a quick draw. Harry watched as Newt exited the plane and approached the men in uniform. The one in front held his hand out, and Newt passed him a small white card. The man examined it and then pulled out a radio and said something into it, then held out his hand again, to which Newt just shook his head and crossed his arms. "What's happening?" Brandt asked Tina. "Sometimes in Dubai, the police will stop rich travelers and politely request a bribe to let us go on our way. My husband and I make sure to keep a good relationship with the captain of the police at the airport, but he is not the one who showed up today to take the bribe, so now we need to wait for him. If we pay off one of his subordinates, our dealings with him in the future will suffer." Brandt choked back a laugh. "I would never have suspected Newton Scamander to be in the habit of bribing Arab policemen or to have the inclination to attempt it." "You would be right," Tina told him. "It is my method that he is using, however. The authorities will not deal with women in this part of the world or treat me with the proper respect. For the three of you, if they ask, you can tell them our final destination of the Philippines and that we are traveling from Scotland for the winter break from the children's school. Outside of that, let me or Newt handle everything." 10 minutes later, Newt was still standing outside, arms crossed, as a car drove up. A man in a uniform that had extra insignias on it got out and approached Newt. They exchanged a quick embrace before Newt handed the small blue books to the man. He opened them briefly, then handed one to each of the men that weren't the ones that had called for him on the radio. Each of them opened the books, looked through them, took out the money, and handed them back. The one with the radio looked a little angry that he did not get a payoff. Inside, Tina pulled a scarf out of a closet and wrapped her head and face, then opened a small refrigerator and pulled out a white box with a golden symbol on the top. She exited the plane and took small steps approaching her husband with the police officer. Keeping her eyes averted from looking at the other men, she passed the box to the officer who had not gotten paid. He opened the box and smiled at the contents, then closed it and waved towards the men with the fuel truck. They drove it over to the plane and started to hook up the fuel lines. Tina came back onto the plane as Newt continued to speak with the men outside. She took off the scarf and said, "I really hate that I had to do that, not just covering up so that I don't offend the men, but that I needed to give away some Turkish delight that I had ordered special for this trip. I will need to get more on the way back." "Why did you give it to him?" Lyra asked. Brandt answered for her. The man was unhappy that his superior officer did not give him any money, so Mrs. Scamander took it upon herself to rectify the situation by providing him with some very good food. It was like those small cubes on the table for lunch, but I assume of a much higher quality. It wasn't money, but he will not feel as slighted and direct angst towards the Scamanders if he encounters them on future travels. Tina nodded her head at the explanation. After another 10 minutes, the police left, and Newt boarded the aircraft again. He gave his wife a hug and a kiss on her forehead and said, "Good save there with the Turkish delights. When we get to the island, I'll put in a double order for you on the return trip." She smiled and hugged him back. 20 minutes later, they were refueled, and shortly after they were airborne again. During this part of the flight, Harry and Lyra only read for the first 2 hours before getting bored. Brandt decided it would be a good idea to teach Whispers the game, Red Hands, to help with his flying anxiety. He showed the young demiguise how to place his hands on top of his, face down, and then yank them away before he slapped them. Of course, when Whispers realized what was happening, Brandt was at a severe disadvantage against a creature with precognition. After teaching it to Whispers, he was never able to win a single game. Lyra, on the other hand, loved it and was trying to develop strategies to fake out her little brother. None of them worked, but it was interesting watching her try. Harry played once and somehow got a single win against Whispers and then refused to play again. Newt came into the cabin at that point and folded one of the chairs back, put on a mask and noise-canceling headphones, and went to sleep. Even though he had the headphones on, Brandt switched the kids to a quieter activity and attempted to teach them how to play chess. It was a very long process, but they seemed to get a hold of the basics before starting a game against each other. Brandt went back to his seat and started organizing some journals and ledgers he had brought with him, and wrote some letters to be sent out at the next magical post office. When they started to come up on the last hour of their flight, Newt sat up and took off his mask and earmuffs. He waved Harry and Lyra over to his side of the plane and pointed out the window. There, in the distance, was a huge range of mountains poking their way up through the clouds. "Those are the Himalayas," he told them. "Some of the largest mountains in the world are there." He seemed to look off into the distance, counting the peaks of the mountains, before pointing towards the left side of the range. "Over there, somewhere in that area of mountains, is the Kumbu Magic School." "And the Yetis?" Lyra asked, eyes filled with wonder. "Yes, and the Yetis," he told her. "There are many groups all through these mountains, but they congregate mostly near the school for protection." After another 30 minutes of staring at the mountains, Newt pointed to one particularly tall peak. "That is Mount Everest. It is the highest point of land on the entire planet." The Kathmandu airport was smaller than the last two airports they had been at, by far. It consisted of a single runway which was at a slant. After they landed, and Newt came out of the cockpit while his wife taxied the plane to the refueling truck, he explained that the slant was to keep the snow off the runway and avoid a build-up of ice. Sure enough, everywhere that wasn't the main runway had at least a little bit of snow on it. The children were ready to get off the plane, but as soon as the door opened, there was a rush of freezing cold air that had them bolt to the back of the plane and bury themselves in blankets. Whispers joined them right after, though Dougal seemed to not mind the extreme cold as much. They stayed there with their books until the plane was ready to take off again. As soon as they were back in the air, Tina served them some lamb sandwiches they had picked up in Turkey, and then took her turn to sleep as Newt flew the plane to their next destination. Harry and Lyra tried playing chess again, but both of them ended up falling asleep in the middle of their game. They were both woken up just before they landed at their last refueling point in Hanoi. This time, when the doors opened, they were greeted by a rush of warmer air, and everyone except the demiguises got out to stretch a bit. This was starting to feel a bit more like home, though they couldn't smell the salty air from the ocean here. It was night time, and they were exhausted from staying up through the whole plane flight. Once they were set to fly again, Brant told them to take a measured amount of the dreamless sleep potion, so they would wake up refreshed on arrival. Whispers ended up falling asleep before they even took off, so the children took the doses given to them. Harry felt a rush of energy shoot through him and sat up quickly, flailing his arms as he did so. He didn't go far as he was still in his chair, with the seatbelt on. Brant was holding a small vial with vapors coming off it. He moved over to Lyra and held it under her nose for her to do the same thing before calming down. The jet was parked inside a hangar, and when they looked out, there were two wizards outside, using their wands to scan the trunks that had been taken off the plane with Tina and Newt standing by. When they disembarked from the plane, they both yawned deeply and stretched as much as they could. The men inspecting the trunks opened one of Newt's and started questioning him about the hundreds of live flabberworms inside. While they were discussing that, Tina led the rest of them over to what looked like a long dueling platform with a large wall at one end. "One at a time," she began. "I am going to take the suppression cuffs off you. You will feel a rush of magic, and you should cast as much magic as would normally cause you to get a bit dizzy. Do not worry, you will not destroy anything. These platforms are designed for much more powerful wizards than any of you." Brant stepped up first. Tina activated dueling wards around the platform and muttered a password, causing the cuffs around his ankles to open and fall to the floor. Brant took a deep breath and seemed to shake a bit before he drew his wand. He waved it around his head 3 times before a beam of yellow light as thick as his arm, with a pink spiral wrapped around it, shot out and impacted the wall, showering the entire end of the platform in yellow and white sparks. He held that spell for nearly a minute before breaking it off and falling to his knees. The wall was a little bit singed, but otherwise undamaged. Tina looked impressed. Was that a spirit lash? Brant rose to his feet, a bit shaky. It was indeed. It's not often that I get to use such a spell, but this seemed like a perfect opportunity to go all out. Tina lowered the wards and Brant picked up his cuffs, then stepped down. Harry handed him a bit of jerky to help with the magic drain, and then entered the platform himself. As Tina raised the wards again, Harry took out his staff, now fused with the fang of the Lamashu. Now seemed like a perfect opportunity to see if anything had changed about its magic. He stood in position with the antler pointed towards the wall, feet braced and ready. As Tina deactivated the cuffs and they fell off, he felt a rush of power flow into him, similar to how he felt when he first picked up his wand or the antler of the lampung. However, this time he felt the power flow into his muscles and made him stronger, as it did when Lyra was scratching the Lamashoo's ears and it purred. Harry focused on building up a great pulse of magic, and he could almost hear the power building in his ears. He channeled his magic for nearly a minute, and could swear he saw a bit of brown static start to crackle in the light at the end of the antler for a moment before releasing it toward the wall. The impact created a shockwave that knocked him backward and somehow penetrated the wards and knocked down Tina, Brant, Lyra, and Whispers. It staggered and nearly knocked over Newt, Dougal, and the two inspectors. A dozen flobberworms got knocked out of the box onto the floor of the hangar. The inspectors ran over to the platform and started shouting at Harry in another language with their wands pointed at him. Harry just rolled over from where he had fallen and tried to stand up but fell back down again. "Harry, put down your staff," Tina ordered him. He dropped it and raised his hands. Harry lay there and waited for Tina to take down the wards. He managed to look up and see that the wall was undamaged. Newt was having an argument with the inspectors about what just happened, and Harry heard his name mentioned a few times in the language they were speaking. The inspectors ended up giving him many curious looks before backing off and returning to the trunk of flobberworms. Newt went back as well and started gathering up the ones that were inching away. "Well, that was interesting," Brant said. "What happened?" "It was amazing." Harry stood up as he spoke. "I felt power flow through me like when Harmy was purring, giving me strength. When I thought it had built up enough, I just let it go, and that happened." He stepped off the platform and pulled out some jerky for himself. As Lyra stepped up, Brant cast a few extra flame-freezing charms on the wall and surrounding area. The inspectors had turned to watch. He looked back toward them and said, "Just in case." They nodded and stood by. Lyra pulled out her staff and wand and held them together, pointing toward the wall. When the dueling wards were raised, Tina deactivated Lyra's cuffs, and the ones on her ankles fell. Then the one around her hair clattered to the floor. As soon as that one was off, her hair began to spark and glow orange before bursting into flame. The fire raged, and she incanted, "Incendio Orbis." A swirling ball of red and orange fire grew at the tip of her wand and staff until it was nearly 3 feet in diameter, and her knees wobbled a little. From there, the fire in her hair seemed to get drained into the ball, and it doubled in size. Then it was launched at the wall where it exploded, covering the entire end of the platform in a torrent of flames. There was no collateral damage this time, but the inspectors were still a bit shocked at the display of elemental magic. After the wards were down, Lyra hopped off, still a bit energized, and took some jerky from Harry. Newt had finished with the inspectors, and they gathered up all of the trunks and started levitating them toward the exit of the hangar. Once they were through the door, there was a large black car waiting for them, and standing out front of it was Nestor. Harry and Lyra both exploded toward the man and jumped to hug him. Whispers managed to beat them there and had the man's face wrapped in a hug. He wasn't quite family, but he had been the one taking care of them for the last few months. Whispers was sniffing him all over, trying to find the sense of the other hidden. Once Whispers wasn't covering his face, he said, "It's good to see you too, kids." Another man that they didn't know got out of the driver's side and started to load their trunks in the back of the car. Harry and Lyra were bombarding Nestor with questions about all the members of their family, even though he probably knew only 3 or 4 by name. Nestor gave them a small nod towards their chaperones, and they stopped for about 10 seconds to introduce Newt, Tina, and Brant. After that, they all got into the car, which had an expanded section behind the driver with a couch so they could all face each other. Once they were inside, the children jumped back into a million questions about what had been happening on the island in their absence. Chapter 52, Reunion. Chapter text. After about 30 minutes of driving, they could see the water from the highway. The children were still questioning Nestor about everything. He could identify Charlie, Mango, Weaver, Teacher, and Chief by sight, but had trouble with many of the others, except Pants, so he couldn't answer many of the questions. A pleasant surprise for the children was that out of the 5 baby demiguises they were expecting, they got 7, due to 2 sets of twins. Harry's heart swelled at 7 more members joining their family. Mango's village was growing steadily. It didn't have as many large trees as the original, so Nestor and a few of the other people on his team had put raised platforms around the original mango grove, in addition to the few scattered trees where they had constructed shelters. Newt, Tina, and Brant hadn't been able to get a word in the entire ride so far, so they all just listened to the conversation. Brant also had taken out a journal and was taking notes on everything he heard. He had a dozen pages dedicated to every single demiguise. He labeled as many as he could hear with names, and numbered all of them from 1 to 65. He added extra pages for the giver, the usurper, the horned pig that they had mentioned, hoo-hoos, lampang, and snakes. There were going to be a few people waiting for them on the island. Nestor's assistant, Kylie, 2 herbologists, who were also brothers Thowanthan, and Nestor's girlfriend, who he had met while searching for Harry, Nenita Estrada. She had recently moved in with him, and since she worked as a writer, she ended up spending a lot of time on the island, doing her work from there. After a little over an hour, the car drove through a small town and into a small fishing port. Harry and Lyra got out and breathed in the salty air of the sea. "How long till we get there?" Lyra asked. "We just have a short boat ride," Nestor told them. "It will take a little under an hour. Once we get on the open water, we'll be able to go faster with a bit of magic." Harry pulled his trunk out of the back of the car and turned it into a briefcase, then followed Nestor down the dock as the others and their driver started unloading the rest of the car. Their boat, at the end of the dock, was a Chinese junk ship. The sails were currently closed up, but bits of red could be seen inside all 3 of them. Harry started to feel a bit nervous about being on a ship again and took a glance back towards Lyra, who had started to run down towards the boat, dragging her trunk along with her. She didn't look at all fearful or reminded about their time in the shipping container, so Harry took a deep breath in and quashed his anxiety so it wouldn't affect her. He caught Tina's eyes for just a moment and could see a worried look from her, anticipating their distress with the experience. While invisible, whispers came scampering down the wooden dock next, practically pulling along the slower Dougal. Once they all were on the boat, Lyra and Harry went out to the bow as Nestor started up the engine. A bit of smoke came out of the engine on the back as they started to move slowly forward. Lyra cheered with excitement at the movement, and Harry felt himself feeling a bit better now that he was pretty sure she wasn't going to be stressed out over the boat ride. Brant cast some balancing charm on his ears to keep himself from getting sick. Newt cast the same charm on Dougal as they moved out of the harbor. Whispers came out to the bow of the boat, and Harry let him ride on his shoulders, with the wind in his fur as they gained speed over the water. After about 10 minutes, they cleared the marina and passed by a small island that had been opposite the fishing village. When they could feel the open water rocking the boat a bit more, Nestor called them back to the cabin area. "I'm about to kill the power for the engines and open the sails," Nestor told everyone. "From there, we will get a huge burst of speed, so no one should stand outside while we are moving." Everyone nodded, and Nestor climbed onto the roof of the cabin and fired off a spell at each of the 3 red sails, causing them to open up wide. They did not look like regular sails, and Newt recognized exactly what they were. Those are dragon wings. 12 years ago, there was an Indonesian saber-tooth that woke up from a long hibernation and started to attack a small Muggle town. We had to mobilize nearly the entire Filipino ministry to deal with the situation after it had to be put down. We managed to fabricate a story of an extinct volcano becoming active again and destroying the town. All of the dragon parts were put to good use. The wings and tail fin were used to construct this boat. Lyra could feel the magic coming from the wings. It felt warm and strong, and the power felt like looking at an oncoming monsoon approaching from the horizon. Nestor pulled a lever from next to the steering wheel of the boat, and the power started to slip off the wings, propelling them along and building speed. They eventually got to the point that they were slipping over the top of the water so quickly that they didn't even bounce on the surface. The bow just cut through the waves without even slowing them down. Harry could feel the speed of the ship, even if he didn't have the wind on his face. The magic of the sails to him felt like he was looking at someone else lifting an impossibly heavy load with ease. It was the kind of feeling that motivated him to work at accomplishing the same feat, even if such power was impossible for someone as small as he was. Dougal was just sitting on the bench, curled up a bit between Newt and Tina, while Whispers was standing on the shelf by the window over the helm of the boat. Nestor pushed him to one side or another every few minutes so he could look out at a specific point on the horizon. After only a few minutes at the speed they were going, they started to see a small dot on the horizon start to grow. As they passed a small island to the left side of the boat, the land in front of them started to grow quicker. When the peak began to look more defined, Harry and Lyra's expressions grew more and more excited. "That's the hoo-hoo nest," Lyra exclaimed. Brant looked out the front at their destination, far off on the horizon. He pulled out a non-magical camera with a long lens and cast a spell on his feet. The charm had made his feet heavier, and his footsteps clunked as he walked outside the cabin and took several photos of the mountain, far off in the distance. As the ship got closer, he took a few more. When they had been traveling for close to 45 minutes, they could see nearly the entire island, with the smaller volcano peeking out the backside of the island. "We were that close to a city the whole time?" Harry asked with disbelief. "Yes, but I'm pretty sure you didn't have access to a boat that would let you cross the ocean," Tina told him. Nestor pushed forward on the lever by the wheel, and the ship slowed down, almost to a stop. From where they were, they could see the beach they had originally arrived on. On the far ends of the beach were two of the tall stones the warding team had placed there to secure the island. There were also now 4 small buildings next to the tree line and a wooden pier sticking out into the water. Nestor furled the sails back to their original position and turned the motor back on, guiding the ship slowly into the dark. Waiting for them were the 4 people they were told to expect. Nestor threw a rope down to the dock, where Thau and then grabbed it and started mooring the boat. Thau was about a head taller than his brother, so they wouldn't have a Fred and George situation with these two. When they were all secured, Nestor jumped off the side and embraced a beautiful woman that they assumed was Nenita. Lyra screamed with joy and jumped down as well, past all of the people waiting for them. Harry and Whispers followed right after and took off towards the tree line. Just as they got to the sand, nearly 40 demiguises charged out of the jungle to intercept them. Newt stared in shock, as the one leading the charge was as large, if not larger than a yeti. That must be Charlie. The others were smaller, but not by much, and they made Dougal look like a baby in comparison. The stampede of silver monkeys collided with Harry and Lyra, falling over them like an avalanche. There were screeches and chirpings and all sorts of noises coming from the pile. Harry and Lyra were being tossed around between all of them as they were making many of their animalistic noises upon seeing their family after so long apart. Whispers was somewhere in the pile too, and he was easier to spot as he was smaller than nearly all except a few of the welcoming party. The assembled adults didn't bother introducing themselves and just stood watching the pandemonium. Brant was taking as many pictures as possible and reloaded the camera 3 times before the chaos died down. As they slowly rolled around in the sand, Harry managed to get to his feet and look back at the adults watching them. Dougal was staring with interest at the troop of demiguises. Harry pulled on Charlie's arm, dragging him to his feet and towards Dougal. The giant, silvery-white hidden lumbered his way towards Dougal, following after Harry. When they stood next to each other, Dougal looked tiny, like Tina standing next to Hagrid. Charlie balanced on his back legs and started to reach out his hands towards the older demiguise, but Harry jumped in front and waved his hands away, starting a quick sign language conversation. Tina was looking up towards the tree line, where Lyra was approaching a dark figure holding a staff. She couldn't see what exactly was standing there, so she tapped on Nestor's shoulder and asked, "Is that the giver?" She pointed up toward Lyra. He followed her direction and nodded. "Yes, I had hoped he might come down today." "Then Thau," he got the brother's attention, "that up there is the giver. Chances are that this may be one of the only times you will see him. He doesn't come out that often at all, and is impossible to find when he doesn't want to be. He's normally with an enormous snake, so don't freak out if you see it." Lyra was having a signed conversation with the giver as well as Harry was with Charlie. Whispers was still wrestling with the rest of them, and a few others were just lying on the warm sand of the beach. After a moment, Lyra started heading back towards them, and Charlie had just sat down, and stared at Dougal from a distance, occasionally tilting his giant head towards the elderly demiguise. Harry and Lyra rejoined the adults, with whispers following behind them. Brant put down his camera to load another roll of film. Both children looked happy and refreshed from the interaction. Harry said happily, "It's good to be home." Lyra walked up and hugged Nestor around the waist. Thank you for taking care of everyone." "It was my pleasure," Nestor smiled down at the blonde girl. "Though I really didn't do much. They all take care of themselves. We just watch them and take notes." Newt was still staring in shock at the enormous demiguises up on the beach. Tina slipped her hand into her husband's and asked Harry, "Can you introduce us to your family?" Harry got a huge smile on his face and started to lead the group down the dock and back to the troop of hidden waiting for them. As he got to the end of the dock, he noticed a large stone platform that he hadn't seen before in his excitement. It was about 20 feet across and had various geometric patterns on top of it. "What's that?" he asked Nestor. "That's a mail platform," he told Harry. "Mail and other shipments arrive through a special kind of portkey. It needs a stable place to arrive, so we had that platform anchored there. It only works for non-living deliveries. We have a separate portkey arrival point for us inside one of the cabins up the beach." Harry stared at it for a moment more before approaching Dougal and Charlie, who were having some kind of conversation of growls and gestures. He gave some signs to the giant demiguise that the others couldn't interpret before Charlie chirped and growled towards the others waiting further up, and a bunch more came down to the human group. Lyra started the introductions. "Everyone, this is Charlie." She gestured towards the largest male in the group. "He generally doesn't leave the village, as he stays with the seeing staff and leads the group." Newt slowly approached Charlie, his eyes wide with amazement, looking up for the first time at a demiguise. "You're incredible, you know that, right?" Charlie just tilted his head and gave a big creepy smile. Harry was guiding a slightly smaller, hidden to the humans. "This is Chief. He was the leader of the group when we first arrived, but he switched with Charlie after the poacher incident." The two children went on to introduce Teacher, Mango, Digger, Weaver, Catcher, Splasher, Ducky, Pants, Swinger, Jeffrey, Gator, Jard, Steve, Sandy, Nancy, Thrower, Pokey, Tickles, Footy, Flapper, Chomper, and Worm. Other than Charlie, who was huge, Mango, who was wearing a fanny pack and pants because he was wearing shorts, it was impossible to tell them all apart. Brant was furiously scribbling down notes in his book for each introduction. Once they were all done, Harry turned to the humans and pointed out Newt Scamander, Tina Scamander, Brant, and Dougal. A lot of the hidden started to surround Dougal, causing him to back up to Newt, and Tina a bit fearfully at the enormous mirror images of himself. One of the younger ones, though still larger than Dougal, made the first move and reached out to place his hands on Dougal's shoulders. He and Dougal held each other's gaze with their eyes glowing blue as everyone watched for nearly 5 minutes before the younger one broke the gaze and fell backward, groaning and clutching his head. This caused a few others to start queuing up in front of Dougal to take their turns. "This might take a while," Lyra commented. Harry told Mango and Charlie not to challenge him. "Do we need to do anything before Harry and I take off?" "Take off where?" Brant asked. "We have a ton of things to do," Harry told them. "We can give you all a tour later, but we have quite a few things to do just to make sure everything has been going well while we've been away." "We can't join you?" Brant asked. "Definitely not," Harry said firmly. "We need to make sure that all the dangerous things on this side of the island are still in the same place before we take anyone else past the beach." Brant gave a look towards Newt and Tina. Arcturus had told him to follow Harry and Lyra's lead regarding the Savage Island, but he didn't know how the founder and his wife would want to deal with the independent children. Tina asked, "Can we follow above the trees on broomsticks?" Harry and Lyra had a brief conversation with each other in sign language before Harry responded, "We're not waiting for anyone. You can try to follow us, but if you lose us, we suggest coming back to the beach. Don't go toward the top of the mountain. The hoo-hoos will almost definitely attack you. If you see a weird tree in a clearing surrounded by red rocks, do not go anywhere near it, even above it. If it's nighttime and you see a white glow, stay away from it. Don't go anywhere near the mountain on the other side of the island. It's probably not safe to land anywhere on the north side of the island with all the snakes. Don't annoy the miniature buffalo or the deer. I think that's it." "The pig," Lyra added. "They'll be in the air," Harry said back. "If you see a pig with horns, stay away from it," Lyra told them. I think we'll just stay here until you can give us the tour, Newt told them. When do you think you'll be back? Lyra shared a quick look with Harry and turned back. How about in the morning? Can you give us the tour tomorrow? Brant asked. After sharing another look, Harry said, yes, after breakfast. Brant pulled out 2 crystal vials with runes on them and gave them to Harry and Lyra as he had before. If you get in trouble, break these, and I'll come to find you, he told the children. Does it also work if you get in trouble? Lyra asked. Brant pulled another out of his pocket. If you feel yours grow warm, I am in trouble. There will be a warm pulse from yours that will get quicker as you get closer to where I am. No one else had anything to say, so the children started to run off towards the tree line. Whispers, Charlie, and Mango followed, along with many of the other hidden who had already lost their staring contest with Dougal. Slightly down the beach, the adult humans all gathered in one of the cabins. Like most magical structures, it was much bigger on the inside than on the outside. There was a large conference table that everyone, except for Nenita, sat around. She had opted to change into a bathing suit and lay on the beach while everyone else talked business. Newt began with the first question. So what have you been doing here for the last 5 months? Mostly mapping, Nestor told them. The island is small, but the amount of diversity is incredible. There are also a few unexplainable things on the island that prevent us from completing the task. Such as, Tina prompted. Kylie pulled out a rolled-up map from a shelf behind her and tapped it with her wand, causing it to unroll flat on the table. With another tap of her wand, and the topology of the map rose off the paper to show the mountains and valleys in detail. This is where we are, she said, and tapped the beach area on the southeast corner of the island. We can't go near the caldera of the volcano without the hoo-hoos attacking us. The younger ones seem to trust us, but the patriarch screeches at us if we get too close to the nest. Below the northeast face of the volcano are thousands of venomous snakes that seem to have a singular purpose of breeding. Southwest of the volcano is the unknown zone. Whenever we go there, we get lost and end up at the base of the mountain, in Mango's village, or on the beach. All of our diagnostic spells turn up nothing as to why this happens. Our best guess is that the giver lives somewhere in there, and he is doing something to the surrounding area. The other volcano is a dead zone. Despite being completely extinct, nothing lives on that mountain or the surrounding area. There is also some kind of fear ward, that staying in the area too long causes your skin to crawl, and you get a specific feeling of doom that grows until you can't stand it anymore. We tried experimenting with planting tomatoes with dragon dung fertilizer, Thou added. Anything we planted died overnight, shriveled up completely, even if it was a transplant with fruit on the vine. Dead, totally dead. The south side of the island has a huge amount of biodiversity, Then told them. Nearly all of the plants are saturated in magic, to an extreme degree. Even the water of the hot springs near the tree line of the volcano is filled with magic. We figure that is how the demiguises have achieved such monstrous growth. It could also be a result of the children, Newt suggested. What do you mean? Nestor asked. Harry and Lyra told us that they performed a blessing, similar to that of a druid 3 or 4 years before you arrived here. They performed a modified version of it at Hogwarts a few nights ago. They told us that the demiguises were smaller when they first arrived, but after the blessing, they started modifying their diet and providing them with fish and larger meals. So they aren't sure if the increased standard of living or the blessing is the cause of the growth and population boom of the troop here. That would explain why the magical saturation is only on this side of the island, Kylie surmised. Do you know what the blessing consisted of? Newt was about to answer, but Brant interrupted him. I don't think we should share that without the children's permission. We can ask them later, Nestor shrugged. Kylie looked disappointed, but continued the explanation of the island. On the north side of the island, there are 2 groups of large mammals, a herd of about 30 Philippine deer and a gang of bison. Though the bison aren't any type we've seen before. They seem to be pygmies in comparison to others found in the region, and their horns seem to have a sparkle to them. They might be some kind of magical bison, though we haven't observed any kind of magical traits to them. At the mention of the horns, Newt, Tina, and Brant all looked thoughtful. Newt asked, when you say pygmies, how large are we talking about? Thou got up and retrieved a photo album from a shelf behind him and opened it up to show one of the buffalo. It looked the same as any other water buffalo, but less than half the size, and the horns did have a slight sparkle to them. They seemed to be just under 2 meters long and possibly 300 kilograms. There are approximately 25 of them that we've been able to track. Brant's eyes were growing wider by the second before he clamped down on his emotions and returned to normal. Kylie continued with a bit of hesitancy in her voice. The next is the glowing deer. We don't have a name for it. Newt interrupted. The children found out from the British wand-maker, Garrick Ollivander, that the creature is called a lampung. That will be good to add to the records, Kylie told them. After it attacked the warders, nearly killing 3 of them, we gave it an XXXX rating. The warders reported that it was impervious to nearly any spell they cast at it. Their hexes and curses just melted into nothingness before even reaching the creature. We've never seen it during the daytime, and at night we've only seen it from the water like a giant white glow, roaming the north side of the island, though it stays away from the snake pits. Then pulled the photo album to him and turned the pages until he got to an aerial shot of a diminutive tree on a hillside, surrounded by a ring of red rocks and a ring of regular stones. Following the incident with the warders, Harry warned us to stay away from this tree. His exact words were, "You will die. You won't get wounded, and you won't even get a chance to bring your dead friends back to camp." We've taken his words to heart, but we still decided to take this picture from 1,000 meters above it, just to be safe. Nestor added, "The other strange thing about this tree is the red stones around it. We haven't been able to find them anywhere else on the island. We assume Harry, Lyra, or the Giver put them there as a warning, but where they got them from, we don't have a clue." Brant had started to take notes again in his logbook. Then he stopped and muttered, "Imagine he's the tree." Then went back to writing. Kylie told them there are a lot of rodents along the south side of the island, as well as a species of flying lemur and insects. We try to avoid the hoo-hoo nest in the caldera, but we make trips up to the edge to collect the feathers we can find. We've been supplementing our budget by selling them to the local newspaper and wand makers. That just leaves the usurper, Nestor told them. We know next to nothing about it, as it spends nearly all its time with the Giver. We were able to calculate its full length at just under 17 meters. Newt gave a long whistle. Nestor pulled over the album and turned the pages to the end where there was a photo of the creature's head. It was green with patches of gold and brown. There was a red crest on its head and gold markings on its nose and chin. The trees in the photo were swaying back and forth, but the snake did not move at all. "That's the other weird thing about this snake," Kylie told them. "It actually moved away after we took this picture, but it doesn't move in the photo. It's not just staying still because the shadows on his body don't move in the photo either. It's as if the developer doesn't work on the snake. It kind of goes along with the other observations that it can't be seen by magical eyes or be predicted by the demiguises. Though how or why these things happen, we have no idea." Everyone was silent for a minute before Brant asked, "What about the pigs?" "What pigs?" Nestor asked. "Harry and Lyra told me about a pig with horns that they encountered. There are no swine on this island," Nestor told him. "Harry said he stabbed one to protect Lyra and that it was still alive later." Nestor shared a look with the rest of his team, then said, "Yeah, no idea about that. Though speaking of things no one can find, there's also Harry's dead mystery monster." "What?" Tina exclaimed. "Another thing that happened when the warders were attacked by that glowing deer. He told them to feel lucky because the worst monster on the island was killed long ago," then said the last part in a spooky campfire voice. "After hearing everything you've said so far, I can't imagine what could possibly be worse. Dragon, Hydra, what else is there?" Tina chuckled nervously. "Well, you all might want to unpack," Nestor told them. "The cabin to the right of this one has 5 bedrooms available, though you might only need the 2 of them, depending on if Harry and Lyra are sleeping here or not." The group strolled outside to see 2 beach loungers with an umbrella between them further down the beach towards the dock. One of the chairs was occupied by Ninita, clad in a bikini, though the other had Dougal lying in it. Both were wearing large brim hats. Ninita's was all black, and Dougal's had concentric circles in different colors going out from the middle. Both were wearing sunglasses with gold rims. As they approached the sunbathers, 2 demiguises ran out from the tree line. One of them was carrying a small bowl, and the other had a hand of bananas. They placed them on the table between the sunbathers and ran back to the trees. When the meeting group reached them, Nestor asked his girlfriend, making new friends. She sat up and took off her sunglasses. I absolutely adore Dougal, she gushed to Newt and Tina. He showed me this marvelous collection of hats and gave me this one, so I let him have a pair of my sunglasses. He seems quite happy with them, Newt said with a smile. What's with the delivery? Those two were laying with him until about 5 minutes ago. After he stared down a bunch more of the other demiguises, he seemed to get bored and just walked away, back to the boat. I followed him, and we had our clothing exchange. When we came back, those two were waiting for him and just kind of cuddled up with him in the chair. They were growling and chirping at each other, and then they ran off and brought this back. Ninita looked down at the deliveries and saw that the bowl was filled with crawling bugs. She jerked back a little as one crawled out of the bowl and fell on the table. Dougal snatched it up and stared at it before putting it in his mouth and chewing. Then he reached back in and took a few more to eat. I think he has groupies, Kylie laughed. The others joined her. Brant, Newt, and Tina walked down the dock to retrieve their cargo. When they had gotten below deck, Brant started to say, "Both of you had the same reaction as I did about the buffalo." Newt whipped around at lightning speed, drawing his wand and casting a silencing charm so powerful that it silenced Brant and knocked him against the wall at the same time. Newt's face darkened and turned deadly serious. Do not even say your suspicions out loud. If it is, then we keep it quiet. If it is not, we also keep it quiet until we find out what it really is. He moved in closer to stare Brant in the eyes. Are we clear? He was getting a bit annoyed with getting knocked into walls, but he just nodded his head towards the usually docile man, now looking incredibly threatening. When Harry, Lyra, and Whispers separated from the adults, Whispers led the charge, running as fast as he could back towards Charlie's village. Harry and Lyra walked briskly, admiring everything along the way. They each had so many memories with each tree and rock and path on this route. Some of the tree roots had tripped them up when they first followed the hairy men from the beach to the village. They passed through the fields, and at first one of the cobras rose to hiss at them, showing his hood. But Harry pulled out his staff and slammed it into the ground while commanding, "Section down." Section, the snake, immediately dropped to the earth and slithered off. Just before they reached the village, a much larger cobra slithered toward them. It was nearly 20 feet long. It raised itself from the ground to look Harry in the eyes, but did not display his hood. It tasted the air around Harry and said, "Section, welcome back." Commander Section, Harry addressed the snake. Section Flare. "It's good to be back, Section. I am not your commander, though." Section, the giver is your commander now, Section. The cobra moved closer. Section, you will always be my commander, Section. You gave me a good life. A prosperous life, Section. I may be a lesser snake, but I am the largest and most powerful, Section. Harry stroked the snake's head. It leaned into the warmth of his hand as he did so. Section, how have things been since I left? Section, has the giver provided you with all your needs? Section, yes, though he doesn't speak to me often. Section, I also wish to visit the north side of the island and choose a mate. Section, I wish for my children to patrol the fields instead of these other, nameless worms. Section, Harry nodded, but did not give any commitment. Section, I will speak with the usurper. Section, I will see to it that the Kingsbane will allow this. Section Flare instinctively dropped low at the mention of the great serpent. Then just bowed his head and slithered off. Harry turned around to see Lyra, holding a leaf rolled into a cone, filled with freshly picked berries, snacking away on them as she watched their exchange. Seeing her with the cone of berries filled him with nostalgic happiness, and he gave her a big hug, spilling them everywhere. "We're home," Harry yelled at the top of his lungs, then put her down and ran towards the circle of trees where the others would be waiting. Lyra ran after him. They entered the village to find everyone who wasn't still on the beach waiting for them. This included all of the mothers and fathers of young Hidden who had stayed due to parental duties. Everything looked almost exactly the same. The shelters in the trees made of various junk off the garbage beach hadn't changed. The fire pit in the center of the trees was still there, a few glowing embers alive to light the next evening. Boxes upon boxes of various supplies lined the edge of the circle, though the ones of live snakes and potion ingredients had been removed to the giver's home. Whispers was running around, climbing all the trees, swinging from the familiar branches, and embracing all of his family members. From the largest of the trees, 5 mothers came down, carrying children that had been born since they had left. They were all so small, without any hair on their bodies yet. They were all pink with bright amber eyes, and looked around at the gathering with curiosity. The first mother to come up was Cynthia, carrying a baby that was larger than the others. She had already started to grow her eyebrows, and there were small curls in them, like her mother's. Harry knew just what to do with this one. Cynthia passed the wide-eyed child to Harry, and he held the baby close to his chest in a warm but light hug. As he did so, a silver bubble grew around him, sparkling in the shade of the trees. "Your name is Hannah," Harry said aloud. He passed the child back to Cynthia, the bubble of silver light shrinking until it was just surrounding the newly named child. She glowed in her mother's arms for a few moments before it faded away. Harry repeated the process for the other 6 children, though one set of twins refused to release each other from their grip, so he embraced them together, the silver light encompassing them the same as it did with all the others. Harry didn't name any of the others because he couldn't think of something appropriate for them yet. Once he was finished greeting the new members of his family, Harry turned around to see the giver standing at the edge of the trees. He approached them slowly, his staff making a thumping noise with each step, and the other hidden clearing a path for them. He looked down at Harry and Lyra, then reached out to touch Harry's staff. "Section, your staff is damaged, Section." Harry shook his head. "Section, the tooth was given to me just yesterday, Section. I still haven't figured out exactly what it does, Section. It makes me feel stronger when I cast spells." Though Section the giver ran his fingers over the tooth, then said, "Section the usurper, and I will expect you both at my home tonight." Section Harry nodded as the giver turned and walked away. Harry told Lyra they would get a few hours with the hidden before they needed to leave for his place. Harry and Lyra had not been truthful with the adults about why they needed to separate from the group. There was nothing they needed to check on. If there were any problems, the giver would have told Lyra when she met him on the beach. She had just told him that Harry wouldn't be speaking Parseltongue in front of the man with black hair, Brant. They just wanted some alone time with their family. As soon as the giver had left, Harry and Lyra started to run out of the village. Most of the tribe followed behind them, knowing where they were most likely going. It took them nearly 15 minutes of running until they got to their destination, the hot springs. Each of the pools around the area was filled with rubber ducks, and there were small containers with all their favorite foods on the ledges by the pools. The site was marked with a large plastic pole that had the warding amulet they had made for the pig hanging from it, so it wouldn't bother the other hidden while they were here. After they had made the amulet, the pig tried attacking another 3 times before giving up, and they hadn't seen it since. However, they kept it at the springs just in case it ever returned. Harry reached into his pouch and pulled out his last 2 containers of the marinated flobberworm jerky. He passed one of the sweet flavors to Mango and the more tart flavors to Charlie, knowing their tastes. They both bit into the jerky, and their eyes lit up in reaction to the flavors. Both of them chewed on another piece as they started passing out other pieces to the rest of their tribes. Meanwhile, Harry and Lyra had stripped off their clothes and dipped into the springs, giving sighs of contentment as they became completely relaxed. The rest of the tribe joined them as they finished their pieces of jerky. Harry could feel the heat in the water seeping into his skin, muscles, and bones. Other than his family, this is what Harry missed most about the island. He would get his hot springs at Hogwarts, one way or another. Lyra reached over to Harry and passed him a banana, and they soaked there and got updates of all the little things and the day-to-day lives of their family for the next few hours. When the sun started to dip in the sky, they knew they needed to start heading to the giver's place. Charlie had brought them sets of clothes that they had worn before they left, which was good because the ones they had been wearing earlier were a bit too warm for a tropical island. When they were dressed and ready, they headed towards the giver's tree. As the sun had almost vanished below the horizon, they reached an area with a heavy black fog hanging around them. Lyra simply tapped her staff on the ground, and it receded, giving them a clear path to walk. When they could see stars overhead, they entered the clearing where the giver sat on the ground next to the enormous, coiled form of the usurper. There was a small hoo-hoo feather burning in the center of the clearing, along with a knife balancing on top of a wooden bowl half filled with blood. Lyra grimaced as she looked at the bowl and said, "This is something I definitely didn't miss." Chapter 53. Decisions. Chapter text flashback. June 27th, 1992, Harry and Lyra were reclining on the coils of the usurper, while the giver sat to the side. They stared at the three strange wizards that had come to their island with an offer from their homeland. "So you want us to come with you to go to this magical school?" Harry asked. "That is correct," said Alistair. "When do we have to decide?" asked Harry. From the look in their eyes at his question, Lyra thought they must have been under the impression that she and Harry would be leaving with them today. No one was going to drag her away from her home and her family. She could feel her hair getting hot. "We would like to speak with others and return here tomorrow. Would that be okay?" the younger of the three asked. Harry whispered to Lyra, "We need to be careful with them. I don't trust the one who knows your father." "I don't trust them either," she whispered back. "They cause a problem. We need to have all three of the protectors ready to help us." Harry leaned over to the giver and said, "Section, they wish to come back tomorrow with others." Section, the giver was focused on the ground in front of him, then responded, "Section, I need to speak with both of you and the usurper." Section, if they bring others, they must swear the same oath." Section, Harry turned back to the three wizards. "That would be acceptable, but any you bring here would need to swear the same oath." He held up his hand to illustrate what he meant. The three wizards nodded and stood up, vanishing their chairs. Tristan bowed to the children. "Thank you for agreeing to meet again." Then the three wizards vanished with a snapping sound. As soon as the wizards had vanished, Harry jumped to his feet, saying first in English and then in Parseltongue, "I'm going to the north side to speak with the protector there. Lyra needs to go up the mountain and alert the hoo-hoo. We'll meet back tonight at the Giver's Tree." After he had translated that into Parseltongue, he and Lyra started running towards the mountain to reach their respective destinations. Lyra didn't envy Harry's task. He needed to go past the creeping death, though he knew to stay far, far away from it. Then he needed to go through the snake pits, which he mostly complained about because the lesser snakes were annoying. They would all just cry out in fear of him and then demand snacks. After that, he needed to find the protector during the daytime, which for anyone else would be impossible, and for Harry was just really hard. All she had to do was hike up a mountain and talk to some gorgeous birds. When Lyra got back to camp in the afternoon, Charlie was sitting next to the seeing staff, his eyes glowing blue. She waited patiently and ate a mango until he was finished, then asked him, "Tomorrow when others arrive." Time was particularly hard to communicate with the hidden, but they had worked out signs by angling their arms to demonstrate the sun's position in the sky. They would also use props to demonstrate certain events. To answer her question, Charlie took a banana, placed it on one of his arms flat in front of him, and then placed his other arm angled slightly above the banana, which she interpreted as after breakfast. "How many?" she signed. "5. Charlie held up 5 fingers. "No snakes, usurper who protector will come," she signed to Charlie. He just nodded. Lyra went off and found Whispers, who was picking berries in a field. She told him verbally while signing, "We go clean beach tomorrow, you go meet others, tell them swear after breakfast." The two of them left and cleaned up all of the banana leaves on the beach, discarding them in the jungle. On the way back, Lyra swatted down a small snake that tried to bite her. Harry would need to deal with their welcoming party before they went to the Giver. Luckily, by the time she was back, Harry had just arrived and collapsed in the clearing, exhausted after all the running. "How did it go?" she asked. "I can never tell with him," Harry said. "It's not like the hoo-hoos. They seem to understand you, even if all they do is chirp back. The protector either just wants to play or stares at me like he's waiting for something." "Well, if he doesn't come, we've still got that army of snakes you left on this side of the island." "Ah, should I send them back or just kill them?" Harry asked, exasperated. "Try sending them back, and any that stay we can kill and eat," Lyra advised him. "The field snakes can have their fill too." Harry got back up off his back and went to try and corral the snakes from their welcoming party. Harry could tell that nearly all of the snakes had fled at his proclamation that they would be fed to his large, hooded allies if they did not return to the north side of the island by tomorrow. There would be a few arrogant snakes that would stay, and he'd need to hunt them down quickly. Though they did taste good, and all of the hidden could predict their movements to avoid being attacked. He'd take Pants and Jard with him on the hunt, as they were particularly good at predicting last-second dangers. He always chuckled when he thought about pants. When Harry started wearing pants they found on the garbage beach, one of the hidden had started to wear them as well, and earned himself a name. He looked like the weirdest of the tribe, wearing the same cut-off jeans that Lyra found in the boxes, with a hole cut in the back for his tail. Jard was just the hidden that spent most of his time with pants, and Harry just picked a name randomly from one of the kids in his kindergarten class. It was starting to get late now, so Harry and Lyra started to head to the Giver's home. They knew the way now perfectly and could almost do it with their eyes shut. When they arrived in the clearing in front of his tree, the Giver was nowhere to be found. Lyra approached the tree and banged on the side of it with her staff a few times, then sat down by the fire pit. Harry walked out of the clearing a bit and used his staff to create a push of energy that rolled over a large log and revealed all the bugs underneath it. He gathered a few of the juicy ones and returned to Lyra where they snacked on them while they waited. Eventually, the Giver came out of his dark cave in his tree. The usurper came out right behind him. Harry and Lyra hadn't yet been inside. In all the time they had been on the island, it must be quite expansive inside for the usurper to fit inside. He brought out with him a knife, a wooden bowl, 4 paintbrushes, and a sack of wriggling rodents. Lyra groaned at the sight of the materials. Harry wasn't a fan of this either, but it meant he had something very important to tell them. The usurper opened its mouth and extended its long, forked tongue. Holding the bowl underneath, the Giver used the knife to cut into the serpent's tongue, and blood dripped into the bowl. When enough blood had been spilled, he put the bowl and knife on the ground and reached into the sack and retrieved a small squirrel. With a glowing hand, he moved the injury from the snake's tongue to the throat of the rodent, killing it and healing the usurper at the same time. The Giver then repeated the same process with himself, then Lyra and Harry. Once they had a full bowl of blood, Harry and Lyra pointed their staves at the bowl. Harry's staff glowed with white light, Lyra's with orange. The Giver raised his hand over the bowl, and it glowed yellow for a moment. Then the usurper opened his mouth wide and let out the strange cry he would make. The blood in the bowl bubbled for a few seconds, and then remained still. The Giver, Harry, and Lyra each picked up one of the paintbrushes and dipped them in the bowl. The Giver turned to the usurper and painted half-circles behind the small holes next to his eyes, then 2 long strokes under its chin, along the jawline. Then it opened its mouth, and 1 more long stroke was applied along its tongue. Harry and Lyra had meanwhile painted long strokes all the way around their ears and down their jawlines to connect under their chins. Then painted 1 final stroke along their tongues, but did not close their mouths after. When the Giver had completed the same strokes on his face, the 3 of them with staves slammed them into the ground, activating the magic in the blood potion they had made, while the usurper cried loudly into the evening sky. They had created this ritual a few years ago to better teach Lyra magic. It was too complicated for Harry to reteach everything he learned from the Giver to her, so they worked hard on a better way of doing things. Lyra sat down on the ground and grumbled. "Section, I really hate doing that." Section, Harry shrugged and said, "Section, that's not even the worst part. Section, when you can figure out a better way, we can do that." Section, then, to the Giver, he said, "Section, do you have something you want to do with our visitors?" Section, they will be back tomorrow with others. I think we should deal with them like the others." Section, the Giver addressed them. Section, no, not yet. Section, the place they mentioned, Hogwarts. Section, the name resonates with the memories of the spirit I took from you. Section, there is an incredible wealth of memories and a feeling of home. Section, Lyra asked. Section, then, what do you want to do? Section, the usurper spoke up. Section, I will guard you with the other protectors. Section, learn as much as you can from them. Section, about magic, about Hogwarts, about yourselves. Section, the Giver continued. Section, I will try to dig through the memories of the evil spirit. Section, I will learn about what makes Hogwarts so important. Section, why it feels like home to this Voldemort. Section, I will call you back when I have more to tell you. Section, Lyra sounded annoyed. Section, that's all. Section, you could have just told Harry that. Section, the Giver shrugged. Section, I felt it was important. Section, then he turned back and walked into the blackness of his cave. The usurper looked at the 2 children and said, Section, end the spell. I will guard you as you sleep." Section Harry and Lyra nodded, picking up their staves. They tapped them on the ground and felt something like a rubber band snapping in their minds. As soon as it snapped, they both dropped their staves and fell to their knees. They proceeded to vomit blood as the painted markings around their ears and jawlines vanished. Once the lines on their faces were gone, they both fell to the side and passed out. The usurper didn't seem to suffer any negative effect as the lines of blood disappeared from its face. It looked at the sleeping children and leaned down to pick up and swallow one of the dead squirrels in one bite. It took its time with the other three, and then twisted itself into a coil and lifted the two children by their shirts with his mouth, very gently, and dragged them on top of its coils for a better night's sleep. Harry was woken up in the morning by what felt like a small bump under his back right in his kidney. Feeling the muscled body of the usurper underneath him, he looked at what was poking him and saw there was a small bulge in the great serpent's body. Seeing a few more around the snake's coils, he remembered the squirrels from last night. He moved slowly and woke up Lyra. She got up slowly and stretched. The usurper started to uncoil from the bed he had made for them, and Harry thanked him for the nest to sleep on. Lyra was looking at the sky above them. "We need to get back. The wizards will be back after breakfast. We need to be there. And we need to stall them for however long it takes for the giver to figure out his stolen memories. Maybe we can learn new magic." Lyra sounded hopeful. The way they arrived and departed would be useful to get around the island. Harry nodded. Before they left, they used some shovels they had constructed to dig up the blood-stained dirt from the previous night and carried it out of the giver's camp. They hadn't found that the blood they vomited after the ritual had any negative effects, but it was blood in what was essentially their teacher's home. As they walked, they left clumps of dirt in various places as they went and picked various fruits and berries for their breakfast. Recently, Harry had started using the magic in his staff to knock down mangoes and bananas from the trees, so they didn't need to do any climbing. As they got closer, Harry could hear some whispering of a snake in the distance. Section A, good nest. Lots of snacks, section, all mine. No sharing. All mine section, this must be one of the snakes that hadn't left. If it wouldn't leave, they would need to kill it. Harry spoke to the snake and commanded, "Section, this is not your nest section. You were told to return to the other side of the island section." The snake responded with a hostile tone. "Section, no. This is mine. Section, I completed my task. I will take what I'm owed. Section, the kingspin is not here. Section, you will do nothing." Section, Harry frowned and looked towards Lyra. "He's not going to leave. I think you should take this one." Lyra tried to protest, but her brother gave her a glare that he wasn't going to change his mind. She lifted her staff and activated the magic in the black fur as they got closer to where the snake was still hissing at them with protests. The black fur of the giver astounded Harry. He couldn't get it to work for him, but watching the magic for Lyra was strange and beautiful. When they got closer, Harry could see that the snake was a golden hooded snake. Would never reach the size of the banded type that flare was, but it would still be very dangerous if left on its own. It rose up and displayed its hood for them to see. Lyra moved very slowly, gripping her staff with both hands. Harry tried to hold his concentration, but every time he blinked, Lyra was in a different spot, a few steps to the side. There was a bit of a ghostly trail that was left by her, and Harry could see the snake couldn't keep up with her, always looking to where she used to be. Once she was directly behind the snake, and it was still looking at Lyra's after-image in front of it, she brought down the top of her staff on the back of its head, killing it instantly. Harry applauded his sister. "Good job. We can keep the skin to scare any others we find, and we've got some good meat for dinner tonight." Harry approached the dead snake and prodded it with the antler on his staff, just to be sure, then threw it over his shoulder, and they continued to walk back to the hidden village. When they got close, the two children could see the group of wizards had just arrived. Harry stashed the dead snake near a small group of rocks and then continued on. He felt a small vibration in his staff and was reassured, knowing the protector was nearby. Even though it was daytime, he could feel its power and strength. Looking at Lyra, he could see that she was excited about learning new things, but Harry just wanted them to leave and let them live in peace. They were happy without anyone else. They had their family. Gripping his staff tighter, they walked into the clearing of the trees to meet their guests. 10 days later, the usurper visited them at night. This was incredibly unusual, as he did not like to leave the area around the giver's camp, except to hunt larger prey a couple of times each year. The guests on the island had been teaching them much about the magic that existed in the outside world. However, to perform any of the magic that they could do required a wand. These smaller instruments were far more versatile than the staves that Harry and Lyra wielded, but didn't seem to be able to duplicate the kinds of magic they could do with incredible ease through the larger foci. A lot of the time, they just learned about the school, Hogwarts, the types of magic they could learn, and how they could improve the magic they had already performed in front of their guests. Both Severus and Alastair seemed very nervous around Harry, particularly when he spoke with snakes, while Minerva looked more afraid at those times. Nestor didn't seem to be bothered, and Tristan looked on with interest mixed with a small amount of hesitation. From what they witnessed, Transfiguration interested Harry the most, since he was always trying to find better ways to improve their lives on the island. Being able to change one thing into anything else he could think of would be supremely helpful. Right now, they had to rely on fabricated tools and materials from the garbage beach. Lyra, on the other hand, was looking forward to charms and flying. Minerva hadn't let them fly on her broom with her, and that gave Lyra a greater desire to go to this school she taught at and learn. One of the things that interested them both more than anything was the animagus transformations that Nestor and Minerva could do. With the help of the giver, they pieced together the ritual from the memories stolen from the spirit of Voldemort in Harry's scar and found some possible ways to improve it. Harry was a bit scared because of an earlier incident with some mushrooms he had eaten where he dreamed of being a turtle. Just the feeling of having no toes to wiggle gave him the shivers when he thought about it. So when the usurper visited them and let them ride him back to the giver's camp, they knew the news would be important. When they arrived, Lyra didn't even make disgusted comments as they completed the parcel-tongue ritual so they could all understand each other perfectly. The giver started them off with instructions that Harry did not want to hear. Section, you will need to go to this school. Hogwarts section, Harry was angry. He didn't want to leave. Section, this is my home. Why should I need to leave? Section, the giver stared down at him. Section, not only is it an incredible place of stone and magic. Section, not only will you learn far more than you ever would hear. Section, not only are there things that you could bring back to this island that will help your family. Section, the most incredible thing I have learned from the memories is. Section, the giver paused for a moment before glancing at the usurper. Section, there is a king that resides at Hogwarts. Section, the usurper raised his head high and twisted around to look the giver straight in the face. The red crest on the back of its head rose to its full height, and its long fangs started to stick out of its mouth. Section, a king. A king is there. Not a lesser snake or a pretender, but a real king to hear my voice. Section, the giver nodded. Section, yes, this Voldemort found a king at Hogwarts, living in a secret chamber. Section, I could find no memories that would lead me to think it has moved or died. Section, Lyra asked. Section, so we need to go. Section, Harry remained firm in his opposition. Section, you know where it is. You can go. This is your purpose. Section, Lyra and I will stay in our home. Section, the enormous serpent turned to Harry and rose higher, to twice his height, and gave an angry hiss. Section, remember your promise, hatchling. Section, Harry felt his body stiffen from some unseen force, and he remembered the promise he made years before, the echo of what he and Lyra had said ringing in his ears. Section, both of us will commit ourselves to find a king to hear your voice and taste your venom. Section, Harry remembered they had agreed and committed themselves to helping the usurper with its life's goal, its purpose. He would need to find this king to fulfill the oath he made. Harry bowed his head. Section, both of us will find this king and send for you. Section, so it may hear your voice and taste your venom. Section, Lyra looked a bit relieved that Harry would be going to this school, even if it was because he had sworn them to help the usurper. She asked, Section, how will we find the king at Hogwarts? Section, where is the secret room? Section, the giver answered. Section, the memories are fragmented. Section, I have pieced together only a little section. There is a secret room. It leads down below the castle. Section, there is a door of serpents and a great statue. Section, the king sleeps inside the statue. Section, it can only be released by a lordling. Section, the owner of these memories, this Voldemort. Section, he was a lordling, an emissary of the Serpent King. Section, the usurper made a noise that sounded like a growl. Section, then, the two of you will be my emissaries. Section, I will grant you protection from being subjugated by the king. Section, to the giver, he said. Section, fetch me a bowl and use it to gather my tears. Section, the giver opened a chest near the entrance to his home and pulled out a bowl. Holding it next to the face of the usurper, the great snake blinked several times until a viscous fluid started to accumulate at the base of its golden eyes. When it had built up enough, it dripped into the bowl until it was full. He then passed the bowl to Lyra. The usurper commended, Section, drink. Section, drink until you can feel my strength. Section, hesitantly, Lyra drank from the bowl. Harry could see that it was not a pleasant taste. When she had forced herself to drink about half of the liquid, her hands started to shake. With his lightning-fast reflexes, the giver snatched the bowl back before she dropped it, and Harry grabbed Lyra as she began to convulse. After a few seconds of twitching, she gasped slightly, and her eyes glowed golden for a moment before returning to breathing normally. Harry laid her on the ground, but she sat right back up and said, Section, wow, that was very strange. Section, I don't feel any different. Section, the giver passed the bowl to Harry, and he sat down before drinking. The liquid tasted heavily of salt, and it was thick, like the insides of a bug, mixed with water. It wasn't entirely unpleasant, but he didn't like drinking water from the ocean either. Once he had finished the bowl, he felt his limbs start shaking, and he dropped the empty bowl and fell to the side. Lyra caught him before his head hit the ground. Harry felt like he was looking directly into the sun as someone was prying his eyes open wider, and wider until it just stopped, and his body went limp for a moment. After taking a few steadying breaths, he sat back up again. He told his sister, Section, you were right, very strange, but I don't feel anything now. Section, the usurper stared at both with its golden eyes. Section, you are now protected from being subjugated under the gaze of the king. Section, find him for me, summon me, and I will show him why I am the Kingsbane. Section, the giver was staring at the children with great interest through the whole ordeal. He told them now, Section, have you given these wizards any indication that you will return with them? Section, Harry and Lyra shook their heads, and she said, Section, I was following Harry's lead. Section, the giver continued. Section, start showing interest in leaving. Section, if you can, find a way that we can protect the island with you gone. Section, if the men with cages return, I will not be able to summon the hoo-hoo and the other protector the way that the two of you can. Section, I cannot protect all of the hidden the way I can protect myself. Section, if they were to leave, that was the most important thing they needed to do. These wizards seemed very invested in having them return with them, so they would need to agree to this demand. The usurper's crest seemed to vibrate as it hissed, Section, go forth, my emissaries, return to me with news of my enemy. Section, the giver raised his staff, prompting the children to do the same with theirs. They slammed them into the earth and ended the spell. With the exception of the usurper, they proceeded to vomit blood and pass out. When they returned to the village, the next day Harry informed Charlie of their desire to leave. The leader of the hidden embraced him and ruffled his hair. Charlie had been named for one of the few adults in his past life that had been kind to him and genuinely smiled at him. Harry didn't want to leave, but he was compelled to do so. Once he had fully communicated to Charlie that he would be returning, Lyra came to them, accompanied by Whispers. She signed to both of them, Whispers, come with us, our brother learns with us. Harry didn't like this. Dangerous we search enemy of usurper no Whispers, he signed. Whispers jumped onto Lyra's shoulders and placed his hands on Harry's shoulders, then his eyes lit up. Harry, of course, couldn't participate in this dominance game, so after a few seconds Whispers gave up and said, I go, we are you. Harry shook his head no again. You stay with Chief, Teacher, and Charlie. Whispers growled and vanished. Harry could see bits of light dancing as his little brother climbed a tree and got too far away to see. Lyra looked sad. He's our brother. He should be able to come. Too dangerous for him, Harry told her. He is not an emissary like us. Then he turned away and started to go to collect some fish for breakfast. Just as he was about to get to one of the boxes of preserved fish in salt, he felt something on his neck. He reached back and pulled off a small worm-like bug with hundreds of tiny legs. It was one of the ones they had been warned not to eat by Teacher, so he threw it away from him and looked around for where it came from. When he looked up, it was just in time to see dozens upon dozens of various bugs falling from the sky. He let out a very manly scream and instinctively vanished, while he rolled out of the way from the downpour of insects. He grabbed at his staff as he got up and started to smash as many as he could into the earth. Chattering noise was heard next to him, and he turned to see Whispers standing there with an empty box. The little hidden threw the box at him and said, "You hid, I go we." Harry did not want to deal with insects raining down on him for the rest of his time there, and Whispers had won 2 contests of dominance. So he just scooped up his little brother and told him, "You go with us. You are our brother." The little guy embraced Harry, then jumped to Lyra, who caught him and embraced her. Now all they needed to do was to start dropping hints that they wanted to return with the wizards to their homeland. Chapter 54, The Tour. Chapter text present day, nighttime December 23rd, 1992. Lyra grumbled some more as she and Harry approached the burning feather and the bowl half filled with blood. The giver exited his tree, and the usurper dropped down from the canopies above them. Taking the knife, Harry cut his tongue and let the blood flow into the bowl. The giver healed it and killed a rodent. Then they repeated the same process with Lyra. The 4 of them activated the blood in the bowl, and it bubbled before they painted their faces and tongues with the blood and activated it again. The giver nodded to both of them. Section, it is good to see both of you. Section life has been uneventful without you here. Section Lyra smiled. Section, it is good to be home. Section we brought you many things of magic. Section our escort Brant says to exchange gifts in 2 days. Section the giver smiled and asked, Section he is the one that you will not speak in front of. Section Harry told them, Section Alastair and Minerva have not told us that he can be trusted. Section the usurper got impatient. Section what news do you have for me of my quarry? Section have you found the place which he resides? Section do you need to be reminded of your oath? Section Harry responded angrily, Section I do not need a reminder. Section the castle is huge. Section every couple of feet there is a secret room. Section none of them have led us to the king. Section there is one room that may even be bigger than this entire island. Section I spend as much of my time as possible searching for the secret chamber. Section Lyra chimed in, Section Harry is right. There are at least 9 floors to the castle. Section we haven't even finished searching for the first one. Section some rooms can only be entered on a rainy day or when you are angry or need to hide. Section looking to the giver, Section have you found any other information in the memories as to where it is? Section he nodded, Section I'm not sure how helpful it will be. As I said before, the memories are fragmented. Section I've seen a long corridor. Section I've seen water around the entrance. Section I've seen a crying girl. Section I saw the crying girl killed by the king. Section Harry looked annoyed. Section yes, that's not helpful at all. Section the usurper grumbled in a way that only a giant snake could, and said, Section then you will return and continue your search. Section Harry grumbled right back. The giver asked, Section so what new magic have you learned? Section Lyra perked up. Section we got wands. Section Harry and Lyra took out their wands to show them off. Lyra told them that there were other firebirds in the world, other than the hoo-hoos. The giver showed great interest in this. Harry told him about Dumbledore's phoenix and the Aiwi from someplace called Hawaii. Harry showed off his wand and told the giver that it contained the extra lampung antler branch he had carried before they left, and that he still had the black core that remained after the outside had been powdered. Harry and Lyra started to show all the spells they learned, starting with the wand lighting charms. When they got to the wood-to-metal transfiguration, Lyra hesitated. She explained, Section my transfigurations sometimes catch fire or explode. The other 3 took a few steps and slithers backward as she placed a twig in front of her. With a focused look, she slowly transformed the stick into a metal spike with just a little bit of smoke. Happy with the result, Harry also performed the transfiguration flawlessly. Harry picked up a rock and said, Section we also can turn small objects into birds, but we haven't gotten it perfect just yet. Section he turned to Lyra and tossed her the rock. With a flourish of her wand and precise movements, she incanted, Section Avafleurs. Section there was no smoke, No fire, no explosion. The rock simply transformed into a tiny version of an adult hoo-hoo and flew around the clearing before landing next to her. Everyone was staring at the tiny bird in shock, but Harry and Lyra were the most surprised. Harry congratulated his sister. Section, that was incredible. You did it. Section to the usurper and the giver. Section, she hasn't been able to cast it properly yet. Her birds don't fly, and they normally explode. Section, the giver thought about it and said, Section, maybe it is the language of the snakes that is the cause. Section, Harry and Lyra thought about it, and she responded, Section, maybe, but then why did my wood to metal still smoke? Section, Harry told her, Section, you didn't use an incantation for that. Section, since the incantation takes the place of the concentration for the spell, maybe the parcel tongue helps adjust the other aspects of the spell. Section, the giver nodded. Section, Harry will need to teach me more about the methods you use. Section, I will also like to find a way to acquire a wand for myself. Section, if you have made this much improvement over your staves, maybe my father's staff could do with a replacement. Section, have you learned any other spells? Section, the children demonstrated the locking and levitation charm and told them about the different plants they had worked with and the potions they had completed. Harry told the giver they had brought many ingredients for potions that he would give him in a few days with the other presents. In the end, Lyra told them, Section, we also learned how to make fire. She nodded to Harry, who pointed his wand at the pit where Who Feather was burning, and incanted, Section, incendio. Section, a very precise stream of fire pulsed from his wand and seemed to wrap around the pit, like a snake circling its prey. The sharp precision of the spell shocked Harry, and he ended the spell quickly. Section, I think the parcel tongue does help with the spell. Section, Lyra nodded. Section, I'm getting extra classes to control my fire, since it tends to be too powerful to control. Section, Harry's is normally a bit weak and hard to be precise with. Section, if the parcel tongue does help this much, then I wonder what it will do for me. Section, I wanted to try to burn down the creeping death while we are here. Section, I want to try to do it like this. Section, the giver knew about her intentions to do so, but was hesitant to let her try. Section, you need to be careful. Section, we don't know how that tree will react to an attack. Section, Harry suggested. Section, I can try to attack it with my magic. Section, since I have a longer range. Section, we will see how it reacts to that. Section, the giver nodded. Section, that sounds acceptable. Section, the usurper and I will visit you in 2 days' time. Section, we will come when you are exchanging gifts. Section, is there anything else? Section, no one else had anything to say, so the three with staves tapped them on the ground and ended the spell. Then came the unpleasant vomiting for them as they puked blood on the ground and passed out. The usurper, as usual, picked up Harry and Lyra onto its coils and allowed them a more restful night's sleep. The giver was always comfortable with the ground. When they woke up in the morning, Lyra went to get a shovel to clean up the blood, but Harry stopped her. We have a better way now, remember, he said with a smirk. Giver was about to go back into his tree, but Lyra stopped him. We learned one more spell we forgot about. He gave a grunt and turned back around to watch. The usurper also picked up its head to watch. Lyra pointed her wand at a patch of dried blood and with a twist and a pull incanted, Sanguinesco. About a quarter of the blood vanished. The giver's eyes opened wide at the effect. She and Harry proceeded to cast the spell a few more times to vanish their puddles, and the giver's as well. The giver prodded the spot where he was with his staff and told Harry, Section, that is a very useful spell. Section, Harry translated his comment to Lyra, who said, We learned it after Harry stabbed another student who attacked him. He can't understand you anymore, Harry told his sister, who had forgotten that the spell had ended, then translated what she said to the giver. The giver gave a strange smile and nodded in approval, then just proceeded to go back into his home, disappearing into the black, smoky door that covered the entrance. They made a quick hike back to the village and had breakfast with their family. Whispers was enjoying a lot of the attention he was getting and seemed to be telling many stories of his adventures to the other hidden children. When they had finished eating, they collected Whispers and headed down towards the beach. When they arrived, all of the adults were waiting for them. Dougal was laying in the sun on a lounger, wearing his favorite straw hat and a pair of gold-rimmed sunglasses. Whispers ran over to him and inspected the dark glasses as Dougal showed them off. Looks like Whispers might get another clothing accessory obsession, Newt said while watching them. Though Dougal just got this one from Nanita. He tilted his head towards the woman, who was wearing the same glasses. So, what is on our schedule today? Kylie asked the children. Harry spoke up. We can show you around the village, then take a hike to the garbage beach, then visit the buffalo and the deer, then go to the hot springs in the evening. Is there any chance you can show us the scary tree? Thou asked. Harry and Lyra shared a look. Maybe at the end of our visit, Lyra told them, hoping that it would be dead and gone before they left. Harry reached into his pouch and pulled out some pieces of the shed of the usurper. These come from the usurper. I recommend using a sticking charm to put them on your hands and ankles when we walk around. There are snakes everywhere, but when you have these, they will stay away from you. What about the two of you? Then asked. We are emissaries of the usurper, Harry informed them and pulled out his staff. I will also be carrying my staff, which is covered in the shed. Most of the snakes know Lyra's scent and know she will kill them if they attack. All of the adults gave the tiny blonde girl a reappraisal at this statement. Harry called Whispers and attached a couple of pieces of the shed to his body with sticking charms, then did the same to Dougal. The snakes can still smell the hidden, so when we aren't hunting them for meat, we make sure they will flee from them, Lyra explained. Newt looked interested. The Demiguises will hunt the snakes. There are a few who will, Lyra told him. The best are Jard and Pants. We made spears for them out of plastic pipes and sharpened glass. Their future sense makes them incredible hunters. I'd imagine it would, Tina said, with a sharpened look. Dougal has always been incredibly passive, so it never even occurred to me. Brant was busy scribbling as much as he could into his journal, and Nestor spoke up. Well, I'm sure you can tell us more as we walk. Let's get this tour underway. As they started walking, Nanita pulled out a piece of parchment and an extremely long red feather with a multicolored plume at the end. She tapped the parchment with the quill, and they both hovered in place next to her as they walked. When they got to the fields, there were a few of the hidden tending to the crops. Nearly all of them vanished as the humans walked through them. When they looked closely, there were still small disturbances in the soil that showed they were still working, just without being observed. One large cobra approached them, but then screamed in Parseltongue and fled. Shortly after, Flare approached the group and caused most of the wizards to draw their wands when it continued to slither right up to Harry. Lyra motioned to them to put their wands down as Harry approached the extra-large cobra. This is Flare, he told them. He was the first to start guarding the crops and is not a threat. Harry reached out and pet the snake, and it leaned into him to absorb a bit of his body heat. Newt looked on with great interest and asked, would it be all right if I were to perform a spell on the two of you? Harry nodded and reached over and gripped the snake around the neck, just below the head. Newt muttered a little under his breath as he drew a red circle with his wand above their heads. When it was complete, it fell around them and glowed, turning gold and then melting away. I thought so, Newt said. This king cobra is bonded to you as a familiar. He is not a king, Harry told Newt firmly. He is a lesser snake. You mean he is not magical? Newt asked. The name King Cobra is the name given to his kind by Muggles. Fine, just do not address him as king on this island, or the usurper will kill him. Harry was very serious. We did that test with Whispers at the ministry. Lyra said. Brant interrupted her and glared at her. We did the test at the ministry in September and determined that Whispers is Miss Black's bonded familiar. Tina caught the interaction and rolled her eyes. Sure, he is. You did it for protection. Brant sighed, knowing she caught him, and nodded. Don't worry, Dougal is also Newt's bonded familiar through the Iqua. She had used air quotes when saying bonded familiar. What does that mean for Flare? Harry asked. Just that you will be accountable for any crimes he commits, and that if anyone attacks him, you will be able to treat it as an attack on yourself, Newt informed Harry. I will personally register it with the Iqua. Looking to the steward, he said, Brant, be sure to take photos of the two of them and Flare independently before we leave the island. Harry and Lyra proceeded to tell them all about growing their first group of mango trees, and how that developed into more trees and berry bushes, and the field further away of fallen trees. That was their bug farm. Newt reminded Harry that they should introduce the Demiguises to the concept of fertilizer and the flobberworms in the next few days. When they got into the village, most of the hidden vanished, with the exception of Chief, Cynthia and Hannah, Charlie and Teacher. Newt looked at Hannah with adoring interest. Brant was admiring and taking pictures of the seeing staff in the center of the village trees. "I've only seen a few demiguise babies," Newt told them. "This one must be close to a year old." "She was born maybe a month after we left, so approximately 4 months old," Lyra told him. "Harry named her after Hannah since her mother is Cynthia. Can you take pictures of them?" Harry asked Brant. "I want to take them back to Hannah and her mother." Brant approached cautiously and knew to wait a moment when he saw her eyes glow blue as he raised his camera. When she was relaxed, he took several photos of the mother and her child. "Do you know how they choose their mates?" Tina asked the children. "Mates," Lyra asked, "who they decide to have children with," she said delicately. "The village leader normally has just one mate," Lyra told her, "though the others seem to pair off regularly with the rest of the tribe, depending on how much room there is to grow. Occasionally the leader will pick another mate, but will return to his regular one." She thought for a moment. "Whispers is a good example. Chief is his father, and when he was the leader, he would normally have children with Cynthia. However, in Whispers's case, his mother is Teacher, who is now only having children with Charlie. Even though Chief is no longer the leader, he is still only with Cynthia." She thought about all of that again in her head like she was making connections between the tribe, and then nodded. Harry nodded as well. "That's fascinating," Newt told them. "I have only gotten to observe them in small groups, so I never knew about large group dynamics. Can you tell us more about the seeing staff?" Brant asked. Harry nodded. "After Lyra and I built our staves, we considered the possibility of making a staff for Whispers. We couldn't find any materials on the island that they could interact with to produce any magic, so we tried making a staff using their hair. One moment." Harry ran over to one of the trees and quickly scaled the side, and went inside the shelter at the top. A minute later, he jumped from the side and caught one of the hanging vines with one hand, swinging to the ground. His other hand was carrying a small bamboo rod that had been coated with some kind of darker substance. Whispers grabbed it out of Harry's hand, and his eyes glowed blue for a moment, and then he set it back down. "We found that this little staff we made for Whispers allowed his future sense to be slightly longer, but he doesn't like carrying it around. We took it from the bamboo that grows near the other mountain and stuffed it full of hidden hair, then treated it with the same potion we did for our staves." Lyra continued where her brother left off. "When we couldn't convince Whispers to carry it around, we just planted it in the center of the village. The other hidden seemed to use it now and then for a few seconds, so we experimented by creating a larger one. That one was around 10 feet tall, and Chief and Charlie seemed to be able to use it to see further into the future, while the younger hidden would get headaches if they used it for too long." Remembering the story they were told when they met, Tina added on, "And then you built this one after the incident with the poachers, right?" Harry and Lyra both nodded with grim expressions. "And this one is completely stuffed with demiguise hair?" Brant asked, receiving nods from the children. "What happened to the 10-foot staff?" "It's in Mango's village now," Kylie answered for them. "He took it with him when he started building there." Harry and Lyra showed them around a bit more, but didn't take them up into any of the shelters in the canopies of the trees. After they were shown the various food storage they had in the village, Harry and Lyra started to lead them on the long walk to the garbage beach. On the way, Harry picked a few of the green, scaly fruit for everyone to eat. Nestor told him it was called cherimoya and used a spell to neatly remove the poisonous skin and the seeds, making it safe to eat. After being at Hogwarts, he knew that the sweet flavor that they had was like custard. He placed a few in his pouch to take back with him. When they arrived at the garbage beach, he and Lyra showed Newt, Tina, and Brant the warehouses that the warders had built for them to store the various materials they found after the big storms. Nestor showed them another area they had built for themselves to help the demiguises and assemble tools they needed from the junk. They were trying to avoid bringing in any materials they couldn't find from the garbage, though the hidden were quite industrious in their ideas. However, most of their creations were just to play and have fun rather than being useful for anything. Following the beach, they climbed the cliff to the north of it to end up on a plateau where they found a herd of Philippine deer grazing. They were a bit skittish at the sight of so many humans, but Harry seemed to calm them down. Still, they continued to move away when anyone got too close. Harry said that there wasn't much interaction with them because they didn't allow anyone to come very close. Following the plateau, they arrived at a spot where the buffalo were grazing. Brant began taking a large number of pictures of the animals. Harry warned everyone not to approach them, as they would not run when confronted, choosing to attack instead. The group separated a bit as they took a look at the miniature buffalo from many sides. Harry went along with Brant, Nestor, and Ninita, while Lyra went with the others. When they were further away from the others, Brant asked Harry, "These are interesting animals other than the horns. Have you noticed anything magical about them?" "Like what?" he asked. "Anything magical," he shrugged, and started listing off magical characteristics. Do they fly, breathe fire, run fast, show feats of strength? Harry answered no to all of those, but then said, "I saw one push a really big rock once to get at some bugs underneath." Brant spoke as quietly as he could. "How big of a rock?" Harry walked to the edge of the plateau and looked down, pointing. "That one." Brant walked over to the edge and looked down to see a boulder at the bottom of the valley. His eyes widened at the size of it. It must be close to 10 tons. He took a few pictures of the large rock, then scribbled a bunch of notes in his journal and looked over towards Nestor and Ninita. They were just looking off the other side of the plateau at the water while she was pointing towards something. Looking back to Harry, he asked, "Is there anything else interesting about these buffalo?" Harry made a thinking face and then said, "I've used their manure in potions, though it only works when it's fresh. After it dries, it loses its effect." "What kind of potion?" Brant asked. "It's part of the potion to make our staves more durable," Harry said with a shrug. "I wanted to use some kind of manure in the potion, as it has been processed by a living body, and ended up choosing the buffalo. Having been digested would make it the most durable part of whatever was eaten, and I could transfer that strength to my staff. And that helped you dent a bludger with the antler, as the rest of your staff didn't snap in half from the impact." Brant nodded. "The antler is one thing, but I had been wondering how the rest of the staff held up to the impact." "That sounds right," Harry said innocently. "If you gathered more of the fresh manure, I could put a preservation charm on it," Brant told him. "Then could you try and make the same potion at Hogwarts?" Harry nodded quickly with a smile. The hardest part of the potion he had made was getting it back to the other side of the island before it dried out. "I've also been thinking of a few ways to improve the potion since we got to school, but I had no way to test it." "Sounds amazing. After you learn the charm, we can come back here and collect some." He smiled down at Harry. "The preservation charm is great to learn. I don't know whether it will be Professor Snape or Sprout that will teach it, but it probably won't be until next year." "Could you teach it to me?" Harry asked hopefully. "I'm not sure, but I'll give it a shot in the evening one day. You can use it to bring some of those scaly custard apples back to school as well." Harry looked excited at the possibility of learning such a useful spell. Most of the potion ingredients he used on the island would go bad in just a few days, or even a few hours. To be able to keep them for longer would save endless hours of searching for fresh ingredients. Harry thought about the potions classroom at school. All of the ingredients there had to be preserved somehow. Since they were constantly taking ingredients out of their bottles or cabinets, the charm must be on the containers themselves. He asked Brant, "Is it possible to cast the charm on a container, so that you don't need to cast it on the ingredient or potion?" Brant smiled at Harry's deductive reasoning. "Yes, it is. Though now you are getting into runic studies and enchanting. That is above your current level of studies." That annoyed Harry a bit, but he remembered that Hermione had started studying runes in her first year with Penny. He would ask the Ravenclaw girls about it back at Hogwarts. He wanted to talk to Penny anyways, about figuring out how to make the Aurora wool glow without his staff. After spending a little more time observing the buffalo, Nestor and his people apparated back to the beach, while the rest of them walked, as Dougal didn't like to be apparated. They encountered a few snakes along the way who fled from them upon tasting the scent of the usurper. When they arrived, Nestor had prepared an evening meal for them consisting of many local dishes. They had chicken stew, rice, and beef steak with caramelized onions. For dessert, Trow and Tran fixed up something they called hollow hollow. It translated as mix-mix and was a melange of crushed ice, nata de cocoa, beans, sago pearls, jelly, sweetened saba banana, sweet potato, coconut, ube purple yam, jam, evaporated milk, lech flan, ube ice cream, jackfruit, and fried pinnipig, flattened immature rice grains. Dougal and Whispers both loved it and went crazy to get seconds. After dessert, Harry suggested that they all visit the hot springs before going to sleep. Trow and Tran made about 20 more of the desserts for any of the demiguises they met at the hot springs. Brant gave swim clothes to both Harry and Lyra as everyone else changed into theirs for the walk-up. Nestor confessed, on the way, that they hadn't yet actually gone into the springs, only measured the water quality and magic saturation. The others said they had tried to visit a few times, but were a bit hesitant to get in because there were always other demiguises there when they arrived. Just like they said, there were already quite a few other demiguises soaking in the springs when they arrived, including Chief, Pants, Mango, and Teacher. Chief got out and approached Dougal, raising his hands to initiate a challenge. Newt looked to Harry for approval, who just shrugged as Chief was no longer in charge of anything and let them start the staring contest. When it passed 5 minutes, they turned their attention to the others, and Thao started handing out the desserts. Nanita snagged one to give to Chief when the contest was over. Everyone else slipped into the springs to soak in the warm water, letting out sounds of contentment as they sunk in. Newt had started his stopwatch at the beginning of the contest and held up his hand when they passed the 10-minute mark. A few of the hidden started crowding around the Thao, bothering them for another, which they didn't have. Kylie and Tina weren't even paying attention to any of it and just soaked with their eyes shut in one of the further pools. When the 20-minute mark came up, Newt waved his hand and displayed the time. Now everyone was paying attention, even the other demiguises. Just as the time was getting to 25 minutes, Dougal started to raise one of his hands, while not breaking eye contact. When his hand was fully raised, he reached over and lightly slapped Chief on the shoulder. Chief jumped up, looking around like he had been punched by an unseen attacker, then just stared in amazement at Dougal's hand, still raised in the air. Nanita reached over and passed the melting dessert to Chief. He took one bite and then passed it to Dougal, bowing his head in respect. Dougal happily accepted it, ate what was left, and then joined Nanita in the spring. They both let out a noise of contentment as they slipped into the warm water. Tran looked over to Harry and asked, "Hey, Harry, do you think the Demis would let us use the springs all the time?" Harry didn't think they ever had a problem with it, but still said, "I'm not sure. They can be territorial at times. You could probably try bringing more of the hollow snacks whenever you come. That might help." "Sweet," he said happily, then reached over and gave his brother a high five. "We used to relax like this at least every 3 days when we lived here," Lyra told everyone. Just realized I was about to say 2 or 3 times a week, but we didn't even have weeks back then. "That must have been quite nice," said Tina from the pool she was sharing with Kylie. "Now, do you see why we want a hot spring at Hogwarts?" Harry asked Newt. "I still don't think it would be allowed," he replied. Harry took a glance over at Dougal, who was floating on his back. Tiny movements from his toes and fingers were propelling him in a circle. "Take a look at Dougal," he told Newt. "Wouldn't you want him to be this happy all the time?" "Yeah, Professor Scamander," Kylie spoke up. "Look at Dougal." She giggled and put her head back down. "Fine, I'll speak with the headmaster again when we get back. I'll try to think of another approach to make the request." Brant had just been listening to the banter, and he smiled, then said, "If I may make a suggestion, maybe just ask for the Scamander Quidditch lockers to be built. It is my understanding that they all have a jacuzzi for the teams. Maybe later you can get something in the castle, but this would be a good first step." "I can pitch that to the headmaster. All we would need now is a Quidditch team," Newt said. Harry groaned and looked over at Lyra, who was staring at him with large eyes and a big smile. He just closed his eyes and sank underwater. When he came back up, he noticed the sun was starting to set and the hidden were starting to get out. One of the younger ones, who obviously had a good memory, ran over to where Lyra was and started to point at her staff. She climbed out of the water and cast a warming charm on the young one. The water steamed off his fur, and he was left with his hair all puffy, like some kind of strange silver poodle. The others laughed at the fluffy demiguise, but then just lined up for Lyra to dry them off. Eventually, the other humans asked her to do it as well, despite that most of them knew how to do it themselves. They walked back towards the village, relaxed and happy. When they arrived at the village, Charlie came out to greet them and grumbled unhappily, probably because he had to watch after their homes when the others went to relax. As the kids were climbing up in a tree to sleep, Brant told them, When you get up in the morning, come to the beach. We will open all the presents, so bring the whole tribe." Harry and Lyra looked back at everyone and nodded. Then Lyra turned back and said, "The giver and the usurper will also join us tomorrow for presents." The adults all looked anxious to meet the most mysterious residents of the island and continued their walk back to the beach to sleep for the night. Chapter 55. Gifts and Surprises. Chapter text. Harry and Lyra woke up to the pleasantly warm breeze of the December air of the island. December was always a warm month, with maybe a spot or two of rain, but typically bright and sunny days, with very few clouds. Neither of them had gotten to join in on the winter festivals in any year prior, so the desire to spring out of bed and run for presents wasn't in their mindset at all. Both of them just lazily rolled off the giant pile of leaves and clothing they had been using for a bed, and carefully stepped over the other hidden who were still sleeping in the big pile. When they climbed down the tree, there were some of the other villagers already moving around, starting their days with a touch of the seeing staff and running off to gather food, play, or teach younger ones something. When they had first come to the island, everything was focused on gathering food and protecting each other. Now they set up tasks and accomplished them daily instead of just surviving. Brant had told them to bring the whole tribe for presents, and they needed to wait for the giver and the usurper, so they just collected some food and had a leisurely breakfast while they waited for everyone to wake up and for their teacher to arrive. The adults, on the other hand, had been awake since dawn preparing for the day ahead. Newt and Tina, having raised one child already, were under the impression that the children would be running into the camp as soon as the light hit the island, looking for presents. Before they left for the island, they had sent off the presents bound for their son, his wife, and their grandson. However, due to their completely random, worldwide excursions seeking dangerous magical creatures, there was no way to determine when the family would be back at home to open them. A short time after sunrise, there was a small beeping sound that came from the beach area, and Nestor informed the visitors that they were about to receive a postal delivery on the portkey platform. A couple of minutes later, there was a magical flash of light, and a very large crate appeared on the stone platform for non-living deliveries. As soon as it arrived, the platform began beeping again, so they quickly levitated the crate off the platform for another delivery. This time, a smaller crate arrived, and it too was moved away. The first large crate was divided into two smaller ones, though they were both still bigger than the second arrival. One was labeled Harry Potter, and the other Lyra Black. The smaller crate had various packages inside it addressed to each of the adults on the island. When the sun had completely risen and the children hadn't shown up yet, the adults just went to get their breakfasts and wait. A little after 10 a.m., Dougal perked up, and his eyes glowed for a moment before heading outside. The rest of the adults took this as a sign, and headed out of the cabin just in time to see a horde of demiguises being led by Harry and Lyra coming out of the trees onto the beach. Some of them began to play in the sand, but the attention of the adults was drawn to the two that came after. First came the giver. He was as tall as Brant, though it appeared like he was slightly hunched over. He was covered in black fur that stopped only after his shoulders and below his knees. His legs were much thicker than a human, and his feet were probably around a size 18. Small wisps of darkness seemed to float off his body when he stood in the sun. His face looked a lot like a dwarf, but with no facial hair and a nose the size of an eggplant. On top of his head, he had a bit of gray hair that did not match the hair on his body. He carried a staff, similar to that of the children, but he had many different horns on the top of his, a string with many feathers, and a few bones that clattered as he walked. He gave a scrutinizing gaze towards the adults as he followed the hidden onto the beach. The attention of the group was quickly taken by what followed, and Thau started to hyperventilate as the usurper slithered his way onto the beach. The dark green of its body shone brightly in the sunlight, with patches of brown and gold that merged in places to look orange. It kept his gaze focused on the group of adults, even as it continued moving parallel to them, with its bright red crest almost vibrating at times. It took quite some time for the magical serpent to fully clear the tree line and then coil up slightly to conserve space on the beach. Harry and Lyra approached the adults, and Harry spoke. I would like to introduce all of you to our teacher, the giver. Lyra made a series of signs to the duend, and he slowly approached all of them. Harry gestured to each of them, Thou, then Kylie, Nestor, Nenita, Brant, Tina, and Newt. The giver took his time to look each one of them in the eyes as they were mentioned. He didn't attempt to shake hands or make any sort of contact, nor did he make any sort of noise or speak in any way. When he got to Newt, the man took the initiative and stepped forward, causing the giver to grip his staff slightly. Newt adjusted his chin so that it looked like the bottom of his jaw was widening slightly and opened his mouth to make a noise that sounded like a grumble combined with crushing rocks in his teeth. The giver looked a bit shocked for a moment, but then responded with a slightly different kind of grumble. They took turns making noises at each other for a few minutes before Harry just came out and asked, What's going on? Newt and the giver both turned to the boy. Newt responded, You had mentioned that Professor Snape had said the giver was a duend, so I brushed up on my dwarven to see if there was any crossover. Turns out there is, though it is very small. It's like an American speaking with a Cockney, though I probably sound like a Cockney to him. Harry turned to the giver and signed to him, Same speak. The giver signed back, Sounds like broken child. Lyra giggled. He says you sound like an injured child. The others chuckled nervously. That sounds about right, Newt responded with a smile, then extended his left hand to the giver to shake, as his right was holding his staff. The giver stared at the man's hand for a moment before reaching out and clasping it. There was a moment where they just stood there, and then the giver's hand glowed for a moment before he released. Harry looked to his teacher, who signed back, not sick. Newt was looking at Harry now, who told him, He checked you for illnesses, he says you are fine. Well, that's good to know, Tina smiled. The giver turned back to the usurper, who was laying on its back in the warm sand, and hissed, Section, come and greet the guests. They do not need to be harmed for now. Section, the adults stiffened at the parcel tongue, even though the non-British among them didn't have a cultural aversion to the language. Even without it, it was still unnerving for a strange creature to speak in a hissing tone and a 55-foot snake to lift its head out of the sand and approach them. They all froze in place as the magical serpent approached them, looking each in the eyes, so close that they could feel its breath on their faces. It took an extra long time to examine and smell Brant, even going so far as to hover all the way around his backside before continuing to Tina and Newt. It took only moments to inspect the two of them. When the usurper was complete in its inspections, it returned to lay in the warm sand away from them. The giver also turned away and approached the tree line to sit in the shade. All of the adults let out a huge breath they had been holding. Hey, Lyra, Brant started. Any idea why the snake seemed interested in me? Lyra shrugged, though it was clear from her body language she was hiding something. Do you have any food on you? Brant shook his head. Maybe you smell like a snack. He laughed very nervously at that. Nenita broke the tension, so I'm guessing the crates are filled with presents. The children looked towards the crates that each had their names on them. Brant started to walk back towards the cabin. Tina informed them, the crates will open if you each tap them with your wands. The children pulled their wands from their pouches and tapped on the sides of the boxes. They needed to jump back as the top of the crate vanished and the sides fell away, kicking up sand as they hit the ground. Inside each, there were quite a few festively wrapped gifts. Harry and Lyra had some quick flashbacks to their childhoods. Harry remembered the piles of presents Dudley would receive for many different holidays. He wasn't even sure that some of them were real, just that his aunt and uncle liked to give the chubby boy gifts. Lyra didn't remember much, just that Draco would occasionally get presents and she would not. As they stared at the piles of gifts, Brant came back out onto the beach with a large trunk. He informed them, I have all the presents that you got for your family here. Harry and Lyra completely abandoned their piles of gifts and went to dig through the box that Brant had brought. Harry dug out the gift for Charlie, while Lyra dug out the one for Chief and Teacher. Then she passed the gift to Whispers to give to his father. They proceeded to give each one to their family members. Brant and Tina both had cameras ready. Charlie inspected the small, wrapped box in front of him, but didn't know what to do with it. All of the other hidden had gathered around as well to look at what was happening. Harry reached down to a corner of it and pulled off a bit of paper, then threw it in the air as it vanished. As an experiment, Charlie reached down and repeated the process. watching the little bit of colored paper vanish into the air. Giving a huge smile, he proceeded to rip off all the paper and throw it in the air like a child on his first birthday. When it was all gone, he almost ripped the gift inside before Harry stopped him. Slowly, Harry showed him the stickers inside and how they could be taken off one surface and put back on another. As soon as Charlie understood what was happening, he started running around to the other hidden and putting stickers on all their faces, only for them to take them off and reapply them to someone else's faces. After only a minute, Brant and Tina were reloading their film for more pictures. Everything with the stickers took nearly 20 minutes to settle down before Lyra gave her present to Teacher. She understood about the wrapping paper this time and needed some more time to be explained about the painter's easel inside. When she understood, she just embraced Lyra and sat down, clearly more mature than Charlie and his antics. Whispers came next with a hat for his father. Charlie remembered the mug that the giver owned and explained the hat to his brother. From there, gifts were given to Cynthia, Digger, and Weaver specifically. They received hair curlers, trowels for digging, and hair clips, respectively. Then Harry and Lyra just unloaded all of the many children's toys and games for the other hidden and just allowed them to do a free-for-all, shredding all the packages and playing with the toys. After a moment, Harry and Lyra joined in on the fun with their family. Other than Brant and Tina, the locals had started opening their own gifts. Most of them were tasteful things from their own families and friends that the Filipino ministry had forwarded to them here, though after finishing with a gift from an old school friend, Nenita picked up a small box and stared at it. "Nestor," she said inquisitively, "your grandmother sent me something." That got his attention, and he looked over at the small box. It had no wrapping on it and no card, just a to from label hanging off the side. "Well, I know she liked you from when I introduced you, but she hasn't ever given one of my girlfriends a gift before." She narrowed her eyes a bit. "How many girlfriends have you brought home to your family?" "You are the fourth." He rolled his eyes a bit at her inquisition. "The first three she didn't speak with at all after they were introduced." She smiled a bit at that. They were distracted for a moment by a large amount of squeaking as one of the presents that had been unwrapped by the demiguises turned out to be toys that made noise, and many of the young ones, and a few of the older ones started to wrestle with each other for control of each toy. Nestor turned back to her. "So, what's in the box?" Nenita opened the lid slightly and peeked inside. Then she opened it all the way to reveal an amulet on a string made of some kind of thread that changed between gold and blue depending on how you looked at it. The amulet itself was an inch-thick flat ring made of jade, slightly smaller than her palm. At the top of the ring was a single black opal in a teardrop shape, the size of a thumbnail. Around the ring there were runes carved into the surface in 3 sections and filled with some kind of silver metal. Towards the bottom of the ring, there were 2 small holes that were spots for additional adornments but were empty for now. The group of adults stared at it with interest. "This is kind of strange," Nenita commented. "She often sees things that are important but has no idea why until later," Nestor commented. "It's part of being a seer." He tilted his head as he looked at it from another angle. Kylie chimed in, so she might not even know why she picked this out. "I don't recognize any of the runes on this," Brant added. "What about you, Mr. Scamander?" Newt stared at the necklace. "I have no idea either. It looks like there are 2 more places for additional gemstones, though. Maybe she can tell you what will need to be placed there." "I'll look up what black opals do back at home." Nenita stared at it. "I think regular opals are used for communication pendants, but I have no idea what black opals are used for." "We can ask her about it at dinner next week," Nestor told her. "In the meantime, you probably should wear it. Assuming it's more than a simple pendant, we don't know when you might need it." Nenita nodded and put it around her neck, then looked around at everyone's waiting faces. "I guess if you were waiting for something magical, it's not going to happen yet," she said, sounding a bit disappointed herself. Lyra came over at that point and asked, "Do you have the trunk we got for the giver?" Brant looked over at the stack of Lyra's presents and summoned one about the size of a shoebox to him. He placed it on the sand and tapped it with his wand, so that it burst out of its packaging and returned to full size. She started to drag it over the sand before remembering that she was a witch and casting the levitation spell on it. She wasn't strong enough yet to fully lift it with magic. but the spell made it light enough to skim the surface of the sand with ease to where the giver was sitting in the shade. He looked down at the shiny new trunk and smiled. His was good for holding a few things, and even though Harry had treated it, inside and out, with the same potion he had made for their staves, it still looked shabby. His amazement grew even more as Lyra showed him the multiple compartments that were accessible by tapping a specific latch before opening. Brant took a few pictures each time he was shocked by the features of the trunk, including the expansion charms, the extra drawers, and the various places to separate all the things he would eventually put inside. When she was done presenting it to him, he reached down and placed a hand on her head and grumbled something while his palm glowed. Then he pulled out 2 packages, wrapped in banana leaves, from inside his fur and passed them to Lyra. He gestured for her to take them over to Harry as well. As the adults had finished their packages, they moved their chairs closer to the frolicking group of demiguises and Harry and Lyra's gift pile. Many of the younger demiguises were continuing to play with the assortment of children's toys, with the older ones looking expectantly at Harry and Lyra to open their presents. Scaring the adults half to death, the usurper silently moved behind all of them and joined the human adults in watching the opening of the presents. Harry and Lyra opened the banana leaf-wrapped gifts from their teacher first. They had each received a knife, with a leather sheath to strap to a leg. The blade of each knife was nearly 8 inches long and looked like it had black ripples of water on the metal. The handles were made of some kind of bone or antler, with Harry's being white and Lyra's black. They both examined them carefully, recognizing their origin. Tina asked them, "Where did your teacher get Damascus steel knives on an island?" Harry said, "They were taken from the poachers before the usurper ate their bodies," as if nothing was disturbing about that. "He has a few more, but kept them to himself until now." "You won't be able to carry them at school," Newt said delicately. Brant cleared his throat. "Actually, Mr. Scamander, they can. Hogwarts Charter allows for the carrying of swords, spears, daggers, axes, shields, and any weapon you can see on the suits of armor around the school in the event of an attack from outside the castle. All of those weapons can be removed by the residents of the castle for its defense. The only condition is that the student or professor in possession of the weapon needs to be trained properly in its use or be in training. There are harsh penalties for those without training who end up injuring themselves or others." Everyone stared at him, so he added, "My first homework assignment from Lord Black when he told me I would be tutoring the children was to read the charter, start to finish, every page, every section." "So are you going to teach us to use them?" Lyra asked. "Not me. I'll need to have someone else do it. And until I do, they stay in your trunks," he said seriously. Lyra opened her gift from Seamus, which was a set of everlasting candles. There was a note attached that said they were made in his family's enchanting business. It explained that each candle was resistant to heat and that if left alone would burn for 2 full years. He had written a short note that he hoped they would last Lyra at least until the end of the spring term. Harry picked up another gift from his pile, which was from Tracy. It was a large stack of different parchments that all had letters and numbers on the corner, and one more large scroll which was divided up into grids that had letters and numbers that ran along 2 of the sides of the sheet. The note attached said that they were mapping paper for the continued exploration of the castle. Newt peered over. "That is some top-quality mapping paper. Hand me one of the smaller ones." Harry handed a random piece that had D7 written on the top corner. Newt pulled out a pen and doodled a spiral on it. "Now, look at the big paper," he instructed Harry. When they looked, there was a smaller square in the grid that had the same spiral as what he had just drawn. "You can take a bunch of small maps and combine them into a large one with this set of paper. Tina and I have assembled quite a large number of maps on our travels with these." Harry tucked it away as Lyra reached for one of hers, from Hannah, which was a polished wooden box of assorted teas. The rest of the presents that were just for her were a muggle hair braiding book from Lavender and a gift certificate from Parvati to get her ears pierced in Diagon Alley. Harry had quite a few more individual gifts. From Professor Lockhart, he received a professional calligraphy set. Blaise had given him a stand to rest his wand on that looked like a coiled snake. The snake itself was almost the same color as the usurper, but it was a pretty close approximation after only seeing the shed on his staff and vest. Daphne had given him a book of ice spells, and Hannah had given him a stuffed unicorn. That was probably his favorite gift so far. The next present Harry picked out, the paper on it was so bright it hurt his eyes to look at it. It was neon orange and green in zigzag lines, and there was a note on the top of it that read, "Please save this gift to the end." Tina glanced at the note and said, "That's Albus's handwriting. He's probably trying to be mysterious, like always." Harry put it to the side as Brant said, "Dumbledore's gift can come second to last. Lord Black will have that honor for his gifts." Ignoring the competition between the two old wizards, who weren't even there, of who could be the most mysterious, Harry picked up a present from Hagrid that was almost definitely a book. The note on the cover of the leather-bound book said, "I started putting this together last year when I thought you were coming. I finished contacting some old friends this fall so I could give it to you for Christmas." Harry opened the leather-bound book to the first page to find a single picture of two people, a man in glasses with messy black hair and a woman with bright red hair and green eyes. They were both dressed for a wedding, with a card below it that confirmed this, saying, "We would be honored to have you attend the wedding of James Potter I and Lillian Evans. On August 12, 1978, Harry stared at the photo as Lyra peered over his shoulder. They looked so young, as old as Tonks, maybe younger. In his mind, he had pictured his parents as being as old as his aunt and uncle, with a few wrinkles around the eyes or losing a bit of hair. But they didn't. They weren't even as old as Brant, who he had been assuming was around 25 or 26. After staring at the photo in silence for what seemed like forever, he turned to the next page. There was a multitude of other photos on this one from various ages of his parents. Many of the ones of his mother weren't magical and didn't move, while all of the ones of his father were. Quite a few of the pictures were at Hogwarts. The ones he found of his father, at the same age he was, now showed a skinny kid with no muscle on him at all. There were quite a few pictures of him with some other boys, but most of them seemed to be torn to keep someone out of it. Harry slowly browsed through the photos, knowing that he would come back to do it again, and eventually found pictures of him as a baby. He stared at his unblemished forehead and rubbed at his scar. There were photos of him playing with a stuffed hippogriff and another of him with a great big black dog licking his face. Another one showed his father trying to balance him on top of a miniature broomstick, hovering a foot off the ground. Another funny picture was of a large group of people at a costume party with quite a few people in strange costumes he didn't recognize. One of the people in that group was disguised as some kind of brown yeti with a diagonal belt across his chest, and another was in a black suit of armor. His mother and father were both dressed in white and kissing each other. The last member of their group was wearing a black vest over a white shirt and holding a strange gun. He also had a large scar across his face. He wasn't quite at the end yet, but he realized that he should wait to look at the rest later. So he took a deep breath and closed up the album. Brant was whispering to Kylie and the brothers, while Newt was watching them with a caring look on his face. Tina's eyes were watering a bit as she watched. Nanita was watching the two of them with her head on Nestor's shoulder. The usurper, on the other hand, had buried himself up to its eyes in the sand. Harry looked up at everyone, with a smile on his face, and said, "I'll look at the rest later." Lyra passed him another gift that said on the top, "To Whispers from Luna." They called over Whispers, who had just relinquished a large rubber hammer that made different noises every time you hit something with it. He ripped off the paper, causing it to vanish in the air as he did it. Inside was a warm-looking winter hat that was fluffy on the inside and leather on the outside. It had long flaps on the sides that would cover most of the hidden's head. He put it on for a moment, but then took off and said, "Warm," then handed it back to Lyra. "It will be cold again at Hogwarts," she told him, and put it with the rest of their gifts. The next one was from Marley Weasley, of all people. Harry and Lyra exchanged strange looks and opened the package. Inside was a large orange sweater with an H embroidered in the center. A single chocolate frog from the package also fell out with a tag that said, "For Lyra." There was a card as well that read, "I'm sorry we got off on the wrong foot. I always give every one of my children one of these sweaters for Christmas and thought you would like one as well. I do hope that you will visit this summer. Ron, Ginny, and the twins talk about you a lot and would love to see you then." Harry looked at the sweater and frowned. I still don't like her, he told Lyra. She sent me a chocolate frog, Lyra said with excitement. Harry looked at the gift and then a mischievous smile grew on his face. I've got an idea. He held out his hand for the frog package, and Lyra passed it to him. He turned to the usurper, half buried in the sand, and almost spoke in parcel tongue before catching himself. Instead, he just waved to get its attention, then pointed to the box and made a hand signal that looked like an explosion, and then a snake grabbing something. The adults started to gather around. Brant took out his camera, and the usurper hissed at Harry, "Section something is going to jump out that you want me to eat." Section Harry nodded, then pulled the string. The top opened up to reveal the tiny frog. Harry didn't know how much intelligence the construct of the chocolate frog had, but it did seem to always try to get away from whoever was closest to it. This time, it seemed to shake in terror at the monster snake that was staring at it and didn't move a muscle. After a few seconds, Harry just slapped the bottom of the package to launch the frog in the air, and with lightning-fast speed, the usurper snagged it out of the air and swallowed it whole. It made a few indecipherable movements with its head and tongue before hissing, "Section I did not like that. I will go find something else to eat." Section then, it turned and slithered into the ocean to find a fish or something else. Luckily, Newt deciphered the actions of the snake, so Harry didn't have to say anything. "I don't think it likes chocolate. Also, it can swim." "Yeah, it does live on an island," Harry said. "I'm not sure how else its mother could have gotten here." "There's another here?" Nestor asked in shock. "No, the giver told us she died long ago," Lyra told them. "This is a really strange island," Nanita commented. Then, after a bit of silence, more presents. Lyra stashed the card she had gotten from the chocolate frog. It was of some wizard named Agrippa. Then she and Harry turned back to the stack of gifts that had been getting smaller. A box from Cedric had 2 copies of Quidditch Through the Ages for each of them. Colin had also given them a photo album filled with pictures he had taken, but had not given them yet. Hermione gave them a full set of the current Redwall books. Greg gave them both a single leather bracer for their left forearms that had a very small inscribed mark of the House Goyle coat of arms. Severus had given them a spellbook, which the introduction said contained cantrip effects. They weren't sure what that meant, but would look at it later. There were only a few more left, and were surprised and happy to see that the next one was from Tristan. His gift wasn't wrapped, and was just in a bag from the store. It contained 2 small potion kits in a case with a built-in cauldron for small brews. There was also a note inside. "Merry Christmas, Harry and Lyra. Each of these kits will be great for your travels. Nothing will spill when the lids are closed, and they have preservation charms on all the vials in the kit." I already heard back from Charlie, and he told me that he will be visiting his family halfway through August, but will be able to let you visit the reserve in the first 2 weeks of the month. Toss me an owl when you figure out your summer plans. "We're going to see dragons," Harry yelled out excitedly, and Lyra's eyes widened in excitement as well. Brant asked for the note so he could keep their plans all in one place. The only package left in the pile now was from Dumbledore, but as Harry reached for it, Brant stopped him. "One more present before Dumbledore's gift. This one is from me." He passed them both 2 boxes about the size of the boxes they received their wands in. "We have one for you too," Lyra exclaimed, and whispered to Whispers, which had him run off towards the trees. He pulled a small box out of branches and ran back to them, passing it to Brant. He opened it up to find a very tightly woven band of Demiguise hair in a couple of different styles around the loop. It would probably be an exact fit for around his wrist. There were also little individual veins of different feathers at different points to give it a touch of color. Lyra told him, "We saw how much you liked the hair we used to buy my coat, so we thought you'd like one for yourself." Brant stared at it. He recognized some of the braiding patterns as the kind that Lyra's friend Parvati used in her hair and had taught to Whispers, along with some others he didn't recognize. It was woven much tighter than the rope that had been given to the clothing shop they made a deal with, and depending on what kinds of bird feathers were part of it, this bracelet would probably be worth between 200–500 galleons. He slipped it onto his wrist and admired it. "Thank you, both of you," he told them. "I still don't think that you understand the value of this hair, but from my perspective, this is a very generous gift. I will treasure it." They all smiled some more before Harry and Lyra picked up their gifts from Brant, Opening the box, they saw something. Harry's was made of some of the usurper's shed that he had given Brant for the vest, and Lyra's was made of some other kind of leather. They looked like some kind of a mess of thin straps. They looked at each other in confusion. Brant explained, "These are wand holsters. You can put them on your right forearm, and it will secure your wands there. If you look in the box, there is a small piece of wood as well. Find a place for it on your wand that won't disturb your grip, and it will be permanently installed there. It will allow your wand to be summoned the same way you summon a broom from the ground. In the beginning, you'll need to say, 'wand,' like an incantation, and it will jump to your hand. However, like all spells, over time you will be able to just will the wand to your hand from the holster. You can also just take it with your hand instead." That was cool, and it would save them a lot of time to not have to constantly use a sticking charm on their arms. Finally, it was time for Dumbledore's gift. The note on the top of it had changed and now read, "Thank you for waiting until the end for my gift. You won't be disappointed." When they finished reading that, it changed again. "This is not exactly a gift. It was something that belonged to your father, Harry. I have been studying it since his passing, and now I think it should be returned to you." The note changed one more time. "This is not what it seems. Do not get upset at your first judgment of the gift." The last message faded away, then the card simply vanished. Lyra stared at the package and said, "Well, that was a bit ominous." Harry pulled away the paper to reveal a long silver cloak. They had seen an invisibility cloak before, and Harry was immediately angry that Dumbledore would give him a gift that probably had a history in blood. Lyra put a hand on his shoulder. It said, "Don't get upset, that it's not what it seems. Try it on." The adults and Lyra all watched as Harry put the cloak around his shoulders, and as soon as he put up the hood, he vanished. "Where'd you go?" Lyra asked, squinting around as best she could in the daylight. "I'm right here," Harry said from the same spot. "I can't see you," Lyra said as she poked his invisible form. "What?" Harry said with shock, then had been looking through a book he had received for a present and looked up to ask, "Why is it a big deal? It's an invisibility cloak. The whole point is you can't see him." "I can see invisible people," Lyra blurted out. "I can see the hidden, and I saw a guy in the leaky cauldron under an invisibility cloak." They hadn't told anyone who wasn't a few of the auras about that yet. Luckily, no one could see Harry's shocked expression at Lyra's reveal. "Well, that explains how you always catch whispers when he's jumping around," Tina commented. Harry threw back the hood, and the cloak faded back into visibility. "So what is this thing then?" Kylie asked. "Wait, it can't be from a demiguise. Those only last 30 years at the most. It might be possible that one that belonged to Harry's father to still be working today, but it would make no sense for Albus Dumbledore to need to study a demiguise cloak, not for 12 years or even 1 week." "She's right," Newt said seriously. "Keep a close eye on that cloak. Don't use it for anything nefarious either." "What does nefarious mean?" Harry asked. The adults laughed, and then Nanita told them, "It means don't use it to explore the girls' bathroom." "Why would I do that?" Harry asked, garnering a few more chuckles from the adults. "Back on topic," Brant called out. "Now for the last gift from Lord Black himself. He couldn't be here himself, but might wish to visit in the future." He reached into his pouch, down deep, almost to his shoulder, pulled out a very long package, and passed it to Lyra. Then he repeated the same thing, and pulled out an identical package for Harry. All of the adults seemed to know exactly what was in them, and watched with curiosity. Harry and Lyra ripped off the paper to reveal 2 broomsticks. Each one was solid black, with a band of silver around the bristles near the seat. The all-black bristles were perfectly groomed into an even mound on the back. The tip of the handle was a bit jagged in design to be held easily. Scribbled on the side, in silver cursive, was written, "Clean Sweep 7. Everyone, particularly the children, stared at the gorgeous brooms. These were significantly better than any of the brooms in the cupboard at school they used for their flying class. Brant narrated to them about the broom. "These are a high-end beginner's broom. There are better racing, Quidditch, and stunt brooms on the market now, but you should learn to ride on something a bit slower and with more safety features first. They will be much faster than anything you've ridden at school, and you should take it slow at first. However, this is the best broom you should be riding until you have mastered the basics." He stared at the children until he could see they understood, then reached into his pouch and pulled out what looked like a much better broom than they had. "Who wants to take these for a test run?" Thou raised his hand and said, "I do." As everyone laughed, he turned and pointed back towards his cabin, and with two pulls of his wand, two brooms flew out. He grabbed one and ducked for the other to be caught by his brother. Kylie ended up doing the same. As the adults all mounted their brooms, Harry noticed that none of them had given the up command before getting on. Lyra had placed hers on the ground and called out the command to summon it into her hand, and everyone waited for Harry to do the same. He just felt the polished wood in his hand before channeling his magic the same way he did in potions class with the firm command in his mind of up. Immediately he felt the broom lighten so he could mount it. "How do you do that?" Lyra asked, floating next to him. "I saw them do it, so I knew it was possible," he told his sister. "Then I just channeled my magic as we do for potions and commanded it in my head," he said as he pointed to his forehead. Lyra jumped off her broom and let it fall to the ground, then picked it back up and repeated the same process as Harry, shrieking with achievement when she accomplished the same task. Tina smiled at her from where she was sitting in the sand. "Amazing job there, both of you. I'd give you points for that, but we're too far from Hogwarts for it to work." Both children smiled back and pushed off the ground to where the other four were hovering above them. As they got closer, Brant said to them, "Let's do some warm-ups over the water, and then we can do a lap of the island. From what I've seen on the map, it should take us less than an hour, even with breaks." Harry and Lyra stared at the brooms they were sitting on. It normally took them hours to get even halfway across the island or up to the top of the mountain. These brooms would save them so much time and energy. They needed to find a way to let the hidden use them too. Lyra looked back towards the beach to see their family still playing with the toys on the beach and vowed to bring Whispers for a ride later. Brant took off towards the open water with the three other adults trailing behind him. Harry and Lyra proceeded after, but were shocked at the acceleration and speed of these brooms compared to the ones at school, and found themselves slowing down a bit to get a grip on the power they now commanded. They played with the changes in velocity, the sideways tilting, the turns, and the changes in altitude. All six of them were spread out over a large area above the water. Brant looked over and saw Harry stop and hover in midair, looking down into the water. Then he looked up and waved at Brant to come closer, then to all the others as well. When they had gathered around, Harry pointed down into the water where they could see a medium-sized shark swimming after a school of fish. "Oh, cool, a shark," Kylie said. "Not just a shark," Harry said with a smile, then pointed further off. Moving closer and building speed was the dark form of the usurper, propelling itself toward the shark. The size comparison between the two was incredible, with the shark being just barely bigger than its head. After a few more seconds, the fish that the shark was pursuing scattered right before the mighty serpent bit into the shark, with a huge plume of blood erupting in the water to show the sign of its conquest. Harry and Lyra cheered for the usurper, while the others looked on in fear and awe. Harry and Lyra followed up above as it continued its hunting, catching a few more fish, but when it turned back towards the shore, they stopped and continued to play with the functionality of their new brooms. After another 20 minutes, Kylie fired off a small cannon blast with her wand to get everyone's attention and pointed north, then took off. The group followed, and only 5 minutes later, they arrived at the garbage beach. A walk that would normally take at least an hour, and Harry and Lyra were astounded by the difference. When they took off again, they flew out over the water and could see a lot of other garbage that seemed to be too heavy to have washed up on the beach and had built an artificial reef about half a mile off the shore. They couldn't identify the garbage, but they did point out the sunken boat that belonged to the poachers they had encountered. There was a large amount of sea life that had made it their home, and they all hovered above the surface of the water to look at all the brilliantly colored sea life. From there, it was another 5 minutes until they were over the valley of the Lampang. They were able to see the herds of the larger animals from above, just going about their business. There wasn't much for them to do here, though Harry knew he'd need to come back here with Brant to retrieve some of the buffalo manure to preserve and bring back to Hogwarts. They continued to fly until the vegetation started to disappear near the base of the smaller volcano and came in for a landing. "We can only stay here for a little bit," then advised Brant. "In less than an hour, you'll start to feel an impending sense of doom. I have no other way to explain it. We all get different sensations. I feel like I'm suffocating and the walls are closing in. I feel like there's a giant monster right behind me, his brother said. There are malevolent poltergeists everywhere for me, Kylie told her, feeling of doom. The children just shrugged as Brant started casting all kinds of diagnostic charms toward the mountain. When that didn't turn up anything, he pulled a case out of his bag and started gathering samples of the dirt, even casting a spell that pulled a cylinder of earth out of the ground that was at least 30 feet long, then cut it into pieces and placed them in different containers. Finally, he headed back to where the vegetation began again and gathered a few more samples from there. Then he returned to the group and waited. Kylie gave up first. She stared and looked around nervously before jumping on her broom and flying out over the water. Next was Then, who seemed to have trouble breathing and went to join Kylie. Brant started to fidget nervously and look at everyone remaining with increased wariness. Thou approached Brant slowly and snapped his fingers in the man's face. The two of them hopped on their brooms and flew out to the other two. Harry and Lyra joined them soon after. Does it not affect you? Brant asked. I kept getting the feeling that each of you was going to attack me. Harry shook his head. No, but we won't tell you why it doesn't. Lyra scooted closer to Harry on her broom and whispered to him something. Then he addressed the group. What we can tell you is that all of your fears have some basis in truth. This made them even more terrified of whatever might be causing the sense of doom they all felt. They continued their flight, taking a wide circle around the corner of the island and observing all the small reefs in the water below them. It seemed even the animal life had cleared out in a near-perfect circle below the waterline around the lifeless volcano. As they passed the west coast of the island, the territory just south of the dead volcano began to look a bit blurry. Kylie pointed to it and said, That over there, we assume to be where the giver lives. We can't get close to it at all without just forgetting where we are and ending up outside the zone. It extends around 200 meters above the ground and a little bit into the dead zone of the volcano. Brant looked to the children, who just gave him a small nod, but gave no other information on their sighting. They continued the flight for another 10 minutes before they could see the beach from where they originated. All the Demiguises had left the area except for Dougal, who was lounging in the sun with his new favorite person, Nenita. Both of them had new hats, courtesy of Dougal, and the same gold-rimmed sunglasses. Newt, Tina, and Nestor were nowhere to be seen. The group landed and dismounted. Nenita called out to them. The others took all your presents inside. There should be some food waiting for you if you're hungry. The group of flyers entered the main cabin to find a platter of sandwiches, fresh bananas, and juices waiting for them. Nestor greeted them. How was the big flight? We flew around the whole island, Lyra gleefully responded. Kylie added, We saw the usurper eat a shark. Nestor's eyes widened, and Tina poked her head in from the next room. What? Yeah, it was incredible, Brant told her. Harry noticed it. We just saw a shark going after a school of fish, but then he pointed out the giant snake approaching it with speed, and then it put on a huge burst of speed and just destroyed it like it was nothing. Newt had joined them as well. Please tell me you got pictures. He frowned when Brant shook his head. It's not like the usurper would show up properly anyways, Nestor commented. You probably just see a shark explode in a puff of blood, and there would still be a giant snake a ways away. That thing is crazy, Thou said, his mouth full of sandwich. The rest of the day was spent organizing all the gifts the children had received, and then they disappeared to the hidden village, leaving the adults to do adult things. The children didn't show up again for dinner, so they just ate and discussed all the weird things on the island. Apparently, Nestor shared Brant's sensation of others wanting to kill him when he hung around the dead volcano for too long. Brant brought up Harry's comment about all of their sensations being accurate, but none of them could make heads or tails of that statement, or what it could mean. Just as Brant was falling asleep for the night, a bright light blossomed in front of his bed, and there was a Patronus in the shape of a vicious piranha floating above his bed. It opened its mouth to reveal its sharp and jagged teeth and yelled, Brant, wake up now. You should be receiving a newspaper in the next minute or so. He was out of bed in the next 2 seconds with his shoes on. Without bothering to be quiet, he rushed out of the cabin, with Nestor poking his head out of his room to groggily ask what was going on. There must be some kind of emergency. Arcturus rarely used his Patronus to send messages, primarily because he liked to spread the myth that he was too much of a dark wizard to cast one, though the truth was that anyone could perform the charm, as had been proven in the past when other dark lords or common sadists had managed to find the proper emotion and memory to perform it. He could hear the beeping of an incoming delivery as he approached the platform, and then there was a pulse of magic that delivered a small newspaper with a note tied to it. Discarding the note for the moment, he looked at the headline above the fold: Lucius Malfoy released from Azkaban. Chapter 56, Azkaban. Chapter text flashback, August 7, 1992. Any hope Lucius had of defeating Arcturus's proxy vanished a few seconds after the doors to the Wisengamot opened, and in walked Augustus Stevens. The reason his hope lasted for those scant seconds was only that he didn't recognize the man at first. Arcturus had even called for the man before the doors had opened, but his brain refused to match the image in his head to the man in front of him. If he had been introduced to Albus Dumbledore, wearing a muggle tuxedo and his beard shaved, he probably wouldn't recognize the chief warlock either. It wasn't until the commoners and mudbloods at the entrance began to cheer that his brain forced the connection that it had been denying. Stevens had dispensed himself of any of his usual distractions or humor, clad in a uniform that signified death more than the mask he used to wear. Lucius was screwed. As his mind raced on how to settle the duel as quickly as possible, he immediately jumped to the killing curse. He knew that he could summon the hatred required to murder this man, and probably take out Arcturus as well in the shock that followed. But then he would be finished with either life in Azkaban or a date with a Dementor awaiting him. The next best thing would be another spell to instantly kill. Going through his knowledge of curses, he settled on an elemental spell that would almost completely drain him, which is what it was supposed to do: Exos Lin. He had been taught the spell by Igor Karkaroff back in the war as a way of demolishing shields around homes in a way that was easier than a spell shear. It was only useful when working with a team, as once it was used, the caster wouldn't be able to participate in any further actions. It would also vaporize a body if hit without a shield. This would be the spell he'd use on Stevens. They both assumed their stances with their wands pointed at each other and waited for Lucius to cast the first spell. When there was the tiniest bit of light at the end of his wand, his opponent was in motion. When the huge bolt of lightning had barely escaped Lucius's wand, the stone pillar that had erupted from the ground was already at Augustus's waist, and over his head by the time the lightning splashed onto it. Lucius didn't even see the iron pillars get conjured to siphon off the residual electricity. As the pillar cracked and fell, he saw a red light in peripheral vision to his right side and managed to get up a small shield to cover his torso and neck. He had guessed correctly the man's aim as a high-power stunner splashed on the shield, causing him to stagger, as he had nearly exhausted himself from the first spell. He saw the other stunner from his left side as he was trying to regain his footing, but couldn't turn in time to shield, and then the lights went out. When he came to, he was chained to a chair that he had seen so many of his allies tied to at the end of the war. He tried to call out, but was silenced. He listened to the charges and smiled. Fines, he was being fined. A wise man had once said, if the penalty for a crime is a fine, then that law only exists for the lower class. Lucius fully believed that, and he was certainly not lower class. He would gladly pay the fine and then seek his revenge. Then he heard 2 years incarceration in Azkaban prison, and his world collapsed. He had lost his wife. He had as good as lost his left arm. He had lost control of the future of the Black family and their seat in the Wisengamot. Now he would lose his life and his son for 2 years. At least he knew that he could trust Severus, Draco's godfather, to look after the boy. As he was led out of the courtroom, the only aura that would show his face was Mad-Eye Moody. He must have told the others to adhere to Death Eater protocols to protect themselves and their families. He could still find out who all of them were when he got out. Once he was out of the courtroom, a bag was dropped over his head, and he felt the pull of a portkey as he was whisked off to somewhere else. Without his eyes, he stumbled upon arrival at their destination. He could smell the sea and feel the cold wind blowing through the sleeves of his robes. A fist in his back forced him to trudge forward, and he was guided with pokes and jabs onto a boat that he could feel rocking beneath his feet. It wasn't a small boat, and he was guided to a cabin where he heard some murmurs and a few people crying. Other prisoners. And if they were crying already, they wouldn't last a month. The engine on the boat groaned as it began to move toward the prison. Azkaban was located somewhere in the North Sea. No one knew exactly where, due to the incredible protections placed on it by its founder, the Dark Lord Echrisdes, and later by the British ministry. There was just one route to and from the island along a ley line of magic that allowed passage only to vessels that were specifically keyed to it. Any others would sink beneath the waves or out of the sky. After about 10 minutes, the person next to him started crying a little more, and he yelled in their direction, "Would you shut the hell up? We're not even there yet. Save your tears for the Dementors." There was silence, and then suddenly the hood was pulled off his head. A man in aura robes stood in front of him with his hood down. "I thought I heard the mighty Lucius Malfoy under there," he said. "Do you remember me? You look like a mudblood," he sneered at the aura. "Why would I remember trash like you?" "You killed my mother," he said with venom in his voice. Lucius just smirked back at him. "Do you have any idea how little that narrows it down?" The aura glowered at him and then put the hood back on his head. Lucius just grinned to himself for a moment before a fist crashed into the side of his face through the hood and knocked him into the prisoner next to him. He reached up with his manacled hands to protect his face from another blow, but none came. The other prisoner he fell on grunted and pushed him back into his spot. The ride was silent for the rest of their journey as the boat started to slow down, and an unnatural cold started to seep into his bones. He could feel the trickle of blood from where he was hit in the cheek start to freeze. Then, as soon as the dreadful feeling was there, it was gone and replaced by a feeling of warmth, protection, and happiness. The blood continued its journey to trickle down his face onto his neck. He could hear shouting from somewhere outside as the boat came to a stop. Then someone called out from inside their room, "Inmates, on your feet." Lucius stood up slowly. He could hear the jangling of chains as someone approached the group. There were a series of clicks to his right, and then someone wrapped a chain around his waist. He struggled for a moment before getting punched in the stomach. While he was wheezing and recovering his breath, the chain was secured around his waist, and it clicked into place. He heard several more clicks from his left side as he regained his footing and stood back up. The voice again told them, "Follow the person in front of you." After a few seconds, Lucius could feel the pull of the chain attached to him, forcing him to shuffle forward in a series of half-steps. Once he could feel the wind blowing up his sleeves, the voice called out again, "Ramp in front of you." The group inched forwards, testing the ground before them for the ramp until they found it, then crept slowly forward to avoid falling and taking the whole group with them. At the bottom of the ramp, they continued along a long wooden walkway, probably a pier, as water could be heard splashing beneath them. When Lucius felt land underneath his feet, he was moved by someone pulling on his chain until he could feel the other prisoner's elbow to his left, then shortly after another to his right. They all stood in silence for what felt like an eternity, waiting for whatever was coming next. Quick as lightning, all of their hoods were yanked off, and Lucius felt terrified at the sight before him. The fortress prison of Azkaban stood above him. Solid black, so dark that it appeared to absorb what little light there was on the dreary island, a solid monolith reaching up hundreds of feet into the sky, so high that he had to tilt his head back to see the top. As he stared at the zenith of the tower, a solitary Dementor circled the pinnacle of the fortress, not paying any attention to the prisoners below it. One of the prisoners screamed and tried to run back towards the boat, causing most of the line to be pulled over with him. 3 auras called out, "Stupefy," and the man fell unconscious as the red blasts knocked into him. One of the 3 approached the fallen man and incanted Marblecorpus, causing his stunned form to levitate a few inches off the ground. Lucius looked around at the auras. All except one had face-concealing hoods and no insignia of any kind on their uniforms. That one exception being Mad-Eye, of course. He gave a harsh grin. Many of the other auras had their patronus animals patrolling the area, which explained why he felt warm and safe at the moment. Mad-Eye pointed to their right and began walking, the chain gang following him. They walked halfway around the prison, which seemed to have 3 sides to it, until they reached a large building at the ground level. 3 gondola lines ran out of the building, each to a different level of the prison. They were all taken inside, to a receiving area of some kind, and sat down on uncomfortable stone benches with no backs. One by one, their names were called, and they were taken into the next room. It must have had a silencing charm on it, because they heard no interaction after the door shut again. After nearly 2 hours, Mad-Eye came out of the room and with a smile said, "Hey, Lucy, it's your turn now." Lucius didn't move and just sneered at the grizzled old aura. Moody raised his wand and said, "You can go on your own power, or I'll have you dance the waltz through the door." He reluctantly stood up and walked through the door, spitting in the real eye of the man on the way. That action got him a punch in the kidney. Then when he stood up, he got a punch in the other from someone on the other side. The other aura who hit him gruffly whispered in his ear, "I'll be sharing that memory with my family later. Now move." He climbed to his feet and was pushed forward to a desk where another face-concealed aura stood. It was a woman's voice that said, "Strip, put everything in the box." He looked back and forth between Mad-Eye and the other who had sucker-punched him. The second one reached two extremely hairy hands out of his robes and cracked all the knuckles on both hands. As dignified as he could, he removed his shoes, socks, outer robe, inner robe, shirt, and slacks, and slower than before, he removed his briefs and put everything in the box. As he stood as regally as possible, the hairy-knuckled aura commented, "I'm guessing that's the reason you have only one son." The woman behind the desk chuckled. Mad-Eye smiled and told her, "Give him the full treatment." She waved her wand, and his clothing levitated the clothing out of the box and said, "One pair of men's briefs white, one pair of men's socks black, one pair of leather shoes black." Lucius interrupted her. "Those are Hebridean black dragon hide." He could tell the woman behind the hood was glaring at him. She took his shoes and threw them behind her and picked out a pair of hideous sandals from under the desk. One pair of muggle sandals orange, one pair of slacks black, one button shirt green, one set of ordinary black robes. He would find this woman when he was out and torture her within an inch of her life and then kill her. Those robes were of the highest quality acromantula silk. He was never going to get them back. A plain set of robes floated forward and dropped into the box. The woman then performed several diagnostic spells on his clothes. "Interesting," she muttered as a small green patch glowed on his outer robes. With a swish of her wand, the patch was ripped from them, and a pile of galleons poured out on the desk. "That's quite a bit of money you are bringing into a place you'll not need it. Maybe you'd like to donate it to charity instead. May I suggest the Hogwarts Muggle-Born Education Fund?" He was just about to yell at her when he was slapped with a silencing charm. "Why, Mr. Malfoy," she continued, "I had always heard of your generosity, but it really knows no bounds. I'll put the name of the donation under Lucy Van Pelt." Mr. Harry Knuckles, next to him, let out a giggle unfitting for a man his size. The woman picked up a pair of what were essentially striped pajamas and placed them on the counter. On the front and back, as well as one leg of the pants, was written letter 160 to letter 16A8, 521. The first rune was Berkano, which looked like the letter B made of two triangles. The second was Answers, which looked like the letter F if the two lines sticking out were angled slightly down. Berkano symbolized nurturing, which meant that he was there for a shorter sentence and that this incarceration was supposed to teach him something. Answers was the rune for communication, meaning he would be allowed correspondence with the outside world. The number that followed meant he was going to be in cell 521. Just as he was about to reach for the clothes, Moody stopped him and held a black baton in front of him and said, "First it's time for the probity probe." Then with his spare hand, he grabbed Lucius by the hair and held it in his fist at the base of his skull. He tried to struggle out of the grip, but Mr. Hair Knuckles hit him with a body-bind spell and a mobilicorpus to keep him from falling over. Moody waved the baton up and down his naked body, but nothing reacted. He then ran it over the man's twisted and darkened left arm, and it lit up red. He leaned Lucius up against the wall and said, "Haven't seen red in a while. That's the sign of a corrupted dark ritual. We all know how your arm got corrupted, but if there was a dark ritual on your arm before your run-in with your daughter and Mr. Potter, that would be news to us. Anything you want to tell us." Blink once for yes, two for no. If you feel like being cheeky, you can blink 3 times to tell us to bugger ourselves. Lucius really wanted to do the final option, but knew it would probably come with another kidney shot, so he just blinked twice. Oh well, since there's magic in that arm, we'll need to put cuffs on it. The woman behind the desk tossed out two manacles made of stone, and Moody clipped them onto Lucius's wrist and elbow. Mr. Hairy Knuckles gave an extra deep chuckle and asked, "What if there's magic in his hair? You didn't scan the probity probe there." "You're right," Moody said. "Aren't I the one who is always preaching constant vigilance?" Lucius was panicking. His hair was his trump card, and as Moody ran the probity probe over the man's hair, it lit up in yellow. "Yellow, you've got a wand core somewhere in there. Sneaky, very sneaky there, Lucy." Moody brandished his wand and cast a balding hex at the platinum blonde man, causing all his hair, including his eyebrows and eyelashes, to fall to the floor, then pointed his wand at it and cast Evanesco. All the hair on the ground vanished, except for 3 silvery strands. "Unicorn hair," the woman behind the desk said, and summoned the strands to her. "I think these can also be donated to the HMEF. You just keep surprising us with your altruistic nature, Mr. Malfoy." He was frozen there, naked, with no hair anywhere on his head. Stripped of all his dignity, his possessions stolen from him, everything donated to filthy mudbloods, and stone manacles that would be weighing down his arm as soon as he became unfrozen. The 3 auras just stared at him, and even though he could only see the sadistic smile on Mad Eye's face, he could feel them coming from the 2 hooded auras as well. After another moment or two, he was unfrozen and told to put on the prison uniform. The process was particularly difficult doing it one-handed, and his other arm weighing extra from the stone manacles. In the end, Mad Eye just cut the left sleeve off completely to get his arm through. "Your name for the next 2 years is number 521. Do you understand?" Lucius just glared at the woman behind the desk with hatred in his eyes. "Good enough. I can see that you do. Take him away, Moody. Come on, 521. Time to go home." He gestured to a side door, and Mr. Hairy Knuckles pushed him in the back, hard enough that he slammed into the door frame before he could walk through. When he got outside the door, they were standing in front of 3 gondola cars leading up to the prison. Moody pushed Lucius into the middle car and hit him with a body bind so he couldn't move around in the enclosed space with him. Mr. Hairy Knuckles pulled on a lever outside the car, and it started to head upwards toward the prison. It took nearly 3 minutes for the non-magical gondola to reach the prison. Halfway there, the feeling of the patroni below them started to fade away, and Mad Eye cast a large silver patronus sphere around the car to ward off the cold and despair. When they got to the end of the line, another aura was waiting with a patronus of a dolphin swimming around in the air. Moody cancelled his shield and stepped out of the car, then unfroze Lucius. 521, out of the car, he ordered. Lucius trudged out, and the 2 of them marched him down the hallway. They reached an open cell door in the black rock, and he walked in. The cell was larger and nicer than he expected it would be. It was nearly 20 feet in a square with a barred window looking out over the water. There was a rusted iron bed with an old mattress on it, 2 pillows, and 2 blankets. It had a stone toilet built into the wall with a shower head next to it and a rusted grate on the floor. Aside from the grate, the floor was covered with a light amount of straw, which made Lucius feel like he was in an animal stall. A chair was bolted to the floor in front of a stone table that jutted out from the wall, across from the bed. The table had a copy of last weekend's The Daily Prophet sitting on it. As he stared at his new accommodations, the barred door slid shut behind him with a loud clang echoing through the hallway. He spun around to glare at Mad Eye and the Dolphin Man. Moody turned to the other aura and told him, "Dismiss your patronus. I want to watch him get used to his new home." The aura hesitated for a moment and then cancelled the charm, eliminating all the light except the little that came in the barred window from outside and the bluish glow from Moody's fake eye. The old aura pulled out a large bar of chocolate and snapped it in half, passing 1 piece to the guard. They both bit into the chocolate and watched as 521 slowly started to shiver and glance around himself. The chill in his bones started immediately as he felt a breeze coming from the sides of the room where there couldn't be wind. It took nearly 5 minutes before something flashed before his eyes. He couldn't tell what it was at first, but after the 4th or 5th time, he could tell it was fire. Fire in the eyes of his daughter as she unleashed that hellstorm that he plunged his arms into. Then it was light, pure light coming from the eyes of the Potter brat. Then he felt his left arm burning, but when he looked down at it, the manacles were still there, and it was still twisted and dark. But he could feel the pain. He could feel it burning, twisting and breaking, and it wouldn't stop. He looked out at the two men standing there and into Moody's eyes. For the first time, he believed a story he heard long ago. During the war, an older Death Eater, one of the originals, had told him to always keep away from Mad Eyes Moody, that the man had the eyes of the devil. Towards the middle of the war, he had lost one eye, and it was replaced with that infuriating blue one that could see everything. More people started calling him Mad Eye at that time, and very few people were left alive that remembered his nickname came from before the grizzled aura received his magical eye. Lucius had never actually seen the madness that was in his real eye. He had always been afraid of the fake one. But now, as the memory of the pain that cursed his left arm continued to flow through him, he could see the madness in his remaining real eye. That was Mad Eye Moody. Then Lucius screamed into the darkness. Before he returned down the gondola, Alistair gave a large stack of chocolate to the aura guarding that level and cast the Patronus shield around the car as it went back down. As he arrived, he saw Mr. Harry Knuckles heading up to the minimum security level with another prisoner. He walked into the intake room and cast a locking charm on the door to the waiting room. After quite a few privacy and secrecy charms, he turned to the cloaked woman at the desk. "I think I'm getting old, Amy," he said to her. "I almost missed the wand cause in 521's hair." The woman behind the desk lowered her hood and revealed her face. She looked similar to Minerva McGonagall, except younger, with fading auburn hair, tough eyes, and a face that looked like it was carved out of wood. "Well, Alistair, it's good we have fresh blood coming up the ranks, and you could always take over my job if you would like. At a desk with my name on it, where I can predictably be every day, that is what will kill me," he told her. "You could always be a teacher, you know, for younger students. If anyone could destroy the curse on the Dada position, it would be you. I only have the energy for one student at a time," he said with a frown. "Maybe we can start giving the job to some of the inmates here, just so the curse kills them off. Give them the option between their last 5 years or teaching Dada at Hogwarts." She chuckled. "I doubt Dummels would go for it, but it would be interesting to see how many prisoners would risk it." "Speaking of fresh blood, though," he started, "was that who I think it was in the room with us? If you're thinking it was Cadet Tonks, then you are correct. How the bloody hell did you let a cadet in on an Azkaban shift? 3 reasons. The first is she can already cast a corporeal patronus, and a strong one at that. The second is that 521 tried to kill her mother, which I can relate to. And the third is that she begged me and offered me a favor which I've already cashed with something quite embarrassing. I approve. What was the favor? I have a friend who is throwing an Albus Dumbledore-themed birthday party for his 6-year-old. Ah, I know. He had an actor all lined up, but I thought he could use a much better one than that, and Miss Tonks could play the role to a T. That should be fun for her. I'll be keeping both eyes on her. Tell her to keep better control over her laughter." She let out a very girlish giggle and then tried to overcorrect with a deep chuckle later. "I will inform her of her blunder, anything else. For catching my mistake, 20 points to Hufflepuff. We'll make a professor out of you yet," Amy told him as he walked out into the waiting room. For Lucius, the first night was not the worst, it was the third. After Moody had left, he wasn't even sure what time it was, though he assumed it to be the late afternoon. It was probably later, because no one came by for food before he grew too tired to stay awake. Even under 2 blankets, the cold and dread still soaked deep into his bones. His head was freezing without any hair, and he ended up wrapping a pillowcase around it to try to keep his scalp warm. He didn't know when, but at some point, he managed to fall asleep. He was awoken in the morning by a metallic squeaking noise. Along with the noise came the feeling of warmth and protection. An aura was coming. Keeping himself wrapped in his blanket, he stood near the door as he watched a spectral giraffe walk past the door. It was followed closely by a metal cart that had a steaming pot on top of it. Pushing the cart was a slightly overweight blonde woman with a much too small aura coat hanging off her shoulders like a cape and wearing a white apron. "Good morning, 521. I heard we got a new resident for the presidential suite. Let me explain to you how things work here. I am the lunch lady. You may call me the lunch lady. If you call me by anything else, you get half rations for the meal in question. If you call me by something other than that twice, you don't get anything. If you decide to throw your food away, you don't get anything for the rest of the day. Refills will cost you 100 galleons, paid by a money order with a drop of freely given blood. Post-mail out of Azkaban will cost 500 galleons. Lucius stared at this woman and asked, "Do you know who I am?" She squinted at him. "I don't, and I don't care either. You could be the Minister of Magic or Princess Diana, and it would make no difference to me. But you know what, 521? I'll do you a favor. I'm not going to call you 521. With that pillowcase on your head and wrapped in a blanket, you look like the Pope. So from now on, you are no longer 521. You are now Pope John Paul Roman II. Do you like your new name, Johnny?" Lucius was no idiot. This woman was not a house elf. And the first rule about unbound servants is you don't piss off the people that bring your food. So he just replied, "It is an adequate name for the time I am here." Ha! I expected a little more kickback from someone as high and mighty as the Pope himself. Now for the remaining rules. She conjured a bowl and a spoon, then picked the ladle out of the pot and poured in a generous helping of snot. The bowl and the spoon are conjured to last only an hour before they fade away. I suggest you eat at the stone table. When they disappear, I will be able to vanish any remaining food that is on the table. If you get the food anywhere else, you can wait for the rats to come and get it. They are not fun rats either. They are vermin that have managed to survive on an island of Dementors and have been here since the time of Ecrisdes. Lucius shivered at the thought of such creatures. Finally, if you get any ideas of trying to make a break for it by stealing my wand, she spun it around so he saw a small marking on the base. The wand is secured by a blood-bound curse. If anyone else uses it, it will explode and take their hand with it. It seems to me that you're already short on one hand. It would be a shame for you to lose the other. Now, do you have any questions? Yes, how does the shower work? There are no knobs. You spotted that, did you? You're a clever boy. Most of the others had to figure it out on their own. To make your life easier, I'll tell you the procedure. Saturday morning, take off your clothes and place them on the desk. They will be replaced with a bar of soap and a towel. At noon, the shower will turn on for 15 minutes. When the shower turns off, dry yourself and place the towel and soap on the desk, and it will be replaced with a clean uniform. I'm hoping you'll reward my kindness with various requests to be paid for in lumps of gold. Now, do you have any other questions? No. No, what? No, lunch lady. Excellent, she exclaimed happily. Then she passed the bowl of snot through the bars and placed it on the ground. Then she walked off, the cart squeaking as it went. Hesitantly, Lucius picked up the bowl off the floor and placed it on the table. He squeezed his way into the chair that was bolted to the floor. He stared at the liquid in the bowl and scooped up some of the mess with the spoon, letting it drip slowly back in. Taking the plunge, he put a spoonful in his mouth and was surprised to find that it didn't taste bad. It also didn't taste good. There was absolutely no taste at all. The texture was disgusting, though. He managed to finish the whole bowl without gagging on the warm, tasteless, and lumpy snot. When he could no longer hear the squeaking of the cart, someone in another cell called out, "Hey, everyone, did you hear who's in 521? We've got the bloody Pope on our wing." Another voice called out, "Well, I'm not Catholic, so unless he can change piss into wine, he better keep his mouth shut." A third voice called out, "I'm fine with the Pope on our wing. It's one less person to compete with me. You all know that the lunch lady is going to marry me one day." The second voice called out again, "You and your dreams. The day you fuck the lunch lady is the day I get a blowjob from a Dementor." Even Lucius gave a little chuckle at that. The first voice continued the insults. "You think your soul would fit through your tiny cock?" The second voice answered, "I'm not sure, but at this point, I'd be willing to let one of them give it a shot." Laughter was heard up and down the hall. This wasn't going to be so bad, Lucius thought, as he stayed silent. For a large part of the morning, and through the afternoon, the residents of his wing just called out insults and stories of all the women they had been with, or would be with when they got out. Without a wife, Lucius didn't have one to go home to, but for a man of means, that presented no issue. The lunch lady never returned for lunch, and only came back in the evening with another bowl of snot to eat for dinner. With the evening came the cold of the Dementors. As the light grew darker, the dreams of fire and light returned, and he covered his head with a pillow to try to force himself to sleep and drown out the occasional crying and screaming from the other inmates. In the morning, warmth and protection in the form of the lunch lady's giraffe returned. She called out to the wing as she entered, "It's Sunday. You know what that means? Newspapers for everyone." Everyone on the wing cheered at the announcement. She stopped in front of his door and placed his bowl of snot on the ground with the Daily Prophet next to it. On the front cover was his name, Lucius Malfoy imprisoned. That's when his situation hit home. He slapped the bowl of snot across the room, causing it to splash across the floor and soak into the straw that was there. He screamed as loud as he could and started to curse everything and everyone he could think of. One of his neighbors called out, "Bloody hell, the Pope is pissed. You'll never become a saint when you curse like a sailor," called another. They all were laughing at him. And he cursed them more, vowed to disembowel their families when he was out, and told them about the endless horrors he would visit upon them if they didn't shut up, but they just laughed more. After a few hours, one of the voices called out to another, "Hey, did you assholes see the paper? Narcissa Malfoy is single again. You all can keep the lunch lady. I'm taking that piebald hottie for myself. I've been keeping all her pictures from the society section just for a day like today. In just 6 months, I'll be out, and I'm sure she's already trolling Nocturne Alley for someone new. I'm going to head there as soon as I'm free." There was nothing he could do. All of these felons would be out before he would be, and while he would be sure to destroy so many lives when he got out, for now he was stuck here, all by himself, surrounded by commoners, thieves, and mudbloods. All he could do now is plot his revenge. Then the night came again. Just as he was about to fall asleep, he heard scratching on the floor of his room. He peeked over the side of his bed to see two ferocious-looking rats eating the straw on the floor of his room. They were each about the size of a small dog with glowing red eyes. They were pure black, and his mind made them out to be small Grims looking him in the eyes. Feeling brave, he jumped up and yelled at them. They both slowly turned towards him and roared, like lions, even though they were rats. Trying to scare them off, he waved one of his pillows at them only for one to pull it out of his hands and tear it to pieces in front of him. From that point, he pressed himself against the wall on his mattress and let them finish their business eating whatever his discarded food had touched. They left the room sometime in the middle of the night. Just as he was finally about to fall asleep, he heard a girlish voice calling to him from the base of the tower, outside his window. "Lucy, Lucy," the voice called. He knew that voice. It was scary before she probably went insane in this place, but now it was more bone-chilling than a Dementor. "Lucy, are you up there?" Bellatrix Lestrange called out. "I'm glad you finally joined us. You will be honored when he returns, now that you've rejoined the faithful behind these walls." Lucius didn't say a word. He just curled into his blanket and his one remaining pillow and cried. In the morning, he bought a new pillow for 300 galleons from the lunch lady. 2 weeks later, he asked for post-mail to be sent to Goyle SR. He negotiated the price down to 400 for just one sentence. His letter said, "Get me out of here." A week later, he got a response, "I serve House Black." He paid another 400 for the same message to Crabbe. The reply came back, "I'm already working on it." Before his breakfast spoon faded into nothingness each day, he used the handle to make a mark on the wall to count the days he had been in this cell. He was starting to get a little hair back and would rub the stubble to pass the time. Other than that, he just listened to the other inmates chatter about everything they were going to do when they got out of the prison. They occasionally tried to engage him in conversation, but it got less and less frequent. So far, he had only opened his mouth to speak to the lunch lady. At the end of the first month, he bought a pair of foam earplugs from the lunch lady for 800 galleons. He regretted that decision 2 days later when a rat came into his room before he went to sleep and ate them. A few days later, the Sunday paper came, and he saw a headline about the new Hogwarts house, founded by his daughter and Newton Scamander. He knew he had made a mistake with the girl. He had no idea how he had done it, but she had magic, and it was powerful. Now, her entire legacy was tied to that damnable Arcturus Black, and hairy bloody Potter. How in the world had she gone from being stuffed in a shipping container to receiving a magical education with Dumbledore's golden boy? Arcturus had been correct during the trial about the significance of his left arm being twisted. That had to be Potter's magic that had attacked his dark mark, faded as it was. He had been distraught after the Dark Lord fell, as with all his boasting and bravado about being immortal, he had fallen to an infant. Lucius had spent just under 1 million galleons in bribes, donations, and threats to have the charges against him dropped. Many of his other friends and allies used the same excuse of being under the imperious curse and were forced to commit crimes against their will, using the precedent he had set. He had called in debts on them for their freedom many times over the last 10 years to replenish his coffers and become more powerful and prominent in society than he had been during the Dark Lord's rise to power. Life was good in peacetime, and then Black ripped it all away in less than an hour. He gazed at his left arm, twisted and black, with a renewed sense of hope. If Potter's magic had attacked it, that meant the mark wasn't just faded, it was still active. Before his incarceration, he had been planning to sell off that blank leather book that the Dark Lord had asked him to keep safe, to keep it from Weasley's raids. It was hilariously dark in nature, yet he could find nothing about it from diagnostic spells to figure out why. It was just a beacon that would alert anyone looking to its presence. But now, he would want to investigate it more and see if it contained any secrets. The only thing he had found on the pages was inside the front cover where it was written, "I am property of Lord Voldemort." At the end of the second month, he finally gave in to the questions of his neighbors when one of them called out, "Hey, Pope, what are you going to do when you get out?" He had just gone too long without human interaction. He could be silent for only so long. So he responded in the same way the others did, but with a bit of added venom. "I'm going to shag every one of your mothers, then shave their heads and give free polyjuice to all the whores of Nocturne Alley so the rest of the country can join in on the fun." There was silence in the halls of his wing of the prison as he added in a whisper to himself, "And then I'm going to kill Harry Potter." The silence ended as a voice down the hall called out, "You're going to need a shovel for mine. Good luck." Then the laughter returned. His days now were a little improved as he traded insults with the other inmates, though they were always impressed at the level of hatred and vitriol he inserted into them. For him, it wasn't just playful, it was a brainstorming process of what he would do to those who had put him in here. But no matter how good the days were, the nighttime brought the terrors. Even during the day, there were chills and shakes from the Dementors who nested somewhere at the base of the tower. At least once a day, one would wind its way around the outside of the tower, feeding on them through the windows. You could hear one coming from the screams of the other inmates close by or below. Lucius would do his best to keep as far away from the window as possible and hoped that lessened the effect of his worst memories flashing before his eyes and plunging him into despair. At night, everything was worse. According to one of his neighbors, who said that he used to be an aura, as soon as the light from the sun had totally vanished from the sky, they would float up from the pit, up into the night sky, and just drift around above the prison as if they were feeding on the darkness. On nights with no moon or the clouds were too thick to see, the terrors were even worse. When he was asleep in bed, he would often awake to the screaming of a neighbor and see a Dementor appear right outside his window making a sucking noise as it fed on his nightmares and despair. Other times he'd wake up to screaming only to realize that the shrieking was coming from himself. He didn't know how bad it was for the inmates at the bottom of the tower, but occasionally he would envy them as they didn't have brighter days followed by terrible nights. It was just terrible for them all the time. They didn't get warmth, and occasional laughter ripped away from them after dinner each night. He almost found the lunch lady pleasant at times and knew that she couldn't work the entire tower, so there could be someone much worse on the other floors. Halfway through November, they received an extra thick special newspaper for Sunday. The extra thickness was due to the society section. Dumbledore had just had his 111th birthday. The old fool had done it at Hogwarts of all places. Thinking about it, Lucius had no idea if Dumbledore had a manor. He just used Hogwarts as his residence, like it was his own personal castle. That was only one of the reasons people thought the old man was such a colossal ass. He had wealth, and he had power, but he didn't do anything with it except preach right and wrong and run a school. Anyone else would have taken over Britain, or at the very least become Minister of Magic. He chuckled as he thought that the reason he could never trust the man was primarily based on the fact that he wasn't corrupt or hungry for power. Then he came to all the photos. The first one he was drawn to was that of his ex-wife and Draco. Both of them looked regal and proud. He felt a swell of pride that Draco was still a Malfoy, even with him behind bars. The caption for the photo was, "Draco Malfoy, standing along with his recently divorced mother, Narcissa Black." The writer had obviously written that to highlight that his ex was now able to court new suitors, and Lucius smiled at the thought. Not that she would be seeing other men, but that either she or Arcturus would soon be breaking every bone in that writer's hands for daring to write such a thing in the newspaper. He skimmed through the other photos and came across one from the Black family table, and there sat Arcturus, very alive and looking healthy. Sitting with him was that damned Stevens, his shield Goyle, the steward, and his daughter, along with Harry Potter. All of them were enjoying their evenings, without a thought that they were there because he was suffering behind bars. Flipping through more of the pictures, he came across a posed shot of Dumbledore shaking hands with Arcturus and nearly choked at the sight. They had definitely conspired together to arrange his incarceration. Well, it's not like he didn't want to kill Dumbledore someday anyways. Finally, on the last page was a picture of his daughter standing with Harry Potter. Both were holding those damned staves in their hands. But what confused the hell out of him was there was a medium-sized demiguise standing between them. After the first week of December, he received a letter from Crabbe. It was only in runic script. Thorn XP letter 3DF. It took him a minute to remember the translation. Breakthrough joy, gifts, success. But then he smiled when he understood that he would be getting out on Christmas. On Christmas Day, he awoke with a light in his heart that didn't come from that bloody giraffe Patronus. He tried to flatten down the hair that had grown back over the past few months. He didn't have a mirror, but imagined that his hair resembled his first and second year at Hogwarts. He smelled horrible as he wouldn't get his weekly shower until tomorrow. Then he waited. The lunch lady didn't bother to stop at his room for breakfast and just skipped him completely. That was fine. He could miss a meal today. Her attitude just confirmed that he would be released today. When it was almost midday, he felt the warmth of a Patronus and heard the sound of boots approaching his cell. He stood before the door and put on his best smile. Two hooded auras approached his cell, and one of them stunned him immediately. He was awoken by a spell that felt like, and probably was lightning coursing through his body. Looking around, he could see that he was back in the intake room at the base of the tower. In front of him stood Mad-Eye, Mr. Harry Knuckles, and probably the same woman that had been behind the desk before, but he couldn't tell at first. Mad-Eye didn't waste any time and just punched him in the stomach hard. "I don't know what favors you had to exchange to get out, but I will see you back inside as soon as possible." He gasped and wheezed from the blow on the floor, and probably would have vomited if he had received breakfast that morning. As soon as he had stood back up, Mr. Harry Knuckles grabbed him by the collar of his shirt, and with an incredible feat of strength, lifted him until his head hit the ceiling with force. "If you go anywhere near Miss Black or Mr. Potter, I will put you in the ground before you have a chance to return here," the man threatened him. Then he just let go and Lucius fell several feet to the floor. The woman behind the desk growled, "If you two are done, I need to give him back his things." They stood back, and she pulled a box from the room behind her. One set of ordinary black robes, one shirt green, one pair of pants black, one pair of socks black, one pair of briefs white, one pair of muggle sandals orange. She flourished her wand, and the stone manacles around his left arm snapped off and flew back to her waiting hand. There were markings and extra pale tan lines from the spot on his upper arm after being covered for so long. He could also finally lift his arm easily, though from his elbow to his fingertips remained petrified and darkened. The clothes were then thrown at him to change. He was given no help this time changing with one arm, and after a long time it took to complete the task, he smiled as he folded his prison uniform, then gave the disgusting garment back to the woman behind the counter. They could beat and threaten him, but he was still leaving today, and there was nothing they could do about it. He could break the bones of those who hurt him. He could remove the tongues of those who threatened him. All things were possible on the outside. As soon as he handed back the folded uniform, he was stunned again, and he fell into darkness. When he awoke again, he was starting to get annoyed. Now, though, he was back on dry land, though a hood was over his head. A piece of rope was thrust into his hands, and he heard someone say, "Activate." The pull of a portkey yanked him off his feet, and after a few seconds he crashed into the ground. Rolling to his feet, he yanked the hood off his head and saw up the hill Malfoy Manor. He was home, and more importantly, he could start working on his revenge. Chapter 57, Fire in the Sky. Chapter text, present-day Lyra woke up right before the sun came up. Her body was filled with anxious energy. There was no one around to stop her, and she had been planning this since the night before. She reached into the tangled pile of hidden next to her and put her hand over Whispers's mouth as she woke him up. His eyes opened and glowed blue for a moment before he crept with her out of the bed of discarded clothing and quietly snuck down the trunk of the tree with Lyra. When they got to the bottom of the tree, Whispers retrieved lengths of braided rope from a box while Lyra fetched her new broom. Together, they snuck out of camp towards the bug farm. This was the perfect place to take off since there were no trees around them and could shoot straight into the sky. Using the ropes they had collected, Lyra made a harness to strap Whispers to her chest and sit in front of her on the broom. It took longer than she thought to make sure her little brother was secure. Once he was completely set, she let her magic flow into the broom and commanded it to float. After a couple of seconds, the broom became lighter and she hopped on. With one last look towards the ground, they lifted off into the sky. As they cleared the tops of the trees, they just floated about 100 feet above the ground and surveyed the area around them. Mango's village was a bit to the west, and past that was a rocky shoreline. Everything around them just looked so quiet and peaceful in the pre-morning light. Whispers was admiring the view from their vantage point, then looked up at Lyra and said, "Up, up." Smiling a bit more, she slowly pulled back on the handle and coaxed the broom to go higher until they were about halfway up to the peak of the volcano. From there, they could see the whole island, and the sun was now peeking over the horizon that they could see further away. She looked down at Whispers tied to her front and shared a look. They were both ready to do something a bit more than hover. Tilting the handle down a bit, they started a slow descent toward the rocky shoreline. Seeing the wind blow through the hidden's hair as he gripped the broom tightly made her accelerate more to feel it whipping through her hair as well. As they got down above the shoreline, she banked tightly and coasted along the tiny beach, breathing in the salty air as small waves crashed onto the rocks. She pulled out and started to head over the water, building speed as she went. When she had enough speed, she tilted the broom slightly and let her hand trail into the water, creating a spray of water that got all over them. Then she tilted the other way, and they both got to dip their hands in the water as the water sprayed up alongside them. Looking back, the island was getting smaller behind them, so Lyra pulled up a bit to gain some altitude and turned back, accelerating as much as she felt comfortable with as she shot back towards their home. Upon arrival on the island, she slowed down considerably and started to weave her way through the trees near ground level. As she got accustomed to dodging the trunks of the trees, she sped up. At one point, she nearly collided with a tree and stopped before flying back up above the canopies. They spent the next 2 hours flying around the west side of the island, dodging trees and skimming the ocean waters before both of their stomachs growled simultaneously. The sun was up now, so Harry was probably awake. He probably went to the beach looking for her, so the two of them flew out over the water to circle to the south side and arrive at the beach. She saw the boat, tied up on the dock as they approached, and past them, Harry was talking with all of the adults on the beach. Kylie looked up and saw her approaching first, pointing to her for the others. Harry waved to her, and she came in for a landing. She hopped off the broom and untied the harness that secured Whispers to her, and then approached the group with a big smile on her face from her flight. None of them looked happy. She stopped a few paces away and looked at all of their serious eyes. "What's wrong?" she asked. "I just went out for a flight with Whispers." Harry approached her and gave her a big hug without saying anything for a while. Now she was getting very nervous. He took her by the hand and led her silently back into the jungle. Only Tina followed them. The entire time she kept asking what was going on, but Harry wouldn't say a word. When they got back to the village, Harry pulled a hoo-hoo feather out of his bag and threw it on the ground in the center of the trees, then ignited it with his wand. Tina stood back a bit and leaned against a tree. Now she was scared, and tears were starting to form in her eyes. "Harry, tell me what's going on. I won't take out my broom again, I swear." Harry looked at her with fear and anger mixed on his face. The first thing you need to know is you are safe. This is your home, and nothing changes that. I am your brother, and I will keep you safe from anything. You understand that, right?" She was starting to tremble a bit, but she trusted her brother and nodded her head. He took her by the hand and told her, "Yesterday, back in England, your father was released from prison." Whatever she had been expecting, it wasn't that. She started to shake even more and looked terrified, frantically looking everywhere as Harry tried to reassure her. Whispers was also trying to hold on to her, but she shook the two of them loose and vanished. Her footprints showed that she had made a run for their tree and climbed up inside. Tina made a move to run after her, but Harry stopped her. She needs time to process this right now. Whispers will stay with her. He turned to his brother, who was looking back with eyes full of questions. "Bring family to Lyra. Keep her safe." Whispers nodded and let out a large screech. A moment later, Hidden poured out of the nearby trees. He chittered and whispered with all of them before they scrambled up the tree Lyra had gone into. "Take me back to the beach," he told Tina. "I need to read the paper." The two of them came back to the beach and entered the cabin to find Brant, Tina, Newt, and Nestor sitting around and eating breakfast. The conversation immediately stopped when he entered. "Give me the newspaper," Harry told them. Newt immediately handed it over to him. Large, bold letters were written at the top of the front page. Lucius Malfoy released from Azkaban. Below the headline was a detailed sketch, unmoving, from the trial, with Lucius chained to the large wooden chair. The text below it read, "Deck, 25, 1992, London. Today, in a surprise move by Minister Cornelius Fudge, he performed a very rarely used power of the Minister of Magic to dismiss the remaining sentences of 10 Azkaban inmates incarcerated for non-violent crimes with less than 2 years remaining on their sentences." A statement released by the Office of the Minister of Magic is as follows. "Today, Minister Fudge will be commuting the sentences of 10 upstanding members of Wizarding Britain who have been model inmates in Azkaban prison. None of the crimes they committed were inherently violent, nor have they left any lasting imprints on those affected. These upstanding members of Wizarding Britain will be paroled early and allowed to return to their families for the winter celebrations. This is a time of year for gifts and joy, and the goodwill we are sending with these men and women will likely impact them and keep them from returning to the life that had them incarcerated in the first place. They will instead be a benefit to their communities and magical Britain at large. If any citizens feel this move will endanger them in any way, they may feel safe knowing that these former inmates of Azkaban will be confined to house arrest for the remainder of their original sentence. They may only leave their places of residence while under aura guard for that period. The full list of released inmates, along with the crimes they were imprisoned for, is below. Patrick Bulwark, trespassing in a restricted area of the Ministry. Veronica Crabtree, theft of the night bus. Matthew Foggs, obstruction of Justice. Valerie Frizzle, illegal usage of shrinking charms. William Gorgon, burglary. Faye Hickory's muggle baiting. Jerome Labour, criminal use of a love potion. Lucius Malfoy, criminal abandonment of a minor. Clyde Oleander, trading in illegal goods. Shu Tucker, unlicensed magical crossbreeding. While not many will recognize the other names on the list, we all recognize Lucius Malfoy. Malfoy was found guilty of the assault and illegal use of tracking charms on his ex-wife, Narcissa Black, as well as attempted assaults on his daughter Lyra Black and Harry Potter. He managed to skate through the minister's commutations as he was not incarcerated for any violent crimes. The assaults and attempted assaults were already punished through fines paid to the court and the individuals involved. As to the reason why the minister has decided to use this power of his office for the first time during his stay in office, we can only guess as to how he was persuaded and why these particular offenders were chosen. No other information has been released by his office as to the nature of his thought process. Our reporters will stay on top of the details of the inmates released and report on any pertinent details to the public. We have also reached out to those connected to the cases and will inform our readers if and when they reply. Harry put down the newspaper. He had needed to meet with the minister anyways to ask about Sirius Black. Now he would need to do it sooner. He would meet with this fool and hold his staff to the man's throat until he could explain why he had endangered his sister. And if he didn't get an answer, he could accept. Brant broke him out of his thoughts by clapping his hands in front of his face. "You're doing it again," he told Harry. "What?" he asked. "The pressure, you're doing it again. Now that you know what triggered it, try it again." Harry tried to regain the focus he just had. He thought about meeting with this minister and demanding answers from him. He thought of sticking the antler of his staff under the man's chin until he whimpered and cried. He looked back up at Brant. "Anything." "No, not that time. You need to find the exact emotional trigger. Whatever you were thinking about just now wasn't exactly right. What were you thinking of?" "Threatening the minister," he said casually. "Well, you do need to talk to him anyway," Brant said, thinking the same thing as Harry. Newt looked at Harry with concern. "You're a bit too young to be threatening heads of state." Thinking back to his lessons with Severus, he frowned, knowing he hadn't completed his homework assignment yet. He looked back to Newt with disappointment and said, "I know I haven't learned enough for that." Tina smiled uneasily. "It's not about how much you've been training to intimidate people," she glared at Brant, "which you shouldn't be doing anyway. It's about your age, and you shouldn't be doing that since you are supposed to be a child." Harry glared at her with a bit of sadness in his eyes. Speaking of meetings with ministries," Nestor spoke up. "The kids have a meeting with the Filipino ministry on Tuesday." Seeing it as a good excuse to change topics, Brant asked, "What do they want from the kids anyway?" "They're going to be asking to send more members of the ministry to the island for exploration and material gathering purposes," Nestor told them. "But why do they need permission?" Brant asked. "I can understand the initial agreement where Harry and Lyra paid them to establish protections on the island, but not why they would need to ask permission for anything." Nestor shifted a bit uncomfortably at the question. Newt nodded his head solemnly. "I thought that might be the reason, but I wasn't sure until now." "It's a question of ownership, right?" Nestor nodded. "Ownership. The kids own the island," Brant asked. "It's kind of our fault," Nestor told them, as Harry stared at the man who just said he owned an island. "See, the Filipino ministry has never really cared about this island. I can't find a record of our government having any activities on it, ever. Technically, it is in our territorial waters, and luckily it isn't close enough to China's territory for them to claim. Because we haven't had any activity on the island, that left it open for another party to claim ownership of it. Because the children are magical, they've left their signatures all over the island. Then there was the incident with the poachers which we were told about. The children fought and drew blood in defense of their home. Even the giver can't make that claim." "So how is it your fault?" Harry asked. "When we accepted payment from you for establishing defenses around your home, it was essentially an acknowledgement of your ownership, even if it wasn't explicitly spoken." Okay," Tina commented. Brand smiled a bit. "I'm guessing, though, if the kids were anyone other than the heir to the Black family and Harry Potter, your ministry would have threatened to take it back, offered to buy it, or just had someone kill them in their sleep to reclaim ownership." Harry's eyes went wide at those possibilities. "Well, I hope we could just come to a financial agreement in those cases," Nestor said, while rolling his eyes at Brant. "However, we have to tread lightly because both children are essentially like heads of state. They hold all the bargaining power here, so they can ask for almost anything they want, or just tell us to shove off. I'm only telling you that because I like the kids and I like working here. However, every government has a few cutthroat and corrupt officials that might think of going another route." "So what do you suggest they do?" Newt asked. Nestor looked to Harry. "You need to think about what you would allow people from my government to do on the island and what you would not. Know what your limits are. Then also think of what you want, if you could have anything, and see if my people would be able to provide it in exchange for their requests." Harry didn't know what he wanted. He wanted his family to be safe. Now the most important member was feeling threatened. He thought of asking if they would kill Lyra's father, but knew that only Brant wouldn't be shocked by that idea. So he kept it to himself for now. Arcturus had told them to talk to him if they were ever planning on killing someone. So in the end, he just shrugged. "Well, you should think about it," Nestor told him. Brant switched the subject back to Lyra. "How is your sister doing?" "She freaked out, but at least she didn't run away. The rest of our family is with her now." "Do you want any breakfast?" Tina asked him. Harry shook his head, then looked to Brant. "Brant told me he wanted to go flying with me sometime. I'd like to go do that." Brant nodded slowly. He hadn't said that to Harry, so the boy must have something else in mind. They exited the cabin, and the two of them walked back to the village to retrieve his broom. Along the way, Brant asked, "So what did you want to talk about? Your subtlety is getting a little better." Harry smiled a little bit, and without reservation asked, "Do you think Nestor's people would kill Lyra's father whatever they want on the island?" Brant was a bit shocked by his bluntness, but responded, "No, I don't think they would. Or if they did do it, they would ask for a lot more than just the rope, and I don't think you'd be willing to part with something that valuable." Harry frowned and kept walking. Brant added, "You can rest assured, though, that as soon as Lord Black believes that Malfoy is a big enough threat to be killed, he may even do it himself." They continued to walk a while longer in silence. Then Harry asked, "Can you teach me the preservation charm now?" Brant nodded. "Let's check on Lyra, then fly out to the north end of the island. We can retrieve some samples, and I'll teach it while we are there." Harry nodded in agreement. When they arrived at the village, most of the hidden were wandering around performing their regular activities. Harry saw Teacher and signed to her, where Lyra whispers. She pointed up towards the top of the mountain, and then went back to her work corralling up some of the small hidden. "Lyra and Whispers went to visit the Hoo-Hoos," he told Brant. "She feels safe there. We can go visit after the buffalo." Harry mounted his broom and floated up above the trees, leaving Brant to follow. They flew over the trees in silence, though as they passed the mountain, Harry started to bank wide to the east. Brant looked in the other direction and saw a wide-open space with a small tree in the center of it. Brant flew closer to Harry and asked, "Is that the tree that we need to stay away from?" Harry nodded and continued flying in silence. After they had passed it, Harry let out a large breath he had been holding and scratched at the scar on his forehead. They continued to fly for a while before the north tip of the island came into view. Brant went ahead and led them out over the water before circling back down to an empty patch of land away from where the buffalo gang was currently grazing. When they landed, Brant pulled out a potion vial from his pouch. He held it in front of Harry. "This is a nutritional potion. It normally lasts a long time on its own, but I'm going to cast a preservation charm on it anyways. The incantation is Immobilis Aeternum, and the wand movement is a figure eight, repeated over and over until you see the effect. You need to time the incantation so that it starts at the beginning of the movement and ends when the figure eight is finished. Sometimes it takes a few tries to get it perfect. When it is correct, you will see a shimmering effect, like a soap bubble." He held the vial in front of Harry, and while waving his wand, incanted, "Immobilis Aeternum, Immobilis Aeternum, Immobilis Aeternum." On the third try, Harry could see a ripple of translucent rainbow across the top for just a moment. "Did you see that? That was the spell. It helps to keep in your mind the idea of something slowing down and stopping. Not freezing, though. Try to leave the temperature out of it. Do not slow down your wand movement, though." He pointed his wand back at the potion and said, "Finite." Then, just like a soap bubble, the film became visible again and popped off the top. "You try now," he instructed Harry. It took Harry nearly an hour of frustrating practice to get the incantation, the timing, and the mindset correct for it to work. Once he got it the first time, he repeated it another 4 times before he could do it as easily as Brant. From there, they followed the buffalo until one of them dropped some of the precious ingredients behind. As soon as they moved away a little bit, Harry snuck towards them and scooped it into a plastic bin he had been carrying with him. When he got back to where Brant was waiting, the steward used a spell to separate a piece of it and levitated it into a smaller glass vial of his, then shrunk the bin of Harry's with the remainder. He went ahead and cast the preservation charm on the sample he took. "I would like to run a few tests on it myself. Go ahead and cast the charm on yours too." He watched as Harry performed the charm. "Good work. Do you want to go visit Lyra? You can try teaching her the spell as well." Harry nodded, and they mounted their brooms and took off toward the volcano. Even as they were very high in the air, Harry still took a wide route around the scary tree in the clearing below them. When they got near the peak of the mountain, Harry dove low and landed outside the crater. Once on the ground, Harry told Brant, "Stay outside the crater until I tell you to come in. You've seen Tristan's scar. They didn't like him, and they tolerate me only when Lyra is around. If we say run, apparate to the beach. Got it?" Brant wasn't used to being told what to do by a preteen, but he just repeated in his head, Scary Island, as he nodded. The two of them crept up toward the edge of the crater and peeked over. There was grass covering all of it to make it look like a beautiful valley. On the other side, there was a large number of rocks that made a small cave on the edge. Harry pointed Brant to a small red bird that was eating something in the grass about 30 feet from them. "That's one of the newborns," Harry told him. "It can't be more than 7 or 8 months old." Brant wasn't sure how he didn't notice them before, but after he watched that one bird, he started seeing them all over the little valley. Most of them were similar to the chick near them, but there were quite a few that were larger, some with long tail feathers and sharper-looking beaks. Now and then one of them would vanish in a puff of smoke. This happened so often, he couldn't figure out which were which as they reappeared. As if reading his thoughts, Harry said, "Don't bother trying to count them, it will just give you a headache." "Where's Lyra?" Brant asked. Harry pointed across the way to the cave area. Leaning against the side was her Cleansweep 7. "She's probably inside the cave. I'm surprised she can still fit in there. Follow me." Harry climbed down the outside of the crater a bit and mounted his broom. Just before he started moving, he looked back at Brant floating next to him. "You have no idea how much easier this is with magic and brooms." "A little bit, I do," he told them as they started moving slowly around the outside of the crater. "Remember, my parents weren't magical. Until I went to Durmstrang, it was just accidental magic for me." They coasted slowly and eventually got to the side where the cave would be below them. They crept up above the rim again and looked down. From this angle, they were above the outcropping of rocks that made up the cave, but sometimes while they had been moving around, Whispers had come out of the cave and was feeding berries to some of the chicks below them. Brant pulled out his camera and started taking pictures. After the berries were gone, the chicks moved on to somewhere else. Harry leaned over to Brant and passed him a small rock. "Throw this at Whispers." Brant looked at him funny. "Go ahead, it will be fine." Brant lobbed the pebble at the unsuspecting Demiguise, only for him to roll out of the way at the last second and look up to see the two of them at the top of the hill. His eyes opened wide, and he vanished. Brant looked all over for him, as Harry just seemed to be waiting for something. A minute later, as he was still looking around for Whispers, the little guy appeared out of nowhere and screamed in Brant's face, almost causing him to fall and roll down the hill. Harry grabbed his arm to keep it from happening as he laughed along with Whispers at what happened. Brant looked sourly at Harry, but Harry just said, "What? I didn't throw the rock at him." Then he giggled a bit more. Turning to Whispers, he asked, "How's Lyra?" Whispers looked a bit sad and said, "Frayed. Lyra frayed." "Can you go get her?" Harry asked. Whispers nodded and ran down the hill and into the cave. A minute later, she crawled out of the cave on her belly and climbed up the hill to her brother. He gave her a big hug and waited for her to say something, but she just stayed silent. After a while, he said to her, "You know, we have to go back to Hogwarts eventually, right?" She nodded sadly. "Do you think the Hoo-Hoos could meet Brant?" She shook her head no. "Do you think you could have them come out so he could take some pictures? He knows to apparate away if we tell him to." She nodded and headed back down to the cave, taking a mango out of her pouch as she went. At the entrance, she started to rip apart the mango with her fingers and throw some of the meat into the entrance and around the outside. She was speaking quietly towards the entrance as well. Half a minute later, a head poked out of the cave. It looked to Brant like a large eagle, with a beak made for tearing at flesh and muscle. It had a fierce determination in its eyes as it ripped at the pieces of mango. He crouched at the top of the crater and took a few pictures. As it came out further, he could see it clearly wasn't an eagle, as its body was much longer, with tail feathers almost half as long as a peacock's. The entire body was in a shimmering red, and it had sharp-looking talons on its feet. Lyra reached down and stroked its head as it ate. Brant was in awe of the bird. Dumbledore's phoenix was well-trained and quite magnificent, but this was something else entirely. More than twice as big as the headmaster's firebird, this one looked wild and noble, while Dumbledore's pet looked like, well, a pet. He adjusted himself a little higher on the hill to get a better vantage for the pictures, but as soon as he was a little higher, the bird twisted its head to look right at him. Everyone froze. Harry started taking tiny steps away from Brant, along the ridgeline. The firebird let out a mighty screech and Harry yelled, "Go!" With only a half-second of hesitation, and as he saw the bird starting to twist its body and tail feathers towards him, he apparated away, back down to the beach near the cabins. It was probably the most clumsy apparition he had done in some time, and ended up falling as soon as he arrived. Luckily, he held onto the camera, and it didn't break. Looking back up to the peak of the mountain, he saw a spiral of flame shoot into the sky at least 100 feet upwards. He managed to raise the camera and take several pictures of the fire before it dissipated. Nenita had been relaxing on the beach with Dougal when he arrived, and Newt and Tina came out of the cabin at the sound of the apparition. "What's going on?" Tina asked, her wand drawn and on guard. Brant was staring at the top of the mountain where he had just been. "Remember the warnings the kids gave us, that if they say go, to go?" Newt and Tina nodded. "We were visiting the hoo-hoos, and I just got one of those. When I appeared down here, I saw a 100-foot tongue of flame shoot into the sky from where I had been a second before. I think I got a few pictures of it." Newt looked excited. "You got to see the hoo-hoos?" "Yeah, the younger ones look more or less harmless, but the patriarch looks like the lovechild of a peacock and an eagle, all red and twice as large. It makes Dumbledore's phoenix look like a house cat." There was wonder and curiosity in Newt's eyes. "I hope they can take me to see them sometime soon." Tina looked at Brant and tilted her head. "How did you get up there?" "I took my broom, of course," gesturing to the side of him where no broom existed. "Oh, drat, I left it up there. I'll give it a couple more minutes before I go and retrieve it." As soon as he yelled, "Go," Harry slid down the outside of the crater away from where Brant had been standing. He heard the crack of apparition just as he felt a wave of heat behind him. He rolled over to see the fire from the patriarch shooting into the sky right where Brant had been standing a second before. When the fire had vanished, Harry peeked over the top of the crater to see the hoo-hoo looking straight at him. It stared at him and gave a short caw, then went back into the cave. Lyra called out to him, "Brant made it right. I think I heard a crack." "Yeah, he made it. He left his broom behind, though." "When you can do that much fire, we'll burn down the creeping death, okay?" Lyra nodded with a scared smile. Harry still needed a way to cheer her up, so he sat on the edge of the crater and thought about something to do as Lyra flitted around the area and fed the smaller birds with whispers. Right before Brant popped back in, he got an idea. As their tutor appeared, he slipped a bit on the uneven surface and caught himself before sliding down the side. "You got out of there okay? Nothing burnt off?" Harry asked, "All here. I just keep repeating to myself how scary this place is. How on earth did you survive here as children?" "We almost didn't a few times," Harry said with incredible vagueness, then switched topics. "I have an idea on how to cheer up Lyra, but I have a few questions." When he had Brant's attention, he continued, "Are our brooms fireproof?" He had no idea what the boy was thinking, but answered him, "A little bit, though I don't think they'd stand up to the fire I just witnessed." "Can you put flame-freezing charms on them anyways, and anything else you can against heat?" Brant nodded and took Harry's broom, casting a large number of charms all over it. Then, after peeking very carefully into the crater, he summoned Lyra's broom and performed the same charms all over it. When he saw Harry watching him closely, he thought about anything else he could do and put a few more esoteric spells on hers, and then repeated those on Harry's as well. "Anything else? Do you have those warning vials you gave us before?" Brant dug them out of his pouch and passed two to him. Harry gave one of them back. "You can go ahead down to the cabin. Sometime after dark, I'll break this one. Be ready with the camera. Any chance you'll tell me what you're thinking? It's a surprise for everyone." "I'm not even sure it will work, but if it does, it will be amazing." Brant just nodded and jumped on his broom to fly back down to the beach. Harry joined Lyra and Whispers, just interacting with all the younger birds, feeding them, collecting feathers, and occasionally trying to scare Whispers. When the sun started to set, Harry pulled a couple of sandwiches out of his bag and sat with Lyra to eat them. He gave a bunch of flobberworm jerky to Whispers, who happily ate it. When they had finished and were just sitting around, Harry finally spoke. "I know you're scared, but we need to go back. There will be plenty of people to protect us, and we can help as well. Even Whispers, too." "Okay," Lyra nodded. "I guess so. I have an idea I want to try that I think will cheer you up a bit. Is that okay?" She nodded. "Help me make the harness for Whispers first." It went a bit quicker to create the harness for Whispers and tie him onto the broom with Harry. Then he and Lyra floated up into the air directly over the center of the crater. Harry moved in close to Lyra and started to undo all the braids in her hair. Lyra just let him do it, and felt the extra set of smaller hands belonging to Whispers working to undo it all as well. After nearly 20 minutes, all of her hair hung freely so that it was about 4 to 5 feet below her broom as she sat on it. He held up his hands for her to stay still and then coasted over to the front of the cave, ripped open a mango and dropped pieces all over the entrance, then floated backward and started licking his fingers as he waited. After a minute, the patriarch came out of the cave and started eating the pieces, but then looked up to where Lyra was floating above him. "Light it up," he told his sister. "But the broom," Lyra said fearfully. "Brant put protections on it. Go for it." Lyra concentrated, and after a few seconds, sparks started to shoot out of her hair. The hoo-hoo started twisting his head back and forth to look at her, then stood up tall as her hair burst into flame. At first, the fire was billowing out of every strand, but slowly it changed into pulses of flame starting from her head, moving down every strand, with bursts when they got to the ends. "Go ahead, fly around," he told Lyra, and at that moment, Harry crushed the vial in his pocket. Starting slowly, she started to make circles around the crater area. A few more Whos came out of the cave to watch as Lyra soared around the area with her flaming hair. Harry kept his eyes on the patriarch as he watched Lyra circle over and over. After she had done a few laps, she returned to the center and just hovered there. The patriarch ducked down and jumped up, spreading his wings out as he did. With every flap, sparks descended downwards, and his plumage grew brighter. Eventually, he was flapping his wings slowly to hover in front of Lyra, his feathers looking bright as day, almost like a beacon was inside him. Then he took off towards the edge of the crater to also perform a few laps around her. Harry whispered loudly, "Play with him, as I do with the lampung." Lyra started to fly around the large bird, making swoops in close, almost touching, then darting away. After a few minutes of them playing this game, one of the medium-sized birds flew into the air and started to join in on the fun. That one also started to glow and let loose sparks into the air as they flew. 10 minutes later, there were maybe a dozen hoo-hoos, plus Lyra and the patriarch all having mock dogfights in the air, swooping at each other and throwing sparks around in the sky. Harry flew up higher and dove towards Lyra, breaking away at the last moment, daring her to follow. She broke away from the group and followed him, but when she looked back, the entire group was following her. Harry was flying down the side of the mountain, with Lyra and the birds following him. He really hoped that Brant was taking pictures. Harry rushed ahead and started to fly directly toward the coast. He flew down towards them, but purposely went over the beach where he saw the adults standing around watching the show. He continued out above the water and lit up his wand with a bright white light to direct Lyra to him in the darkness of the night. When she arrived, she brought the flock of glowing, sparking birds out above the water just off the beach. The group of birds and Lyra skimmed the surface of the water and engaged in another series of aerial maneuvers and dogfights. This went on for another 10 minutes with Harry and Whispers just hovering nearby watching her play. Harry could see Lyra starting to slow down, and her hair wasn't as bright as it had been in the beginning. She seemed to have noticed it too and started to fly back towards the mountain, with the firebirds following her up. Harry trailed along with her, far to the side, so he didn't interrupt their flight. By the time they reached the top, Lyra's hair had completely gone out, and she was looking a bit tired. When she landed, she just laid down on the ground near the cave, with the other hoo-hoos, resting on the ground near her. Harry landed as quietly as he could and unstrapped Whispers from his chest. Their little brother loped over to her and laid down next to her. Harry approached as delicately as he could. He still had his shoulder cloak in his pouch from the party, so he pulled it out and draped it over her. Then he pulled out one of the hoo feathers he had collected that day, stuck it in the ground, and lit it up. One of the smaller firebirds close to the burning feather looked at it and let out a long, trilling call. All of the other birds nested around the crater echoed the same call. Then, one by one, they started to glow again as they had been while in flight like little feathery lanterns all around Lyra. As he stared at the amazing sight, he knew that everything would be all right. With that feeling in his chest, he mounted his broom again and soared down the mountain towards the beach. When Harry landed on the beach, everyone seemed to have already gone inside, so he headed for the main cabin. When he got inside, Tina was pouring drinks for everyone from a tall bottle that said Argents on the side. All eyes turned to Harry. "I can't even think of something to say," Nanita spoke up. I'm completely out of film, Brant said casually. Kylie completely drained the drink that had been poured for her and then blew out a breath of fire. This is an incredibly appropriate drink for the occasion, she mused. Newt just stared at the ceiling and whispered, like he was counting something. Then he turned to his wife. I think that is 5. Her eyebrows rose dramatically. Really? You don't want to put it higher? My top 2 are more nostalgic than anything. 3 will always be the world serpent. 4 was the Kitsune migration. And I think I'll bump the Nuvwira encounter to 6 in favor of this. What? Harry was a bit confused. Tina answered, I'm sure you can imagine all the incredible animal sightings my husband and I have had in our lives. What we just saw with Lyra playing with those hoo-hoos was incredible enough to bump an East African hydra, called a Nuvwira, eating a herd of zebras down a spot in favor of your sister. She just made the 5 spot on Newt's list. Oh, Harry said, not knowing what else to say. Then and Thou drank their shots in one go and breathed out a stream of fire as well. I'm so glad I gave up being an aura to do this, Nestor commented. I'm glad you did too, Nanita said while slipping an arm around him. How's Lyra doing? Brant asked. She's asleep with whispers up at the top of the mountain. The hoo-hoos are all around her, and they lit up like glowing red lanterns before I left. And I had to run out of film, Brant said sadly. We can head for the mainland on Monday to do some shopping before the meeting on Tuesday. I'm sure my mother wouldn't mind hosting a few people, Nestor told them. You can do some shopping while the rest of us report to the ministry. Will the island be okay without any of you on it? Harry asked. That's what the ward stones are for, Nestor told him. We're not here all the time normally. We just show up a couple of days a week on average. Most of the time it's just 2 of us. Maybe once a week all 4 of us are here. And Anita shows up when she wants some private beach time. I do like to write on the beach. That is how I met you, she said while sipping her drink. I'll probably need to buckle down soon, though, and write another book instead of the little pieces I do for the papers. Harry let out a big yawn. Is there a bed here that I can use? Brant directed Harry over to the next cabin, where there was a bed ready for him to use, and he went to sleep. Chapter 58. The Shadow Vampire. Chapter text. Like most days this time of year, the next day started sunny and warm, without a cloud in the sky. After the events of the previous day, it was decided unanimously that Sunday should just be a day off. There had been too much going on the past few days, even without Lucius's release from prison. When Lyra hadn't come back down from the mountain by breakfast, Harry gathered many of their family at the beach and laid out in the sun. Harry also finally got to play some music for the hidden, which got mixed results. All of the ones he had invited to the beach seemed to have similar reactions to every song he put on. They did not like rock music at all. Every single one of them seemed to dislike Guns N' Roses and would move as far away from the gramophone as they could when he played similar music. Newt and Kylie were observing the process and taking notes on their behavior to each song Harry put on. Brant continued to try to get Harry to check on his sister, but he just told him that she'd come down when she was ready. Brant wouldn't go up himself due to his very legitimate fear of death by fire, so he just bugged Harry about it every 15 minutes or so. Finally, a little before 11, Nanita pointed out Lyra flying down, her platinum blonde hair trailing after her and sparkling in the sunlight. Brant fired off a small firework with his wand to direct her toward the beach. She landed and ran up to Harry to give him a big hug. They held each other for nearly a minute before letting go. The adults had gathered around meanwhile. So what did I miss? She asked while smiling at everyone. You made Newt's list, Tina told her. To her look of confusion, my husband keeps a running list of all the most amazing animal interactions he has seen in our travels. You playing with the hoo-hoos made 5 on the list. Well, I'm going to do that all the time now. I can't wait to fly more. Her eyes got a bit watery. I've been dreaming of flying since a little after I met Harry. She reached over and gave him another big hug. Harry knew what she was referring to about wanting to fly after meeting him. Since they came back to England, she would read the scene in The Hobbit, over and over, where the eagles rescued everyone from the wargs. Well, today, we are just taking some time off, Brant informed her. Harry is playing music for the Demiguises, and the rest of us are catching up on some work. Tomorrow, we are going to the mainland to do some shopping, and then on Tuesday is the meeting with the Filipino ministry. We will be staying with Mr. Balindong's family for the night. Who's going to be here on the island? Lyra asked, repeating Harry's worries from the night before. Nestor went over with her how the ward stones worked and told her about how most times there was no one on the island anyways. It didn't reassure her as it had with Harry. Luckily, Whispers decided to change the topic of conversation by scampering over to them and waving a piece of flobberworm jerky at them. The flobberworms, Newt exclaimed. I nearly forgot about them. What flobberworms? Kylie asked. Harry explained. We learned about making fertilizer in school, and I have a project for making demiguise fertilizer. I figured we could set up the same thing here to help the hidden with everything they're growing. Do you think they could learn to make it? Kylie asked. They don't need to do much, Harry shrugged. I taught Whispers easily enough to use the toilet in less than a week, and then when I started the fertilizer project, he just started going there instead, and he gets a limitless supply of flobberworms as well. Well, that's interesting, but will they be able to apply the fertilizer on their own? Kylie asked. Harry frowned. He had been doing all of that for their plants at school. I guess I could get the giver to help and teach them. I'll need to talk with him. Brant had an idea at that moment and cursed that the children hadn't learned occlumency yet, so he could communicate it to them without the others knowing. He would need to send a letter to Lord Black when they were on the mainland and ask him to arrange a tutor as soon as possible. This island could be a goldmine in the right hands, though right now, those hands were small and a bit naive. Best to just help them grow as much as he could. How did you want to construct the containers for the fertilizer? Brant asked them. Lyra answered, I figured we could get some material from the garbage beach and use magic to help put them together. With brooms, it shouldn't be hard to transport what we need. Why not transfigure or conjure something? Thou asked. Could we? Harry asked. Minerva drilled into our heads that even permanent transfigurations aren't actually permanent. I wouldn't want the fertilizer containers to vanish at the wrong time. Newt smiled. I'm going to mention that to your professor when we get back so she can properly award you points. He chuckled. Yes, we should use real material to build the containers. Let's head over to collect things in an hour. I need to dig out our flying carpet. You have a flying carpet? Brant asked, then continued. Of course, you have a flying carpet. While brooms are great for speed and sports, if you want to relax or travel in style, nothing beats a carpet ride, Tina said with a smile. Plus, we can put the record player on it and listen to music as we go. I've got the perfect album to start us off. Harry and Lyra shared a big smile. Music and flying. How amazing would that be? An hour later, Lyra had changed into new clothes, and a team of 6 hidden led by Whispers, and Weaver had rebraided all of her hair, while everyone else had gotten prepared for their excursion. Harry collected the dragon-hide gloves for himself, Lyra, and Whispers. Before Hogwarts, they had to be very careful while handling the various trash that washed up on the beach to avoid getting cut. Now they would still need to do that, but it would be safer with gloves. Being herbologists, the Ninthau provided gloves for everyone else. The only one without gloves now was Dougal, but he would probably relax most of the time anyway. Tina had brought out a large carpet and rolled it out on the beach. It was quite long and had enough space on it for 4 lounge chairs, a small table, and a little more. It was primarily red with designs on a square border and other designs within that. Everything was symmetrical in both color and shape across every dimension of the carpet. Each corner had small tassels hanging off them, though on the front the tassels were much longer. While Nestor was loading up the record player, Dougal just claimed one of the chairs on the back end without hesitation, bringing along a large beach hat with a swirling pink color that made it look like peppermint candy, and his new sunglasses. Nanita had the black hat she had previously borrowed from the demiguise and claimed the seat next to him. Whispers very hesitantly climbed onto the same chair as the older hidden, stopping every 2 seconds for his eyes to glow, and then moved again. Tina and Nestor claimed the front 2 chairs while Newt sat directly on the rug and called out, "Is everyone ready?" The rest of the group started to rise on their brooms as Newt took hold of the long tassels on the front end and made a whipping motion with both of them, and the whole carpet started to rise in the air. Amazingly enough, none of the people or things on the carpet sunk at all. The only parts of the carpet that moved were the areas that didn't have anything on them and the tassels on the back end. When they were up well above the trees, they started to move forward slowly. Whispers was running around, back and forth, on the carpet. He would peer off the edge and take glimpses into the future, then jump back and run to another side. Harry and Lyra were watching him closely, but seemed to relax when he didn't seem like he was going to jump off. After a minute, Tina stood up and walked to the table with the record player and placed a record on top and dropped the needle. What played to them as they flew was a great song with incredible guitar that was all about flying on a magic carpet. Do Muggles know about magic carpets? Lyra asked as she pulled in closer to the flying rug. Not really, Newt said as he steered the carpet with the tassels. They know about magic, but don't believe it exists, like just imaginary stories. Also, this song isn't really about magic carpets. It's just a metaphor. A metaphor for what? Lyra asked. We'll tell you when you're older, Tina interrupted. Is it like the Marvin Gaye album that Alistair wouldn't let us take from my vault? Harry asked as he dipped in clothes. No, but it's for a similar reason, Tina said with a small laugh and a smile. They all continued flying at a leisurely pace along the coastline and arrived at the garbage beach in 4 songs on the album. The larger pieces of debris were not really of much use to the hidden. The lighter ones, like the plastic paneling, had taken a lot of work to drag back to the camp to be used for shelters in the canopies of the trees, but many of the larger pieces left unused in the sheds that the warding teams had built for the hidden when they were on the island. Harry and Lyra tirelessly practiced their levitation spells, moving many large pieces out of the sheds and placing them on a large net that Brant had conjured for them. They tested the weight at one point by connecting the sides of the net between 2 brooms and seeing if it would lift. It almost worked, so they had to remove some and try again. When they found the right weight, Brant conjured 3 more large nets, and they filled up those as well. This time, the others helped as well as the children were getting a bit tired. They teamed up, then with Thau, Brant with Kylie, and Harry with Lyra. The last net was secured underneath the flying carpet. The carpet made no sense to Harry. As with a broom, the stick was rigid so it could support weight when it flew, but the rug should be folding and bending with all the weight that was being put on it from the top and bottom. He didn't like the answer of magic when he asked how things worked. For now, he'd just have to accept that answer and try to learn about it in the future. The flight back was much slower with the added weight and ended up taking twice as long. The slow flying made Lyra bored and Harry had to tell her a few times to slow down so their load didn't spill. They did get to listen to the entire other side of the Steppenwolf album they had been listening to before plus Magic Carpet, Ride Again from the side they had been on before. They lowered the 4 nets of parts nearby to where the village had the pits they were currently being used for them to relieve themselves. Then they started construction. Harry and Lyra weren't much use at this time, since the magics to fuse the various materials together into large bins were well beyond their half a year of magical education. However, 6 adults with Nenita and Dougal supervising the process managed to construct 4 large bins with reinforced sides and deposit chutes completed in less than 30 minutes. Harry and Lyra had been a little remiss in their assignment from Augustus Stevens. He had told them to be casting spells on everything, even the ocean, and they hadn't been doing much of anything besides spending time with their family and flying. So now, they made sure the adults let them fill all the bins on their own with magic. They couldn't levitate much dirt at a time, so they started with everything that had been in and around the pits, taking many breaks to recharge and munching on flabberworm jerky the whole time. By dinner time, they were very hungry, and they had only one of the 4 bins full of soil and a big hole in the ground next to it. Following dinner, they added around 30 flabberworms to the mix and showed Charlie and a few of the others how to make a deposit. They were very curious about the flabberworms, but Harry told them not to eat them. He told them that the Northau would give them some to eat now and then. When they multiplied too much, the 2 brothers would have to remove the extra ones and give them to Charlie to eat and give to others. The next day, the children hesitantly said a temporary goodbye to Whispers, while Newt seemed to reassure both himself and Dougal that everything would be okay when he left his friend on the island with the Demiguise tribe and boarded the boat back to the mainland. Much quicker than before, they were able to open up the sails on the ship and build up their speed to cross the ocean back to the mainland. When they got into shallower waters and started seeing other boats, They had to furl the dragonwing sails and turn on the motor to enter the port. After disembarking from the ship, they didn't go to a car, but instead headed for a small shop close to the dock that had many strange fish skeletons all over the side of the building. An old man was sitting out front who appeared to be blind, his eyes entirely white. When they got closer, the man looked up towards Nestor and gave him a nod, with the door next to him swinging open. When they got inside, there was just an empty room with a large fireplace on the wall and a pot filled with flue powder on a pedestal. Nestor turned back to the group. Okay, my team is going to go with me to the office. We need to report in and file some papers. Nanita is going to go with the rest of you to the Manila Bazaar to do some shopping. She'll probably pull you over to the Muggle side as well. If she does, be sure to put your wands away or wear long sleeves over your holsters. Try to avoid disturbing the Muggles, as we don't have many obliviators to respond to infractions very quickly. We will meet this evening at my family's villa. I will tell my mother to expect you all. The group nodded, and Nestor lit up the fire and threw a large handful of flue powder in while saying, Ministry, Balindang office. All four of them walked into the erupting flames and vanished. Nanita turned back to them. We will start at the Manila Magic Bazaar. It will be a very long flue journey, and we will end up arriving in a pool of water. Don't worry about throwing up. The water will be cleaned immediately. That made Harry and Lyra a bit nervous, though everyone else seemed to be used to this kind of thing. She spoke specifically to Harry and Lyra. Don't worry about it. Magic may be uncomfortable at times, but it always is more convenient. When I throw the powder in, make sure to start walking into the fire with everyone else. They nodded along. The six of them stepped up in front of the fireplace, and Nanita took a big handful of the powder, throwing it in and calling out, Manila Magic Bazaar. Brant kept his hands on the backs of Harry and Lyra as they walked into the green flames that came out of the fireplace, sucking them into the flue network. The spinning that was, for whatever reason, inherent in flue and portkey travel seemed to stretch for nearly a minute before they were spat out of the end into a large pool of water. The first thing that Lyra thought as her face hit the water was falling off the ship with Harry, and she started to panic. Even as she felt hands grabbing at her to pull her back above the surface, all she could think of was, don't look down, don't look at the falling containers, don't look at the bodies. Finally, a spell hit her from somewhere, and she popped above the surface and floated above the water while struggling like she was still under it. Her head was spinning, and could hear Harry calling out for her as she floated down to solid land. The rest of the group was next to her, and Nanita was apologizing. I'm so sorry, I thought she could swim. You both lived on an island. We can swim, Harry told her. Then he asked Lyra, who was recovering slowly, what happened. Slowing her breathing down little by little, she managed to mumble out, the ship, it felt like falling. It took Harry a second to make the connection, but then his eyes went wide. It was just like when he was in Filch's office, but without the water. Okay, no more water. Next time it will just be solid ground, he reassured his sister. We're safe. Finally, she got up and looked around. Everyone was just staring at her. They were in a small room with a fireplace perched on the edge of a large circular pool with a single door on the opposite side. She looked over to Nanita and asked, We can do magic here, right? After getting a nod, she pulled out her staff and tapped it on the ground to place a warming charm over everyone, as they were still damp from the arrival pool. As soon as the water had steamed away, Tina cast a spell that got rid of the orange glow over all of them, and they ventured through the door. They were greeted by bright colors and a large circular plaza with a statue in the middle of some dragon-like creature with a glowing white orb in its mouth. Along the side they had just come from were many doors, the same as theirs was, presumably other floor connection points. The far side had 6 paths that led off away from their arrival point. People were moving about everywhere, not packed, but enough that they would have to avoid bumping into others as they moved around. Nanita informed them, This is Baccanawa Plaza. If we get separated, we will meet back here. The paths only go 2 ways, so anyone can point you back here. Brant fished out a few more of the warning vials he had before and passed them to Harry and Lyra. Looking at both her husband and then Nanita, Tina asked, Baccanawa, that's the name of one of the world's serpents, right? She nodded. Maybe, but it is only a myth. Baccanawa is said to be the cause of eclipses, earthquakes, rains, and wind. The stories also say that it devours the moon, hence the statue here. Harry interjected, but you've said you've seen the world serpent, right, Newt? Your number 3 sighting. Newt nodded. Indeed, I have, but not that one. There are supposedly 4 world serpents that are known in recent history. Baccanawa hasn't been seen by anyone for nearly 1,000 years and is said to live deep in the oceans. In Norse legends, there is a similar serpent known as Jörmungandr, who might be the same creature or might be just another who hasn't been seen in a long time. There is an air serpent that lives in South America and is rarely seen by anyone other than the priests that guard it. A fire serpent is only assumed to exist just due to the natural balance of the elements, but has never been seen. With all the talk of serpents, Harry and Lyra both gave a quick look to Tina, who just gave a small nod back to them. Newt continued, in Australia, there is a nomadic tribe of Aboriginals, native to the land, who celebrate the coming of an earth serpent, also known as the rainbow serpent. This is because it lives deep in the earth, and when it surfaces, will nearly always bring water and create a lake or river in the spot where it surfaces. Every generation of the tribe has a seer in their tribe who can predict when and where it will surface. I spent time with them when I was younger and got to witness the event. As Newt had been speaking, Nenita had been slowly guiding the group over to a table set up in front of the 6 paths heading into the bazaar. When Newt finished speaking, he looked at her and the table, which had a small golden die on it. Thank you for the lesson, Mr. Scamander. I didn't know about the others. However, back to the market here, there is no organization. Nothing is near anything else. There is no map, and occasionally the shops move around. So someone decided to just set up this table so people can randomly pick a path. Once we are inside, we can always ask the shops for specific places to get things. She picked up the golden die and gave it a roll. It stopped on the side with 2 dots. They proceeded down the second path from the left. They had only passed a few shops when someone jumped out in front of Brant and said, "Hey, my friend." Brant jumped backward and looked at him. "I don't know you." Nenita rounded on them and said, "He's just saying hello. Everyone greets people that way, particularly foreigners." Yes, this is true," the shopkeeper said. "Let me apologize. Come in, and I will pour you something to drink." A bit cautious, but with the promise of a free drink, Brant led the group into the shop, which looked to be a boutique clothing store. The clerk brought the adults over to the counter while Harry and Lyra started flitting around the store. "My name is Waylan. What would everyone like to drink?" he started as he opened up a large cabinet filled with liquor. Tina shrugged and said, "Well, since you're offering, I think we'd all enjoy a glass of tuba." Wayland smiled. "You do not look local. Have you spent much time here?" He reached up and grabbed a large, unmarked bottle filled with milky white liquid. "We've been around," Tina remarked casually. Wayland poured all of their drinks, ending with Brant, and asked him, "So, you're traveling with the parents and the kids?" Nenita laughed. "It's far more complicated than that. The children are a celebrity and an heiress to an old family. The 2 over here are a world-renowned author and adventurer plus his wife and muscle. My friend here is just the minder and tutor for the children, and I happen to land the role of tour guide for the day while my boyfriend is at the ministry catching up on work." Waylan looked back and forth between everyone looking for any of them to laugh. Tina was smirking at being described as the muscle. Finding no signs of deception, he just poured himself a small glass and they raised them for a toast. The liquor was sweet, but very strong and tasted like coconuts. It was quite delicious. "So what are you shopping for today?" "We're just wandering, though the children have an important meeting tomorrow," Brant informed the man. "I already had their outfits picked out, but if you've got anything formal that could also be construed as vaguely threatening or imposing, that would be nice to have with a local touch. Maybe something with a classic style, dark colors, blacks and reds. Let's take a look around." Taking his glass with them, he started to lead them around the shop and show them various styles. Eventually, they found Harry and Lyra, who had picked out some warm-weather clothing for themselves. That continued to be the trend, and eventually, everyone except Nenita had a stack of nice clothing. She had picked out a nice beach dress, but nothing else. "There doesn't seem to be something that fits what you are looking for," he told them. "But I tell you what, my cousin Rafe should have what you want. He has a lot of more formal outfits. Let me get a map for you." He pulled out a map of what looked like the bazaar, and waved a crystal on a string over it while muttering something. It ended up dropping on a shop in the fourth row, halfway to the end. He snapped his fingers and his wand jumped to his hand from a hidden holster and used it to mark the spot, then passed it to Brant. "Tell Rafe that Wayland sent you. He'll set you up with something good. There's a passage through to the next street in these shops." He marked them on their maps, "so you don't need to go back to the plaza." "Thank you for your help," Brant told the man. "Would you also mark the local post office as well?" Wayland smiled and marked a location near the passage between the 3rd and 4th streets. As they left the shop, Brant chuckled and said, "That man was a good salesman." "What do you mean?" Harry asked. "You caught on to it?" Newt asked as they started walking. "Of course," Brant responded, "but the kids wanted some things they found, so I figured why not stay and do some other shopping." Then to Harry, "I told the man we were looking for some kind of formal wear for the meeting tomorrow, and despite knowing immediately that he didn't have any of what we were looking for, he kept a smile on his face and tried to find other things for us. Then he also sent us to his cousin for what we actually needed, so he can get a sale as well." "Oh, okay," Harry nodded in understanding. They walked by numerous shops on the way to the shortcut to the next street. They were assailed by many more shopkeepers stepping out to greet them with, "Hey, my friend." But they continued moving. Finally, they arrived at the shop with the passage and found it to be a pet shop. The entrance had mostly small rodents, but as they got deeper in, there was a large chicken coop filled with nearly a dozen chickens that looked normal, except they had feathers of all the colors of the rainbow. As they watched the colorful chickens, the shopkeeper approached. "Hello, my friends. Do you like the Saramanox?" Newt smiled. "I do indeed. I have a flock of them myself." The shopkeeper raised his eyebrows but then squinted at Newt, and finally his eyes widened dramatically. "You are Newton Scamander, are you not?" He nodded and the man gushed. "In my shop, the fantastic Newton Scamander. Such an honor it is. What brings you to Manila?" "Just visiting some friends, and then investigating some rumors of rare creatures." "Then I have something for you. Do you know of the Sigbin?" Newt pulled out his tiny notebook from inside his pocket and tapped it so it enlarged to the size of a tome. Flipping through the pages of many languages and clippings, he ended on one and said, "It is vampiric, somehow drinks blood from the shadows of its victims. I have conflicting information on what it looks like, though." The others looked a bit afraid at the description, but the keeper just nodded enthusiastically. "Come, come, I will show you." I was going to feed it later today anyway." He reached into the chicken coop and grabbed one of the colorful chickens by the neck and carried the struggling bird with him as he headed to the next room. The next room was filled with snakes, at least 30 large terrariums filled with all sorts of snakes, nearly all of them Harry and Lyra recognized from the island. They all started rising and hissing as the keeper came in holding the chicken. Lyra assumed correctly that Harry was hearing them yelling insults and demanding snacks. Brant was watching their reactions to the serpents closely. At the far end of the room, there was a door that appeared to be made of silver. The keeper opened it and entered a room that had a large cage taking up half of the room. The room was strangely lit, with all of the lights being inside the cage, none outside. Harry asked the man, "Are the lights inside so our shadows don't get inside?" "That's exactly right," he told Harry. "Even the tiniest shadow, a sigbin, can use to drain your blood." Inside the cage was a rock cave at one end and various small plants and small trees on the other. He approached the end with the plants, opened a door on the cage with his wand, and tossed the chicken in. The bird seemed to sense that something sinister was on the other end of the enclosure and held its position. Using his wand, the keeper adjusted one of the lamps, so the chicken's shadow grew until it was just outside of the cave. Slowly a creature came out that looked terrifying, but amazing. It was the size of a small goat and looked like a cross between a kangaroo and a thistral. Its body was all black, with the same spinal protrusions as the winged horse had. The head resembled a kangaroo in shape, with slightly longer ears and sharp teeth that were the same black color as its skin. Two fangs on the front were extra long, extending past its lower jaw. Its front legs were longer than that of a kangaroo, which enabled it to walk on all fours, though its hind legs looked like they had the strength to support its whole body. The strange thing about the legs was that the knees on each set pointed towards the middle of its body, to facilitate forward or backward movement easily. While most of the body had taut skin, like a thistral, the tail was long and smooth, slightly longer than the rest of the body, and it whipped back and forth as it walked towards the shadow on the ground. Harry and Lyra watched as the keeper slowly adjusted the light so the shadow retreated, and the Sigbin continued to walk until it was in the center of the enclosure, then kept it still. The rainbow chicken had pressed itself to the back of the cage, falsely assuming that staying that far away would be enough. The Sigbin just leaned down towards the shadow in the ground and drove its front two teeth into the ground. There was a loud squawk, and the bird started to try to run away, but to where it didn't know. The shadow seemed anchored to the ground, and it even stretched a bit as the creature kept its fangs embedded into it. Then, slowly but surely, the chicken slowed down, and as it collapsed it seemed to deflate. The bird was nothing but a colorful skeleton. The Sigbin took its teeth out of the ground and walked backward into its cave. Harry looked up to Brant, who had Nanita burying her face in his shoulder to keep from looking. Lyra looked to Newt, who was scribbling down notes while Tina was taking pictures. Harry looked at the bird on the ground and asked, "What do you do with the bird?" "I'll pluck all the feathers, then chop up the rest and feed it to the snakes." Lyra caught on. "Can we buy the feathers?" "I've been saving them up to make a headdress for someone, but for a friend of Newton's Scamander, I'll delay that woman's order." Both Harry and Lyra felt a little bad about doing that, but they both really wanted the feathers to play with. Nanita had taken her head out of Brant's shoulder and asked, "Why do you keep that thing around?" The man shrugged and said, "Honestly, I'm trying to find a way to kill it." Brant drew his wand. "I can help you with that." "No, not like that," the man said. "If I wanted to, I could just cut its head off myself. The legends say that to preserve the eyes and internal organs, you need to destroy the creature's shadow. There is a potions master that is willing to pay handsomely for a Sigbin that has been killed in such a manner." "I can do that," Harry remarked casually. Everyone except Nanita realized that was probably true. The man, however, had his doubts. And how would a child with 2 or 3 years of schooling be able to accomplish that? 4 months, actually, Harry corrected him. "I'm pretty sure I could. Would you like me to try?" Newt stepped forward. "Are you sure you want to kill it, Mr. Potter? We just watched him feed a chicken to that creature, and I've killed plenty of snakes before." "Not to mention, you've stabbed a small dragon," Brant remarked with a chuckle. Newt and Tina both gave him a nasty look. The keeper looked a bit confused at everything that was said, but just shrugged and said, "You're welcome to give it a try. Let me go get another chicken to lure it out." He walked out of the room, leaving them to wait for him to return. Nanita was a bit confused. "How is Harry going to kill it?" Lyra asked her. "Have you seen the light of the lampung on the north side of the island?" Nanita nodded. "Harry can do the same." Tina looked thoughtful. "Maybe that's why the lampung is there." "Are there other predatory animals in this region that can be killed in the same way?" she asked her husband. "I don't know. I'll need to ask the researchers back home to look into it," he told her. The keeper came back in with a smaller chicken and inserted it into the cage. Adjusting the light, the Sigbin started to come out, seeking its prey. Harry pulled his staff out of his pouch and waited until it was on the far side of the cage before slamming the butt of it into the ground as hard as he could. Light erupted from the staff and filled the whole room as it seemed to appear from everywhere and nowhere at the same time. Harry could feel himself getting stronger as well, like his muscles were growing in size as the light held. Suddenly there was a screech and a cry as the Sigbin started running back toward its cave. Unfortunately for it, the cave held no protection from the bright light, and it continued to scream and run for another 10 seconds before falling to the ground, dead. Harry held the light as the keeper approached the cage and poked the creature through the cage with the tip of his wand, then cast a few spells before saying, "Amazing, it's really dead." Harry cancelled the light and felt his strength wane back to normal. "I felt like I could jump up to the ceiling," Lyra exclaimed. "That was new." "I think that was the Lamashu tooth," Harry told her. "I felt the same way when I channeled my magic after getting the airplane cuffs off." Keeper looked back to the boy he had been doubting and stared at his staff. "A Lamashu. I have only seen them in books. And the horn on top. It's an antler," he told the man. "I've seen one like it. There's one on the wall of old man Pelio's shop. He's our local wand maker." That got Harry's attention. "Can we go see him?" He looked around at his escorts. "Where is his shop?" he asked the keeper. "His shop is always at the end of the 6th Street. It never moves," Nanita answered for them. "I got my wand from him." That's right, the keeper told them, then went over to the cage and stunned the chicken that was still alive, then summoned it and the dead one out. Let me get this dead one plucked for you, free of charge. As they walked back through the snake room, all of them started screaming about the kingspin and moved as far from Harry and his staff as possible. When the keeper started wondering what was going on, Lyra just said in an unconcerned way, "Snakes are afraid of my brother." That of course made the man even more interested, but he didn't say anything more. After taking them back to the front counter, he left them there and went into a back room, presumably to pluck the chicken. When he was gone, Newt turned to Harry. "I normally wouldn't condone the killing of such a creature, but that was definitely a dark creature. Not a misunderstood one like a Thistral or a werewolf, but a genuine dark creature. I'd also advise not telling anyone else about this until we can fully understand what you just did and how difficult it would be for someone else to do. We can ask Nestor's grandmother," Nenita said. "Nestor told me she knows all these old stories about the demons of the islands. I don't know how much of what she believes is true, but she probably knows something about this." The keeper came out a moment later with a bag of feathers. "Thank you again for your assistance, young man. Is there any way I can get in contact with you in the future in case I require your services?" Brant stepped forward, pulling out a card. "You may contact Mr. Potter here." The man pulled out his contact information and passed it to Brant. "Thank you all again. Most people come through here just for the shortcut." "That is actually why we were here," Nenita said with a smile. "Well, thank you again. The exit is out that way," he said, while pointing to a door behind the chicken coop. The rest of the day was much less eventful than the beginning. After leaving the pet shop, they had lunch in a restaurant right outside the passage. Newt spoke the local language and dialect and ordered for everyone, just as he did in Istanbul. His grasp of the native language even surprised Nenita, who said his accent was nearly perfect. They had fried squid balls, fried quail eggs, fried cheese sticks, and roasted chicken, then finished it off with caramelized bananas. They ordered a large quantity of the bananas to go, getting preservation charms on them so the hidden back home could enjoy them. From there, they located the post office, where they were able to arrange a post portkey for everything they had purchased so far to be sent back to the island. Brant also paid for a post portkey back to England to be sent to Arcturus. Brant insisted on using his own red quill to write the letter, and when Lyra tried to sneak a peek at what he was writing, it looked completely blank to her. On the 4th Street, they found Rafe's shop very easily, and he did have the exact kind of formal where they had needed. Wayland's cousin had been informed they would be coming sometime today, with some special selections being laid out in advance. Brant thought many of the outfits he had prepared were for adults, or at least older children. However, they did find what was referred to as a barong, a shirt made out of woven plant fibers, typically with embroidery along both sides of the buttons on the front and across the middle of the bottom, connecting the two sides. Traditionally, it was very sheer, and you needed to wear something underneath, but Rafe had more modern styles that were lined with satin that they could purchase. It was also traditionally a man's garment, but recently they had adapted the style into longer dresses for women as well. Harry picked out a white barong to wear for the meeting with gold embroidery on the front. Rafe tried to also supply them with pants and shoes, but Brant insisted they had that covered. Harry did, however, get the shirt style in a few other colors just because he liked the lightweight fabric and the feel of it. Lyra decided on a black dress in the feminized style of the barong. It had red and orange embroidery around the buttons on the top half that she liked for the colors of the fire from her wand and staff. She did not get another color, but Nenita talked her into getting a traditional orange scarf called an alampe. Rafe made them promise to come back when the children were older to get some of the more mature styles that Brant had taken off the table, and then they headed out of the shop. They needed to start heading towards the exit, but Harry insisted on going to the old man Paleo's wand shop to see the lampung antler that was supposed to be there. Unfortunately, after making it all the way to the end of 6th Street, the shop was closed. Harry made Brant promise that they would return and try again before they went back to Hogwarts. Walking back towards the plaza, once again they were greeted by numerous shopkeepers inviting them in. A few even carried out a tray of drinks to entice them, though they were in a bit of a hurry. When they reached Baccanawa Plaza, there was a short queue at the exit flue, so they needed to wait a bit. Well, it looks like we won't be able to do any shopping on the Muggle side of things today, Nanita told them. When we come back to pay a visit to Old Man Pelio, maybe we can go then. So, are we just headed to Nestor's villa now? Tina asked. Yes. Then turning to Harry and Lyra, the Floo Point doesn't have any sand or water to cushion the arrival, so just keep walking as your feet hit the ground, and you shouldn't have too many problems. When it was their turn at the Floo, she paid a man standing next to the point with several silver sickles and received a large portion of Floo powder. She then drew her wand and cast a privacy charm around them before throwing the powder in the fire and calling out, Vila Balindang, Lehatla Masa Sekarang. As the green fire spewed out of the fireplace, the group walked in with Brant making sure to keep his hands and the backs of the children to keep them moving forward. Lyra felt herself flying through the Floo for nearly as long as it took for them to get to the bazaar. As she exited the connection, she tried her hardest to keep walking as her feet touched down. She staggered as she landed and spun in a half-circle and then fell on her butt. Harry wasn't as lucky. While it seemed like everyone else came out of the fireplace at the same speed, he looked like he was ejected twice as fast, tripping and rolling several times before falling on his back. She ran over to pick up her brother as everyone else dusted the Floo powder from their bodies. I don't like Floo travel, Harry groaned as he rubbed his neck, or Portkeys apparating isn't that much fun either. Do you like airplanes? Brant asked. The first time was fine, Harry said as he stood up. I'd do it for Whispers if he ever got an aversion to Portkeys like Dougal, but they're really boring. Harry looked around them to see their arrival. They had landed outdoors in a grass meadow below a very large villa on the hill above it. It wasn't that tall, just 2 stories, but it was very wide and looked like it must have something on the other side. From the entrance, a woman of indeterminate age left the building and started walking down the path to them, flanked by 2 men in lightweight white robes, both brandishing wands. Tina and Brant both started to draw their own wands, but Nanita waved them down and walked up to the woman, hugging her. Do you need the guards today, Tammy? Nanita asked the woman. Probably not, but they cannot stand down with guests in the home, no matter who they are. Then in a lighter tone, come now, introduce me to my son's friends. Nanita turned around and led the woman back to the group, followed by the men in white robes. Nanita started the introductions. Everyone, this is Tamara Balindang, Nestor's mother. The men with her will need to inspect you for weapons, poison, mind-altering spells, dark artifacts, dark creatures, and other similar things. Tina raised her eyebrows and asked, I take it that you've been through this process before. Any time I come without Nestor, she responded, they will be checking me as well. Despite everything, I am still a guest in their home. As the 2 men approached Newt and Tina, she introduced them first. This is Newton Scamander and his wife Porpentina. The other gentleman is known as Brant, and the children are Lyra Black and Harry Potter. Harry raised an eyebrow at her, skipping all the titles and occupations that he was used to hearing, and watched as the men muttered all sorts of incantations and waved their wands over Tina and Newt. Even while being checked, Tina kept a tight grip on her wand. Brant was scanned next as Newt needed to explain some samples of potion ingredients he had on him to the guard that had been inspecting him. Their tutor had to pull out the red quill he had been using to write the letter to Arcturus, but after a hushed conversation with the guard inspecting him, he put it back away. When it was Harry and Lyra's turn, both guards stopped at once as Harry and Lyra glowed with a golden light under the first of the charms. They raised their wands to point at both children. You both seem to be blocking us from detecting any mind-altering effects, one guard told them, as Tamara Balindang started to take a few steps back toward her house. Harry and Lyra just looked around nervously, and Harry asked the men, What do you want us to do? Brant's wand was in his hand, but he hadn't raised it yet. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Tina's arm was slowly raising as well, while Newt was palming a small object in his hand. Nanita just stood to the side, not knowing what to do. Deactivate whatever effect you have blocking our spells now, the guard said with a serious tone. Lyra said meekly, We don't have anything, I swear. The second guard started to point his wands at Tina and Brant. Put your wands down now, or we will put you all down. From out of the house, an older woman started to march down the path towards them. She walked right past Tamara, who was still backing towards the house, and right past the guards. One of the guards made a move to grab her shoulder, saying, "Get back in the house now," but she just shrugged him off. Walking straight up to Harry and Lyra, she just looked both of them in the eyes and turned back to the guards as she started walking towards the house. "They're fine, leave them be." The guards looked at each other and lowered their wands. Everyone seemed to relax from there. Nanita just stared after the old woman and then turned to the group, and that was Aurora Bailindong, Nestor's grandmother. Chapter 59. The Invisibility Task Force. Chapter text: the men in white robes lowered their wands, and Nestor's mother returned to the group to guide them up to the house. Brant and Tina were still on edge and kept their wands in their hands. Newt had returned whatever was in his hand to his pocket. "Why is there such heavy security?" Brant asked Nanita. "They are always there when guests arrive, though they've stopped doing it when I arrive with Nestor or Tammy. After Nestor refused to tell me a few times, I stopped asking." "It's got to be for an active threat," Tina chimed in. "The guards were not doing a security check. They were looking for someone trying to infiltrate the home, an act of sabotage, or a proxy attack. Whatever it is, it's serious." Tamara led the group into the house to find Nestor's grandmother waiting for them with a folded white cloth in her hands. As Nestor's mother stood to the side, Aurora approached them and unfolded the cloth to reveal a cracked pink crystal. Without saying anything, she held it out to Lyra, which made the fragments glow brightly. "So you're the one they were looking for." She held the crystal fragments closer, as if she was expecting something else to happen. When nothing did, she started to turn back, but as the fragments got closer to Harry, they started to vibrate, and little bits of pink electricity arced between the pieces. "Interesting. I will be keeping my eye on you," she said to Harry. Without adding anything else, she folded the cloth back up and exited the room. Everyone watched her leave, then turned to Nestor's mother. "Don't look at me," she raised her hands. "My mother will do things like that from time to time. If there is a reason for what she's doing, you can only wait to see if it reveals itself. Once, when I was 12, she tripped me as I was getting ready for a slumber party, and I couldn't go while I got my ankle fixed." All the girls at the party contracted glow pox and were out of school for 2 months. "So is there any point in asking her about this necklace she bought for me?" Nanita pulled out the jade ring around her neck, but Tamara just shrugged. They were led to a wing of the house with extra bedrooms to get settled in. Nanita told them that Nestor would probably arrive soon, and she'd come back with him, then left them in a small sitting area room near the bedrooms. When they were alone, Harry asked, "Do any of you know what that crystal was?" "It was a diviner's crystal," Newt informed him. "I would assume it was the same one that was used to locate Lyra when they found the island. Nestor should be able to confirm that later, though why it had any reaction to you, Harry, is a complete mystery to me." Brant was looking through one of his journals. After examining a few pages, he turned to Lyra. "While we have a few minutes alone, have you thought of anything you would want if the Filipino ministry asks for more access to the island?" Lyra frowned. "We have everything we need there. What could they offer us?" "They will continue to provide the island with the best protection possible in exchange for the demiguise hair you are providing. That is for sure," Newt told her. Turning to Newt, "Do you have any idea what else they could be interested in? Nestor and the others have been gathering hoo feathers. They'll probably want to send a wand maker to gather feathers from the birds, as willingly given feathers will make for more powerful wands." "The giver wants a wand," Harry told them. "He's seen what we can do with ours, and it's much more versatile than a staff." "That may be difficult," Tina told them. "I'm pretty sure that non-humans are not allowed to carry wands in this part of the world." "We'll need to ask Nestor about that," Newt added. "I would suggest that if they want more from the island, that you give them less of the demiguise hair," Brant said. "Currently, the only thing they are providing for you is the maintenance of the ward stones around the island, and Nestor and his people keeping tabs on things, though with the wards in place, it's not particularly necessary." They continued to try to think of ideas for things the children could want, as well as what would be beneficial to the island, but came up with nothing. The only thing that was a problem for the island was the possible encroachment of poachers, but that had been taken care of for now. While Newt could think of dozens of things for the study of the creatures and plant life on the island, none of those interested Harry and Lyra, who just thought of it as home, not a research facility. After close to an hour, One of the guards from before came to them and told them that Nestor had arrived, and they were being called for dinner. They were seated at a long table with Aurora at the head, and Tamara and Nestor to either side of her. Nenita sat next to her boyfriend, and the guests all arranged themselves in the empty spots. The guards in the white robes did not join them and stationed themselves outside of the room. Everyone was seated, 2 servants brought in many salads, and everyone was served the first course. Nestor broke the silence. So my day was filled with paperwork and setting everything up for tomorrow. What did all of you get up to? Lyra smiled. I got a bag of feathers from a Sarumanok. When we get back home, I'm going to have fun playing with them. They are only used for ceremonial purposes, Nestor remarked. Who sold them to you? She actually got them for free, Nenita smiled. How? Harry performed a service for the owner of the menagerie. He killed a Sigbin, Brant told them. A fork fell with a clatter on their plate. Everyone looked to Aurora, who was staring at them with a shocked expression on her face. You killed an Aswang, she said with a hushed voice. It was just a Sigbin, not a real Aswang, Nenita told her. She dismissed the young woman with a wave of her hand and asked, How did you kill it? Harry was feeling very put on the spot, but responded, The store owner told us that he was trying to find a way to destroy its shadow. My magic can create light from everywhere. I thought it would work, and it did. She mumbled some words in another language, and even her daughter and Nestor seemed unable to understand her. When she finished mumbling, she told them, You received a bag of feathers for this service. Everyone nodded. What was the name of the man you did this for? She demanded. Brant began to pull out the card he had received, but before he could say anything, Aurora wandlessly summoned the card directly to her hand and stared at it. Cadden, I should have known. I will need to go talk to his mother tomorrow. Mother, what is going on? Tamara asked. The service Mr. Potter provided has not been performed for some time. Cadden will most likely be paid a small boon for the dead animal, not to mention the removal of such a dark stain from our lands. A fair comparison would be the killing of a Letherfold. The others, except for Harry and Lyra, all gasped at the comparison. Newt leaned over to the children and said, Another dark creature, known only to be killed by piercing it with the horn of a unicorn. He looked back to Aurora. From what Mr. Cadden told us, the Sigbin could be killed through normal methods, though, while a Letherfold cannot. Either the boy didn't tell you, or he doesn't know himself, Aurora said with a bit of anger. Killing a Sigbin through normal means inviting death on you and your loved ones. While the body might die, the shadow lives on. When it has been able to reincorporate itself, it will seek revenge and drain its attacker dry. Everyone's eyes went wide at this. Newt pulled out his miniaturized journal right at the table, expanded it, and jotted all of this down in the section he had been writing earlier in the day for the creature. Aurora waved her hand, and the card soared through the air back to Brant. If this man contacts you again, make sure that you ask for quite a bit more than a bag of feathers for Mr. Potter's services. He could ask for nearly anything he would like, up to around 1 young or 2 old house elves, depending on the size of the creature. Brant's eyes widened and did not fall back down as he looked between Aurora and Harry. He pulled out his own journal and scribbled information down before closing it again and storing it in his pocket. There was silence for quite a while longer until Aurora broke the silence again. So, Miss Black, what do you plan on doing with the Sarumanok feathers? Well, all the feathers I've experimented with seem to have their own magic in them. I'll play around with them until I find out what they have. Most of them relate to the bird somehow. The hoo-hoos make a fire that calms your mind. An orange and black owl from the island creates silence. Post owl feathers can find things, and there have been a few others that we haven't found a use for in our daily lives. What are the Sarumanok known for? Harry asked. Newt answered. They are mostly known as symbols of good luck and fortune. They're also chickens, and in some places you can find some incredibly expensive dinners made from their meat. Tamara smiled and added, There is also a legend about one of the birds transforming into a handsome young man and stealing away a sultan's daughter to live happily ever after. They are supposedly excellent fishing birds as well. We could probably use them if we repeat the blessing we did in the village or the common room, Harry suggested. They could replace the golden snidget for the 8th ring in England or the 6th ring here, Lyra added. It would depend on how many colors we would need to maintain balance. The children continued to chatter away at the different ways to rebalance the blessing with various other plants, animals, and potion ingredients they had discovered at Hogwarts. After trying to follow their conversation for a minute, the adults started in on their own, except Brant, who was keeping one hand in his lap as he ate, which was holding a small, glowing blue orb. Harry woke up early the next morning to prepare for their meeting. He dressed in his new barong shirt, white with satin lining and golden embroidery on the front. He wore black slacks and shoes, plus the belt with the stag on the buckle he had received from Brant for Dumbledore's party. He finished the ensemble by attaching his bottomless pouch to the belt and strapping his new wand holster to his right arm. He exited the room to find Brant already in the sitting room, going through some paperwork. He just nodded and continued going through the papers. At approximately 8, Nestor's family and guests met for a quick breakfast before fleeing to the ministry. It was a short distance, and Harry only staggered a little on arrival. Nestor escorted Harry, Lyra, Brant, Newt, and Tina through security. Their wands and staves were inspected by 2 men wearing red and blue uniforms in the same style as the men in white at the Balindang Villa. From there, they took a lift up to a floor where Nestor pointed out a conference room and told them to wait outside and he would be right back. "Are you children ready for this?" Tina asked them. "I guess so," Lyra said quietly. Harry pulled out his staff to reassure himself, with Lyra following suit as well. They stood around for nearly 10 minutes before Harry asked what time it was. "It's 5 minutes after 9, Newt informed them. "They're making us wait on purpose," Harry mumbled. "I'm going inside." He turned around and opened the door to the room before anyone could object. There was no one else inside waiting for them. One side of the room was taken up with rows of small chairs, with one long table in front containing 6 chairs. All of these were facing a half-ring of raised seating with 5 seats looking down on the long table. Harry understood the purpose of this room immediately. He stashed his staff and walked up to the raised seating area, moving one of the chairs right next to the one in the center, then motioned to the rest of them to come and join him as he pulled his staff back out and sat down in the center. "I don't think we are supposed to be sitting up there," Newt told Harry, as Lyra joined him in the chair next to him, and Brant sat down as well with a large grin on his face. "I think that if Nestor's government is making a request to Lyra and me, they should do it while looking up to us, rather than down at 2 defenseless little children," Harry said while trying desperately to keep a straight face. Tina failed to do so and gave a short, barking laugh. "Well said, Mr. Potter." Then to her husband, "Come on, dear, let's join him, though just for observational purposes." She took him by the hand and led him to the 2 remaining chairs on the raised platform. Nearly 5 minutes later, a group of men in American-style business suits walked into the room and stopped dead. They stared at the group sitting in their seats, with 2 children sitting in the center, wearing traditional Filipino garments and gripping large magical staves. Nestor was among them, though he just smiled as he shook his head. An older man among them, maybe in his 60s or 70s, spoke up. "You are all sitting in our seats." Brant was about to respond, but Lyra spoke out first. "Our meeting was supposed to start at 9. At our school, if a desk doesn't have a name on it, we can sit where we choose." Tina was biting her lip as her husband stared in shock. It took Brant a moment to recover from his before he smiled with pride. "You are not in your school, young lady," the man responded, while poorly suppressing an annoyed tone. "This is the Filipino ministry." Harry twisted his staff in its place, which seemed to give him a boost in strength and confidence. "It is, and I'm sure you have many meeting rooms where we could all look at each other face to face, but you chose this one. I figured this just evened things out, since children are much smaller than adults." Tina was doing a much worse job to keep a hold on her bottom lip now, as it quivered. Nestor was also biting his tongue. The older man couldn't say much more without coming out and admitting that he chose a courtroom for the meeting to intimidate the children. So he simply pulled out the center chair and sat down, with the other men taking the seats next to him. Each one of them pulled out a small business card and tapped it with their wands. They quickly transfigured into triangular nameplates. Nestor stood up on the far side of their table to introduce the group as Brant started fiddling with his wand under the table. "Harry, Lyra, I would like to introduce you to my colleagues. Cesario Tankian Capillo from the Naval Law Enforcement Division," a young man with a deep tan stood up next to Nestor and gave a brief nod before sitting back down. The next men stood and nodded as they were introduced. Asanangpi Villanueva, Deputy Chief Obliviator. Brendan Declan Magday, Assistant Secretary to the Minister. Caden Preston Alijo, Foreign Affairs Office. Nestor paused before the last introduction of the man who had spoken up first. Rafael Braulio Camara Gutierrez, Department Head of the Invisibility Task Force. After Nestor sat back down, the man, Raphael, looked like he was about to stand up, but Brant beat him to it. He pulled out from under the table some nameplates that looked like they were made from ivory with gold etched into them and levitated each of them over to the members of his group. Allow me to introduce our party. Newton Scamander, author and magizoologist. Porpentina Scamander, retired American aura. Harry James Potter, the boy who lived. Lyra Cassiopeia Black, heiress to House Black, and I am Steward Brant of House Black. He placed his own nameplate in front of him and sat down. There was a bit of silence, which might have been awkward if the group of government officials had been staring down at a couple of children, but as they were looking up at them instead, it was almost comical. The man from the Foreign Affairs Office seemed to notice this and cleared his throat to begin speaking. Mr. Potter, Miss Black, we asked the two of you to come here today to try to help us resolve the situation pertaining to the island you live on, as well as the natural resources that are contained there. The demiguise here you have already started providing to us will help to increase how effective our law enforcement is in the region, and eventually do well to provide a small boost to some departmental budgets for the government. We would like to explore the options to increase the flow of this commodity and others from the island. What else are you interested in? Lyra asked. The assistant to the minister's secretary, Brendan, spoke up. We would like Mr. Bailendong and his team to continue their efforts to catalogue the island, but we would also like to send a specialist to work with the hoo-hoo nest and attempt to gather more potent feathers for wand making. No, Lyra said simply. Harry whispered in her ear for a moment, then she added, it is too dangerous. Either you will hurt the birds, or the birds will hurt you. Brant pulled a small square object out of his pocket and said, I can attest to the danger of the situation. I took this picture seconds after apparating away from the mountaintop without even approaching the hoo-hoos, only having one look at me. He held his wand to the object and cast a Lumos spell, which projected the slide he was holding in his hands on the wall. It showed the mountain from down on the beach, with a vortex of a crimson flame being projected from the ridge, at least 150 feet into the air. Lyra smiled at the awesome and beautiful flames, while the assembled government officials looked on with a mixture of interest and fearful glances. The assistant replied, I assure you, we have specialists who have worked with hoo-hoos on other reserves and will not harm the birds. They will be able to safely gather what they need. Brant replied to them, if Miss Black and Mr. Potter agreed, we would need your government to sign paperwork that you will not hold them responsible for any casualty incurred in your undertaking, nor will pursue any attempts to take resources by force from the animals on the island. This is not necessary, Rafael Gutierrez said as he stood up angrily. The island is in the territorial waters of our government. The children here have no legal standing with our government, and they are children. We are extending you a courtesy right now. They will need to agree to our terms if they wish to continue to live on the island or move permanently to their homeland in England. Our ancestors have dealt with Spanish colonization. We will not subject ourselves to the British. Harry wasn't sure how to respond to this statement. He and Lyra looked to Brant, but it was Tina who answered him. Mr. Gutierrez, your government is doing a commendable job extending civility to the children here concerning their home. However, you need to remember that it is their home. They have lived there, cultivated the land, domesticated the animals, and shed blood in its defense. If you can show historical records of your government's actions in doing the same on the island, we would be interested in seeing them. If not, it is Mr. Potter and Miss Black that are extending the courtesy to you for this meeting, not the other way around. They are not doing this as citizens of the British government, but as residents of the island itself. You do not need to fear colonization. The man looked to be extremely displeased by the way that he was being addressed, and just as he was about to respond, Newt stood next to his wife and addressed him. Additionally, Mr. Gutierrez, I assume it is your job to keep places filled with magic, like this island, away from prying eyes. It seems to have gone undisturbed for generations. Surely you must have records for this, or did you have nothing to do with it? The man narrowed his eyes at Newt and Tina before responding. I had examined our records extensively before this meeting. I could not find any action my department had taken regarding the island. It seems to have been protected by other means than our government. The first man that had been introduced, Cesario Tankian Capillo, tried to explain the situation. From the reports we have received from Mr. Bailindang and others that I have gathered from members of law enforcement, some of the protection comes from the naturally occurring fear ward on the northwestern side of the island. It acts as a deterrent to people passing by, as well as keeping much of the wildlife away from the island in general, except for the southeast corner where the Demiguise village is located, and the larger mammals on the northeast side. That deduction is probably very accurate, Newt informed him. Thank you, he responded with a polite nod. My department's interest in the island is more of a strategic one. We are interested in setting up a supply station on the beach where Nestor's, Mr. Bailindang's team is currently located. We want to keep a ship and other supplies there for law enforcement purposes in the region to take advantage of the natural protections of the island. Members of the law enforcement already oversee the maintenance of the ward's stones on the island. Harry and Lyra saw Nestor wiggling his fingers on the end of the table, trying to draw their attention. He gave a small nod towards Cesario and nodded his head. Lyra pulled out a black and orange feather and motioned for the others to come closer to them. Among the ministry employees, only Nestor understood the significance of it. When everyone in Harry and Lyra's group was closer, she activated the silencing effect of the feather. What's going on? Tina asked. I think that man is Nestor's friend, Lyra said quietly. They look to be about the same age, Brant added. I don't remember seeing him with the warding team, Harry told them. Though if he works with their auras, he probably knows Nestor from there. If he works with their naval forces, maybe they could investigate the sunken ship from the poachers, Tina commented. That got Harry and Lyra's attention. You've shown us that you've taught the Demiguise village how to fish. Would boats at the beach disrupt the fishing at all? Newt asked them. They don't fish at the garbage beach. Maybe it would be better for them to set up there, Harry pondered. Go ahead and tell him what you would like in exchange for his request, Brant told him. Lyra cancelled the silencing effect, and they turned back to the government group. There are a few things we would be interested in asking for in exchange for the supply station being set up, Harry began. For starters, it would need to be set up on the garbage beach on the east side of the island, where all the junk washes up from the summer storms. Too much activity near the southern beaches would disrupt the fishing activity of the hidden. That shouldn't be a problem, Cesario smiled. Many of the warding team have told me that they helped the Demiguises set up the warehouses there and vanish the undesirable junk you didn't reuse. I'm sure they would be happy to continue that arrangement. What else are you requesting? Lyra took over with a grim look on her face. A little over a year before we were discovered, there was a group of poachers that came to take the hidden. They were killed, and their boat was sunk off the coast of the island. And you want us to investigate that incident? Cesario asked. As a member of the Naval Law Enforcement Department, I believe it is your job to do so even if the children did not make the request, Tina said sternly. That shouldn't be an issue, but I can't promise any specific outcome, Cesario said. Rafael Gutierrez stood up and looked to Cesario. Mr. Capillo does not have the authorization from his supervisors to engage in an international investigation, and that is exactly what this is. As you have stated, the island does not belong to my government, so an investigation into any criminal activity that took place on it would not be in our jurisdiction. Senior Superintendent would need to sign off on the investigation along with Mr. Alijo's department head. Brant stood up to look down on this man. We can give you the time to get the authorization, however. If it takes too long for you to begin, the supply station will not be set up. Additionally, while you might have an endless amount of bureaucracy in starting an investigation, I'm sure that House Black of England could send a team of bloodhounds to the region to get to the bottom of the situation. Cesario didn't seem to understand the implication of Brant's use of the word bloodhound. but Mr. Gutierrez and Villanueva, plus Newt and Tina did. They all looked a bit uncomfortable at it. Brant continued, "Do not worry about them entering illegally. We will make sure that they have all the proper documentation to operate within your borders. Or you can speed up the authorization for the investigation and get a nice place to park your boats at the same time." Cesario nodded. "You can count on me to work on the authorization for the investigation. I will stay in contact with Mr. Balindang as to when Miss Black and Mr. Potter will allow us to start construction on the docks at the eastern beach." Rafael Gutierrez was trying to suppress a sneer. Newt tried to smooth over the situation. "Regarding the gathering of the hoo-hoo feathers, you had mentioned sending an expert to the island. May I inquire as to the name of the person you had in mind?" "Are you familiar with Kidlat Maxig Pelio?" Brendan Magday asked. Harry's eyebrows rose at the name. "We've heard of a wand-maker called Old Man Pelio. Is he the same man?" "He is," Brendan replied. "We were going to try to visit his shop before we left. Could we meet him on the island in the next few days?" Right before he could respond, there was a knock on the door, and a man about Brant's age came in with some files. He did a double take at the group sitting at the raised table, then looked straight at Harry and nearly jumped back in what looked like fear. "What is it, Claudio?" Raphael asked the young man. He kept his eyes on Harry and Lyra as he walked with a small limp over towards Mr. Gutierrez, passed him a file, then left the room in haste. After looking through the papers, he gave a small but sinister smile, then just looked back towards everyone else and nodded back to Mr. Magday. Brendan responded with an indecipherable look, but then turned back towards Harry and Lyra. "I will try to arrange his arrival for Friday, as I assume you will be leaving on Saturday." "We just want to meet with him," Harry said. "In exchange for him collecting feathers, we would want him to craft a wand for our tutor on the island and teach him the basics of how to use it." "Is this the duend we have heard about from Mr. Balindang?" Mr. Gutierrez said a bit harshly. "We do not permit half-breeds to use wands, so that is out of the question. While the giver wasn't quite family, he was their tutor, and Harry wasn't going to let this man insult him." Harry twisted his staff back and forth on the floor, which gave him a feeling of strength as he heard the grinding of the wood on the floor. "I'm sorry, you don't permit them to have wands. I thought we had already established that the island didn't belong to you." Raphael looked angry and tried to stand up, but had slight difficulty pushing himself up. "If you want to gather feathers on the island, our tutor will need to have a wand made for him, and he will need to be trained in its use. I have a feeling we will need to speak to Old Man Pelio about this directly." Harry stopped twisting his staff, and Raphael jumped to his feet. "How dare you speak to me like that? I can see spending your time around creatures and half-breeds has not taught you manners or how to respect your elders." Harry was about to yell back at the man, but Brant interrupted him. "Mr. Gutierrez, while Mr. Potter may have been out of line, he did speak the truth. It is not for you to impose the laws of your government on this island. I would also like to know what you are contributing to this meeting. Mr. Balindang is here for the Department for Regulation of Magical Creatures. Mr. Capillo is here regarding your government's territorial waters. Mr. Villanueva might be here regarding the possibility of muggles happening upon the island. Mr. Magday is representing the minister's office, and Mr. Alijo's presence is explained by the need to deal with an entity outside your government." He paused for a second to take a breath. "However, I do not see what purpose you serve at this meeting. Your job should have been to keep this island a secret from the Muggle world, if you knew about it beforehand. However, you did not, and it was only pure luck that the Muggles didn't build a club med next to one of the largest demiguise habitats in the region. Therefore, you and your department don't appear to have a stake in these negotiations. Mr. Caprillo's warding teams are in charge of keeping the island protected, not yours. So again, why are you here? You seem to be making grand statements and demands with nothing else to offer. So, respectfully, I think you should leave this discussion to the rest of the officials present here." Everyone in the room stared in silence at Brant. Tina was making a face like she would be whistling if there was any sound escaping her lips, while Newt was nodding his head with an expression that seemed to be saying, "Not bad." Both Harry and Lyra were looking at him with admiration and astonishment. Rafael Braulio Camara Gutierrez, department head of the Invisibility Task Force, stared at Brant with loathing. However, with nothing to say, He just picked up the paperwork in front of him and left the room. Once he was gone, Brant addressed the remaining members of the Filipino ministry. I humbly apologize for what just transpired. I understand completely that your laws prevent you from issuing a wand to many types of non-humans. My outburst is solely due to my position to protect these children from all that may threaten them. However, Mr. Gutierrez is not fully correct in his statement about the distribution of wands. He pulled out a paper from his pocket and continued, Your laws prohibit the issuing of wands to many different types of non-humans, but every one of them is listed specifically. The duend, even if they are similar to dwarves and goblins, were recognized as a different species before they were thought to be extinct. Your current laws relating to wand ownership do not prohibit them from being issued to a duend, so they currently fall under the same category of non-humans as Vila, part giants, part goblins, and a few others. The remaining members of the ministry nodded in agreement with his statements. I will speak with Pelio before he pays you a visit to make him aware of your request, Brendan Magday told them. I do not know how he will respond, but I'm sure he will still want to meet with you regardless. Is there anything else that we need to discuss while we are here? Brant asked the assembled group. He specifically looked to the deputy chief obliviator who hadn't yet taken part or made any requests. The members of the ministry looked up and down the table at each other, but none of them had anything to add. Nestor spoke for them. We will probably want to have another meeting when the children are out of school. Though for now, I think that covers everything, unless Harry and Lyra have anything more to add. The children shared a quick look before Lyra said, I don't have anything else. We look forward to meeting Old Man Pelio. Thank you for meeting with us. Harry bit down on his lip before adding gruffly, Please extend an apology to Mr. Gutierrez. Next time we speak, I hope we can do so more cordially. Tina and Newt smiled at his words, as did the members of the ministry. Harry and Lyra's group came down from their higher position and shook hands with the members of the Filipino ministry before they headed out to do whatever people in government do after an important meeting. Once they were all gone, Lyra pulled a silencing feather and activated it. What do you need to say, Lyra? Brant asked. I really didn't like that man that yelled at us. It was amazing how you got him to leave. We do need to figure out why he was at the meeting, though, Tina added. But Brant said he didn't have a purpose. Harry looked confused. He wouldn't have been there without a reason, Newt explained. Correct, Mr. Scamander, Brant nodded. He had a reason he didn't want us to know about. I was hoping he would be angry enough at me to tell us what it was when I called him out, but he did not disclose it. He certainly had a reason he attended the meeting, and it is one he wants to keep a secret from us and some of the other members of his ministry. I'm also nearly certain that another one of the people in the room is part of it. Which do you think it was, Lyra? Lyra looked towards the empty table where they had been sitting and seemed to think for a moment before saying, That Assar guy, the deputy obliviator. He seemed to have only slightly more of a reason to be there as Raphael. That is most likely the case, Brant nodded. What's a bloodhound? Harry asked, and Lyra looked to Brant as well for an answer. It's a pretty generic term for any half-blood mercenary. Some are vampires, others werewolves, and some Vila as well. They aren't able to get many jobs dealing with people, so many are employed as mercenaries. These three in particular have particular sets of skills that make investigations particularly easy for them. I didn't have any plans to hire a team, but it works well to use them as a scare tactic. So you just used the reputation of the Black family to make them think you would send scary people into their country? Harry asked. Brant, Tina, and Newt all chuckled as he replied, Yes, we are a very scary family. Some of the people that were here today might not have known much about the Blacks before the meeting, but you can be sure they did their research on all of us before we arrived. We tend to spread around enough false information so people aren't sure whether we are kind philanthropists building hospitals or kidnapping muggles to power dark rituals. People tend to believe the worst rumors before the better ones, even if the positive ones are easier to prove. So it's like Severus, Lyra asked. Lots of theatrics. No and no, told them with a very serious expression. You need to understand that for some people, theatrics are a way to make them seem better than they actually are. For others, they are used in place of dangerous behavior or to preserve their status. So how much of the stories about the Black family are true? Harry asked. Brant gave a glance towards Newt and Tina, then responded, "Enough to keep us honest." That seemed to deaden the conversation, and after Lyra took down the silencing ward, the group made their way out of the room where they met Nestor, who had just finished a conversation with Cesario. Nestor turned to face them. "I'm sorry that we made you wait at the beginning. Mr. Gutierrez insisted on making you wait to throw you off guard, though it was interesting watching his reaction to your reversal." "Was he in charge of the meeting?" Newt asked. "No, but he has a lot of pull in the ministry. The Invisibility Task Force has been pretty much entirely a legacy job. Raphael's father held the department head role before him, whose father held it before him, and many cousins, siblings, and others in the family work there. With so many of them working for the ministry, they tend to hold a lot of power. They don't like it being taken away." "So how did we take away his power?" Lyra asked. "By sitting in his spot," Harry responded smugly. "No, not that," Lyra responded. "How did we do it for him to even come to the meeting?" "That is the question we need answering," Brant said seriously. "I doubt you have an answer to it, though, do you, Mr. Balindong?" Nestor shook his head. "Total mystery. Let me escort you back home before I come back to the office." He guided them to a small, private fireplace and put up privacy wards. Then, just as Nenita had done for them, he threw a large handful of powder into the fire and said, "Vila Balindong, Lehat la Masa Sekarang." Together, as a large group, they entered the fire and were spat out in the courtyard of Nestor's villa. Just like before, Tamara and the guards in white inspected the group and got the same strange result from the scanning of Harry and Lyra. When they were done, one of the guards said to Nestor, "Your grandmother is waiting for you with guests in the garden. She instructed us to bring the others." Everyone followed Nestor through the large house and out the back into a large garden. Flowers were blooming all over the expansive area, with a pond filled with colorful fish snaking through the area. Towards the center of the landscape, there was a small pagoda where they could see Aurora, Tamara, and two other people sitting. As they got closer, they recognized one of the guests as the man from the animal shop, Cadin, who Harry had killed the Sigbin for. The other guest was a woman between the ages of Tamara and Aurora. The three women were having tea and talking animatedly in a language that was not English. Cadin, on the other hand, was sitting to the side, with no teacup, almost like he was a child on a timeout. The conversation stopped as the group approached them. "Welcome back," Aurora greeted them. "Everything went well with your meeting," she said as a statement rather than a question. Then, gesturing to their female guest, "I invited Mutia and her son Cadin, who you know, for tea. I believe that Cadin has something he would like to say to you, Mr. Potter." The man stood up and walked over to them while keeping his eyes on his feet. "I would like to apologize," and he bowed deeply before Harry. "The service you performed for me was far greater than the paltry offering I gave you of the feathers of the Sarumanok. I brought along the body of the Sigbin. Please select any parts of the creature you wish to take, and they will be provided to you." Harry was a bit in shock and said, okay." He led Harry and the group back towards the house, where a large crate was sitting towards the side of the house. As he took off the lid, the body of the Sigbin lay inside. If Harry hadn't killed it himself, he would have thought it to still be alive, as it was still the same pitch-black color, and the eyes were still open and a wispy white, like a thistral. "Is there any part you would like to take?" Cadin asked him. "I have no idea what the parts are used for," Harry replied. Cadin shrugged. "Neither do I. I was just trying to find a way to kill it to give it to someone who does." Lyra was also staring at the body of the dark creature and asked, "What parts did the potion master want?" "I was told that the internal organs, eyes, tongue, and ears would be the most valuable." Lyra looked to Harry. "Do you think any could be added to your staff, like the lamashu?" Harry pulled out his staff and held it with both hands close to the body. He channeled a bit of his magic through the staff to see if he felt any sort of attraction to the creature's magic, but instead got an immediate reaction that felt like when he had first drunk the Pinocchio's tincture. He put his staff back in his pouch and said, "No, it feels like this is the complete opposite of everything in my staff. What about yours?" Lyra pulled hers out and held it close to the body of the shadow vampire. Harry could see on Lyra's face that she was having a completely different reaction than what he had experienced. She moved her staff up and down the body before looking back at Cadin. Could we have the fangs and the skin? Lyra asked. He looked a bit put out about giving up any part of the creature, but after looking back towards the pagoda where his mother and Aurora were still sitting, he gave a slight shiver and turned back. I can give you the fangs now, he said as he pulled out his wand and a small and very sharp-looking knife. The skin I would need to send you later after my client has taken aside the remaining parts of the creature. You have our contact information, Brant told him. Do you know any local tanners that could cure the skin into leather? Mr. Potter would pay for that service. Cadden smiled a bit. I've got a cousin that does. Seems like everyone has that cousin, Harry chuckled. Send Mr. Potter the bill through Gringotts, and it will be paid. Will the extraction of the teeth take long? Just a few minutes. I want to make sure it is as clean as possible. Cadden waved his wand, and the sides of the crate fell to the sides, giving him a larger area to work with. He put on a pair of white gloves with a shimmering pattern on the outside and took out a device that looked like a miniaturized marble column. After opening the creature's mouth, he inserted the column and tapped it with his wand. It extended little by little until the mouth was propped open wide. Behind the two fangs were many smaller, sharp teeth, arranged in 2 rows, top and bottom, though the tongue was particularly interesting. Towards the throat, it looked normal and thick, like a human or a dog, but then it split into numerous tendrils as it got closer to the front of the mouth. Do you mind if I take pictures? Newt had his camera in hand. Cadden nodded but said, I would appreciate being credited if the photos ever make it to publication, same with the ones that were taken while you were in the shop. Of course, Newt replied. With the mouth propped open, Cadden used his knife to cut into the flesh around the gums of the first fang. Once it was as clear as possible, he made a very slow, overhand scooping motion with his wand while incanting, Densevello. As he finished the motion, the tooth popped out of its place, the root perfectly clean. Cadden placed the black tooth, nearly 4 inches long, to the side and slowly repeated the process with the second one. Once he was done, he wrapped them both in a white handkerchief and passed them to Harry, who in turn passed them to Lyra. She wrapped them tighter and deposited them into her pouch. As they walked back to the pagoda, Cadden asked what they planned to do with the teeth and the skin, but they both didn't know. They just seemed like interesting things to experiment with, though Lyra said she would add one to her staff if she could. When they rejoined the women having tea, Cadden's mother had him sit with her and poured him a cup. Aurora made no move to put out more cups for the rest of them, so Nestor took that as a sign for them to leave and head back to the island. Chapter 60, Trust. Chapter text. Upon arrival on the island, Harry and Lyra immediately went to the village, leaving the adults at the beach. There was no large greeting waiting for them, and they were almost disappointed that all of their family were just going about their daily lives without care or concern for them. Though once they got over that, they realized that this is the way things were all the time that they weren't there. Their family was perfectly fine without them, but things were always better when they were together. Until dinner, they worked more on filling up another one of the fertilizer bins with soil. They were trying to minimize the wand movements for the levitation charm, but it was hard work. As the soil wasn't a solid object, it was difficult to move large amounts of it without it all falling to the ground. When it was about time to eat, one of the hidden came to them to inform them that the giver and usurper were on their way to the camp. As the giant serpent entered the camp, along with the giver, most of the hidden didn't bat an eye. Some of the younger ones were frightened by the enormous predator and vanished or scampered off, but the older ones didn't fear for themselves at all from one of the island's protectors. They weren't meeting at the giver's camp, so Lyra knew that she would just need to wait for Harry to translate everything and hung back to play with some of the hidden children and teach them how to sign. Section. You spoke with the people who built the protection stones on the beaches. Section. The giver asked. Harry nodded. Section. Yes, they wish to build a place to put a ship on the garbage beach. Section. In exchange, they will continue gathering and getting rid of material on the beach. Section. They will also find out who the men with cages were and if there are any others like them. Section. The usurper let out a long hiss. Section. If they find them, they should bring them here. Section. I enjoyed devouring their bodies. Section. They were rich in magic and fear. Section. Harry smiled. Section. If it is possible, I will make sure it happens. Section. Then to the giver, he said, Section, they also want to send someone to collect the feathers of the hoo-hoo. Section, in exchange, the one who will collect them will meet with you to help craft you a wand. Section, some of the people like me do not like those who are not like them. Section, if he refuses to help you, he will not be allowed on the island. Section, the giver smiled. Section, this is good. Section, Harry looked to the usurper. Section, there is also something I need to ask you. Section, Flare of the field snakes has a favor to ask. Section, he wishes to find a mate and have his hatchlings guard the fields. Section, he wishes his offspring to take the places of the others there. Section, the usurper seemed to think before responding. Section, bring him to me. Section, Harry ran off to the cobra nest. He could feel Flare's presence there and now recognized it as the familiar bond he shared with the lesser snake. Flare must have felt it as well, and the cobra exited the old log as he approached. Harry said to the first guardian of their fields, Section, the usurper wishes to speak to you regarding your request. Section, just hearing the name seemed to make the snake deflate and turn limp, but followed Harry slowly back to the hidden village. Flare stayed flat on the ground, inching into the clearing where the usurper was coiled, with its head raised at least 10 feet off the ground, staring down at the 20-foot serpent that looked like nothing to it. Section, my emissary tells me you wish to find a mate and have your offspring guard the hidden fields. Section, Flare was shaking in fear of the great snake, but managed to speak quietly. Section, yes. Section, the giant serpent's red crest started to rise, and the great fangs grew out of its mouth as it dipped its head closer to the terrified 20-foot-long cobra. Section, as each of the guardians of the field needs to be replaced. Section, your hatchlings will kill and eat them. Section, they will need to fight to prove their worth. Section, Flare twitched a little before whispering back. Section, understood. Section, the usurper motioned with its huge head. Section, go now, find your mate. Section, Flare fled the hidden village with great haste. The following day, Brant asked Harry to go on another tour of the island to gather potion ingredients, and they took off early on their brooms. Newt spent most of the day with Nestor going over all the various plant and animal life samples from around the island, as well as running quite a few tests of the soil samples they had taken from the land around the volcano to the northwest. Tina had gathered quite a few of the hidden at the beach and was experimenting to see what types of music they liked. They seemed to react very quickly to the things they didn't like, and took a while to determine the things that they might enjoy. Lyra took her broom and flew to Mango's village. He had gathered together 8 females and 5 other males to an area with 3 trees around a small clearing. There were also 2 platforms that Nestor and his people had built for above-ground storage and shelter. It was very close to the mango grove, so he hadn't planted any new fruit trees, though he had a small area for the fallen logs of a bug farm and berry bushes. 2 cobras were keeping the vermin clear of these areas, and were well under the command of the giver, due to the proximity to his home. Lyra helped dig him a few deeper trenches for them to relieve themselves away from camp, as well as show him some of the magic she had learned at Hogwarts. She missed the quiet understanding of being with people who truly knew her. At Hogwarts, everyone had to talk all the time, but with the hidden, they just needed a few gestures and just a look in the eyes to communicate. After lunch with the tribe, she headed to the giver's camp. When she arrived, she knocked on the tree and waited. After a few minutes, he emerged and tilted his head at seeing her come alone. "Why are you here?" the giver signed to her. "I bring magic feathers and teeth from outside." Lyra pulled from her pouch the bag of feathers of the Sarumanok and emptied it on the ground. The giver approached them and sat on the ground. He reached his hands out over the feathers and stretched his fingers out like he was feeling the warmth from a fire. "Much magic unknown purpose I take." There were all the colors of the rainbow in the feathers, with 2 shades of red and 3 of violet. Cadden had included every feather from the bird, including the tiniest of them that probably couldn't be used for anything that Lyra could think of. There were at least 100 larger feathers, and she placed around 50 of them to the side in all the ranges of colors, as well as a few handfuls of the smaller feathers. This left the giver with much more than half of the total. He turned back to the entrance of his home and vanished inside, reappearing a few moments later, dragging his new trunk behind him. He fiddled with one of the latches for a moment before opening it to a small section that he placed all the new feathers inside, then closed up the trunk and returned to sit in front of Lyra. She reached back into her pouch and pulled out the tightly wrapped fangs of the sigbin. As soon as the napkin was out of the bag, she saw the giver's eyes grow wide, and his fur started to shift in an unseen wind and shine in a way she had never before seen. As she opened the package, he began to hyperventilate a little and started to reach for the black teeth in her hands, though when he did it, she quickly pulled them away. He shook his head and looked at them closely, though his fur still shifted and shone unexplainably. I feel magic in me, magic in teeth, what are they? Lyra responded. Teeth of animal drinks blood, drinks shadows. She couldn't think of a sign for her shadow, so she just pointed to hers on the ground. How? Lyra chuckled in her head before responding with the hated response. Magic. The giver placed his hand in front of her, palm up. Give one. Then pointed to his staff, next to the entrance to his home. Add to staff. Lyra signed back. My staff first. She engaged in a staring contest with her tutor for nearly a minute before he relented. She pulled out her staff and held it on the ground in front of her as the giver stood next to her as well. Placing his hands around the top of her staff, they began to glow. Lyra held the staff with her left hand and one of the fangs in her right, waiting for the signal. They had done this before when they had combined all of the elements into a staff. After nearly a minute of concentration, the glow of his hands brightened considerably, and he gave a loud grunt, to which she slammed the fang, root first, into the top of her staff. As soon as it had penetrated the wood, the glow stopped, and he backed away. The black fur of the giver that was wrapped around her staff seemed to shine in the same way as it had been doing in the presence of the fang, and wound itself tighter around the staff, until it was all bunched up at the top. So now, instead of a spiral around the entire length, it looked like just a cuff of black fur, covering 6 inches of the top. They both stared at the reaction before simultaneously raising their hands in the internationally accepted sign of whatever, and then they both laughed. When they were done with their chuckle, Lyra placed her staff on the ground and picked up the second fang. With reverence to her tutor, she handed it to him, root first. She could see his fingers twitching and his fur moving as he reached for it. As soon as he touched it, there was a small pulse of magic, which caused Lyra to jump back a bit. The giver grasped the fang before it fell, and a torrent of black smoke rushed out of the fang, creating a small vortex of shadows above them, which subsided after about 10 seconds. They both stared at the fang in his hands for what seemed like forever before the giver reached out for his staff. Lyra had a better idea and jumped forward, shouting out, "Wait!" Despite not speaking English, he still stopped and turned to sign, "What?" Lyra drew her wand and waved it before putting it back in her holster. "Tomorrow man comes tooth wand." The giver's eyes widened greatly and nodded. Then, with great care, he opened his trunk and placed the fang in a small drawer, then scratched an X on the front of it and closed it again. He bowed deeply to Lyra, then took his staff and returned to his home, dragging the chest after him. Arriving back on the beach, Lyra came across an unusual sight. Spread across the beach, surrounding the record player, were nearly 30 hidden. All of them appeared to be awake, but just completely relaxed and lounging in the sun. Playing on the gramophone was a relaxing and cheerful song on a piano. She walked between the members of her family as they just lay about on the beach, relaxing to the music. When the song ended, a few of them sat up in anticipation. Then when a new piece began, laid back down. He looked a little further away from the group to see Newt and Tina sitting under a few umbrellas and walked over to them. Seeing her approach, Tina sat up and said quietly, "It's incredible, isn't it?" Lyra nodded. "I've been trying out different music for them all day. They seem genuinely interested in everything, even if they don't like it. Though jazz piano seems to get the best reaction, this is Bill Evans right now. Unfortunately, he passed away before you were born, but his music lives on." Newt placed his notebook on the table between them. Lyra could see it was filled up with types of music and instruments, probably names of groups, and the reactions the hidden gave to their sounds. "Whenever Tina and I go on our explorations, she always finds the best music shows for us to go to. So we've picked up quite a bit in the last half-century. There was a man, about 350 years ago, named William Congreve, who said, 'Music hath charms to soothe the savage breast, to soften rocks or bend the knotted oak. I tend to agree with him on many occasions, and when I do not, it might just be that I haven't found the right kind of music to play. Would it work on dragons? Lyra asked. Tina laughed as Newt told her, that is one of the ones that we haven't found the right kind yet. They continued talking about music for half an hour more, and just after the record that was playing ended, Brant and Harry landed on the beach, each with one of their trunks attached to the bottom of their brooms. Lyra, come over here, please, Brant called to her. When she arrived, he had removed the trunk attached to Harry's broom and opened it to show numerous containers filled with all sorts of plants and potential potion ingredients from the island. They also had a box of two-headed snakes that was sealed up. I need to teach you the preservation charm, Brant told Lyra. I've already shown Harry how to do it, and he was practicing on everything in my trunk. He picked up the sealed box of snakes and placed it to the side. We sealed this box, and we are waiting for these to die before preserving them. I'm hoping we can make the communication bowls back at school, Harry told her. We're also going to try to make them here and put the charm on them to see if we can make them last longer if we aren't using them right away. Lyra thought that was a good idea and went to work with Brant on learning the charm. Newt and Tina came over to watch and give a few pointers on her work. It was a bit more difficult for her to perform than Harry, as her magic was more volatile, and this charm was about slowing things down and preservation. After most of the afternoon practicing, she was able to do it. At dinner, Whispers and Dougal joined them after spending most of the day in the hidden village with the rest of the tribe. Both of them seemed to be realizing that it was getting close to the time they would need to leave and were spending as much time around their kind as possible. While they were eating, Newt brought up something that he had been waiting on Harry to bring up himself. Harry, we were wondering when you would be visiting the Lampang. Harry gave a small nod. I was thinking of doing it today, but we will probably go tomorrow night instead. I wanted to ask Old Man Pelio about the antlers that we were told he has in his shop, and if he's willing to make a wand for the giver, we can take him along as well. If he has any reservations about making a wand for a half-breed, that should give him enough enticement to help out, Brant told him. I'm more interested in what Lyra told us, Newt mentioned. She said you play with it as she played with the hoo-hoos. Yeah, about that, Harry started. This is one of those situations like Tristan or Brant with the hoo-hoos. If I tell you to go, be ready to apparate back to the beach. Also, don't use flashes on your cameras. In the morning, they all realized that they did not know how Old Man Pelio would be arriving. Nestor hadn't received any notification of an authorized portkey, nor would be able to apparate onto the island. Figuring he would be arriving by sea or air, everyone ate breakfast on the beach waiting for his arrival. At 9:00 a.m. exactly, there was a pulse of magic, and a box appeared on the postmail platform near the dock. Nestor opened it up and retrieved 2 letters, which he passed on to Newt and Brant. Both of them looked through the letters. Newt's eyes widened at one point in his reading and took some photographs and passed them to Tina, who had a similar reaction as he continued to read. Brant finished his letter quickly and approached the children. I have good news, he began. Your cousin, Nymphadora Tonks, and Alastair Moody have been given the assignment to be your personal guards when you are out of Hogwarts, until such a time that your father is no longer a threat to you. Overhearing the conversation, Newt said, I bet Alastair wasn't too happy with being assigned to do anything. Just as Brant was going to respond, Tina did instead. That crazy old man doesn't do anything he doesn't want to. I bet he was annoyed at the assignment, but he's probably secretly hopeful that Lucius steps out of line so he can be thrown back in Azkaban, or worse. Harry and Lyra were a bit apprehensive about the whole situation with Lyra's father, but took it in stride. They were already searching for all the secret rooms in Hogwarts, taking care of Whispers, learning magic, and dealing with the problems on the island. Having bodyguards outside of school could only help them right now. When will we get to see Tonks again? Lyra asked. That reminds me, Brand said, turning to their head of house. Mr. Scamander, I need permission to remove the children and Whispers from Hogwarts next Saturday. I will be their guardian for the weekend, and they will have an aura escort. Newt adopted a more formal posture before responding, when will they be returning? By dinner, hopefully. They both have their appointment to see the unicorns in the forest that night, so they will be on time for that. Harry and Lyra's faces lit up at the reminder of the unicorns. Their outing is approved. Newt sighed at the formality of the situation. Please submit an official request to the headmaster when you return. I won't be back for a few weeks, so please inform him that I have given my authorization. Tina waved the letter that they had received and said, We also have good news. Your blessing of the room was a success. Harry and Lyra's eyes widened again in interest, and even Brant looked like he was anxiously awaiting the results. The headmaster wrote to us that he didn't enter the room until shortly before sending us this letter. The castle may have amplified the blessing, as there was active magic taking place in the room for 10 days following our departure, which didn't stop until midnight of last night. How long did the blessing last when you performed it before? Brant asked the children. When we woke up later, it was almost evening of the following day, Lyra told him. The hoo-hoo feathers were still glowing until nightfall, but everything else was done. Well, so, remember how you planted Dittany around the room? Newt asked, and the children nodded. Well, it seems to have grown to the point that it covered the entire room like a field of wheat. Astray is going to start to harvest it before we get back. The trees we planted are fully grown and bear fruits. However, the biggest development is the ballet trees in the room. Would you like to see the pictures that the headmaster sent? They all nodded vigorously. The first picture was taken from the tunnel with the inner door open. The Dittany had grown to a height of nearly 4 feet tall, with white flowers covering the stalks. The next picture was probably taken from on a broom near the ceiling of the room. The entrance side of the room was completely covered in the tall stalks of Dittany. In one corner were the groves of bananas and mangoes, while the other had lemons, limes, pears, oranges, and pomegranates. The picture of their new greenhouse that Neville had helped build the planters for was so overgrown that they couldn't see which plants were where. Knowing Neville, he would be delighted and would spend most of his free time clearing it all up. Harry didn't remember anyone planting them, but a picture showed that one of the back corners of the room was now filled with many different colors of rose bushes. The most interesting growth was indeed the ballet trees, as Newt had mentioned. Harry and Lyra both gasped at the sight of them. Of the 5 trees they had planted at the beginning of the year, 3 of them had grown together to form one large, twisting mass of trunks and vines. 2 others had grown much larger as well, but they had spaces between each other and the 3 that had become one. Before, the Druid's blessing had grown their trees, so they looked nearly as old as the ones in the hidden village, but now they all looked as old as the one that the Giver lived in. There were even spaces between the roots, trunks, and vines of the trees that could create little spaces like the one the Giver lived in. Harry and Lyra chattered on and on about the pictures, while Brant took notes in his journal and made some non-moving duplicates of each photo for himself. Magical duplication didn't work on moving photos because of the inability to duplicate the ingredients that went into the potion. As a result, any magical duplication of photos came out still and unmoving. May I take a look at those? Harry passed the photos to the man who asked. Then everyone jumped, and wands were drawn to point at the figure in a wide-brimmed conical hat, suddenly standing right next to them, looking through the photos. Unconcerned with the many wands pointed at him, he just looked through them and said, You said this was the result of a blessing. It is very impressive. These trees appear to be somewhere around 200 to 50 years old. Nestor crouched low and looked under the brim of the man's hat, then exclaimed, Mr. Pelio, how did you get here? We didn't see you coming. Their wands started to lower slowly, and the old man took off his hat to reveal a taut, wrinkled face with short white hair on his head. He was just a little taller than Harry and looked a bit frail in his arms and legs. He handed the photos back to Harry and walked over to Nestor, looking at the wand in his hands. Without invitation, he grabbed Nestor's arm and raised it to inspect his wand. Ah, one of mine, 9 inches springy from Lapnison wood. He took a sniff of the wand and added, still fragrant, core of the powdered tailbone of a barangito. I figured you would grow up to be very helpful to others. He looked around at everyone else before saying, You all have quite interesting wands, the boy most of all. Always being the voice of honesty, Lyra asked, Are all wand makers creepy? Or just the 2 we've met? Brant, Newt, and Nestor looked shocked at her candor, while Harry grinned openly, and Tina covered her mouth with her hand to hide her smirk. Surprisingly, the short, old man also was smiling. I would prefer eccentric, or even just strange, rather than creepy, though you are correct in your generalization about wand makers. Wand making is one of the pinnacles of the studies of magic, and those in my profession spend an exceedingly large amount of time delving into the depths and secrets of magic itself. After devoting our entire lives to the study of our craft, much of it away from other people, we do end up a little bit peculiar. Harry thought that sounded like a pretty acceptable reason. The amount he had to learn to craft his staff was a lot already, but it was limited in its performance. Learning how to create wands must take a lifetime of study. And Mr. Balindong was correct. I am Kidlat Makasig Pelyo, more commonly known as Old Man Pelyo. Nestor took charge of introductions for their party and then asked, "How did you arrive here?" "I walked," he informed them, leaving no explanation of how he walked to an island. Newt skipped over the logic hole and asked, "Your government informed us that you have experience collecting feathers from other Huhu reservations. May I ask which ones?" "I primarily work with the birds that nest at Mahautakoro, but I occasionally visit the Vohas and Ryu reserves." Newt nodded along. Brant leaned down to Harry and Lyra. "Mahautakoro is another wizarding school and is somewhat nearby. It is a little over 1,000 miles that way." He vaguely pointed in the northeastern direction. "Which of you works with the Huhus here? I assume they nest at the top of the mountain, but I would still appreciate the escort." Lyra spoke up with a bit of hesitation. "I don't work with them. We mostly just spend time together and play." "They told me that children were living here. Is there anyone else who attends to the birds?" Harry responded, "It was just us for a long time. Did they also tell you what our condition was for allowing you to visit the nest?" "That I would need to make a wand for someone and give them basic instructions on its use. Though I can tell all of you have one, so where is my student?" Nestor groaned a bit. "They left out the biggest detail, it seems. A duend is living on the island and tutors the children in magic. He is the one that needs a wand." "Is that all?" Pelyo said gruffly. "That shouldn't be a problem. Does he speak English?" Harry shook his head. "What about Tagalog?" Newt told the man. "He speaks with the children in a rudimentary sign language. He also speaks Parseltongue and a language similar to Dwarven. And that was enough to teach the children about magic." Interesting." Turning to Lyra, "Well, can you make the introductions?" "You have no issue with working with a half-breed?" Brant asked the man. "Even if I did, the chance to work with wild Huhus, as well as anything else this island might offer, far outweighs any prejudices I would have," he said, though his expression looked strained. "I'm sure there are many things a man like you would overlook for the right price." Turning back to Lyra, "Show me the way, miss." Lyra led the group into the forest and towards the hidden village. None of their family showed themselves in the fields or the surrounding trees. Harry and Lyra could see them spying on the group while invisible, but none of them came out. When they arrived at the circle of trees for the village, waiting for them was Charlie, Whispers, and the Giver. Pelyo's eyes grew dramatically when he saw Charlie, and he crossed the clearing quickly to approach the enormous demiguise. Charlie didn't appreciate the fast advance of the man and let out a low growl, stopping him in his tracks. He looked back towards the humans and asked, "That is a demiguise, right?" Everyone nodded, "But he is aggressive and enormous." Nestor told him, "We think the size is the result of another blessing the children did on the island. The entire area is saturated with magic, and all the demiguises here are way above average in size. The little one there is only about 5 years old." "Incredible," Pelyo said in a soft voice. "He is nearly the size of most adults I've seen before." He turned to look at the Giver, who was still eyeing him cautiously from the other side of the clearing. "That is not a duend," he said with certainty. "Did he also grow from your blessing?" Harry shook his head. "What is the black fur he has?" Harry didn't want to reveal any of his tutor's secrets, so he just said, "He is how he was when we met him." Harry beckoned the Giver over and stood between him and Pelyo. The Giver stood up straight and picked up his staff that was leaning against the tree and walked over. Harry signed, "This man warns he goes to Huhus." The Giver gave a few grunts and then extended one hand to shake. Pelyo stared at the gesture and hesitantly shook his hand. "I want to have him try some wands. Can you tell him?" Harry signed. "He will give wands wave that make magic." Then to Pelyo, "Go ahead." The old man reached into his jacket and pulled out a small kit of rolled leather. When it was open, there were nearly 20 wands inside. He stared at the giver's staff for a moment before taking a wand from the middle of the assortment and passing it to him, handle first. The giver took it hesitantly, and after a gesture from Harry, he waved it around, but nothing happened. Lyra stepped up. I think we already have the material for it. I gave him a fang from a sigbin yesterday, and he had a strong reaction to it. Pelio turned around so quickly, it looked like he apparated, and grabbed Lyra by the shoulders. A sigbin. There are sigbins on the island. Harry lunged forward and pushed the man off his sister. Do not touch her like that. Harry could see wands in the hands of Brant and Tina, almost raised to point at the man. Newt had the same small silver object from the other time in his hand as well. Pelio straightened his jacket and asked them again, "Where did you get the fang of a sigbin?" "I killed it," Harry said, 2 days ago at the market in Manila. The owner of the store that had it let us take the fangs and the skin as payment for the service." The old man stared at Harry with a piercing glare for nearly a minute before looking back to the giver, or more precisely to his staff. "You destroyed its shadow, didn't you?" Harry nodded. "There's only one thing I know of that could kill it in such a way. You have a lampung on this island, am I right?" Harry nodded again. "This half-breed has a horn on his staff. Am I to assume that you do as well?" There was something about this man that Harry didn't like, but the giver needed a wand, so he pulled out his staff and drew his wand for the man to see. "I was told that you have a full set of antlers in your shop." Pelio ran his hands over the staff and the wand, then said, "The wand is professionally done. How was the staff constructed?" "I made it myself with the help of the giver." He gestured to the duend. He stared again at Harry, then Lyra, then the giver, then the 2 demiguises who were eating berries from banana leaf cones as they watched what was going on. He seemed to be deliberating in his head as he made many different faces each time he looked at everyone. Finally, he came to a conclusion. "I will make a wand for your tutor, and I would like to see the lampung when night falls. Does he have the fang with him now?" Lyra signed to the giver. "Give fang." The giver shook his head. "Fang home tree," Lyra translated. "He doesn't have it with him." "Can he take me to where it is?" Pelio asked. Lyra signed. "Bring him home." The giver signed to her. "You trust." Lyra wasn't sure what to respond with, so she looked at Harry, who signed, "No trust when danger usurper eat." Lyra nodded, and so did Harry. Lyra told Pelio, "We will lead you to his home. The others will stay." Brant didn't like this and said, "I insist on accompanying you for protection. You don't know this man well enough yet." Harry shook his head and said, "We will be protected," and glared at Brant. As he did, he felt a brief gust of wind in his face, and Brant nodded. From there, Harry, Lyra, the giver, and Pelio wandered off into the forest. Once they were gone, Newt asked, "You just used legilimency, didn't you?" Brant nodded. "I'm pretty sure Harry is aware that something happened, but he's not sure what. I have already sent a letter to Lord Black, requesting he find them an occlumency tutor soon." He motioned to the canopies of the trees above them. He was trying to let me know that the usurper is going to be watching over them. The group with Pelio walked across the island in relative silence. The old man stopped them halfway at one of the larger trees they came across. He rubbed the trunk with his hands and leaned against it, then turned to them. "There are quite a lot of trees here that are suitable for making wands from their wood," he told them. "This one, in particular, is one of the more magical ones we've come across outside of the area where we were before." He gave the tree one last caress before continuing on their trek. When they got to the edge of the giver's territory, Pelio started to turn back involuntarily before Harry grabbed his shoulder, causing him to stop in his tracks. Lyra told him, "You won't be able to enter this area without one of us to guide you." The wandmaker pulled out his wand, which was so short it barely stuck out of his hand. The wood was completely black and had a very pointed end. He wove it through the air with a smoky trail following it. When he stopped waving it, he looked confused. He repeated some of the same gestures before stopping again. "This is very strange. I can nearly see the aversion ward in the air, but my magic cannot detect anything. Is this the creature's magic?" Harry was getting a bit annoyed at the man's attitude now and responded harshly, "He has a name. You may call him the Giver. If you do not wish to show him courtesy, we can find another wand-maker." He gave Harry a scrutinizing glare, then nodded. "My apologies." He didn't sound sincere. "Is this the Giver's magic?" "It is," Lyra told him, and she started to walk forward again with Harry leading him by the arm. When they arrived at the giver's tree, he entered into the abyss under the tree, and Pelio started looking around. Where did he go? He just vanished. He will be back in a moment. This is his home. The giver returned a minute later, pulling his trunk, and to Pelio, it seemed like the giver had just appeared out of thin air since he couldn't even perceive the entrance to the home in the roots of the tree. More strange magic, the old man muttered. He opened the trunk and removed the Sigbin fang and held it in his palm. Tell him to do something with it, Pelio told Lyra. Wave Fang Shadow last night, Lyra signed to him. The giver held the fang gently and waved it around, causing a stream of black smoke to pulse out of it. This time, it also contained silver sparkles. The wand maker walked past him right up to his tree and placed his hand on the trunk. This tree also has an incredible amount of magic in it. He walked back to the giver and held out his hand for the fang. Hesitantly, it was placed in his palm, and Pelio walked back to the tree and placed the other hand on the tree. I will use this tree for the wand wood and the fang for the core. What part of the tree can I take? Harry signed to his tutor. He needs tree give, branch give, root. The giver walked up the roots near the entrance to his home, ripped off a large root about the size of his staff, and passed it to the wand maker. The old man examined it for a minute, and then somehow placed the entire piece inside his jacket. Then he put the fang in the chest pocket. We will go see the hoo-hoos now, he asked, a bit impatiently. When will his wand be ready? Harry asked with just as much gruffness in his voice. A week, maybe 2. When I come back, I will bring a dwarf to translate. Harry looked over to the giver and signed, Half Moon Man, return, bring wand, bring small man chain, talk. The giver looked confused with the last sign and pointed at Pelio, him small man. Lyra giggled, and Harry tried to clarify, small man talk same as broken child speak same man you smaller. The giver nodded with partial understanding. What was that about? Pelio asked. He doesn't know what a dwarf is. I tried to explain and he got confused, Harry told him. So now we go to the nest. Do you have a broom? Lyra asked. I have a carpet, he responded. Lyra pulled her broom out of her pouch, and there was suddenly a small carpet roll in the hands of the old man. Harry told Lyra, start heading up. Go slow, he signed. I'll join you in a minute. Lyra nodded and mounted her broom while Pelio sat on his rug and floated upwards. The two of them took off towards the mountain. Once they were gone, Harry turned back to the giver and looked upwards to see the usurper looking down from a hiding spot in the canopy of the trees. Harry spoke. Section, thank you for watching out for us. Section, the usurper lowered itself down to the ground and looked at both of them. Section, I do not like the way that man smells. He smells of many animals with no blood. Section, Harry agreed. Section, I do not like him either. He probably smells of many animals from all the wands he has. Section, I do not like him because he seems to only want to be here for the hoo-hoos. Section, but we need him to make a wand for the giver and to teach him to use it. Section, the giver nodded. Section, if he becomes a problem, he will need to leave. Section, after I have a wand, you can find another teacher. Section, what is the small man you were talking about? Section, Harry told him. Section, Severus says your people are similar to ones called dwarves. Section, Newt, from the people who are here now, spoke to you in their language. Section, this wand maker will bring a dwarf with him to help you learn to use your wand. Section, I need to go follow Lyra now. Section, the giver and the usurper just nodded, and Harry mounted his broom and took off, heading quickly after his sister and the wand maker. He caught up with them halfway up the mountain and continued along with them. They landed along the outer rim and put away their flying devices. The three of them approached the edge of the crater and looked over the edge into the valley. Where are they? Pelio asked. Lyra was about to point them out, but Harry realized something and stopped her. You can't see them, Harry asked. The old man surveyed the whole area and shook his head. Do hoos have some kind of special magic to protect their nests? Harry asked. I am unaware of any. Why? Addressing him and Lyra, he told them, when I brought our tutor, Brant, up here he couldn't see the birds either. I had to point one out for him before he saw them. That almost sounds like a Kaluluwa Lihim. He trailed off before translating, a secret of the soul. I would like to try an experiment before you point one out to me. He raised his wand and incanted quietly, Ibaniag. A pulse of magic came from his wand and seemed to spread out nearly 200 feet in front of him before it retreated into his wand. You are sure there are birds here? I am detecting nothing. Harry and Lyra shrugged. I am going to try something else. Are there any adult who's nearby? They both shook their heads. I am going to walk into the valley. Tell me warmer or colder if I am getting close to one of the chicks. He drew his wand and started to walk down the crater. Every time he was told warmer, he would cast the same spell as before, and then look confused. At one point, he was about 20 feet from one of the chicks, and it decided that was too close, so it vanished in a puff of smoke. After about 10 minutes of wandering around and casting the spell, he returned to Harry and Lyra at the ridge. Your tutor, Brant, can you bring him up here? Anyone else who wants to come will be fine as well. I want to see how this magic works. Harry looked at Lyra and said, Go, I'll stay here. Lyra looked a bit hesitant, but then hopped on her broom and shot off toward the beach. When they were alone, Harry asked, The antlers of the lampung you have, how did you obtain them? They belong to my great-grandfather. How he obtained them, I do not know. My family has used them as a talisman to keep a swang away from our shop. What is that? Harry asked. A swang. Nestor's grandmother used that term for the sigbin. Pelio's face became serious. The islands in this region of the world have a long history of dark beings. The collective term for them is a swang. Some are creatures, and others are closer in intelligence to wizards. They are all very powerful and very deadly, with very few ways to counter them and even fewer ways to kill them. The lampung is rumored to keep them at bay. The antlers, even from one that has been dead for hundreds of years, still contain enough magic to drive them off. I am most interested in seeing a living creature. That was a bit frightening, but if Tina's suspicions were correct, the lampung on their island was an even greater protector than they had thought. If you have the antlers, couldn't you use them to kill a sigbin too? Harry asked. I have been unable to break down the antlers into smaller parts, and I don't wish to destroy them with more violent processes. I am sensing from you that you will not share the secrets of your staff's creation, and other wand makers definitely do not share secrets of their craft between them. So I do not believe that Garrick Ollivander will tell me how your wand was made either. Harry nodded along in agreement when it was mentioned that he wouldn't be sharing the secrets of his staff, but then asked, How did you know it was Ollivander who made my wand? Pelio smiled. There are maybe 50 expert wand makers in the world, and hundreds of lesser craftsmen. All of the experts know each other, and we all have our individual and private styles in the creation of magical foci. We can see the differences in the craftsmanship and feel the magic of each wand we encounter to identify which wand maker created it, the same as you can tell the difference between a dog and a cat. They sat in silence for another few minutes before they spotted Lyra returning along with everyone else, all of them riding on the Scamander's giant flying carpet, including Dougal and Whispers. When they arrived, the carpet stayed hovering as they all stepped off of it onto the outside of the crater. Lyra said you're investigating some kind of secrecy spell on the hoo-hoo nest, Nestor asked. Pelio responded, I can't see any of the birds in the nesting area. Harry mentioned that you, Brant, couldn't see any of them either until Harry pointed them out. Is that correct? Brant nodded slowly. Harry pointed one out to me right away, but as soon as he did, I noticed a dozen more that should have been obvious to me immediately. Nestor nodded. Now that you mention it, my team had a similar experience. We didn't have someone point them out, but it took weeks before they started to appear for us. We visited regularly to collect dropped feathers and any ash we could find, and one day we could just see all of them. Newt joined the discussion. That sounds like selective invisibility, like a Thistral. Either they have to trust you or be identified by someone that they already do trust. Brant made a face, then turned to Newt. Mr. Scamander, you and your wife haven't been up here before. Can you take a look and see if you can see them? They nodded and crept up to the edge and looked over. They looked around, and it was obvious from their expressions and their continued searching that they couldn't see any. They crept back down to the group and shrugged to confirm Brant's suspicions. Wait, Lyra said. I know that when we went to see them the first time, the giver didn't point them out to us. We saw them right away. That silenced everyone for a moment before Tina looked at her husband and said, Unicorns. Newt nodded maybe, then explained. Unicorns will normally be more friendly with children than adults. Maybe as children you weren't any kind of threat. We would need to bring more children here to test that theory. I have another theory to test, Brant said. The Hoo-Hoo Patriarch attacked me, so it's obvious he doesn't trust me. Let me try to break the secrecy spell for Newt and Tina to see if it can be revealed by someone untrustworthy to the Hoo-Hoos. Everyone thought that was a good idea, and Pelio turned away from the ridge and closed his eyes as Brant led Newt and Tina up to the edge and started pointing out the birds that he could see. They came back down after less than 30 seconds to report that Brant could not reveal the birds to the two Scamanders. "So you two will need to show me the birds," Pelio said to the children. Harry and Lyra both looked at each other and then said simultaneously, "No, we won't." "What?" Pelio said angrily, then yelled, "I am making a wand for that creature and showing him how to use it, and you were showing me the hoo-hoo nest. That was the deal." Harry and Lyra both responded to his aggression by their staves jumping out of their pouches. Harry started to grind his staff into the ground, which gave him strength, but made Pelio crumple to the ground. "No, it was not the deal," Harry said, with as much venom in his voice as he could manage. "The deal was that you would provide a wand and instruct the giver, and we would let you visit the hoo-hoo nest to collect feathers." Brant had his wand out in case they needed backup. Nestor said that after being here for weeks, the hoo-hoos revealed themselves on their own. "If you want to collect their feathers, you can do the same thing," Lyra told him as her hair started to give off sparks. "You can earn their trust just as he and his team did. Do you still want this deal?" Harry asked as he stopped grinding his staff and allowed the man to stand back up. Pelio looked like he wanted to draw his wand, but noticed the others all focused on his response. "We will keep the same deal." Brant stepped up. "Good, then we expect the giver's wand to be completed on schedule and not delayed by any lack of success you have with the hoo-hoos. And I think you should leave now to start working on it," Harry said. "We can arrange for you to see the Lampung when the giver has received some training and we are back after school is out." Pelio did not look happy, though there was nothing he could do about it, so he just got on his carpet and flew off. Everyone watched him leave, and when he was above the water, outside the wards, he vanished. Chapter 61. Jousting. Chapter text. As soon as old man Pelio vanished, Lyra turned to the group and said, "I really don't like him." "I think that's an understatement," Tina responded. "You know what?" Newt said. "I'm proud of the two of you." Everyone else looked at him with a bit of astonishment and confusion. "Hear me out," he continued. "He was being rude and nasty, but you held your ground, didn't use any offensive magic, and Harry didn't stab anyone. You still are getting what you want, and he is still getting what he wants." He paused for a moment before continuing. "He has the opportunity to fix the situation by being more pleasant in the future and by actually working hard to gain the trust of the hoo-hoos. I think Tina and I will take the same approach after you leave as well." Harry smiled. The Lamashu tooth was very helpful for situations like this. He would need to write to Araden to let him know the kind of magic Hamidrez's tooth had given him. Lyra smiled as well, but told Newt, "The hoo-hoos like the berries from the village, mangoes, and the larger ones occasionally eat a dead mouse. You should stay away from the cave until they accept you." "Old man Paleo can figure that out on his own," Harry said. Nestor looked around. Where did Whispers and Dougal go? The group looked around, and Lyra found them feeding some of the hoo-hoos in the crater, though to Newt and Tina it just looked like they were holding out berries that vanished now and then. When they were done, they returned to the group, and everyone returned to the beach. As they finished dinner, they started preparing for the trip over to the Valley of the Lampung. Tina loaded up a large camera bag, while Brant seemed to be filling up his pouch with close to 100 rolls of film and a blue orb the size of a quaffle. Newt had his notebook at full size in a shoulder bag, and Dougal had a bag of his own, filled up with various snacks. Nestor provided everyone with emergency portkeys on necklaces that would activate on the command "Babooyan," or if they fell unconscious. He told them that he should have provided these at the beginning of the trip and would do so in the future. Harry was looking excited and had started to polish his staff and wand with a potion he said he had made to protect his staff back when it was made. By the time he was done, the white wood of his wand was almost shining, and the antler on his staff was almost glowing without it being active. Lyra was loading up her bag with Whispers and the Lampung's favorite foods. After the sun had set, Harry and Lyra mounted their brooms while the rest of the group just rode the large carpet along the coastline toward the northeast end of the island. The night was exceptionally clear, and the stars could be seen perfectly in the night sky. As they passed the garbage beach, Harry pointed inland where there was a small light in the distance down in the valley. As they started to get closer, and the light got larger, Brant reached into his pouch and pulled out the blue orb. Tapping it with his wand, it glowed and shot up in the sky to hover about 200 feet above the ground, right over their heads. It followed them as they continued forward. They could see that the light was moving across the island, just like the light from Harry's staff, but nothing could be seen at the center of it yet. Harry held up his hands for everyone to stop, and Lyra circled in front of the rug so they couldn't advance any more. He landed at the edge of the light and put down his broom, then drew out his staff. He focused for a moment, then slammed it into the ground, creating his own light all around him. The amount of light that was created covered less than a quarter of the area that the other did. However, from the center of the brighter of the two lights appeared the lampung. The adults all stared at the enormous white deer. At its shoulders, it was nearly 8 feet tall, with its head at least another 3 before its antlers grew off its head. The antlers were as white as its body, and each had multiple branches that were shaped like flowing rivers or white fire. Just like everything else on the island, it had grown substantially from the time that Harry and Lyra had arrived on the island, though the others did not know of that. Every part of the magical deer was perfect. It had no hard edges. Every bit of it was curved perfectly as it moved with a supernatural grace toward Harry. As it got within 30 feet of Harry, it stared at him and started to tap its front feet excitedly. Brant immediately waved his wand, and the blue orb rose even higher into the air and started to drift over Harry. As the lampung did its tippy taps with its feet, Harry started to jog forward, with his staff pointed toward the animal. Seeing him move forward, it lowered its head and charged Harry. The adults started to panic, but Lyra just smiled and held up her hands as they started to draw their wands. When they were less than 5 feet from each other, there was a crashing sound, and 2 white shields that had been invisible in the great light collided together. Harry got knocked to the side and backward at the impact, but he rolled and got back up to charge again at the animal. They repeated their charges 4 more times before Harry lifted his staff in the air to signal a stop. The lampung seemed a bit disappointed and started its tippy-taps again while it waited for Harry to be ready again. Harry pulled out some jerky from his pouch and ate a few pieces, then tossed some over to the lampung, who sniffed it but didn't eat any. Getting back up, Harry began to twist his staff back and forth on the ground before lowering it to charge the lampung again. This time, when they collided, Harry did not bounce off, but simply got pushed back, with his feet dragging on the ground as he leaned into the charge. Since they were so close together, the lampung broke the charge and galloped away before turning around and charging at Harry again. With a full charge at a stationary Harry, he got knocked away this time, landing on his backside. The magical deer let out a throaty barking noise as Harry got up and rubbed his back. Harry once again started to grind his staff in the ground for a full minute before yelling out, "Wand!" which released it into his left hand. He held the wand against his staff near the top and aimed the entire thing towards the lampung with his right hand and charged with a yell. This time when they clashed, neither of them budged, but the lampung then just lowered its antlers more and started to push forward with its strong back legs, which started to make Harry slide backward, bit by bit until it raised the enormous antlers and tossed Harry high into the air. Seeing him fall, Tina dropped her camera onto the rug and cast a softening charm on the ground below him. When he hit, he just got absorbed into the ground like quicksand and lay there for a moment in the dirt. When he looked up, he saw the lampung looking straight at the group on the carpet, and he jumped up to stand in between them. It simply walked over Harry and towards the group. Lyra started flying higher, and the group mimicked her movement, floating up to about 100 feet in the air. Harry ran around in front of the deer and put up his shield, which stopped the creature. He pulled out a handful of berries and threw them at its face. Distracted by the food, it leaned down to start eating. Harry took that opportunity to grab his broom and fly up to the rest of the group. When he got up to them, he asked, "So, what do you think?" Newt began. "It is the most amazing first sighting I've seen of a magical creature in quite a long time." "Did I make the list?" Harry implored. Newt's notebook was open to a page that had a long list on it, and he gritted his teeth as he said, Well, if I had to be honest, I'd say you're somewhere between number 15 and 25. Seeing the disappointment on Harry's face, he continued, to be fair, the list has 213 amazing sights on it, and Lyra's dogfight was so high because of the emotion that was involved. Harry frowned a bit, but then Lyra perked up. I've got an idea, I'll be right back. Then grabbing the necklace she was wearing, called out, Babuyan, and vanished with a snap. She went back to camp, Harry asked Nestor. Yes, what do you think she's getting? Harry just shrugged, then floated back down to the Lampung, who was finishing up the fallen berries. Over the next 30 minutes, Harry just gave more food to the Lampung and ate some more jerky himself. The magical deer continued to try to get him to play, occasionally just pushing him over with its massive antlers, but Harry didn't engage it other than to pet its head when it leaned down. When Lyra returned, Brant let off a small pop with his wand, and Harry flew back up. Lyra had landed on the flying carpet and was standing there with a paintbrush and a jar of yellow liquid. The giver and I finished the sticking solution I was working on, she said, displaying the jar. Give me your broom, staff, and wand. Realizing what she was thinking, Harry landed on the rug and passed them to her while asking, Do you have a way of getting them off? Yes, salt water dissolves it, she told her brother. Using the paintbrush, Lyra added a generous helping of the paste to the sides of Harry's broom and then put the staff on one side and his wand on the other, so there were two white prongs sticking off the front end. With the two of them attached, Harry tried to shake them loose, but they held firm. He mounted the broom and adjusted himself so he was comfortable with the added bulk of the staff running down the right side of the broom. Brant and Tina were taking a multitude of pictures of his creation and more as he floated down and passed the Lampung to the far side of the clearing, activating his light as soon as he got there. The animal proceeded to tap its front feet before lowering its antlers and charging Harry. Harry also proceeded to charge, his broom accelerating across the meadow toward his opponent. Their shields met head-on with a mighty clang that rang in their ears, and the Lampung started to get pushed back. Everyone could almost see the surprise in the great creature at the change in positions. However, maybe the creature had just been playing before, or maybe it was sandbagging Harry, but now it just dug its heels in and pushed harder. It seemed to overpower the broom's thrust, and Harry started to float backward against the forward momentum of the broom. After he had been pushed about 20 feet, the mighty white deer flung its head in the air and tossed Harry on his broom into the air, where he spiraled around in circles, head over heels, several times before stopping and hovering nearly 60 feet above the ground as he regained his orientation from the throw. Meanwhile, the Lampung made the victorious grunting noise again. Harry flew back over to the group on the rug and excitedly asked, What about now? Where on the list am I now? Newt smiled and said, Probably between number 15 and 20. What's number 15? He asked. A merfolk jousting tournament riding kelpies, Tina answered, seeing Harry and Lyra's confused expressions. I'll explain to you later. Do you want to stay longer to play with it? Harry looked back down at the Lampung, patiently waiting for him, and dove back down to attack from above. He continued to joust with the source of the power in his foci for half an hour before he seemed to slow down a bit, and then stop in the middle of a charge and circle back into the air. Seeing him stop the charge, the Lampung did so as well and waited for him to resume. But Harry just landed and walked over to the magnificent animal and reached up to pet it along the top of its front legs. Knowing that playtime was over, it just leaned down and gave him a quick lick on the face and trotted off toward the far end of the valley. As Harry flew back up to the carpet, Brant summoned the glowing blue orb that had been hovering over the valley the whole time back to him and stored it in his pouch. Harry dismounted on top of the rug and just lay flat on his back in the middle next to where Lyra was sitting with her broom. Without saying anything, Newt steered the carpet over to the water and back along the coastline to the beach where the ship was docked. When they arrived, Harry got up and walked to the water's edge, where he dunked his broom in the ocean to unstick the wand and staff before taking a towel out of his pouch and drying everything off. When he turned back, everyone was looking at him. Thank you for that, Tina told him kindly. Just because you didn't make Newt's top 5 doesn't mean that wasn't absolutely incredible to watch. Nestor agreed. I've flown over the Lampung at night numerous times, but to see it do something other than just patrol the area was fantastic. Newt smiled down at both Harry and Lyra and told them, I have a feeling that one day I'll have to make a whole new list just for things that have come out of the creation of Scamander House at Hogwarts. Both of them were filled with happiness from his words and smiled before taking their things and Whispers, then hopped on their brooms to start coasting back towards the village to sleep. Once they were past the tree line, Harry pulled a handful of jerky out of his pocket and gave Lyra half, saying, Our night isn't over yet. Let's go see if we can kill the creeping death. Harry and Lyra, with Whispers holding onto Lyra's broom tightly, sped through the trees, trying to stay hidden until they got to the hot springs. Once they got there, they broke out over the tops of the trees and circled the mountain until they arrived on the far side. There was nearly a half-moon above them, so they could see the terrain fairly well, but still cast the night vision charms on themselves as they got closer to the dreaded tree. With the charm active, the red rocks that the giver had placed around as a warning glowed to their eyes, and the creeping death stood alone on its hill above the hidden graveyard below it. They both stared at it from well outside both rings before Harry pulled out his staff and aimed the tip of the antler toward it. After concentrating for half a minute, he let off a magical pulse towards the tree, but it dissipated almost entirely before just blowing the leaves and branches around on top. The tree shook itself a bit like when a human got a cobweb on their face before returning to being motionless. Try your wand, Lyra told him. Harry drew it from his holster and aimed it at the tree, casting a small punch of magic that sped toward it and hit the trunk. The tree seemed to twist back and forth, as if it were looking for an unseen attacker before settling back in place. You try, Harry told his sister. Lyra squared off and pointed her wand toward the tree before calling out, Incendio Orbis. A ball of fire, the size of a quaffle shot, towards the tree where it exploded in the branches, covering them with fire. Both children cheered at the results. Whispers had been sitting further back, eating some berries, and chittered along with them. However, the tree just shook itself like a wet dog, and the fire went out. Then 6 vines shot out in all directions. One was heading straight towards them. Not taking any chances, Harry grabbed Lyra and fell backward onto the ground. All 6 vines didn't go past the red stones, but just hovered around the tree, searching for whatever attacked it. Whispers started dragging the 2 of them away from the tree, and they inched back while staying laid down for nearly a minute before they dared to stand back up. Harry looked at Lyra and said, Okay, the goal is what I said before. A 150-foot vortex of flame, like the Hoo-Hoo Patriarch shot at Brant, before we try again. Lyra looked back at the creeping death, which was still probing the area around it with its deadly vines, looking for them. Agreed, she said while nodding. They hopped on their brooms, and Harry took Whispers as they rode back to the village to sleep. The following day felt like a whirlwind. So much of it was just about packing up everything into their trunks that they had brought from Hogwarts, combined with organizing it with things they were bringing back to school from the island. Now that they had learned the preservation charm, they were bringing along a large number of potion ingredients, food, fruits, and anything else they thought might spoil. The mango tree in Lyra's trunk even had a few boxes stacked next to it as they started to run out of space. When the children finished packing, they made a trip to see the giver. This time they made sure to walk, as they had realized that if they flew everywhere all the time, it would be just as bad as when they were sitting around the leaky cauldron for so long, doing nothing. So they made the long hike from the hidden village to his camp with one of their trunks. Harry brought along the snakeskin bag that he had been given at the beach party before they left the first time. When they arrived, he opened it up and placed a strange creature on the ground in front of the giver. It wasn't magical at all, just one of the horseshoe crabs that lived off the coast of the garbage beach, though this particular one looked a bit strange, as if all the color in it had been sapped away. The giver examined it closely and slowly waved a glowing hand over it before declaring, Section, it is still intact and alive. Section, keep it close. Section, Harry nodded and told him. Section just wanted to be sure. Section, we also wanted to make some blood bowls for speaking. Section, Brant taught us how to make things last longer. Section, maybe we can do it for the bowls so they will work while we are away. Section, the giver thought this would be an excellent experiment, and Lyra passed him a box with 7 two-headed snakes in it. Harry killed the first one and drained its blood into 2 bowls, as Lyra prepped the hoo-hoo feathers and ash. When they were complete, she also performed the preservation charm on it, causing the shiny, soap bubble appearance to form over the two bowls. It took several attempts, but the giver was finally able to end the charm on the bowl by puncturing the surface of the blood in the bowl with one of the horns on his staff. From there, they created 6 more sets of bowls with Harry and Lyra adding their bowls from the set into their trunk. Lyra spoke to Harry, who quickly translated to the giver. Section Lyra wants you to tell us immediately if you have problems with the wand maker. Section the giver bowed deeply to Lyra and told Harry. Section tell your sister that I want to thank her for giving me the fang that will be my new wand. Section Lyra smiled as she was given his thanks. At that point, the usurper, who must have been away when they arrived, returned to the giver's camp. Harry addressed the Kingsbane. Section, we will keep looking for your adversary, but it is a very large castle. Section, the usurper wound itself into a coil and hissed back. Section, I will try to be patient. Section, the giver will keep looking through the memories for clues. Section, that was all that needed to be said. So Harry and Lyra cast a combined levitation spell on their trunk and started to pull it back toward the beach. Brant was almost prepared to leave the island. He had numerous chests filled with samples of the flora and fauna from the island, 3 journals filled with notes, close to 200 rolls of film, and 3 recording orbs prepped to go back. All of this was currently in a much larger crate that was waiting for Harry and Lyra's possessions to be added before it could be portkeyed back to Black Manor. From there, he could just have Darby deliver them anywhere in the UK. He would need to have a very, very long conversation with Lord Black upon arriving. Not just about the island, but about Mr. Potter, Miss Tonks, the Scamanders, and Lucius Malfoy. Just thinking about it made him hungry, as that meeting would take hours, and if written down, would probably last around half a chapter of a long book. As he was thinking about everything that needed to be discussed, the children arrived back on the beach, pulling along Lyra's trunk. He helped them levitate it into the crate he had been preparing as Lyra asked, "When are we leaving?" "I thought it would be best if we left late tonight. If you push yourselves to stay up when we get back, you can take a sleeping potion at the right time and sleep until the proper time in the morning." "What are we doing on Sunday?" Harry asked. "We're staying at Elmswood Lodge tonight and taking the Hogwarts Express back to school Sunday afternoon. Do you have anything you would like to do? How long would it take to develop some pictures?" I had told Cynthia I would go back to her tea shop, and I wanted to bring her the photo of Cynthia and Hannah, the hidden. "I'll have it ready by the morning," Brant said with a smile. "I'll send a message with our trunks for the Abbotts to expect you at their tea house late Sunday morning." Harry thanked him and ran off towards the village, while Lyra took off towards the far end of the beach. By the evening, the crate had been filled up with all of their luggage, and with a flash of light, transported to the other side of the planet by portkey to Black Manor. Nanita had come back to the island as well, so the 7 of them, 9 if you included Whispers and Dougal, were having dinner together. Before they started to eat, Newt addressed the group. "I'm not a big fan of toasts or public speaking, so I'll keep this short. Thank you, Harry and Lyra, for showing me your home. This is a wondrous island filled with life, love, magic, and mysteries. Thank you to Brant for taking care of Harry and Lyra. Thank you to Nestor for taking care of the island. I'm sure you already see the incredible nature of what exists here, but you'll probably learn more over the years." He raised a glass of wine, and the others followed suit as Harry and Lyra toasted with mango juice. As they ate, Tina spoke to the children. "As we mentioned, we're going to stay in the region for a few weeks. We will try to gain the trust of the Hoo-Hoos to prove the theory of trust-based invisibility. We're also going to visit some of the other reserves in the area to see if there are any similar stories about such an ability." "How can we visit the other reserves?" Lyra asked, which got Harry's attention too. Brant turned to her. "Depending on the situation with your father, Miss Tonks and Aura Moody might be traveling with you over the summer. Depending on my responsibilities, Lord Black may ask me to join you too. We can help facilitate it." Harry added, "Tristan will be around the area too, and we need to go to the dragons. We will need to start planning your summer experiences, and soon," Brant told him. "You seem like you will be very busy." "The 2 of you have made my life quite busy too," Nestor commented with a chuckle. Cesario and I are going to start looking into Mr. Gutierrez's interest in the island, along with our other responsibilities, as well as getting approval to start the investigation of the poachers that we agreed to. Brant nodded and said, I assume someone alerted you to what I meant when I spoke about sending bloodhounds to the region. Nestor nodded as Brant continued, I was just trying to scare those who would try to hinder the approval, but it is not something completely out of the question. Nestor nodded with a grim expression. I will be sure to update you on the status of the situation as it progresses. The remainder of the meal progressed, and Nenita even prepared some of the hollow desserts that Then and Thou had made before. Harry and Lyra didn't say it, but they thought that the brothers made it much better. Dougal and Whispers didn't seem to care and continued to ask for more until they had run out. After dinner, they made their way back to the village to spend time with their family before leaving. Mango and his group had shown up as well. They just relaxed and made sure to spend time with every hidden, especially the new children. It felt easier to say goodbye this time because they knew they would be coming back. Whispers spent most of the time with his parents, Chief and Teacher. After a few hours, they headed back to the beach to meet Brant. When they arrived, Harry and Lyra said their goodbyes to Newt, Tina, Dougal, Nestor, and Nenita. When they were done, Nestor presented them with a bike tire that had been turned into a portkey, and after Whispers had been stuck onto Harry in his traveling grip, the portkey was activated and the four of them vanished. Chapter 62. The Time in Between. Chapter text December 22nd, 1992. Tonks residence Nymphadora Tonks woke up late in the morning following Abbott's party. Even after waking up, she just stared at the ceiling and went over everything that happened the previous day. Lyra was a unique girl. Both she and Harry had been raised, somewhere, outside of the influence of the blacks, that much she was sure of. Neither of them was stuffy like the purebloods she knew in school, and they didn't seem to be inclined to change either. They were certainly raised around magic, but somehow still looked at the world like a muggle-born. Brant was different as well, and being a muggle-born at Durmstrang could not have been easy. It was one of the few magical schools that had an entrance exam, which meant that they didn't technically discriminate between muggle or magical-raised students. You just needed to know enough magic to pass the tests of entry at 11 years old, which was nearly impossible for muggle-born wizards. Then there was the education, much of which was more physical, and the dark arts were part of the curriculum instead of learning specifically how to defend against them. Yet somehow, despite all of that, he was cultured, protective of the children, dedicated to his position in a way that wasn't obsessive, and not a bad person. Even more was his betrothal. He seemed okay to be forced into a marriage. She made a list in her head of all the older girls she went to school with who could potentially be his fiancé, but it was too long of a list. She assumed the girl would have to be quite a catch for him to be as loyal as he made himself out to be. That narrowed the list quite a bit, but she couldn't be sure as there were so many other schools she could be from, outside of Hogwarts. She was about to start thinking about his claims as to why they were involving her, but decided it would be better to discuss that with her parents instead of just in her head. So after slipping on a fluffy robe, she headed down to the kitchen. Her parents were sitting at the table, eating their breakfasts, and her mother said as she approached, You know, Nymphadora, we can eat only so slow while waiting for you before we have to get seconds and thirds to continue waiting. Her father smiled. All that eating is going to make us fat. Is that what you want, Nymphadora? Do you want to make your mother fat? Both of them used her name, which they knew she didn't like, so she shifted her body until she was a clone of her mother, but with a large gut sticking out. I don't see what's so bad about it, she said as she turned to the side so they could both see the gut, and made it a bit bigger so it poked out the front of her robe. I was planning to go over to Elmswood Lodge later today to get house elf pancakes for lunch. Her mother gave a playful frown and put a toasted bagel on her plate. Sit down and tell us what we need to know. Smiling at her back, Tonks shifted back to darker skin and spiked purple hair, then plopped down on her seat and started to prepare her bagel as she told them all about the day before, starting from when she arrived. Her father interrupted her right away. You wore the disco shoes and the spiked bracelets together and he didn't send you home. I know, right, she said back. I expected his head to fall off, but he just looked a bit shocked. He's evidently been exposed to Muggle pop culture and fashion. I should have worn a dog collar. Definitely not, Andromeda told her. That's a bit over the line. I know you got it for that Halloween costume, but I hope you never wear it for casual use. Tonks gave a wink to her mother, who just rolled her eyes. How is Mr. Potter being treated? Her father asked. Oddly enough, I had no concerns there, she told him. Steward Brant seemed genuinely interested in helping his education and in teaching him how to start a business. His first venture is importing Demiguise hair to the UK. Both her parents' eyes widened as her mother said, We've all heard about the talking Demiguise, but it must be quite difficult to harvest that much hair from a single creature. It's not just one, and apparently they're huge. Harry and Lyra had enough hair with them to offset the price of a Yeti fur-trimmed jacket for Lyra. She waited for a moment to watch her parents' expressions, before continuing. They said that their Demiguise whispers, his father is my height, and his mother is a bit taller than Harry. They even mentioned a larger one, taller than the steward. Well, that's something, her father said as he took a big swig of coffee. The point is, I'm genuinely confused as to their intentions. You've been telling me my whole life what kind of evil people they are, and I'm not saying you're wrong, just that I'm not seeing it. Andromeda nodded. Believe me, it's there. Did you find out anything about their intentions towards you? Actually, yes, she told her mother. Through sheer coincidence, I smoothed over some situation with a trading minister that Brant was in negotiations with, and I demanded, as repayment, that he reveal his plans for me. And he did, her mother asked with shock. He said that he had a bet with Arcturus over when we would demand answers, and that they both lost because Brant thought I would ask before the party and Arcturus thought you would kick down the doors to the manor and beat it out of him. That sounds like the woman I married, Theodore smiled and kissed the back of his wife's hand. Then turning back to his daughter, so, what did he say? Brant says that he believes Arcturus is trying to reunite the Black family and persuade me to take the name for myself. Her parents were silent for a moment before they both started laughing. It took them nearly a minute to calm down. That was my reaction too. I might have embarrassed him in the middle of the party when I did it. Brant has his own reasons as well. He wants a positive role model for Lyra who can teach her about women's issues. Her mother chuckled as she added, he was very polite in admitting that he had no idea how to talk to a little girl about her body. Well, you know, her father began, if he's telling you this much, he's got to have at least a dozen more plans as well. The only question remains, what do you want to do? I need to think about it, she told her parents. I have the key to Elmswood Lodge for the next month, and I plan to take advantage of it. Her mother's eyes sparkled with reminiscence. I remember going there as a teenager. That bathtub is the greatest thing in the world. Brant says you two are welcome to join me, but the elf there won't pay attention to either of you. We'll give you one night on your own before joining you for dinner tomorrow. December 25th, 3 p.m. Elmswood Lodge. Tonks stomped into the house, not even bothering to shift back to her normal form after seeing Lucius Malfoy out of Azkaban. She simply took off the oversized aura uniform and threw it towards the coat rack, which just reached out and grabbed it, hanging it neatly on a hook. She stomped through the house until she rounded a corner to find her parents in the sitting room, drinking tea. Father's eyes widened at the sight of her and said, You can shift into Macho Man, Randy Savage. Tonks's voice came out of the face of a man with a dark beard, long hair, and an incredibly muscular body. I started using American wrestlers as practice for growing extra muscles. Savage was always one of my favorites. I assume you were assisting Moody with Malfoy's release, her mother asked. Moody gave him a sweet gut punch, and I bashed his head on the ceiling and dropped him to the floor. I told him to stay away from Lyra and Harry. I guess that means I've accepted Brant's job offer. She started to calm down and shift back into her normal form. Opal popped in at that moment and handed her a bathrobe to replace her oversized clothes from being 5 inches taller and quite a bit bigger in other areas. Andromeda raised an eyebrow and asked, Can I see the memory? Tying the strap on her robe, she walked over to her mother. Both had basic occlumency and legilimency skills, which allowed for the direct sharing of memories. They gazed into each other's eyes as Tonks brought the memory to the forefront of her mind, and her mother watched the brutality of Malfoy getting slugged in the stomach. When Andromeda finished the quick viewing, she turned to her husband and used legilimency to show it to him as well. He smiled as well, but said, "Both of you have had your chance to assault that horrible man. One day, it's going to be my turn." "I hope you never need to," Andromeda told him, turning back to her daughter. "So you're going to assist Brant and Arcturus with Lyra?" "I guess so. And if Lyra and Brant are going to be the next Blacks, I want to make sure that we don't get more like the ones in your generation." Andromeda nodded with a grim face. "Fair enough." December 26, 1992, Malfoy Manor. After getting home to an empty manor, Lucius didn't know what to do. He had no wand, house elf, wife, or son, no one to assist him in anything. He just stared at the empty house for nearly 10 minutes before deciding on a course of action. The very first thing he needed was a shower. All the clothes he was wearing were set aside to be burned, all except the hideous orange sandals. Those would be saved for when he found out who that woman was who gave them to him. They would be part of her death in some way. He had time to figure out something creative for her. Then he spent the next 2 hours under the hot water of his shower. It still vexed him not to have his luxurious long hair, but it was nice to get it so clean so quickly. When he finally emerged from the shower, he found the most luxurious robe he owned. The inner robe was triple layered with acromantula silk, dyed deep purple. The outer robe was made from green and blue aurora wool. He also donned a pair of slippers made from red wool, and nearly collapsed from the feeling of the softness on his feet after months of wooden sandals padded by torn bedsheets. From there, he made himself dinner which consisted primarily of anything made of chocolate that he could find in his larder. Everything was incredibly difficult to perform, as he had to do it with only one hand, and he broke several dishes before he was able to prepare everything properly. As he ate, he read the Daily Prophet article about his release and drank a whole bottle of French wine from the year that Draco was born. It was made at a vineyard where Virgin Vila stomped the grapes with their bare feet and aged the wine in barrels constructed of Wigan wood. He was waiting to drink this when Draco finished Hogwarts, though this was as good a time as any, and he had another 11 casks of the same vintage. Following his dinner, he sent Owls to Crab to visit him tomorrow at 11 a.m. and to Corbin Yaxley to come at 4 p.m. if he could only leave the house with an aura present. He would do so with an ally, instead of one who might stab him in the back or the front. Knowing he might have trouble sleeping after so long in Azkaban, he downed a dreamless sleep potion and passed out while still wearing the soft and luxurious robes. When he woke up in the morning, he panicked as the light he saw through the window was heavily obstructed by clouds and made him think that he was back in prison. After screaming and almost breaking down into tears, he saw the rich blue and green sleeves of his robe and rubbed his face on the soft fabric to reassure himself that the present was real and not just a dream to torture him. Breakfast was again filled with chocolate to drive off the long-term Dementor exposure. He also made pancakes that were topped with chocolate syrup. He had no milk for hot chocolate, so just had a bar of honeydukes to go along with it. He would need to hire someone to do his shopping for him if he couldn't leave the house. He would tell Yaxley to find him some squib to work for him until he could find a house, elf to be bound to him. After finishing his breakfast, he made his way to the drawing room. It was a richly anointed room that looked almost like a cathedral. In the years past, nearly every Friday and Saturday night, there were people gathered here. Men discussing politics, women discussing fashion and their children, and Draco being the little lord he was, and entertaining his friends with great tales of his future as Lord Malfoy. A large fireplace took up an entire side of the room. It wasn't even connected to the flue, and was hardly ever lit. It was there to show decadence, with large marble columns on either side, and the Malfoy crest above it. It was the centerpiece of the room. He made his way to the corner and pulled an old record off the shelf where his music was kept. Blowing off the dust on the cover, he drew out the vinyl record to place on the player nearby. As the music began to play, a bit of the cold that had permeated his bones from the time at Azkaban slipped away, and he went to pour himself a drink from his sealed liquor cabinet. Letting the taste of a fine whiskey fill his senses, he listened to another minute of the music before walking over to a Nundus skull that was mounted on the wall. It was just a young cat, but still the size of a mundane lion. It had hung on the wall of Malfoy Manor for nearly 300 years, from the time that Morpheus Malfoy had led a group of hunters to kill one of the creatures, briefly holding the record of 112 wizards needed to take down the creature. Once it was dead, they also killed its 3 cubs, and Morpheus took one of them to be mounted on the wall of their manor. Reaching up to one of the fangs, he slashed his finger and walked over to the fireplace where he smeared the blood across the crest above it. Without any noise at all, the floor inside the hearth descended to create stairs leading to a room below the drawing room. As he walked down the secret passage, torches lit up across the room. Here was his collection of trophies and dark artifacts. The entire room was protected by an insane amount of wards and magical dampening effects, but it was all for naught because of the beacon that rested in the corner of the room. In a small chest that had its own warding and dampening effects on it was a small leather book. He walked past the severed hand of Edgar Bones, giving a 2-fingered salute, preserved under glass, and opened the chest to take out the book given to him by the Dark Lord. Returning to the drawing room, he sat down at the table and stared at the old book. He flipped through the pages with his right hand and saw nothing other than the writing on the inside of the cover, reading, "I am property of Lord Voldemort." Without a wand, he couldn't run any diagnostic spells, and in frustration, he slammed his fist on the open book. With his fist clenched, a tiny bit of blood from his pricked finger was squeezed out and landed on the open pages. Lucius's eyes widened as the blood vanished into the pages. After a few seconds, words started to be written in green ink, which read, "You are not me, though you carry my magic. Who are you?" Lucius's eyes widened and rushed to get a quill and ink. When he returned, he wrote back, "I am Lucius Malfoy. Is this the Dark Lord?" His writing soaked into the page and was replaced with what was written on the inside cover, "I am Lord Voldemort." Those words caused Lucius's heart to swell with hope. Hope for the future, hope for his son, hope for revenge. The writing was absorbed and more was written. "Are you Abraxas's descendant?" "He was my father," Lucius wrote back. "He was a trustworthy companion during my time at Hogwarts. How is it that you have come across my diary? You gave it to me, told me to keep it safe. Where am I now?" Lucius hesitated. Should he tell his lord about his own defeat? He would need to do so, but shook a little at the thought of doing so. Reports of failure to the Dark Lord were normally met with pain, torture, and frequently death. Even though this wasn't his failure, that wouldn't matter. He was the messenger. Stealing his nerves, he wrote back, "You were defeated 11 years ago and haven't been seen since." The book didn't write back for nearly 2 minutes before scrawling out, "Who defeated me? Was it Dumbledore?" No, it was supposedly an infant named Harry James Potter. Another long pause from the book then. "Tell me everything." Lucius went on to tell the book everything about the last half-century. The presence in the book had no knowledge of anything that had transpired after his time at Hogwarts, but knew quite a bit about his father and many of the original Death Eaters, enough to prove his identity was genuine. He told the adolescent Dark Lord about his rise to power and his supposed death, and the incarceration of so many followers. He also told how many followers were still free due to his manipulation of the justice system. When finally wrote about his attack on his daughter and Harry Potter, then his time in Azkaban, and release, the book told him something he had been dying to hear for over a decade. "You were right to stay out of Azkaban. A blunt instrument would be no use on the outside. You do not appear to be such a person. A true Slytherin is no use locked up. If you were imprisoned, you wouldn't be able to speak with me today." Relief flooded through him as it never had before. Bellatrix had called out to him over and over while in Azkaban from the base of the tower, telling him he would be rewarded for joining the faithful in Azkaban, that by joining the other martyrs, he would share in the Dark Lord's favor when he returned. That made him even more fearful of the Dark Lord if he returned and Lucius wasn't behind bars. But now that burden was lifted. As he was relishing in the feeling, the clock struck 10 a.m. and Lucius was reminded of his meeting with Crabbe in an hour. He wrote in the book, "I have a meeting with one of your followers in an hour. Spencer Crabbe, son of Harlan Crabbe, sworn wand of House Malfoy. He played the key role in my release from Azkaban and will probably be asking for a boon in repayment for his service. I wish to speak with him too, but face to face. Place your mark on my diary." Without hesitation, and with the desire to see his lord again, Lucius placed the book against his twisted left arm. He felt something magical reach out but failed to connect. It tried a few more times, but it was not able to connect. If Lucius were a muggle, he could have compared the situation with trying to scan a barcode on a vacuum-sealed bag of celery. When the magic didn't attempt to connect again, Lucius opened the diary and saw writing appear on the page again. It seems like your mark is too corrupted from the attack for me to gain power from it. When you have completed your business with Spencer Crabbe, I permit you to tell him about my existence and order him to touch his mark on this book so I may speak to you both. Lucius left the book on the table and went to change out of the soft robes he had slept in into something more formal to meet with Crabbe. At 11 a.m. sharp, the fireplace in his foyer roared to life, and Spencer Crabbe stepped out of it. He spied Lucius waiting for him and gasped in shock at the gaunt appearance of his long-time companion and man who he had sworn to protect. "What happened to your hair?" he asked, astonished. "Moody and one other. They discovered the unicorn hairs I kept there and cast a balding hex on me. When I went into Azkaban, I didn't have a hair on my head. The list of revenge grows longer as I think about everything. I will meet with Yaxley later today to help." After a bit of a pause as Lucius seemed to be focusing on the torment of others, he continued, "Join me in the drawing room." Crabbe gave a strange look at the old book sitting on the table as he sat in the overstuffed chair across from Lucius. "Oh, how did you get me out?" Lucius asked. Crabbe frowned as he responded. "I needed to use over half of my blackmail portfolio. Information and debts even my father had not used before he passed. Fudge was particularly hard to pressure with Black regaining his influence, and I needed to call in many others to help until he was convinced to sign the release papers. You have done well. What boon would you have from me for your dedicated service?" "Boons, plural," Crabbe responded confidently. "There are multiple things I would have you grant and work towards. I would have your political influence, what's left of it, aimed towards my family's ascension to a seat on the Wisengamot. I would have your cooperation in finding my son a favorable marriage to one of the children of the sacred 28. I would have your financial assistance in obtaining a sworn wand for my family. The last thing, I am sure you would help me with anyways. I would have you help me kill Steward Brant and Harry Potter." Those were quite incredible requests, but Lucius smiled as he looked down at the diary that lay in front of him. While still smiling, he told Crabbe, "All of those are manageable, and we can obtain them for you with the help of this book here on the table." "How?" Crabbe demanded. "Read inside the cover," he instructed the man, and watched the expression on the man's face change to an innumerable array of reactions as he read the name there. "What is this?" he demanded as he started to put it back down. "Hold the book to your mark." Crabbe looked skeptical, but with the promise of the boons he had requested in his mind, he held the book up to the faded pink mark on his left forearm. As soon as it was in contact, the book adhered to his arm, and Crabbe screamed. A visible stream of magic seemed to come out of his body. Black, silver, and red vapor poured through his eyes, nose, and mouth as a river of magic flew into the diary stuck on his arm. He desperately tried to pull off the book, but it did not budge. Finally, he collapsed, and the book fell to the ground as well, the mark on his arm as dark as the day it was given. Lucius was watching the whole process with interest at the magic taking place, but without concern for the flailing man who had been crying out in pain. He was smiling inside that this hadn't been his fate. A few seconds after the book and the man hit the floor, he could hear Crabbe groaning. He hadn't died, and while he waited for whatever was going to happen next, he went to his liquor cabinet and took out a pepper-up potion and poured 2 glasses of fire whiskey, placing the potion and one of the glasses in front of Crabbe's seat on the table. He had to make 3 trips with one hand before he placed his drink down at his spot, and by that time, the darkened mark on Crabbe's arm had faded back to the light pink it had been before. He picked up the diary and wrote inside, "Now what?" "Is Crabbe awake?" "Barely. Wake him and tell me." With great effort, he dragged the groaning man into his chair and poured the bottle of pepper-up down his throat. He sputtered and coughed, but eventually enough got down his throat to wake him up and be fully conscious. There was a steady trickle of smoke out of his ears as he stared at the book on the table. WH, what was that?" he stuttered. "That was the power of our Lord," Lucius replied, then scribbled into the book. The diary glowed for a moment, and then the blank pages fluttered and turned quickly toward the middle book. There was a cracking noise as the binding between the pages grew pale green, and a beam of light poured out of the book, until it coalesced into the ghostly figure of a teenage boy with neat black hair and Hogwarts robes of a Slytherin student. He surveyed the expressions of the two men before saying, "So you are two of my greatest servants." Abraxas Malfoy was a welcome companion during my days at Hogwarts. I did not know Harlan Crabbe, but was told about his birth. It is good to know he survived to continue his line of proper wizards. Crabbe stared at the young boy and asked cautiously, "You are the Dark Lord." "I am what the Dark Lord was," he began. "I have the potential to be all that he became and more." Crabbe was skeptical. "I can believe that you were the younger self of my lord, but how can you be anything more than what you are now? For that, I will need your assistance, for which you will be rewarded greatly. Those of my servants locked up with the Dementors will be rewarded for their undying loyalty, but now they are useless to me. The two of you will be honored above any that sacrificed their lives, and possibly their souls, to proclaim their loyalty from behind the black walls of Azkaban." Both men smiled at the possibility of being raised above Bellatrix and the others imprisoned there. "Your assistance will be needed in reviving my greatest weapon, but for that I need to return to Hogwarts." Now they were confused. "What kind of weapon is it?" Lucius asked. Teenage Lord Voldemort had his turn to look confused now. "You do not know of it. Abraxas knew it. Did I not use it during the war?" Both men shrugged. They had no great weapon other than their pure blood and magic. "Maybe Hogwarts was too guarded by Dumbledore for me to risk retrieving it." The spectral body of the boy flickered a bit, and he looked around. "My power to remain in this form is fading. I need you to find a way for me to enter Hogwarts. Get me to a student, and I will use them to retrieve the weapon, and I will use their magic in my mission. Keep this diary a secret from everyone, even my other followers." The light of the Dark Lord's body glowed and got sucked back into the crack in the binding, causing it to snap shut. December 26th, 1992, leads Hermione Granger, along with her parents Lysander and Celia Granger, stood across the street from a strange-looking shop. From all outward appearances, it was a very antique toy store. There was an old rocking horse in one window and an oversized jack-in-the-box in the other. The latter had its crank wind automatically, and the clown popped out, swung back and forth, then retreated into the box. To a muggle looking at the display, it would appear to be electric. To a witch like Hermione, she saw the magic of the animation charm. The sign over the dusty old shop said, "Living memories." After staring for a few minutes and discarding their apprehension, the Granger family crossed the street and walked through the front door, causing a small bell above it to ring. Inside the entrance, there were quite a few shelves of old wooden toys from decades, if not centuries, before. Celia checked the price on a small wooden train set as they walked and immediately put it back down, her eyes wide. Arriving at the back of the shop, Lysander rang a desk bell by the register, and a woman, dressed like she was still living in 1920, came out of the back room. She gave them a long look over the way they were dressed and nodded to herself. Lysander had insisted on wearing some of their best outfits for this day, as they would probably need to impress some stuffy old wizards like Lord Black or the Board of Governors. "How may I help you today? Are you looking for a special present for a child? Or are you collectors of rare and unusual toys?" she asked pleasantly. "We are here for a replacement prosthetic for my daughter," Lysander responded firmly. The pleasant demeanor of the woman vanished, and she scowled at them. "We don't serve muggles." Lysander was about to yell at her, but his wife pulled out the gold-trimmed parchment they had been given and said, "We will be sure to pass along your dismissal to Lord Black." She just placed the parchment on the counter and took the hands of Lysander and Hermione and started walking towards the exit. When she had her hand on the door, the woman called out in a panicked voice, "Wait!" They turned back around to see her holding up the parchment as she had just been reading it. "Come back, please. My most sincere apologies." On the way back, Celia very purposefully elbowed the toy train she had been looking at before, and it fell off the shelf, pieces breaking off when it hit the floor. Scowling back at the woman, "My apologies about the train. I do hope it can be repaired." Hermione was looking at her mother with a bit of awe for her defiance against the bigoted witch's attitude. Lysander was just smiling with pride. "Of course, it's just a simple matter. Please come into the back, and we can get you started." Not even bothering to fix the fallen toy, she waved a wand at the entrance, causing the door to lock and the open sign to flip over. The Grangers followed her into the back behind the register. As they passed through the doorway, the room completely changed from a dusty toy store to an opulent showroom, cleaner than the Hogwarts infirmary. The woman crossed the room to where two other women were standing at the back, while the Grangers stared at everything around them. The room had a white marble floor with sparkles of gold dust in it. In the center of the room were four mannequins with multiple prosthetic pieces. Each one seemed to be designed for a different purpose and was animated to show that. The first one had an arm that split itself in two and seemed to perform different tasks with each. One wrote on a parchment, hovering in the air, while the other played a small piano next to it. It also had a leg that glowed blue along where its veins should be, but didn't seem to hold another obvious purpose. The second had two prosthetic arms, one with a sword that extended from it, and the other seemed to form a shield from the forearm. It switched between various battle stances before recovering to a normal pose. The third must have been for some kind of manual labor, as the arm was much too thick for a normal arm and had only 3 fingers. It also required a large harness that wrapped around the whole body to support it. It also had a large prosthetic foot that had claws on it that scratched at the marble floor. The last one looked the most normal of the lot as it changed between looking metal and looking almost flesh for brief moments. Her feet were wearing tall boots with sharp heels, but if you looked close enough, you could see the boots were her legs and feet. Around the outsides of the room, there were display cases with different styles of arms and legs, as well as eyes, ears, and oddly enough, tails. As they were admiring the display cases, the 3 women approached them. They looked similar enough to be sisters, and the middle child was the one they had spoken to out front. The eldest spoke to them. "Welcome, Mr. and Mrs. Granger, to Living Memories. Welcome to you as well, Miss Granger of the Velasco line." Celia nudged her daughter to speak up. "Thank you," Hermione responded meekly. "Even after Hogwarts, this is a bit new to us. My sisters and I will help you in any way we can. My name is Mabel Hart. My sisters are Lena and Donna." Lena, who they had spoken to before, said, "You mentioned you were here for a replacement. Please show us what you have now." With minor hesitation, Hermione removed her winter gloves and the long coat she was wearing. The moment she took it off, she recognized the look of repulsion in the eyes of the 3 sisters. Though as she was about to cover her arm again, she saw they were looking directly at the arm, not at her deformity. Mabel approached quickly and took the hand of the prosthetic in hers, then looked closely at all of the parts. "This is from Sticks and Stones?" she asked. Getting a nod from the Grangers, she continued, "Such atrocious workmanship. This would have broken down in another 3 years, tops. Sticks and Stones only does work for people that need something immediate and temporary, or for those that cannot afford anything else. How on earth did someone under the patronage of Lord Black end up there?" "We weren't under his patronage at the time," Lysander said sternly with a touch of anger. He looked at Lena. "We were treated like just muggles by the Hogwarts Board of Governors, who recommended us." Lena had the good sense to blush in embarrassment. "Well, that doesn't matter now," Mabel said firmly. "Donna can start showing Miss Granger some samples while we go over your records from the first prosthetic implantation." The younger sister approached Hermione. "Please come with me," she instructed her towards one of the display cases. Her father gave her a nod and followed the other 2 women with his wife towards a table in the back where they started to go through papers from Celia's purse. "Can I call you Hermione?" Donna asked, and she nodded silently. "May I take a look at your arm?" Hermione held out her arm as the girl studied it. "This rune cluster isn't part of the original design. Did you do it?" "No, Brant did it." She smiled at the memory. "He is the Black Steward. Something like this should have been incorporated into the original design," she informed Hermione. Reaching up to the display case above them, Donna reached straight through the glass and pulled out a steel arm with glowing green stones at all the joints and knuckles. Placing it on the table in front of them, she pulled a panel off the forearm and turned it over to show hundreds of tiny rune clusters. Then she waved her wand over Hermione's arm, which lit up with maybe 24 rune clusters that had been hidden before. The craftsmanship of each piece in the case had looked like works of art to Hermione, but the way each piece worked with magic was something she hadn't been shown, not on her current arm, and not on the ones in the shop. The difference between the two was like night and day. After staring at her own prosthetic for what seemed like forever, the runes faded back into the arm, and she looked up at Dana. "What a piece of trash," she exclaimed in a voice that drew the attention of the others across the room. "My friends and I are working on a project right now that is more intricate and complicated than this." That drew Dana's interest. "You are? What is it?" She stopped herself. "It's something that I probably shouldn't be talking about. Though from what the others say, it might make us famous. So, are you a Ravenclaw?" "I am now. I transferred when the resorting happened with Scamander House. Were you a Ravenclaw too?" "No, I went to North Yorkshire," Dana replied. "There are other schools in England?" Hermione asked, astonished that she hadn't heard of them. "Of course there are. I'm sure you've heard of Hogwarts as the premier magical school in the United Kingdom, right?" Hermione nodded. "Well, that wouldn't be much of a title if there weren't any other schools, don't you think?" Hermione thought for a moment and responded with a smile. "I guess it would be like being the valedictorian of home school." Dana smirked. "Exactly. I'm not surprised you don't know about them, though. All the Muggle-borns go to Hogwarts as a way to try to integrate you into society quickly. The other schools are mostly day schools, and we don't have to deal with all the politicians' kids and the general drama that comes with them. A few more specialized subjects, too, depending on where you go." "Day schools? That's not fair," she complained, glancing at her parents. "I could have gotten to see my parents at home every night." "And miss out on the Hogwarts experience?" Dana questioned. Hermione raised her third-rate prosthetic arm, wiggled the fingers, and said, "Hogwarts experience, crushed by a troll. Does that happen much in North Yorkshire?" Dana nodded with a frown. "No, I guess it doesn't." "Well, let's look around for a design you like." Hermione didn't like any of the bulky arms or the ones that didn't look human. She would probably need to wear it out to various Muggle functions in the future, so she immediately asked to only have options like the mannequin that could change to look like flesh. Those models would allow the arm to look more like a real arm for up to 1 hour at a time before they needed to change back for at least 10 minutes to recharge. Her parents rejoined her and started to offer their input. Her father wanted her to get one of the models with a sword in it, both for the fantasy of it and also for self-defense. She was a bit too apprehensive to try to wield a sword and to hold it in her offhand, so they settled on a round shield that would grow from her forearm if she flexed the fingers in a specific way. The arm would be a bit stronger than normal, but she wouldn't be lifting a car, just able to crush small rocks. If the rest of her body couldn't support something she could lift with the arm, then there would be no point in having extra strength like that. When Hermione told Dana about her studies in runecrafting, she insisted on having an inscription tool placed into the index and pinky finger of the prosthetic hand. When Hermione asked why the pinky too, Dana picked up a sample arm and twisted off the pinky there, which extended and turned into another inscription tool to use with her right hand too. They searched for the rest of the afternoon and evening and found a few more random features, along with a style and color scheme to use. The entire time, Dana was showing Hermione bits of enchantment and runic work, while Lena and Mabel seemed to be quizzing Lysander and Celia on their medical knowledge, as the two older sisters had enough magical healing knowledge to be creating and installing magical arms. When nighttime arrived, they had found exactly what they wanted. Hermione would need to be put into an enchanted sleep for the next 2 days, and her old arm would be removed for the new one to be implanted. Lysander and Celia insisted on being in the room the entire time, so after Mabel stared down Lena, who had objected, the two older sisters conjured a very luxurious bed and a privacy curtain for the Grangers to sleep behind and got everything set up for the procedure. As Hermione lay down on the surgical table, she took a small figurine of a mouse with a sword and shield and placed it on the table next to her. After drinking the sleeping potion to keep her knocked out, she whispered to the mouse, "Keep me safe, Martin." The small mouse in a green tunic assumed a defensive posture with his eyes peeking over the top of the shield with a large M on it and pointed his sword forward to attack anyone foolhardy enough to challenge him. As Hermione stared at her protector, her eyelids drooped low and she fell into a magical slumber. December 29th, 1992, Gates of Malfoy Manor, Lucius Malfoy stood inside the gates, along with Spencer and Vincent Crabbe. In the past few days, Lucius had gone with Yaxley to retrieve his wand from the ministry, bought an elderly house elf to assist around the house, and developed a plan for delivering the diary to Hogwarts. Both fathers had fervently objected to having their sons used to return the Dark Lord to power. The transfer had nearly killed Spencer, who was an adult, so having a child do it would almost definitely kill them. Though after hearing Vincent complain regularly about a book-obsessed, muggle-born girl that had caused him to get a month's exclusion from school, both fathers knew exactly who to have their children pass the cursed book to. They would tell their boys only to pass the book to her, and nothing else. Today was the day that Draco would be returned to Malfoy Manor. There was a twisting in the air at 10 a.m. sharp as Augustus Stevens and Gregory Goyle SR appeared in front of the gates with a snap. Both of them had their wands drawn and pointed toward the men behind the gates. After a few moments of staring at Lucius Malfoy with short hair, Gregory tapped on his bracer with the black family crest, and a few seconds later there was another twist in the air, bringing Arcturus, Brant, and Narcissa holding onto Draco with a loud series of cracking sounds. The group stared at Lucius's new appearance in shock. Narcissa finally broke the silence. "Well, it looks like for the first time in 2 decades, I have longer hair than you do." No one laughed. "I would have you return my son to me now," Lucius said to Arcturus. Narcissa leaned down to Draco and told him loud enough that Lucius could also hear. "I will be traveling until at least the summer. Darby will be with me. Harry Potter has given us both something to think about so that Lyra can be part of our lives. I am going to try to fulfill that task. I highly suggest you find a way to do so as well. Do not fall too far into your father's delusions. It would break my heart to lose another child." Draco stared at her in shock, but nodded back as she hugged him. Then he stood up straight and walked towards the gates which opened on their own. He walked up to his father, who he briefly embraced as well, then shook his friend Vincent's hand as the group walked up the hill towards the house. Lucius had barely started to move before Arcturus spoke up. "I will be keeping an eye on you. Everything you do is being monitored by me. If you take a single step out of line, I will kill you. You will not go back to Azkaban. There will be no honor duel, and I will mount your head on the wall along with the retired house elves." Draco turned around at that statement and looked horrified. Lucius, on the other hand, barely turned his head enough to look at Arcturus out of the corner of his eye. He just took Draco by the shoulder and led him up to the house, with the Crabs trailing along after. January 1st, 1993, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry students were not returning to school for another 2 days. But that didn't mean nothing was going on. Today, in particular, a large contingent of people were arriving, including the Hogwarts Board of Governors, the Ministry Departments of Magical Games and Sports, International Magical Cooperation, and Minister Cornelius Fudge, along with his entourage. Not to mention a large contingent of members of law enforcement to provide security. Dumbledore had cordoned off the Great Hall from all the students remaining at the castle over the break, and a large number of refreshments had been set out. The long tables had been removed and replaced with many large round tables, as there had been for his birthday party. He assumed he knew the purpose of the meeting called by Ludo Bagman and the minister. He had been dropping enough hints to them over the last 2 years and smiled at his plan coming to fruition. The revival of the Triwizard Tournament had been a dream of his since he had studied the history of it back as a student at Hogwarts. He was confused a bit by the number of people that had been invited to the announcement, though surely the tournament didn't need this level of government involvement, nor did it need more than 2 ambassadors from the DIMC instead of over a dozen. Dumbledore looked around the room, recognizing many members of the assembled guests that he hadn't seen in a while, and gave a small nod to Arcturus Black, who had quietly replaced Lucius Malfoy's position on the Board of Governors at the beginning of the year. Arcturus barely returned the nod, as he was in a conversation with Amos Diggory at the moment. While everyone was getting settled and meeting with old colleagues, 2 security trolls lumbered into the room, carrying large crates and being directed by their handlers. They set the crates down near the back of the room and opened them up to reveal enormous film projectors, the kind that had been used over 30 years ago. The trolls then carefully opened up large projection screens against the back wall of the hall to the sides of the door. Dumbledore stared at all of it as the trolls were led back out of the room. Then he just shrugged. If anyone could appreciate good pageantry, it was him. If Ludo wanted to put on a show, he would just sit back and enjoy it. The trolls returned with a large podium and lectern which they set up just inside the door between the two screens. The assembled guests had been assuming someone would be speaking from the front podium near the staff table, so they all turned to face the entrance. Once everyone was settled, Ludo, along with Rolanda Hooch and a few other members of his department, approached the podium they had set up. The rest sat in chairs as Ludo approached the lectern. With a goofy grin on his face, he started, "Well, I bet you're wondering why I gathered you all here today." There were one or two chuckles from the assembled guests before he continued. "Well, you can thank Albus Dumbledore for starting me on the course that has led us here today. But by the end of it, I hope you will credit me and my department for what we are going to be undertaking, assuming we get the support of the minister, of course." He shared a nod with the portly man in a lime green bowler hat before starting again. "For the last year, maybe two, Dumbledore has been dropping hints about his 25th anniversary of leading Hogwarts as headmaster, which is coming up in another year and a half. While I may have been slow on the uptake, I eventually figured out that he was interested in reviving the Triwizard Tournament." A scattering of shock and muttering broke out over the entire room. Some of the younger members looked confused about what the event was as the older ones were filling them in. Ludo interrupted them by explaining, "For those of you unaware, the last tournament took place during the school year, exactly 200 years ago. The reason why it stopped at that time was due to the increasingly high death toll among the participants over the years, and the 1792 tournament had a cockatrice get loose, which injured all three heads of the schools and caused many additional casualties among the audience. Many people in the audience called out that Ludo was crazy for wanting to revive such an event, but he just held up his hands for silence and waited for them to calm down. Once they were quiet, he continued, "Now, I began to research ideas for new events, ones that would be less deadly to the participants and the observers. I found many grand ideas, but one part of my research shocked me to my core. I discovered the existence of the Muggle Olympic Games." Again, there was muttering that went on between the assembled guests, though this time it seemed like the younger members were trying to explain something to the older ones. Dumbledore's eyebrows were starting to rise dramatically, both at the man's claims that he came across his idea in his own research and from what he might be attempting now. "For nearly 100 years, he began again, the Muggles have been putting on a worldwide tournament, gathering together countries from all over the globe every 4 years. The last competition was this past summer and involved 169 countries. Nearly 10,000 athletes competed and approximately 3 million people attended the tournament as observers. Impossible, one man called out from the assembled group. His declaration was echoed by many others. Ludo pulled out his wand and fired a cannon blast into the air. "Calm down," he called out. "I too didn't believe it at first, but then I saw it with my own eyes." He gestured to two of his people who waved their wands towards the large projectors, while at the same time the windows around them darkened. The projectors came to life, having been modified to work with magic rather than electricity, and displayed clips of enormous stadiums, filled to the brim with Muggles. Each screen showed something different. The one on the right seemed to be showing displays of the number of Muggles all crammed together in various places, along with the vast amount of merchandising and money changing hands between them for various reasons, while the screen on the left showed an ever-changing reel of different sports, some on snow, some on water, some were team sports, and others were elegant displays of acrobatics. The reels continued to display these silent images for nearly 30 minutes before they stopped, and the light from the windows returned to the room. There was a scattering of whispers, but most people were just silent in shock. "I know what you all are thinking," Ludo told them in a somber voice. "If the Muggles can do this, who are we? With all our magic, we stopped our greatest tournament between just 3 schools, between only 3 competitors, 200 years ago." This is hardly impressive in comparison to such a momentous feat of organization and communication between hundreds of nations. He paused for a moment to let that sink in. Dumbledore smirked at what Miss Granger's challenge to Ludo had inspired. After waiting a little longer, he began again. Now here we reach a problem. If we were to run a tournament as the Muggles ran, we might just win everything. By inviting all the witches and wizards from around the world, we could win any event that was set up just by having Albus Dumbledore compete for England. Albus blushed a bit at Bagman's praise and the attention of everyone at that moment. There is too great a difference in power between all of the adults in the wizarding world, but not as much in the children. He waited a bit more for everyone in the room to understand what he was talking about. Yes, you all understand what I am proposing. Why should we have a Triwizard tournament when we could bring students from across the world to Hogwarts and put on a tournament for the ages? He watched as faces lit up across the room with the possibilities of holding such an event here in Britain and at Hogwarts in particular. Money, fame, international business, and much, much more. Everyone would want a hand in this pie. I can see that you are all interested, but there is much to be done. We will need funds to work with, from both a ministry budget and private investors in the project. The ambassadors assembled here from the DIMC will need to reach out to their counterparts around the world to see if there is interest among them to attend and compete in such a tournament. Since this is the first time we have attempted such an event, students will need time to train. That means that all the schools involved will need to be committed before the start of the next school year. My department will be establishing committees to strategize ideas for events, as well as figure out what kind of infrastructure will need to be built to support this undertaking. The amount of work that will need to be put into this will be immense, but I know we can do it. He stared out among the assembled guests and finished by saying, I know we can do it because this has already been done by Muggles. We are wizards. Anything they can do, we can do better, grander, and with magic. There was a roar of applause from everyone around the room, and Ludo stepped down from the podium as the members of his department started going out into the crowd to answer questions. Ludo was busy shaking hands and getting complimented on his initiative while taking contact cards from many people who were interested in providing ideas or financial support. Dumbledore observed that each member of Ludo's department was seeking out specific people to talk to and already organizing small groups and committees. He picked up a glass of lemonade, made fresh from the abundant lemons of the Scamander common room, and made his way over to Ludo. As soon as he was done with his current conversation, he reached into the group and grabbed him by the arm and pulled him over to the side of the room, wandlessly casting a privacy charm around them. Ludo, my boy, this is quite an ambitious project you're undertaking. I might have been hinting at the tournament, but this is on a whole other level. He smiled back. Not to worry, you can already see the kind of response we are getting. When the other schools hear about this, they'll be just as quick to jump on board and avoid being left behind. Dumbledore looked into Ludo's eyes and saw a little twinkle of gold in the corner. Ah, now I see it. You normally weren't this eloquent with your words before. Seems like you had a bit of help from a friend. I want you to remember who has helped you out in the past, as I know you didn't come across the Olympics in any research you were doing. I suggest that you find a way to properly acknowledge or compensate the person who gave you the idea. Ludo was about to respond, but the headmaster interrupted him with a dark tone, the air vibrating around the two of them. I suggest you ask your friend, Felix, what would be the best course of action right now. Ludo looked all around him before back at the powerful wizard in front of him, then said, I will find a way. Good to hear, Albus said loudly as the air stopped vibrating and he cancelled the privacy spell. I believe you'll have excellent luck in this endeavor. Consider Hogwarts as a choice for the meetings of your committees when you start figuring out more of the details for this tournament of the ages. With the public validation of Albus Dumbledore ringing in the ears of the surrounding guests, Ludo returned to shaking hands and exchanging information with everyone in the room. Albus crossed the room to meet with members of the Board of Governors. Along the way, he passed by Gilderoy Lockhart, who was speaking loudly with members of the ministry about what a shame it was that he was no longer a student and couldn't participate in the upcoming tournament. Across the room, Severus put up his own personal privacy charm around him and Minerva, and grumbled, "You know this will attract international attention. It may even draw in our friend from last year. We've improved security. He won't be arriving on the back of anyone's head this time," Minerva responded. However, Albus would say that a magician never pulls the same trick twice. "He is not a magician. He does not pull rabbits out of a hat. He is the Dark Lord," Severus cautioned. "We will be cautious," Minerva tried to reassure him. Then she sighed, "Though I am afraid that Albus will be less so, considering that Harry is now at Hogwarts. I'm surprised he hasn't made more overt attempts at getting close to Harry. Arcturus is doing a surprisingly good job with Lyra and Harry as well. I thought for sure he would be attempting to indoctrinate them with all the pureblood nonsense to create smarter versions of Draco." "That's quite a depressing thing to say about your own godchild, Severus," Minerva commented with a frown. "It is the truth, and it's not like I am also trying to turn Draco into a smarter version of himself. Though, with the release of his father from Azkaban, what little progress I've made over the last few months will now go up in smoke. Well, at least Lucius is no longer on the board." Minerva let herself smile a bit. "That leaves me to deal with many of the governors that he is usually associated with, as I am now their conduit to him, which is where I should be now." Severus stood up and broke the privacy charm as he strolled out into the crowd. A gust of wind blew his cape as he walked.